Information. Young Master Brown says, my wife knows nothing at all and has a bad temper. You'd better not bully her. Shirley watches silently as this man warns everyone who comes his way. Young Master Brown says, read properly. How can you remember anything if you flip the pages so quickly? Shirley takes up another book and reads it speedily. Young Master Brown complains, what should I do when my babe hates studying? What else can he do other than dote on her? Until one day, young master, numerous universities in the capital and even top universities overseas are fighting to get Madam to enroll. Young master, many TCM research centers are getting into deadly squabbles over hiring Madam. Young master, a legion of huge international law firms want to employ. Chapter 1, A Menace. This is 50,000. Uncle has already done his best to help you. Shirley glanced at the bank card that George Davis had thrown onto the coffee table and she looked up with a cold, untamable gaze. No need for that. Thanks, Uncle, she said indifferently as she sat down on the sofa sloppily. George pursed his lips. His tone became cold. You don't need it. So Richard doesn't need it as well. Shirley played with the toy gun in her hands. I can take care of my younger brother. You can just take Windy with you. George sneered disdainfully, you'll take care of him. With what? Do you have money? What, should he follow you, someone who hasn't even graduated from high school, to work and beg outside? What an embarrassment to the family. Shirley gave a wry, enigmatic smile and her eyes curved slightly. Then she said in a brash manner, money. I've got a little. You can keep this bunch of money for Windy. George frowned at his niece, who seemed outstanding in appearance, but carried herself like a bad person. When Shirley was born, everyone knew that she would grow up to be a beauty. He doted a lot on his beautiful niece. When she got older, her temper worsened. Even though she was the oldest child in the family, she wouldn't cooperate with her younger siblings, and whenever people touched her things, she would stare at them with dark eyes. She was such a thankless wretch to be acting out like that at something so trivial as touching her stuff. Her sister had a good personality. Thus, even though her siblings disliked Shirley, they still tried to be nice. It was only until Shirley beat an adult man till he was half paralyzed did they start to avoid her like the plague. She was a scourge. So ruthless. A menace. After spending a month at the youth detention center, her sister brought her back. After the severe lesson, she was sent to elementary school. However, after just a few days of class, she was forced to drop out after beating another student till he was sent to the hospital. She just wouldn't learn. What a bad record she had. Whoever had such a child would be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Her sister and husband had both died unexpectedly, leaving 3 children with no guardians. It was a critical time for his promotion in the political arena. Richard, like Shirley, was causing trouble everywhere. Ever since he was young, he had gotten into fights, skipped classes and neglected his responsibilities. Bringing these two back with him would be asking for trouble. It was especially so since there were so many bigwigs in Sea City. If these two caused any trouble there, his future prospects would be ruined. Among his sister's 3 children, Windy Mayer was the only smart and sensible one. She was smart and had her sister's good looks as well. She was beautiful and well loved by others. If not, his sister wouldn't have left all the real estates under her name to Windy. Bringing this girl with him would be his way of showing gratitude to his sister for taking care of him ever since he was young. Good luck on your own, said George coldly before leaving the Mayer residence, walking with big strides. Windy came down from upstairs. George's secretary was walking beside her and helping her with the luggage. Sister, though Dad and Mom gave me the house, you and Richard can stay here for now. I don't mind, Windy said with a smile. Shirley stuffed the toy gun in her bag and raised her eyebrows, no need. She raised her hand and looked at the time. It was 5 o'clock. It was time to pick up Richard from school. She picked up the black motorcycle helmet beside her and walked out. A shabby-looking motorcycle was parked at the entrance of the villa. The prettiest thing about the motorcycle was the skull on both of the rearview mirrors, giving it a spooky vibe. Shirley put on the helmet, straddled her slender legs over the bike, and let down the visor with a click. The motorcycle roared to life and sped out. Windy walked up to the BMW and the secretary helped her open the car door. She turned to look in the direction Shirley had departed in, her eyes narrow. George said, "Little Windy, get in the car." Windy said lovably, "Okay, Uncle." George snorted, "You don't ever have to interact with that kind of low-class person again. They only deserve to look up to you." Chapter 2, Let's Go to Sea City. Screech. The motorcycle stopped under a banyan tree not far from the elementary school's entrance. Shirley lowered her slender legs and put her feet on the ground. She took off her helmet and her black hair fell over her shoulders. Her eyes narrowed as she looked toward the school entrance, crowded with parents standing around, waiting to pick up their kids. It was 5:20. It was 10 minutes before Richard was dismissed. Troublesome. Shirley's eyes showed a little impatience. She swung the bag to the front from behind her. She unzipped the bag. The large black backpack was messy inside. Inside was a laptop, a toy gun, a mechanical watch, a roll of black cloth the size of her palm, a long metal box, a lighter, a pack of cigarettes, several lollipops, and 3 cell phones, 2 of which had heavy clamshells designs while the other was a light clamshell. Although each item didn't weigh much, together, they were a heavy package. Shirley took out the clamshell cell phone. There were dozens of unread messages in the inbox. She raised her eyebrows at one of the messages. There was a brash, faint smile at the corner of her lips. Across the road, a black car slowly came to a stop. "Young Master Brown, this is it," said the chauffeur. The 2 windows on the right side of the car rolled down. A man sat in the back seat of the car, his long legs folded. He was wearing a black shirt, his arms casually resting on the window. He had a cigarette between his well-defined and spotless fingers. Looking at the school and the noisy bunch of elementary school students, he frowned. "Don't tell me the person I'm looking for is here." The man looked away. He had fair skin and a tall nose. His deep-set eyes were squinting and with his thin lips slightly pursed, he gave off a cold vibe. The chauffeur awkwardly scratched his head. None of the people in front looked anything like the person they were looking for. Puzzled, the chauffeur said, "But this is the place that was indicated." The man's face became solemn. "When was that?" The chauffeur said, "Just 10 minutes ago." The man flicked off the ashes from his cigarette. His eyes narrowed as his cold gaze inadvertently turned to the place beneath the tree in the distance. It was quite windy today. A young lady was sitting on a motorcycle. Her long black hair was ethereally blowing in the wind. She was outrageously pretty. The small red band on her wrist contrasted with her skin, which was as white as jade. It was so alluring. Her clothes were too loose to see her figure. What a pity that she had become a mother at such a young age. He shifted his gaze away and asked, "How long did it show up for?" The chauffeur replied, "Less than a minute." The man kicked the chauffeur's chair from behind. "You dare to bring me here when it showed up for less than a minute?" The person already ran away. The chauffeur lowered his head. "My mistake." The man took a puff of the cigarette. His well-defined fingers snubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. "Okay, let's go back to the capital and let the servants continue the search." At 5:30, the school bell rang. A little boy about 7 or 8 years old was the first to rush out of school. He stood at the entrance and looked around. When he saw Shirley, his eyes lit up, and he ran towards her. His curly hair became messy as the wind blew through it. He took off his school uniform, stuffed it into the school bag, and then threw the entire school bag into the trash bin. It was as though he was making an escape. "Sister!" Richard shouted from far away. Shirley looked up from her cell phone and saw Richard running wildly toward her, and she clicked her tongue. "What are you running for?" "I can finally ditch this horrid place." Richard rolled his eyes in disgust at the elementary school behind him. Shirley laughed and handed him a small helmet. Richard put it on, as though he were very familiar with it, and asked, "Has Windy gone already?" "Yeah," Shirley responded casually. Richard rolled his eyes again. "Idiot." Shirley stretched out her arm, picked him up, and threw him in the back seat. Then she threw the weighty bag to him. "Why are you calling her that?" "She's brainless. Who should I call that if not her?" Richard hugged the big, black bag and said matter-of-factly, "Does she really think that the Davis family thinks well of her? They're only interested in the property under her name." Quote. Shirley flipped up the motorcycle's kickstand, throttled, and the motorcycle whizzed down the road. When it brushed past the black sedan, the man's face flashed past. Shirley raised her eyebrows. There was a faint sinister smirk at her lips. "Sister, where are we going?" Richard hugged her waist as he asked. "The airport," Shirley said lazily. "We're going to see City. To Uncle Brown's place." Chapter 3, 2 Big Bosses. See City. It was already night time when Emmett received Shirley and Richard. "Shirley, Richard, you guys are finally here." Emmett Brown was so excited that his hands were shaking and he almost went over to give the big boss a hand. Shirley put her hands in the pockets of her black jacket and said lightly, "Uncle Brown is being too polite." No, it's fine. I'll be entrusting you to deal with that thorny problem of mine." Emmett personally went to open the car door for Shirley. The subordinate was dumbfounded as he watched. Who was this lady who was commanding such a respect from Boss Brown? They looked like kids. She was to handle the problem that even Boss Brown found difficult to deal with. Shirley nodded to Emmett, relax. She turned around and took Richard into the car. Emmett lived in a bungalow in the city center. The tall, heavy metal gate was imposing. The helper opened the door. We're here. Emmett personally went to open the car door again and showed them the way. Richard followed Shirley while carrying a black bag that was a little too big for him. He looked so pitiful, as though he were being abused. Shirley paid him no mind, languidly playing a game on her phone. Emmett couldn't bear watching. Richard, do you want me to carry your bag for you? Richard waved his hand and proudly said, no, it's my pleasure to help my sister carry her things. Emmett looked at Shirley, who didn't look back, and his mouth twitched. Richard pulled on the strap of the large school bag, panting as he followed behind Shirley. The living room. Emmett's wife, Ashley Lewis, sat on the sofa. When she saw the group coming in, she got up to receive them. You're back. Ashley took off Emmett's jacket and greeted Shirley with an unnatural expression, Ms. Mayor. Shirley looked up from the cell phone screen and smiled. Madam Brown. Even though she had such a fine-looking appearance, she gave off bad vibes. The slight curve in the corner of her lips was pretty, yet there was cold ruthlessness about it. Ashley had already looked into Shirley's profile. She was a delinquent who got into fights, and truancy was completely normal for her. The only thing that was presentable about her were her delicate features. She just couldn't wrap her head around why her husband would want to be associated with such a person. He even let her into the house. What would they do if she were to be a bad influence to Tina and Tyler? Emmett didn't notice the displeasure behind Ashley's eyes. He unbuttoned his cuffs, rolled them up, and said, Shirley, it's late. You and Richard should go and rest. Let's talk tomorrow. Shirley gave an absent-minded response in acknowledgement as she dealt a headshot to her opponent in the game. The guest room on the third floor was large. It seemed like the room had been prepared with great care. Anything they needed was available. Richard was young. Emmett had placed 2 beds in the room. It would be convenient for the sister to take care of the brother. He showed them the way up himself and said, if you need anything, just tell me. Don't hesitate to ask. When Shirley was done playing the game, she threw the cell phone on the bed and asked, when will things be arranged for Richard? What things? Richard looked confused. Emmett ruffled the boy's curly hair and said, he's too young, so the procedures would be quite troublesome. It should only take about 2 days. Seeing that no one was filling him in, he couldn't be bothered to ask again. Richard kicked his feet up and started playing a game on his phone. Shirley said, all right, once you've settled it we can talk about your business. Emmett hissed. Hey, Shirley, that's cold. Do you think Uncle Brown would lie to you? Shirley turned away, emotionless, and she took the computer from her backpack and placed it on the table. She pulled out a chair and sat down with her legs propped up like a boss. Richard probably learned it from her. How snotty. Chapter 4, Black Gem. Shirley turned on her computer and logged into a game. Emmett stared at Shirley, who was acting coldly towards him. He was at his wit's end. He sighed and said, fine, you can go and roam around for these couple of days to your heart's content. Do you need a car? I can give you the key. The speed of the girl's pretty, slender fingers on the mouse and the keyboard was mind-bogglingly dazzling. She ignored him. Emmett felt very much distressed. With one of the many flip phones grasped in his hand, Richard took a moment to look up. We don't need the car. Goodbye, Uncle Brown, he said. Emmett was speechless. Each sibling he spoke to was unrulier than the last. Emmett questioned his life as he closed the door. He was a big shot of C-City and yet he had been disrespected. He never thought something like that would ever happen to him. Shirley came out of the bathroom and wiped her hair, her head down to the side. She heard Richard chatting with someone, so she lifted her clear, cool eyes and looked over. Richard was sitting in front of her computer. She was struck by how he had managed to hack her password. He was improving. On the screen was an extremely pretty and flirtatious-looking face wearing delicate makeup, very long eyelashes, and blue eyes that gave each frown and smile of hers a hint of seductiveness, like a goddess who could bring chaos upon mankind. In the background was the dance floor of a club. Hi, little sister Shirley. Her smile was impish with an ever so slightly squinting eyes and her white skin that looked captivating. She was wearing a sexy leather tube top. There were quite a fair number of men wandering around who could not help but glimpse at her. Richard's eyes sparkled and he asked, Sister Sabrina, is it fun in the bar? It's fun. You can see how the scene behind me is as hot as fire. Sabrina Lewis raised one eyebrow and her voice was full of seduction as she said, "My young friend, why not ask your sister to bring you over for some fun?" Richard was filled with curiosity. Sure, sure. Ah. Richard was lifted up by the collar of his shirt and thrown onto the bed with a slam. The action was swift and immediate. He fell sprawled on his back. When he managed to sit up on the bed, he saw his sister sitting where he had been seated. Her straight and slender legs were crossed on the desk. She leaned back thoughtlessly with the chair reclining back. There was an ineffable wildness exuding from the girl sitting on the chair. Shirley, who was wiping her hair, opened her clear, cool eyes and gave Sabrina a sidelong look that was reminiscent of a cold, dense fog. Sabrina pouted her lips and acted coquettishly. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Do not lead my brother astray." Shirley's voice was cold, the atmosphere seemed to be sucked out of the room the moment she opened her mouth. "Why are you contacting me?" Sabrina took a gulp of beer and laughed alluringly. "The brown dude was looking for you, so I faked your position and managed to deceive him into coming to the bar. Won't you come and hang?" Shirley was startled for a moment. She pressed her towel against the table and raised an eyebrow. "Do you want hell to break loose?" "How will this cause hell to break loose?" Sabrina glared at her in displeasure and then asked with much curiosity, "Are you not interested in young Master Brown at all?" "You'd best not look down on him," Shirley said. Age was her best camouflage. No one had ever suspected that the nationally renowned, brilliant miracle doctor was only 17 years old. But she had to be cautious of Jasper. "How dare I look down on the outstanding young Master Brown who's famous in the capital?" Sabrina spread out her hands and asked without signs of capitulating, "Are you really not coming? There's an auction in the bar tonight and the final item is a jade stone with calming and mind-focusing effects. It's rumored to be extraordinary. Haven't you been researching a cure for mental illness for the last few years?" Some emotion crept into Shirley's eyes. "Where are you?" "Black Gem. The most expensive entertainment place in Sea City. Only wealthy and respectable people could afford to be there." Chapter 5. Bring your son to the bar. When Shirley and Richard arrived, the auction had already started. It was really easy to find Sabrina as she was at the most eye-catching spot. Richard had never been to such an event and was exclaiming cries of wonder with every step he took. "Sis, this place looks really fun. Wow." He looked like he had never seen the world before. Sabrina's eyes fell upon Richard's black peaked cap, his black denim jacket, his black pants, his black boots, and his beautiful and exquisite features, and was almost overwhelmed by his cuteness. "OMG, Shirley, the little kid is too cute. He makes me want to have a son myself." Shirley ignored the fussing Sabrina. She sat down on the sofa and threw a packet of Wangzai milk towards Richard. "Don't think of drinking alcohol here," she drawled slowly, but her voice still held a highly deterrent tone. Richard's lips twitched as he pulled the straw off the Wangzai milk packet. He watched as his sister took a bottle of alcohol, hid its cap on the edge of the table at an angle, flicked it off, caught it in her hand precisely, and then flung the bottle cap on the table carelessly. His sister was so cool. Shirley took a drink. "When will the jade be auctioned?" "The auction has just started, so in around an hour." Sabrina motioned her chin towards a deck on the second floor and smiled wickedly. "Jasper's right there." Shirley drank her alcohol with a raised head. The lines of her neck looked seductive and her jaw was as pale as jade. She turned slowly and looked over. The man was sitting on the sofa carelessly, his elbows resting on the backrest. The sleeves of his black shirt were rolled up, revealing porcelain white skin, and his clean and slender fingers held a cigarette between them. The light shifted and fell on his profile as the smoke swirled around him. The sight was enough to make any woman go crazy for him. Shirley looked away. Oh. Sabrina's eyes widened slightly. "Little sister Shirley, just because you're extremely attractive yourself doesn't mean that you should look down on young Master Brown. He's a match for your looks, you know." Shirley spat out 3 words, "I'm not interested." Sabrina was speechless. On the second floor, Jasper noticed Shirley the moment she entered the bar. It wasn't that he was bored. It was because Shirley had brought a little kid with her and had been detained by the bar employees for questioning. Bringing her son to the bar had caused a massive disturbance below. She had said something which made the employees let her in. Shirley's face attracted much attention. Many people's eyes were fixed on her. His companions noticed the commotion and they followed his gaze down. Philip Turner clicked his tongue and sighed deeply. "This is the first time in my life that I've seen such a combination at a bar." The little kid was dressed in a mini version of what the woman was wearing, all black. Cyrus Gideon swirled the drink in his hand leisurely as he looked down. His position allowed him a view of Richard's front, and his spectacles almost slid from his nose in surprise when he noticed something. The little kid is drinking Wangzai milk. Philip craned his neck to look. Lol. Drinking Wangzai milk in a bar. That's original. Cyrus said, they're quite good looking. The two women were unique in appearance. The bare-faced women were so beautiful that one wondered how anyone could look that perfect. The little kid also looked very exquisite looking. Philip nodded his head. Jasper said nothing. These young masters could not keep their attention on anything new for more than 10 seconds and thus quickly lost interest in Shirley and her company. Philip asked, Brother Jasper, have you found the miracle doctor? Cyrus looked up. Frustration clouded Jasper's eyes as he took a drag on his cigarette. Not yet. At least we have two hackers helping to track them discreetly. Cyrus was puzzled. Has anyone ever seen the miracle doctor? We don't even know whether they are a man or a woman. How can they manage to leave no trace? Philip said, Brother Jasper can't be blamed for being unable to locate the miracle doctor. They always appear in places people frequent. If they're not at a school, then they're at a bar. Both places don't seem like where someone who is helping the dying and healing the injured would go. The places this person went were crowded and busy, which made finding them impossible. Cyrus nodded in agreement. Don't be too anxious about it, Brother Jasper. There are so many doctors working for the Dawson family. Granny Brown will be all right. Jasper put out his cigarette. Is that piece of jade really that miraculous? Does it work better than sleeping pills? Cyrus replied, I've never seen nor tried it. It's all legend. However, everything that is auctioned at Black Gem has to be authentic. Granny Brown's illness was now so grave that she could not even sleep peacefully, which made her very lethargic. He would try anything out of desperation. Jasper swept his gaze across the auction stand and immediately spotted the particular jade piece. Chapter 6. Competition at the auction. Shirley leaned back against the sofa as she played a game. Her head was cocked to the side as she sat cross-legged. She looked like a big shot with her indolent and careless posture. A random person would guess that she was an ignorant and incompetent wayward young woman if they cast a glance at her. No one would believe that this irreverent young woman was the world's best hacker. Looking at her, Sabrina was so jealous that her eyes reddened. She was only 17, but was also extremely capable in the medical field. The workings of her mind were beyond those of any human. Additionally, Richard had tracelessly hacked into her computer. Her, an international hacker. How did these siblings' brains develop? Next up is the last item that we'll be auctioning tonight, the sleeping jade. The auctioneer's voice could be heard through the entire bar. When Shirley lifted her head, her game character jumped into a river and drowned, ending the game. She put her phone away and stared at the jade that was being brought forward by the master of ceremonies. Her cool black eyes narrowed. The auctioneer smiled as he announced, I believe everyone has heard many things about this jade, so I won't be introducing it. Sleeping jade, the last item on our auctionee today, starting at 1 million. 1.1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. Those who could enter Black Gem were extremely wealthy. The legends surrounding the sleeping jade were so mysteriously bizarre that the competition to acquire it was extremely stiff. 4.3 million, 10 million. A cool and languid voice sounded from the second floor. The crowd fell silent. Everyone turned towards the second floor. It was only a piece of jade. The organizer at Black Gem had estimated that the highest bid for the sleeping jade would probably be 5 million. And yet here was someone bidding 10 million. The auctioneer raised his gavel to confirm the sale. 15 million. Sabrina raised her sign and smiled charmingly. Shirley's brow twitched as her lips curled into a non-smile. The auctioneer was so shocked that it took him a moment to snap back to reality. Composing himself, he said, 15 million. Anyone have a higher bid? Going once for 15 million. 20 million. The voice from the second floor rang out again. Sabrina raised her sign. 30 million, she said calmly. The auctioneer was speechless. People bid in increments of 100,000, but increments of 10 million were unheard of. 40 million, said the young master on the second floor. Sabrina and Shirley exchanged glances and smiled even more charmingly. 50 million. Philip's interest was piqued. Who is so unafraid of death that they're trying to snatch Brother Jasper's thing away? He put his glass down, stood up, and walked towards the railing. Upon seeing that it was the mother and son from earlier, the interest in his gaze grew. Cyrus walked over as well and placed his arms on the railing. His gaze fell onto Shirley and he smirked. That's interesting. Jasper's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep, magnetic voice, 60 million. The auctioneer was speechless. What kind of big shots were at the auction today? Chapter 7. Holding a grudge. Sabrina was about to be overwhelmed. In a low voice, she asked, "Little sister Shirley, how much money do you have?" Shirley's eyelids were lowered. Her eyelashes were long and hid the emotion in her eyes. She scratched the edge of her phone with her nails silently. Richard leaned over and cupped a hand beside his mouth. "My sister doesn't have much money left. Altogether she has about 60 million. Sabrina's face soured. "What now? I've accumulated quite a fair amount of expenses recently and only have 1 million left on my card, while young Master Brown up there doesn't lack any money. I don't think we'll be able to buy the jade." There was a complicated expression on Richard's face as he said, "Sister Sabrina, have you still not dropped the habit of paying for everyone's expense whenever you hang out with them?" Sabrina said in a cool, righteous tone, "How could you ask me to drop such a good habit? It brings me joy to help others." Richard was speechless. Just then, Shirley spoke up. "Jasper, I just remembered that he requested my services before. Go tell Felix that this guy is only allowed to request my services if he offers 10 times the market rate. And even then, whether I'll accept the job or not will depend on my mood." So he had money, huh? Sure. Sabrina could not help but laugh. Understood. No one had expected two people to compete for this single piece of jade tonight. 10 times the market rate. That would be over 100 million. Shirley stood up. Her exquisite face exuded a chill as she pulled the hood of her jacket over her head and walked out with her hands in her pockets. "We'll be going now, Sister Sabrina." Richard jumped down from the sofa hurriedly and dashed after Shirley on his short legs. Shirley was in a bad mood. A really, really, bad mood. Her gaze was cold and her eyes were bloodshot. She seemed to be shrouded in a depressive cloud. Richard did not dare to provoke his sister, for he had never seen her this depressed. The crux of the matter was that this piece of jade was of great importance to them. Moreover, there was nothing his sister could not do or get. Until now. He followed Shirley out of the bar cautiously. In front of Black Gem's enormous entrance was a row of VIP parking spots that harbored dozens of expensive sports cars. A few hedonistic young masters were sitting cross-legged on the hood of a convertible. When Shirley passed them, all of them jumped down and blocked her way. They had noticed Shirley when they were in the bar and had been waiting for her to come out. The hedonistic heirs smiled sinisterly. "It's late, girl. Want big bros to send you home?" "That's right, girl, it's already so late. Don't go back home. There's a hotel right by us and Big Bro can book a top-notch suite for you to play with us. Big Bro's sports car is really comfortable. Wanna try?" Richard's gaze turned frosty, restraint in his large pretty eyes. A wicked smile flashed across his face. Awesome, they had a death wish. Shirley's eyes were as calm and as deep as a cold lake. She did not even move and only spat, "Screw off." The hedonistic heirs felt even more attracted to the cold beauty. They laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, she told us to screw off. Girl, how does one screw off? Wanna teach your big bros? Do you mean screw around? Ha ha ha." One of the hedonistic heirs was staring at Shirley's icy face. He felt extremely impatient, and reached out to touch her. Before he could do so, his arm was caught violently. A shrill shriek suddenly pierced the night air. Chapter 8. Big Shot is in a bad mood, and to provoke her is a death wish. Before the crowd could register what was happening, the man had already suffered a shoulder throw and been smashed on the ground viciously. The expressions on the other hedonistic heirs' faces changed. They were used to their arrogant and despotic ways and had never suffered any losses. They cracked their knuckles loudly as they stared at the woman who had attacked their buddy. "Grab her. We'll teach her a good lesson tonight." The leader of the group gnashed his teeth. Shirley glanced at the three men leaping towards her. She smirked, her attitude leisurely and careless as she narrowed her pretty eyes. They were looking for death. She kicked her leg out and the falling man's momentum caused the foremost guy to fall flat on his stomach. She then caught a fist that flew towards her and a snap was heard as she forcefully broke the guy's wrist, causing him to scream loudly. The last man standing stared at the three men down on the ground. He felt his blood run cold. His instincts told him that the woman before him was dangerous and he staggered back, intending to run away. Suddenly, something flashed before his eyes. Shirley appeared in front of him and gripped the man forcefully by the neck and threw him onto the hood of the car. Shirley rested a long leg on the car. Her eyelids lowered as she stared expressionlessly at the man she was holding down. There was a sinister redness in her eyes, as though they were dyed with blood. The man lost his wits from being so terribly frightened and he went numb. Cold sweat poured down his face and he did not dare speak. Her face was emotionless, but there was an untamed look in Shirley's phoenix eyes. You have some guts. The man trembled as he stammered, sorry. Shirley observed the man's scared, pale face and scoffed. Learn how to be a decent human being, got it? Why, yes. Shirley released her arm, lowered her leg back onto the ground, and stuck her hands into her pockets once more. Richard smiled as he took in the view of several men screeching in pain on the ground. He went up and kicked them and in a despising tone said, I say, all of you must be blind. You could have provoked anyone else, but you came to annoy us instead. Life is already so short, but yet you still desire to take a shortcut through it. His sister was in a really bad mood, yet these idiots had tried to fight her. His sister was extremely merciful not to have beaten them close to death. Shirley took out a lighter and a cigarette from her pocket. With slightly calloused but pretty fingers, she held the cigarette and lit it with the lighter. She threw a nonchalant glance towards the open booth on the second level of Black Gem and stared for a few seconds before looking away. She walked forward at a normal pace. Anger penetrated her bones. In the second floor booth. The three men had witnessed the entire fight. No, it couldn't be considered a fight. It was more like bloody, single-sided abuse. Cyrus and Philip gasped in amazement. Are little ladies nowadays so violent? Philip rubbed his chin with a disbelieving expression. Cyrus tutted and sighed. She took down a 1.8-meter man with a single leg. Is she still a woman? A light smile played on Jasper's lips as his cool, distant eyes watched Shirley's silhouette shrouded in smoke. The little lady was still young, yet she had already learned how to smoke. Tina was in her third year of high school. After completing her homework, she came out of the study. She saw two foreign faces go up to the third floor. The girl's face was extremely attractive. Her gaze paused on that face. Mama, who's that? She asked Ashley, who was bringing supper over. Ashley swept her gaze across the third floor. Your papa's guest. Why is she here? Tina frowned. Is she a poor relative who has come to leech off us? Chapter 9, It's that mother and child again. Ashley dropped his voice and said, Do not speak that way about your father. You and Tyler had better keep your distance from those siblings. They always went out in the evening and returned past midnight. God knows who they were mingling with. Tina stared at the third level unemotionally. Understood. The next day, Shirley and Richard went down to eat. They seemed to be in a bad mood and it was worsened by the helper of the Brown residents calling them down to eat so early in the morning. Their eyes were cold and suffused with a wicked redness. Tyler saw someone sitting down opposite him from his peripheral vision. Without a thought, he lifted his eyes to take a glance and his gaze suddenly froze. The girl's head drooped with thick eyelashes obscuring her eyes. Her complexion did not look good. It was a little pale, but that did not affect her beautiful features. There wasn't a lack of pretty high school girls in Sea City, some were even child stars who rose to fame when they were young. However, none of those girls were as beautiful as this girl. She was so pretty that people couldn't look away from her even when she was wearing something plain and dull. Tina chuckled silently. Emmett stared at Shirley, who was exuding a cold, gloomy aura. Did you not sleep well yesterday? He asked, concerned. Her voice was low and coarse with restrained emotions as she tore open packet after packet of sugar and added them into the milk. It was only when Emmett's teeth started aching from seeing this that she stopped and calmly stirred the mixture with a spoon. She took a gulp of the warm milk. Her cold expression from before melted a little. Emmett couldn't restrain himself and said, You should consume less sugar or your teeth might rot. Shirley lifted up her slightly reddened eyes. They were pitch black and carried much depth, but they were also sinister and terrifying. Emmett was speechless. Richard immediately gave her sister a piece of super sweet cake to appease her. His sister loved eating sweet stuff, especially things that were cloyingly saccharine. He suspected she was a sugar goblin in her past life. At this point, Emmett coughed, and straightened his back a little to look dignified. He maintained this posture with iron will before delivering the news. Oh right, Shirley. Richard's matter had been settled, so the people will be coming over tonight. Upon hearing this, Shirley raised her eyebrows and showed a faint smile. All right. Thank you for the trouble, Uncle Brown. She said. Ashley looked around the table and asked with accusatory carelessness, What's up with Richard? Emmett replied, We found a school for him. He's very young, so we cannot delay his studies. Ashley laughed out loud and caressed Richard's head with an air of an elder. Go to school and study well. Don't let your Uncle Brown down, all right? Richard had never liked Ashley. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes upon being touched by her and the corners of his lips were drawn back to form a faint smile. At the traffic light, Richard was fiddling with his curly hair and swearing. How dare she touch my head? She was really asking for death. The pedestrian light turned green. Shirley adjusted the brim of her hat to shade her eyes against the sun and walked across the pedestrian crossing. Richard lowered his head to look at his shirt. He had grown taller and it didn't completely cover him anymore. Sis, let's go to that shop and get some new clothes for me, he said. There was a clearance sale at a children's clothing shop. $20 for one and $50 for three. Shirley raised her delicate eyebrow, hummed, and brought him in. Philip was seated in the front passenger seat. While waiting at the red light, he saw Shirley and Richard entering the shop. He was perplexed. Brother Jasper, it's that mother and child again. In the back seat, Jasper opened his eyes slowly and looked over. The girl was wearing a hoodie. Her neck was slender and white under the sun. Her face was dangerously pretty. Chapter 10, Turns Out. Their brother and sister. Cyrus placed a careless hand on the steering wheel and chuckled. Her friend was bidding tens of millions at the auction yesterday and she was so collected in a place like Black Gem. Why is she buying $20 clothes so pitifully now? Are cheap clothes even fit to be worn? $20 wasn't even enough for them to purchase a bottle of water to drink. Jasper cupped his chin. His phoenix eyes were a little chilly, looking as if it could suck one's soul out and cause death if he smiled. He spoke indifferently, beautiful. Philip and Cyrus nodded in agreement, exchanging glances. Brother Jasper seemed to be moved by her. It's a pity that she's already a mother, Philip said. The green light came on and Cyrus stepped on the gas. Richard picked out identical clothes to Shirley's. Black and white. All the black and white clothes in the store that he could wear he took and went over to the counter to pay. Seeing that they bought more than $200 worth of clothes, an ear-splitting grin bloomed on the lady boss's face and she even escorted them to the shop's exit. Beside a clothes shop was one that sold backpacks at a discount. Richard picked out a random black backpack, stuffed all the clothes they had bought into it, and swung it wildly over his shoulder. The two of them walked to the most well-known shopping mall in Sea City. Richard looked up at the glorious and splendid building. Sis, why did you bring me here? There were so many people here. His sister hated crowds. Shirley replied, to eat. It cost an average of $4,700 to dine at the most expensive restaurant in the mall. Richard looked at the table brimming with lobster, beef, mutton, and other exquisite dishes, and the corner of his eyes twitched. The table was most likely laid with the most expensive dishes at the restaurant. Sis, I'm suspecting that you're taking me out to eat such good food not because you're sending me off to school tonight, but because you're parting with me. He swallowed with difficulty and there was a complicated expression on his face. Is this our last meal together? He asked. Shirley rolled up her sleeves a few folds, then supported her chin with a pale pretty wrist and rubbed her cup of milk tea with her other hand absent-mindedly. Under the light, her clear, bright eyes were overwhelmingly beautiful. She gave a non-smile that was wicked and wild. It's something like that. The piece of meat between Richard's chopsticks fell into his bowl. Shirley smiled. Eat. Have more food before we part. Richard pouted. Picking up the piece of meat, he stuffed it into his mouth. I can't believe this. I've been so good. Where else can you find such a good baby brother? Baby brother. Isn't he your son? Interrupted a man's voice suddenly. The corners of Shirley's lips hardened as she glanced to the side. Philip and Cyrus walked up to them. Jasper was behind them, his gait leisurely. He had a hand in his pocket and an attractive aura. His short hair was precisely cut and he had a graceful and righteous bearing. He was clad in a black shirt hemmed with gold. The top two shirt buttons were undone, revealing his collarbone. Young Master Brown's good looks were deserving of their reputation. Philip touched his chin as he pondered. Turns out that you aren't mother and son, but brother and sister. You look alike. Duh. Richard rolled his eyes. Who else was he going to look like if not his sister? Cyrus laughed tactlessly. You're pretty arrogant, little kid. Philip, Cyrus, do you know them? There was a woman with the men who was clad in branded clothing from head to toe. She had a dignified composure and a graceful, easygoing bearing. She behaved like an heiress from a wealthy and prestigious family. Very discreetly, Katrina Rogers took in Shirley from head to toe. Philip said, sort of. Shirley said, I don't know them. Both of them spoke at the same time. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Philip rubbed his nose. Cyrus chuckled lowly at the unfortunate situation and explained to Katrina, we've seen them a few times but never introduced ourselves. We're not familiar. Katrina nodded as she pursed her lips together unconsciously. Not familiar, huh? Chapter 11. His sister has a temper. Richard frowned, staring at the people at the table. His voice was cold as he said, "She said we don't know you. Can you not disturb our meal?" How annoying. They must have been attracted by sister's good looks. What a clumsy way of approach. Shirley changed her posture and leaned back in the chair. She placed her arms on the table, a knife in her hand. The knife's tip gave off a cool, bright reflection. The patience in her expression was wearing off. Richard was afraid that the knife would start flying at the flick of his sister's wrist. His sister had been keeping her temper dialed back in recent years. Seeing the untamable and unbridled air around her that couldn't be concealed, he narrowed his eyes. She could afford to go to Black Gem and eat at World Restaurant. Yet she went to shop at a clearance sale. The man smirked. There was something in his eyes as he said in his pleasant, magnetic voice, "Those two are still growing. Don't disturb them. Let's go to the room." Richard glanced at his sister furtively and noticed her sister's half-smile cursing at this presumptuous bunch. Philip hadn't had enough of this teasing yet. But since Jasper had spoken, he reluctantly said, "Okay, then." Cyrus rolled his eyes at the fool. If he were to continue, the knife in the girl's hand might very well have flown in their direction. As the others went in, Jasper followed behind them. As he walked past the service desk, he showed his cell phone with the screen on payment mode. His long, beautiful fingertips pointed to Shirley's position. The staff at the service desk nodded with a smile, her eyes showing clear signs of excitement. Jasper. A man whom women would scramble madly for. After eating. Shirley's back was curved as she leaned back against the chair. Her fingers unhurriedly pressing on the screen as she played the game on her cell phone. The accuracy of every shot was awe-inspiring. Headshot. Richard took his cell phone to go and pay for the meal. He came back very quickly without the bill in his hands. Shirley asked without even looking up, "What's wrong?" Richard sat down. "Sis, someone has already paid for our meal. Maybe it was the group of people from just now, but I don't know which one of them did it." Shirley killed the last person and was crowned the champion. Then she put away the cell phone, stood up, and said softly, "All right, let's go then." At the entrance to World Restaurant. She glanced back inside. There was a streak of red near the corner of her eyes. There was an unconcealable, wild, menacing air about her. Richard saw a famous dessert shop. "Sis, do you want to eat macarons? Go buy them and get a few more packets of sugar." "Okay." Richard ran to buy in an infantile manner. It was 12 o'clock in the outskirts and not a sound could be heard. 2 military vehicles were parked at the entrance of the villa at the foot of the mountain. One of the license plate numbers was all 6s and the other one was all 7s. The car door opened and a military leather boot stepped out onto the ground. 4 steely-looking men dressed in camouflage got out of the car. Emmett greeted the 4 and turned to look at Shirley. "Is there anything else you want to say to Richard? If not, he'll be leaving." Chapter 12. The Capital. Shirley lowered her head to glance at Richard, who was right at her waist. She took out her hand from her pocket and pressed his head. "I see now. It's not a school but the army." Richard drooped his head low and said softly, "I see now." Shirley half squatted and looked into his eyes. "Richard, you are a genius, but you're too weak. If something happens, I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect you." "I know." Richard's eyes were red and misty. "But I don't want to leave you." Shirley hugged him and patted his back gently. "Be good." Richard sniffled, and raised a hand to wipe away his tears. He gritted his teeth and said emphatically, "Sis, wait for me to come back. I'll beat whoever dares to bully you." Shirley laughed, holding his small shoulder. "Who dares to bully me? They're not afraid of the brick in my hand." Richard pursed his lips tightly. His bright and clear eyes looked at her firmly. "Next time, your hands will be used for eating dessert and drinking milk tea. Whoever dares to bully you, I'll beat them up and you just enjoy the show." "Okay." Shirley smiled and touched his face. "You have to behave yourself in the army. Keep a low profile. Don't be a show-off, all right?" Richard pulled on the shoulder strap of his black backpack. "I got it, sis. Wait for my return." "Off you go." Shirley stood up. Richard kept a taut face as he walked to the car, his back facing Shirley. He didn't want to look back. He was afraid that he might cry and become a disappointment. Emmett said to the leader, Vicky, this kid is clever. Teach him well and he'll have a bright future." Vicky replied, "Got it, Emmett. How can I not take good care of someone you recommend?" Emmett slapped his arm. "My good brother. When are you going to return to the Brown residence?" Vicky said, "With that illness, old madam's condition won't hold up for much longer. How can a mother and a son bear grudges for so long? There are a lot of ill undercurrents brewing in the family." Everyone's up to something. Just then his voice fell. Emmett's cell phone rang. Seeing the address of the capital displayed on the screen, he felt a heavy thump in his chest. He picked up the phone. Someone said something from the other end of the phone. Then Emmett's expression changed drastically. "I'll be right back." Vicky frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Emmett had a grave expression. "My mother's condition is getting worse. Vicky, lend me your private plane." Vicky instructed his subordinates, "See to it immediately." Understood. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, Vicky quickly said, "Get in the car first. I'll take you guys to the airport." "All right." Emmett grabbed his cell phone and stared at Shirley intently, saying softly, "Shirley, I." "Go." Shirley interrupted him. Emmett nodded gratefully, his hand shaking nervously. "I hope it's not too late." Vicky cast a glance at Shirley, his perceptive eyes darting about. At the Capitol, Shirley and Emmett walked down from the plane. "Shirley, it's inconvenient for me to go to the Brown residence. I got someone to take you there." Emmett quickly said, "If I go there now, it'll only add chaos. What would others think if he were to go back now after 20 years of being away?" Shirley replied mildly, "It's fine. She was just there to repay a favor." After leaving the airport, Emmett took her straight to a black, off-road vehicle parked by the side of the road. The driver's window rolled down slowly. Seeing the girl walking beside Emmett, Jasper, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, raised an eyebrow. The driver, James, was wide-eyed the moment he saw Shirley. "Young Master Brown, isn't that? Was this girl the doctor that he said he would bring with him? What could such a young lady possibly do?" Chapter 13. Nothing worth her notice. Emmett greeted him. "Jasper." With that said, he pulled the door open. Shirley lowered her head as she got into the car. Emmett went to the other side, closed the door, and asked, "How's Granny?" James recovered from the astonishment of seeing Emmett, his sixth master, personally opening the door for Shirley, and he started the car stiffly like a robot. Jasper said, "The military doctor is treating her. It doesn't look too good." As he said that, his eyes remained fixed on Shirley. The girl sat languidly in the back seat as she played on her phone. Her posture was sloppy as though she sat in whatever posture was most comfortable. But her cold aura was enough to stop anyone from making idle chatter. Was she the doctor that his sixth uncle was referring to? When Emmett heard that the old lady was in bad health, he, who had always been calm, couldn't help but get anxious. "I heard that her condition improved a few days ago. How did it suddenly make a turn for the worse?" Jasper uttered 3 words. "I don't know." Noticing the bright red rubber band on Shirley's wrist, his eyebrow rose. The little red band on the wrist made her fair and delicate wrist stand out. Without looking up, Shirley could feel him staring at her. His sharp gaze couldn't be ignored. Without averting her gaze, she shifted herself into a more comfortable posture and continued to play the game as though nothing happened. It were as though she saw nothing worth her notice. The car parked in front of the Brown residence's gate. Emmett said, "Jasper, take Shirley inside. I'll wait for her outside." Jasper put a hand in his pocket and his eyes narrowed. "Let's go in together. Grandma wants to see sixth uncle too." Emmett hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. The Brown family had old roots. The house had a distinctive vintage garden design. The courtyard had a certain charm with its irregular arrangement. It had white walls, black Chinese-styled tiles, and a floor covered with white marble. It was very bright in the old lady's courtyard and lots of people were there. They were all from the Brown family. Emmett came into the old grandmother's courtyard. The atmosphere changed instantly. Countless eyes stared at Emmett, guarded and alert. The old grandmother was in critical condition and the Brown family was going to fall apart. Everyone wanted a bigger share of the family's assets. Shirley put her hands in the pockets of her jacket as she watched casually. The big figures in the army, government, and business spheres were all assembled here. No wonder they were called the Brown family of the capital. Jasper turned to glance at Shirley. She had a languid expression. She was walking as though she wasn't bothered by anyone. There was a cool mist in her eyes. They were calm like a cold lake, black, enigmatic, and they emanated an unbridled, strange vibe. He didn't believe that Shirley didn't know who these people were. The big figures who appeared so frequently on the news were here, yet she was so calm. His brows waggled and he looked away from Shirley. As though no one were around, they walked straight into the house. Emmett nodded to people in greeting as they walked in. A woman suddenly blocked their way. Chapter 14. The First Shot. Jasper's chilly eyes glared at her. Aunt Andrea Brown was the youngest daughter of the Brown family. The woman's phoenix eyes passed over Emmett and she said mildly, Jasper, you can go in, but not the pair behind you. The rest of the people looked on maliciously. With such a distinguished person as Andrea here, they only had to stay quiet and watch the unfolding scene. Jasper pursed his lips slightly and his expression morphed into one of annoyance. James read the expression and immediately tugged at Andrea's elbow and dragged her to the side. Caught unaware, Andrea started shouting, James, you impudent creature. How dare a servant treat me like this? James released her elbow and blocked her with his tall and broad figure. My apologies for the offense, Ms. Andrea. Scram. Andrea glared at him. James did not budge an inch. I have no energy to watch you fight. Jasper suddenly spoke. His cold gaze was unmoving as he said carelessly, if anyone doesn't understand how to behave, I can teach you for free. His words were drawled out apathetically, bearing a fear-inducing tone. In an instant, everyone fell silent. The courtyard regained its peace. Jasper pushed the door open and brought Shirley and Emmett in. There was a crowd of people in the grandmother's room. State-of-the-art machinery and the most effective medicines lay in the room. 3 of the first-rate military doctors belonging to the medical organization stood by the foot of the old grandmother's bed. They seemed a little helpless in the face of the crisis at hand. They had already tried draining away the hemorrhage in her brain, but it had proven useless. Nicole said in a low voice, Uncles, an operation has to be performed to remove the blood clot in Granny's brain or she'll be in danger. Nicole Brown was the daughter of the second son of the Brown family. She had great medical expertise and was regarded as the foremost brain authority and expert by the medical organization. One of the military doctors commented, Miss Brown, the matriarch is of an advanced age and cannot handle an operation on the brain. Nicole knitted her brows. We'll all be present for the operation and there's a 1 in 4 chance of success. If we don't proceed with the operation, Granny may not even live past tonight. The 3 military doctors exchanged glances, their gazes heavy. After a few seconds of silence, they arrived at a unanimous decision. All right, Ms. Brown, we'll proceed with the operation. You shall be the lead surgeon. Nicole uttered a soft assent. The nurse started the preparations immediately, pushing the old grandmother to the already sterilized operating theater in the Brown residence. Shirley stood at the door, her cool eyes observing the old grandmother lying on the bed. At the end of the doctor's exchange, her lips twitched carelessly and she said in a mild tone, You want to proceed with the operation when the patient is in such a state. I reckon that she will die on the operating table. Chapter 15. The Letting. Brain expert. Her voice broke through the atmosphere abruptly. Nicole frowned and turned around. Upon seeing Shirley's face, her pupils constricted and a flash of enmity passed in her eyes. Coldly, she demanded, Who are you to criticize us? She looked Shirley over from head to toe discreetly. She was wearing clothing brands she couldn't even identify. How dare this idiot who appeared out of nowhere criticize her medical expertise? Shirley stuffed both her hands in her pockets and fixed her cool gaze upon the old grandmother. After 3 seconds, she said in an insipid tone, 2 days. Upon hearing these 2 simple words fall from Shirley's lips, a weight fell off Emmett's mind immediately. Shirley could cure her and seemed confident of it as well. He looked towards Jasper. Jasper, Shirley needs 2 days. Jasper glanced at Shirley. Her clear, cool eyes exuded a sharp, arrogant confidence. He asked, She'll wake up in 2 days. Granny Brown had been ill for nearly a year. All the greatest experts had gone in and out of the Brown residence, but they could only stabilize her condition. They were afraid that they could only manage to keep the old grandmother conscious temporarily and force her to stay alive for a while longer. Shirley cocked an eyebrow and said languidly, 1 hour to regain consciousness and 2 days to fully heal. Jasper's long almond eyes narrowed. Fully heal. Nicole was seething with anger that Shirley did not look at her directly nor answer her question. Upon hearing such a foolish remark, she sneered, 1 hour to regain consciousness and 2 days to fully heal. Miss, the brain operation will take more than an hour. I wonder how you're going to heal my grandma. Acupuncture, Shirley replied concisely. She stood there, with a black backpack hung on her shoulder, and one of her legs crossed over the other. She looked extremely chill. Acupuncture. Nicole scoffed coldly. That's pseudoscience. That's going to cure my grandma in 2 days. Are you joking? The military doctors looked at Shirley with disdain. The patient has been ill for nearly a year and you say that she can be cured in 2 days. Dear Miss, treating a patient isn't an easy thing. Even the esteemed and knowledgeable leading brain expert here doesn't dare to boast like that. What right do you have to make such a bold claim? That's right, you can try to excel and become famous all you want, but don't fool around with a human life and harm Matriarch Brown. Using a long abandoned method like acupuncture. What century is it now? Hey. Young people nowadays have no idea how complicated and arduous things are and haven't learned how to behave properly. They only want to indulge in fantasies of greatness. Ms. Brown is a leading brain expert. You aren't even known. How dare you question Ms. Brown's medical decisions? You're too laughable. Each comment was more unkind and cutting than the previous one. All of them thought that Emmett brought such a person to this desperate situation only because he had his eyes on the family inheritance. Chapter 16. Shirley was. God. Nicole lifted her chin arrogantly with disdain in her gaze. Mockingly, she sneered, don't show off just because you're slightly knowledgeable about medicine. Open your eyes and look at all the international medical authorities here. You're lucky to be here. A military doctor said, stop joking around, miss. We're going to bring the matriarch to the operating theater now. Nicole deigned it below herself to look at Shirley anymore. Scoffing, she said, you need more capability if you want to rise up in fame and establish yourself. My grandma isn't your pet experiment. Emmett's brows were knitted tightly as he glared furiously at the four people opposite him. His chest heaved with rage. They couldn't even come up with a good solution and yet were making things worse. There was currently no one who had better medical expertise than Shirley in the entire world. If they caused Shirley to leave in fury, he vowed that the positions these people enjoyed today would be their last. He took a deep breath to calm the raging fire in his belly and looked towards Jasper. Jasper, give Shirley an hour. The brain operation doesn't need to be rushed right now. Sixth uncle. What do you mean by that? Emmett glared at Emmett the moment she heard this. She raged coldly, you're gambling with Granny's life. Even I cannot guarantee that Granny will heal completely. This woman is plainly sprouting nonsense. To say that bleeding caused by a stroke can be healed in 2 days is an absurd joke. The women nowadays acted completely unscrupulously trying to climb up in their career. Jasper observed Shirley, who was as calm as a deep lake. After fixing his gaze on her for a few seconds, he said to the butler at the side, prepare a room for M's mayor. She will be staying here for 2 days. Understood. The butler was a little upset. Compared to this young miss, he trusted Ms. Nicole more. However, the third young master had given him instructions. Third brother. Nicole's eyes reddened with wrath. You'd rather trust an outsider over me. What kind of drug did Shirley give sixth uncle and third brother to confound them so? They were supposed to be her relatives, but they were allowing an outsider to do as she pleased here. They had even disregarded her treatment suggestion as the leading brain expert. Jasper stared at her with a cold gaze and said, don't blame other people for your incapability to treat someone. Nicole was so shocked that she was speechless. Shirley's eyebrows rose in surprise. She had not expected Jasper to trust her so openly. This man had good judgment. The military doctors were aware which person's words carried weight in the Brown family and did not dare to speak rashly again. Nicole's face became icy. She gnashed her teeth and squeezed out the words, I wonder how her acupuncture can heal Granny's illness. With that said, she glared at Shirley. She didn't believe that a few needles could cure the bleeding. It was absurd. Shirley tied her jet black hair up carelessly with the red rubber band on her wrist. She then rummaged around in her backpack for a tied black cloth the size of her palm. After that, she threw the backpack to the side. The black cloth opened up, revealing a row of long and thin acupuncture needles. She disinfected them. Then, she stuck the needles in the Baihui 1. Vertex of head Renjong, 2. Midline above the upper lip and Niguan 3. Forearm area above the wrist. She inserted the needles with precision and efficiency. Nicole observed Shirley and rolled her eyes disdainfully. Could some needles in a few acupuncture points cure bleeding in the brain? Acupuncture had always been regarded as complete nonsense, a pseudoscience. Chapter 17. Practically absurd. Shirley maneuvered the needles carefully while keeping time. Then, one after the other, Shirley used 12 needles to let blood travel through the 12 primary qi channels. Upon seeing that Shirley was letting blood, Nicole's face darkened and she rushed forward hastily. What are you doing? Jasper turned his face and threw her a cold, sharp look. Nicole stood rooted in her position immediately. Pursing her lips, she protested indignantly, third brother. Granny had a stroke. What use is bloodletting? When did you get the idea that I'm a patient person? Jasper drawled softly, his lips curling into a fierce snarl. The atmosphere in the room cooled considerably. Jasper met Jasper's pitch-black eyes. Rage rose in her and she was unable to catch her breath. Nicole's face was red as she summoned her courage and said, "Third brother. You're gambling with Granny's life. I cannot allow this quack to behave so atrociously in our house." She took great strides forward and reached out, intending to shove Shirley away. However, before she could touch Shirley, her wrist was gripped by a cold, pale, thin hand as it hovered in the air. The young woman raised her cool, clear eyes. The corner of her eyes were slightly bloodshot and her cocked eyebrows looked wild and unruly as she squeezed the wrist slowly. Nicole knitted her brows as she felt the slight pain. "Let go of me. I didn't throw you out so that you could observe me cure your grandmother, not so you could disrupt me." "Understood," Shirley said in a mincing and unhurried manner. Nicole glared at her. "Your treatment has no scientific basis. Can you afford to pay the damages if you cause my grandma's condition to worsen?" "Like I've said, I will heal her completely." Shirley swept a glance over at Nicole, her patience eroding. Her voice sounded dangerous as she said softly, "Don't disturb me again." With that, she flung Nicole's hands away. Her extremely attractive eyes were ice cold as they glared daggers that could make one's hair stand on end. "You." Nicole could not believe that she had just been scared of such a woman, and her words caught in her throat. The butler pulled her aside hurriedly. "Ms. Nicole, we should observe how the young lady goes about her treatment first." Shirley continued. The bloodletting ended. Nicole looked furious. She swept a glance towards everyone watching, sneered icily, and turned to dash out of the room. She could not touch this woman because third brother was in the room. If Granny did not wake up after an hour, this woman better not think of leaving the capital alive. Upon Nicole's exit, her relatives all crowded around her. 10 or so mouths inquired about grandmother's illness. She told them of the situation inside. "That's absurd," snarled the fourth son of the Brown family. His brows were knitted tightly as he turned to go inside the house. "I'll go and check up on it." "Fourth uncle." Nicole tugged at him and pursed her lips helplessly. "Third brother insists on letting that woman treat Granny, so there's no use for us to go inside now." Andrea sneered coldly. "Sure, since the treatment is going on inside, let's just wait out here. If anything happens to Mom, I want to see how the main family justifies it to the entire family." Upon hearing this, everyone present started to harbor sinister motives. If Jasper failed, the main family wouldn't be able to pass the blame. Half an hour later, the butler brought Shirley and Emmett out of grandmother's room. Upon her exit, Shirley saw a police officer standing outside and narrowed her eyes. So they wanted to arrest her. Chapter 18, The Bunch of Fools. Seeing that someone had come out of the room, Nicole went up to one of them immediately. "Nanny Potter, has Granny awoken?" Nanny Potter sighed and shook her head, worry lining her face. "The old madam is still unconscious." "Seems like my prediction was right." Nicole smirked coldly. "If you were that great, why aren't you ranked in the medical organization?" She had only some superficial knowledge, yet dared to parade her meager skill in front of a leading expert. She was utterly embarrassing. Shirley said nothing. The fourth son of the Brown family looked displeased as he turned his gaze towards the police officer and moved his chin towards Shirley. She suspected of malpractice. "Take her away." Shirley's hands were in her pockets as she observed the police officer who had been waiting for her. Her gaze was indifferent. She maintained her languid posture. It was unruly and arrogant. She looked condescending. The police officer took out his handcuffs. Emmett spread an arm out before Shirley and swept a sharp gaze across everyone present. In a low, cold voice, he growled, "Where's the evidence that Shirley has engaged in malpractice?" Nicole smiled coldly. "Sixth uncle." She poked needles into Granny and let her blood out, but she still remains unconscious. "What is this if not evidence of malpractice?" "Nicole, don't bother entertaining their nonsense anymore. Hurry up and go operate on Granny." With that said, Andrea looked towards the police officer. "Take this quack away." "I dare anyone to do so." Emmett's voice was severe. The gaze of the fourth son of the Brown family sank. "I do." "Emmett, don't forget that you were driven out of the Brown family 20 years ago. You have no right to meddle in the affairs of our family now." "You." Emmett's expression was thoroughly stormy. Shirley, an outsider, watched the unfolding events as though it were merely a show. She felt tired of it. She was the one who was imminently about to be brought to the police station for a nice chat, after all. The onlookers were more excited about this situation than the implicated party. Nicole passed Shirley and halted, casting a sidelong glance at her. 1 hour to regain consciousness and 2 days to fully heal. Hey, you've overestimated yourself. After dropping her sarcastic remarks, she walked towards the room. The fourth son of the Brown family said impatiently, "Hurry up and take her away." Upon hearing this, Emmett wanted to burst out in laughter from anger. No wonder Shirley had never been afraid that her identity would be exposed. Even if it was, no one would believe her. No one could wrap their head around the fact that this 17-year-old young woman was the miracle doctor that all the established families wanted to network with. The bunch of fools. He took a deep breath to suppress the churning rage in his chest and took a look at Shirley. She was still calm and collected. Aish. Big shots were indeed cocky. The police officer dodged Emmett and with handcuffs in hand, reached out to arrest Shirley. Shirley tapped her finger in her jacket pocket. On the third tap, the door to the old grandmother's room opened suddenly and Jasper walked out. Nicole's hand was frozen in midair as Jasper came out of the room. Her gaze went unconsciously to what was happening in the room and she saw the military doctors leaning over the bed and saying something. The old grandmother's aged eyes were slowly opening. She had obviously recovered. She stared at the scene in shock. How could this be? Nicole looked on with disbelief in her eyes. She hurried into the room to check it out. Granny had been in a deep state of unconsciousness. How could acupuncture wake her without a brain operation? She couldn't believe it. Chapter 19. The old grandmother was awake. Jasper glared as he saw the police officer try to handcuff Shirley. An astonishing dark aura surrounded him, sucking away the atmosphere with a shiver-inducing chill. The police officer's hand froze in midair. Everyone was scared witless. Shirley did not move a muscle from start to finish. She stood on the steps languidly with both her hands still in her pockets. Granny is awake. Jasper's voice was as cold as ice. The faces in the crowd looked shocked. What? She's awake. Did that woman really save Granny? Nicole was not even certain that she could. How could this be? Was this all blind luck? Shirley was expressionless as she crossed legs and stood there. The night wind blew her beautiful dark hair into black streaks. She looked both cold and otherworldly. She took out a tiny pen and a palm-sized piece of paper from her pocket. She scribbled something on it. Under the light, her cool expression was extremely beautiful. Everyone watched in silence. After about 10 seconds of writing, Shirley held out the piece of paper towards Jasper clasped between her pale, slender fingers. This is a prescription. Eat this for a week to recuperate. Jasper took the paper and read the ugly handwriting on it. He was speechless. Shirley stuffed her hands back into her pockets and said apathetically, "Uncle Brown, I'm busy so I'll be going now." With that, she walked down the steps arrogantly. She was extremely condescending. Emmett was speechless. Jasper looked after the tall and slim figure of the young woman and raised his eyebrows, calling out, "Ms. Mayor." Shirley stopped and turned her head to look back at him. The man was smiling in a conceited and unruly manner. "When will the next acupuncture session be?" "The next session." Shirley smiled back, but it was wicked and cold. Her pleasant voice was cool and slow as she said, "Eat the medicine as specified and she will recover completely in a week." This shocked Emmett so much that his expression changed entirely. "Shirley." "I'm busy, Uncle Brown," said the young woman, donning her peaked cap and turned around to leave. Her expression was icy. Emmett pursed his lips and swore at all the people present internally. These fools had angered a big shot. "Sixth uncle, where did you find such a person?" asked Jasper as he watched Shirley walk away. Emmett turned and met Jasper's deep and chilly eyes. Something tightened in his brain but he maintained his expression as he said, "Her acupuncture skills are good. I heard the doctors here were at their wits' end, so I thought to try her." Jasper said nothing. It was unclear if he believed Emmett. Emmett was a little afraid of his nephew. He was too profound and it was hard to fathom what he was thinking. He coughed. "Since Mom is all right now, I'll be going back to Sea City." With that said, he turned and slipped away quickly. Jasper slid a hand into his pocket, his profound gaze sharpening. In the room, the old grandmother was awake for a while, but not having enough energy, she went back to sleep. Nicole gave her grandmother a thorough checkup. The blood clot in her brain was almost gone and her immune system would fully recover in 2 or 3 months. Nicole's breath quickened as she examined the results in her hand. This was unfathomable. A military doctor thought this unscientific and said hesitatingly, "Ms. Brown, could the blood clot have dissolved because of your previous drainage?" However, this could not explain it. Drainage operations gave immediate results and never took time to work. Upon hearing this, Nicole's gaze grew tired and she turned her eyes towards the 3 military doctors slowly. Chapter 20. Shadow League's core member, Arctic Fox. Shirley walked out of the Brown residence. A strong vibration could be heard from inside her bag. She took out a thick and heavy flip phone. It was a video call. She switched to audio call and replied, "It's me." Her voice was very deep, which made it difficult to tell what gender she was. You always decline every video call. Is your appearance beyond the human imagination? The tone from the other side of the line sounded like a grumbling lady's. The man calling was actually Felix Walter, a capable member and socialite of Shadow League. He was usually the one who personally delivered mission information to her. He was especially interested in catching sight of the mysterious head boss of their organization. Every single time, however, his video calls were rejected. The saying goes that God would open a window for you every time he closed a door. Could it be that this boss looked like he had been through a car crash? Hey, don't hang up, boss, the man said in a panic. He exhaled a sigh of regret and returned to the subject matter. I have transferred the money to your account. Remember to check it. We received a mission to find someone. The initial offer is 100 million and I heard you happen to need money these days. Will you take it? Who are we looking for? I heard it's a rather incredible miracle doctor, a Chinese medicine practitioner who has perfected the art of acupuncture and moxibustion. The person showed up in the Middle East 2 years ago. We have a super grainy picture of the person's back. They looked like a man. Shirley squinted. Who requested this job? Felix said, Jasper, the young Master Brown from the capital city. The iciness flashed in her eyes and her voice grew cold and low. How many websites has this job been posted to? The International Hackers Society, or IHS, was originally composed of 3 organizations. Each organization had their own respective job website. 8 years ago, another organization called Shadow League suddenly appeared. Initially, they undertook the IHS's #1 unsolvable mission. They completed it successfully and Shadow League became a household name overnight. Within half a year, the organization rose to the top rank among the 4 hacker organizations. Arctic Fox was their core member and all the international hackers who tried to hack into their personal information did so in vain. The only information known about Arctic Fox was their code name. From then on, Arctic Fox became publicly known as the king of the hacker world. This title went uncontested for many years. However, this person was extremely low-key and rarely ever appeared in public. Only Sabrina had ever seen Arctic Fox. As for the rest of the members, they did not even know whether Arctic Fox was a man or woman and Sabrina would never, even in her death, disclose any bit of information about the big boss. Felix was quite puzzled by Shirley asking which website this job was posted to, but he did not mull over it any further. There were 2 other organizations apart from our own. However, I feel Jasper has a lot of money to burn. If even we can't find this person, how will the other 2 organizations ever find them? He had spoken for so long, yet Shirley had not uttered a single word. He was so shocked that he moved his phone down to take a look. The moment he saw that the boss had yet to hang up, he breathed a sigh of relief. So, will you take this job? No. With that swift reply, Shirley immediately hung up the phone and threw it back into her bag. When she reached in to search for her cigarettes, she thought about the person she was going to meet soon and decided to restrain herself. Chapter 21. I know how to fight. In the northern suburbs of the capital at a nameless care facility. The facility was ranked by the World Medical Association half a year ago as the care facility with the world's best equipment. The fee for just 1 month of treatment could reach as high as 10 million. It was an extremely high nursing fee. There was a flower shop by the entrance and a small pot cactus cost 18,000. Shirley held up a palm-sized cactus and tilted her head to take a look. It sure cost quite a lot for such a small item. She raised an eyebrow, put one hand in the pocket of her jacket, and walked steadily into the care facility. The design of the interior of the care facility had a rural flair. Each of the residents lived in a detached bamboo house. It was a picturesquely chaotic arrangement. It had a flower garden, a vegetable garden, wooden fences draped with Japanese roses, and pebble walkways between each section. It was a cozy and relaxing environment, simultaneously drawing inspiration from modern science and technology, and it was in keeping with a utopic atmosphere. Sometimes workers passed by, carrying stewed vegetables and fresh meat to prepare for breakfast. Ms. Mayor, have you come to visit Arya? Aunt Cook said, laughing. Shirley uttered an, took off her peaked cap, and pushed her hair back. Her skin was as white as porcelain under the morning sunlight. It was outrageously beautiful and people stopped to stare as they passed. Aunt Cook stared blankly for a few seconds until she heard Shirley's clear and cold voice. Has Arya woken up? The lady snapped back to reality. Yes she has. I'd reckon she would be in the flower garden watering her plants around this time. Shirley thanked her politely and walked towards the flower garden. The lady watched Shirley walk away and muttered softly, "That young girl has grown to be rather lovely." At the flower garden, there was a young woman wearing a woolen, pastel green jacket squatting by a cluster of flowers, holding a gourd ladle to water the plants. Shirley watched her from a distance and a smile formed on her lips. Arya. Arya's back tensed up for an instant and she turned her head to see Shirley. Her eyes opened wide with delightful surprise. She threw the gourd ladle down and stood up to run over. "Shirley, you've come to see me." Shirley gave the cactus she had bought earlier to Arya. Arya Moore lowered her head to look at the little cactus, her face brimming with joy. Every time Shirley came over, she would bring a very low-maintenance plant for her, one which was either fleshy or a type of cactus easy to keep and hardy. Arya wrapped her arm around Shirley's arm and said with a broad smile, "Let's go in, Shirley." Sure. They arrived inside the bamboo house. It had a retro interior. A restless mind would be pacified here. Arya took out some dried fruit and snacks that she made. "Shirley, these are made from the mangoes and strawberries that I grew myself. It's really good. I put a lot of sugar in so you'll definitely like them." Shirley looked at her. A momentary absent-mindedness clouded her cool, languid eyes. At this moment, Arya's eyes looked like an enthusiastic light had entered and garrisoned inside. There was a liveliness that she had not felt for a long time. It seemed like she was recovering rather well. Shirley twirled a piece of dried mango and took a bite. The aroma was great, the sweetness was not cloying, and it had a concentrated fruity fragrance. Arya ate alongside her, her eyes lowered as if she wanted to say something. Shirley took a glimpse at her. Shirley's arms were propped up on the table, with one delicate hand supporting her chin. "If you have something to say, you can say it." Arya laughed bashfully. "I can't hide anything from you, can I?" Shirley raised an eyebrow. "I was just thinking that I can't stay here forever." Arya said earnestly. "I have recovered a great deal and I can go out together with you to work and earn money. I heard the nursing fee here is very expensive. You and me together, huh?" Shirley picked up a dried mango with her fingertips, changed her posture, and crossed her legs, looking nonchalant and wild. "You are not an adult yet. How are you supposed to earn money with me?" she said. Arya replied blankly, "But you aren't an adult yet either." "I know how to fight," Shirley said coolly. Chapter 22, Shirley's Viciousness. Upon hearing this, Arya frowned immediately and asked anxiously, "Are you really earning money as a mercenary? Are you hurt? Take off your clothes and let me check." She stood up, intending to help Shirley out of her clothes. Shirley stopped her hand immediately and smiled when she saw Arya's worried expression. Her beautiful eyes shone a little wickedly. In a low voice, she said, "I've learned some computer science and I'm helping people program software to earn money." Arya stared at her clear, bright eyes to ascertain that she was not lying before heaving a sigh of relief. "You scared me." Shirley wrapped an arm around her shoulders and sat Arya down in a friendly manner. "Relax, I'm not a mercenary. I only beat people up." Arya was speechless. She had witnessed Shirley's viciousness at the tender age of 5. She could smile at someone in one moment and hold up a brick to smash it on the same person the next moment. No one could hurt her at all. Shirley was not one to stir up trouble, unless someone did so first. They deserved whatever came next. Arya ate a dried strawberry to calm her spirits before returning to the subject at hand. "Shirley, I've recovered a lot and won't need to stay here anymore." Shirley glanced around at the state-of-the-art environment in the care facility. "It's quite good here. Why don't you want to stay? It's not expensive." Arya said softly, "But I want to earn money with you. You must have spent a lot of money to fund my stay here." "It's not a lot of money." Shirley played things down. Her phone suddenly chimed with a notification and she took it out. It was a message from Sabrina. "Be careful these days, little sister Shirley. Jasper is using all his influence to locate you these days." Arya pursed her lips with a stubborn expression. "Shirley, you've hired so many teachers to teach me things and I feel like I can work a job to earn some money now." She didn't want to burden Shirley anymore. She now had the power to take care of herself. Shirley raised her cool, quiet eyes to look at Arya. "Do you really feel like earning money?" Arya nodded solemnly. "Yeah." Shirley took a bite of dried mango and chewed it for a bit. "How about this? I'll find you a school and you'll go and take the university entrance exams this year and get into a good university. You'll be able to earn more money if you do that." For a moment Arya's eyes brightened, but they dimmed the next instant. "Going to school is very expensive." "You don't have to worry about the school fees. I can afford it." Shirley typed a reply to Sabrina and added carelessly, "You can return the money to me when you find a job after graduating from university." Arya was still hesitant. What about you then? Me. I'll rent a house near your school. Arya bit her lip and thought about it. Shirley, let's take the university exams together. Shirley frowned slightly. She had already learned everything taught in high school at the age of 6. It had been difficult for her to drop out of school then. Did she really want to go back to school and wake up early every day to listen to lectures and take exams? And give the school control over her? That was too troublesome. Arya thought that Shirley hated studying and said enthusiastically, if you're afraid of studying, I can tutor you. Shirley looked at her with a deep gaze. Arya did not understand her look. Afraid that she would not agree to it, Arya balled her fists tightly, lowered her eyes, and said softly, Shirley, I really owe you too much. I don't want you to make any more sacrifices for me. Chapter 23, Nicole's medical skills are improving. Upon hearing Arya say this, Shirley recalled something and a ruthless look flashed across her cold eyes. She looked up into Arya's guilty face and smiled suddenly. Her beautiful eyes were wild as she said nonchalantly, sure, but you'll have to do my homework for me when we go to school. Upon hearing this, Arya twitched slightly. Oh well, it was good enough that Shirley was willing to go to school with her. Arya's gaze grew impatient. Then let's go back to Chengning County right now. Shirley chewed on a piece of deathly sweet dried strawberry, her eyes cool and clear. We won't be going back to the county. We'll be going to Sea City. Arya looked at her in surprise. Why? My parents got into an accident half a year ago and are dead. What? Arya's expression underwent a drastic change. How did that happen? Shirley's expression did not change as she said concisely, because of an accident. Arya's heart thumped wildly. What about Wendy and Richard? You don't have to concern yourself with this. I'll find a school in Sea City and accompany you there. Shirley's voice was cool and quiet as she mentioned her deceased parents. Her eyes were calm like deep lakes as a sinister coldness emanated from the corner of her eyes. Seeing that she did not want to speak further on the topic, Arya stopped talking about it. I'll go pack up then. Shirley had finished nearly all the dried fruit on the 2 plates. She watched Arya pack up her belongings. Arya, do you feel any discomfort after the operation? Arya's back was towards her, so Shirley could not see her expression. She only heard her say in a relaxed voice, no, I'm quite well. The artificial colon is much more convenient than the bowel pouch and I can now go to the toilet normally. Shirley's cool dark eyes stared at Arya's back. She ascertained that Arya did not tremble or freeze up, meaning she wasn't nervous. Her cool gaze returned to her phone screen. She stared at her chat log with Sabrina and her lips curled into a wicked and wild smile. She was also curious if she would emerge victorious against Jasper. The Brown residence. Granny Brown opened her eyes. There were a few shadows moving about near the bottom of her vision. Her limp eyelids trembled a little and the shadows gradually sharpened. Nicole was looking at some data on an instrument and was conferring with a few military doctors. One of the military doctors looked towards the bed and realized that the old grandmother was awake. Hurriedly, he said, Ms. Brown, the matriarch is awake. Nicole turned her head immediately. Upon seeing that the old grandmother was awake, her eyes widened excitedly. She rushed towards the bed and held the elderly hand as she looked on with reddened eyes. Granny. Granny Brown's voice was weak but still severe. What are you crying for? I'm not dead. Don't say such nonsense, Granny. Nicole cast a rebuking look at her with moist eyes. Did you know I thought I wasn't going to be able to save you? The military doctors hung their heads but their eyes shone with a hint of light. It seemed like Ms. Brown had decided to take the credit for the successful treatment. All the best doctors in the world had come and gone through the Brown residence's gates, but none had been able to turn grandmother's illness around. Ms. Brown's successful treatment would definitely shock the entire world. It would earn her both fame and fortune. Granny Brown looked at Nicole and said in a kindly tone, It has been hard on you. Your medical skills are improving, Nicole. Nicole smiled with pursed lips and looked humble. Chapter 24, The Big Boss Wants to Go to School. Granny Brown looked around the room. Where is your third brother? She recalled seeing that degenerate grandson of hers in a brief waking moment. Nicole froze for a second before she regained her composure and said softly, Third brother left after you became stable. He's a busy man now. Like hell he's busy. Granny Brown scolded loudly. He'd run away before she even woke. Don't be angry, Granny, advised Nicole patiently. The cousins and aunts are waiting outside for you. Shall I call them in? Granny Brown breathed in deeply and said in a calm voice, Tell them to go back and come back when I can get out of bed. Granny is quite relaxed because you're here. Sure. Upon noticing that the old grandmother was treating her better than usual, Nicole's eyes brightened. The incident this time would definitely cause her status in the Brown family to rise. Sixth uncle and that woman had already returned to Sea City. As long as third brother said nothing, no one in the Brown family would mention it. As for the prescription that woman had given, she was going to disregard it, for the blood clot had already dissolved and she was extremely confident that she could help Granny recover with her medical expertise. In Sea City. After Emmett got out of the car, he walked briskly into a restaurant. After pushing the door of a booth open, he found Shirley and Arya already eating. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table, quite a sumptuous feast. He had rushed over here in the afternoon without eating anything beforehand. Couldn't they have waited for him? Although Emmett was angry, he did not dare to express it. He put on a smile and asked, "Shirley, what did you call me here for?" The young woman sat with one leg crossed over the other. In one hand was a pair of chopsticks and she rested her elbow on the table. She sat like a big shot and looked extremely arrogant. Her appearance was tranquil, but it was mostly cold with a hint of fierceness. She had a formidable aura. She pointed towards the seat opposite her indifferently with her chopsticks. "We'll discuss the matter over food." Emmett did not affect modesty and sat down to pick up a pair of chopsticks. Arya did not know Emmett and, thinking that he was some relative of Shirley, greeted him politely. After eating 2 more mouthfuls of food, Shirley drawled, "Make arrangements for a school for 2. Arya and I are going to school." Cough, cough, cough. Emmett immediately choked on his food, his face reddening. Arya was silent for a second as she knitted her eyebrows together and looked down. Everyone thought that Shirley wasn't suited to studying. Was working a lesser pursuit than studying. Emmett recovered with much difficulty, his entire complexion flooded with redness. He asked in disbelief, "What did you say? You want to go to school?" Shirley raised her eyebrows. "Can't I?" Emmett chuckled. However, his smile disappeared upon noticing Shirley's slightly narrowed eyes. He controlled his expression and sobered up. "It's not that you can't, but I can't wrap my head around it." Shirley had done some very impressive things in school and he was really afraid that she would set fire to the entire school if she got mad. Moreover, why would the big boss even need to go to school? Chapter 25, Try not to stir things up. If it's okay, then go arrange it. Shirley picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork, her posture cold and distant. Emmett hesitated for a while and said carefully, "Going to school is fine, but we are going to have some rules." Shirley's chilly eyes grew impatient as she looked up and stared at him. Her eyes black, bright eyes gave off a cutting chill. Emmett tensed up instantly, but he still forced himself to speak. "Try not to stir things up." The rules were concise and to the point. Shirley lifted the corner of her lips into a queer, feral smile, as she said unhurriedly, "I'll be a good student." Emmett rolled his eyes inwardly and thought for a few seconds. "You can go to Sea City High School, then. Tina and Tyler are also at that school, so it'll also be convenient for the chauffeur." "No need," Shirley said insipidly, "Arya and I will stay on campus." Stay on campus. That'd be good too. At least Shirley would still be open to listening to Arya. Arya would likely be a good student who would obey the teacher's instructions. So, her listening to Arya would be equivalent to Shirley obeying the teacher's instructions. Emmett asked, "Do you need me to prepare anything else?" Shirley's fingers casually tapped on the table. "Help me move my motorcycle here from Chengning County." "Okay, I will send someone to do it in the afternoon." Tina and her classmates came out on the weekend to buy some study materials. She heard that a new restaurant had been opened here, so they came to try it. Apparently the food was quite good. The girls discussed the difficulties they encountered while studying as they walked. Suddenly, someone in the group pointed in the distance. "Tina, isn't that Uncle?" A girl stared blankly at the 3 people coming out of the restaurant. They all turned to where she was looking. Tina turned her head to see Shirley's face, and instantly, her eyes turned grave. It was her again. "That girl's really pretty. Tina, is she your relative?" Tina gave a faint smile. "No. My dad is helping the poor recently. Maybe she is one of those poor students." "Oh." The girl drew out the vowel, her eyes sizing up the cheap clothes Shirley was wearing. The corner of her lips curled up. "Shall we go say hello?" Tina nodded and walked over. "Papa." Emmett looked at Tina for a moment and asked, Why are you here?" Tina gave a well-mannered smile. "My classmates and I came over to buy some materials, so we're also getting something to eat here." "Hello, Uncle." The girls greeted Emmett, but they couldn't help turning to look at Shirley. The sun was quite intense. Shirley was wearing a black baseball cap and half of her face was darkened by shade. Her black hair went past her shoulders. Her skin was very fair and her legs were very long. She had a cool personality and a strong aura about her. Her beautiful facial features were the envy of others. Her pursed lips revealed a little of her wild attitude. And the raised corner of her eyes were strangely alluring. She didn't look like someone to be trifled with. It was no wonder. She was poor. Destitute environments brought out the wickedness in people. She probably already drifted through the ills of society. How could she be compared to students of Sea City High School like them? She only had her looks. The girl beside her seemed like a pushover. She didn't look as good either. Chapter 26, Seal Palace. Hello. Emmett smiled gently at the girls. Shirley tipped the brim of her cap and said mildly, I'll get going. Emmett nodded and watched as Shirley left. The girls stopped a taxi and Shirley opened the car door to let Arya in first. Her hand dangled lightly as she held the door. Her cool, fair wrist was contrasted starkly with the cuffs of her black sweatshirt. She turned nonchalantly and glanced in their direction and the girls saw Shirley's face. She looked indifferent and languid. Her black and bright eyes sent chills down people's spine. For some reason, they felt as though they couldn't breathe. After briefly exchanging glances, Shirley got in the car. Emmett looked away and said, You girls go and eat. Uncle still has something to do. I'll get going too. Okay, goodbye Uncle. Emmett nodded. Little Tina, you should go home early. I got it, Papa, Tina said lovably. In the taxi, Shirley rolled up the sleeves of her black sweatshirt. Her wrists were as white as porcelain. Her wrist hung freely as she leaned against the window languidly. She played a game on her phone with her other hand. Suddenly, she looked up and murmured, Stop at the compound up ahead. Upon getting out of the taxi, Shirley squinted as she averted her eyes from the sun. Her fine eyebrows furrowed, she tipped her cap and slid her hands into her pockets. Her every move was so cool. Arya stared at the entrance of the magnificent-looking compound, dumbfounded. Seal Palace. She had heard of the name of this compound before. There was a line of apartments with a view of the river. Would they be staying here? It was said that those who could live here were either wealthy or important people. Most of them came from famous families, or were top-level artists in the entertainment industry. Shirley. Watching Shirley's leisurely gait as she walked, Arya quickly caught up to her and grabbed her wrist. Shirley turned to look at her. Arya looked timidly at the compound and whispered, Shirley, is this the place you said you would be taking me to? Shirley nodded and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Arya pursed her lips. You're renting a place here. I heard it's expensive. Is it? She hadn't stayed here since the apartment became hers. When Sabrina bought the place, she had given one apartment to her. Arya nodded repeatedly. It's really expensive. The people who live here are all children of high-ranking people and top celebrities. Shirley murmured indifferently in assent, It's my friend's place. She lent it to me at a discounted price. Arya was stunned. Seeing Shirley's expressionless face, she had a vague feeling that they were of different worlds. Shirley was really amazing. She could make anything happen. When the two entered the compound, they were stopped by the security guard. What are you doing? The security guard pointed and shouted at them. The security guard walked up to them and sized up their cheap attire. As his gaze went to their faces, it became more and more contemptuous. Arya's brows furrowed as he stared at them. Do you know what this place is? The security guard asked haughtily. This is the Seal Palace. Don't dirty this place, you poor schmucks. Scram. They had the cheeks to come here looking so poor. Did she think that she could join the upper class just because she looked pretty? Shirley glanced over, her bloodshot eyes giving off chilly ruthlessness. A chill instantly crept up from the guard's back up to the top of his head. Then he saw the girl pull out a black card from her pocket. Her slim and clean fingertips held it up. His expression changed immediately. His haughty attitude vanished in an instant. Chapter 27, The Big Shot. Taking action. There were only 2 black access cards for the whole Seal Palace. It was rare and mysterious. He had been working here for 3 years and this was the first time he had seen a real black card. He had only seen them in pictures before and yet this girl actually held a black card. Thinking of how stupidly he had acted just now, the security guard turned pale. He bowed and said, I'm sorry, miss. I'm sorry. I was too stuck up. Shirley gave him a feral smirk. Her pretty face was cold and she said in a light and unhurried manner, Eat more to nourish your brain. The security guard bowed even lower and a layer of cold perspiration formed on his forehead. Yes. Shirley put her hands back into her pocket and held Arya as they leisurely walked into the Seal Palace. At night, Shirley watched Arya eat half a sleeping pill and fall asleep. Then she headed out. It was already late in the middle of the night when she returned. She took off her jacket and groped her way to the bathroom in the dark while holding it. She closed the door, turned on the light, and dumped the jacket beside the washing machine. She stored the gun and a picture in a secret compartment. She opened the tap, washed her hands, and carefully washed every inch of skin. The corner of her lips slowly curled up. It was a wild, feral smile. Meanwhile, a low-key black sedan stopped in front of a clubhouse. A man who gave off a cool and distant vibe stepped out from the car with a hand in his pocket, his thin lips slightly pursed, and a chilly expression on his face. Philip and Cyrus followed beside the man. A man in black quickly came up and bowed to receive him. Young Master Brown. Philip looked the person over several times. His clothes were untidy and rough. He had never seen a master from the Brown family look so rough before. He held back his amusement. Daniel, this is a little embarrassing. A few of them were enough to do this to you. Daniel Brown, who was a large man, was red-faced at the comment. He lowered his head and said, "It was only one." Cyrus frowned. Only one. It only took one person to steal the picture of the miracle doctor. Were they dealing with a human? They all knew how strong Daniel was and guards had been posted. How had someone come in and escape unscathed with the photo? Was there such a master in this world? He had never heard of them. Daniel looked to Jasper cautiously. In the night, the man's expression remained the same, his dark eyes filled with some interest. Philip sighed. Anyone with a brain could tell that they had been played. Yesterday a rumor had spread that the miracle doctor was still in Sea City. Today, when they tried to search, their computers were all hacked before they could begin and data on the miracle doctor vanished. The picture was stolen before it could be duplicated. Who in the world was this miracle doctor? He was an international hacker and a super spy. Jasper stared at the group of subordinates, his eyes extremely frosty. You bunch sure brought me great honor. Daniel bowed even lower. I failed. Brother Jasper, what now? Cyrus asked. Now that Shirley had already stabilized grandmother's illness, it wasn't so critical for him to find the miracle doctor now. Chapter 28. All zeros. Jasper cocked his head to the side, nonchalantly adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves. The corner of his eyes were cold. He gave a light smirk. Arctic Fox. To be able to hack into my system, who else could it be? The miracle doctor is probably with the Shadow League. Shadow League. Philip and Cyrus looked at each other and looked quite surprised. No wonder they couldn't catch him after all the effort they had put in. The Arctic Fox was a god whose name struck fear in the hearts of even the world's top hackers. Although she had the ability to hack into Brother Jasper's system, she couldn't do it without leaving any traces. Jasper stuffed his hand back into his pocket, loosened up, and spoke slowly, up the reward for Shadow League. 200 million to find the miracle doctor and 100 million more for the doctor's consultation. Is he crazy? Shirley received Felix's call and her eyebrows were knitted together. Felix very much agreed with Shirley this time. She cursed, fuck, I've never seen such a huge offer before. Shirley's eyes were cold and brooding. Not taking it, she replied curtly and hung up the call. She turned and went back into the room to sleep. Crazy. Telling her to find herself. The news reached Jasper. The man wore a black luxury lounge attire and he sat on a leather sofa. The shadowed contours of his facial features were mysteriously attractive. His long, straight legs were folded and raised on the coffee table in a casual yet refined manner. Still not taking it. The man's voice was deep and magnetic. James wondered if the Shadow League didn't put much value in money. Otherwise, how could they not take such a big offer? Young Master Brown, we are sure that the miracle doctor is in Sea City. That Arctic Fox was too cunning. The miracle doctor's traces had been so well covered. It was only after young Master Brown stepped in to do things himself that they finally managed to hone in on the miracle doctor's location in Sea City. They were the passive ones here. It was no fun to continue like this. Jasper raised an eyebrow and flicked the ash of his cigarette. Forget him. Track Shirley's whereabouts. Hearing that, James finally heaved a breath of relief. Yes, that girl seemed quite good at medicine. The second morning, 8 o'clock, Emmett took Shirley and Arya to Sea City High School. The principal's office. Director General Brown, you know the school's rules. We normally don't take in students during year 3. Even if I used my authority to force the teachers into accepting them, it'll be a huge burden on them academically. Principal Gibson kept up his smile. Holding the files of the two girls in his hand, his wrists were shaking a little. A girl who didn't even graduate from kindergarten was going back to school to be a year 3 student. The other was notorious for her misdeeds, a pro at fighting and skipping classes. Her test scores were so neat and beautiful. They were all zeros. 2 whole A4 pages of zeros. What was she doing at the test? She couldn't even get a single multiple choice question right. These 2 files had given him more headaches than any he had seen in all of his career. It was especially so with this girl with the zeros. What a conspicuous look. Her eyes were dark, cold, and sinister. She seemed quite ruthless. Definitely a pricky one. If they were to take her in, she would probably cause a huge commotion in school. Emmett narrowed his eyes when he heard the principal. What do you mean? You don't want to accept her? It was obvious from his tone that he was going to abuse his authority. Principal Gibson's hand shook tremendously. He smiled and changed his tune. No, no, no. What I meant was to let the year 3 section come up with a test for these girls to take. Once we have their results, I'll then be able to find a suitable class for them. Chapter 29, Class 1, Class 20. Emmett thought about it and felt that they still had to follow procedure. He turned his head. Shirley. The girl was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Her black eyes were clear and cool, and their almond shape gave her a wild and wicked quality. She had the aura of a big shot. Her pale, slim hand was cupping her chin as her fingers tapped her face nonchalantly. We'll forego the examination. I'll go to the worst class and Arya will go to the best one, Shirley said in a low voice. Arya looked at her in shock. Hearing this, Emmett was puzzled. What do you mean? Are you not going to go to the same class as Arya? Yeah. Shirley shifted in her seat for a more comfortable position and said in a lazy voice, she's better at studying than me. Principal Gibson also thought this at first. Arya seemed pretty obedient and he could put her in Class 1, albeit with much reluctance. As for Shirley, it would have been impossible. She was a problem student. What would happen if she influenced Class 1 negatively and affected the graduation rate of this batch? Originally, he did not feel comfortable saying this. Now that Shirley had given her consent, he quickly stated his mind. Actually, all the classes are similar. There isn't a best class or a worst class. All the teachers are the same. Emmett shot a narrow look at Principal Gibson. The latter chuckled guiltily. Shirley didn't care. When can we start? Upon seeing that Shirley had made up her mind, Emmett smiled lightly, leaned back, and said no more. The principal said immediately, anytime. I'll get the form teachers of Class 1 and Class 20 here right now. With that said, the principal took up the telephone beside him and made a call. The smile on his face looked less forced than before. Emmett was speechless. He had never thought that he would experience this feeling from such a disparity again in his lifetime. Tina Brown was in Class 1 and was at the top of her cohort. Tyler Brown was in Class 20 and was at the top of his cohort as well, if one counted from the bottom. He already had an inkling of the kind of people that were in Class 20. It made him embarrassed to think about the impending meeting with the 2 form teachers. That son of his made him feel very ashamed. He had to leave before then. Emmett cleared his throat and stood. Well, Shirley, I'll leave first. Call me if you need anything. Shirley raised her eyebrows. Bye, Uncle Brown, she said in a light tone. Bye, Uncle Brown. Arya bade him goodbye as well. The principal stood up hurriedly to escort him. Take care, Director General Brown. After sending Emmett off, the principal sat down and took care of Shirley and Arya cordially. Have some water. Arya smiled as she the water and drank. She looked like a good student. Shirley did not move, but sat languidly on the sofa with her chin propped up on her hand, daydreaming. The principal was speechless. Shortly after, the door to the principal's office was pushed open. 2 female teachers entered. Gloria Dawson, the form teacher of Class 1, walked in first. At the school, competition existed between students but also among the teachers. This competition was equally intense, especially in Year 3. Gloria was a middle-aged woman with sharp, fierce eyes. The form teacher of Class 20, on the other hand, looked young and inexperienced, and did not have an imposing aura. Gloria worked at the front lines of leading students through high school examinations all year round and always took the best class. She had a superiority complex and it was as though her eyes grew on the top of her head from which she looked down at the other teachers. Harmony Reed was far junior to Gloria. Additionally, the class she took was the last one in Year 3, making her very low-key. The pair looked at Shirley and Arya. They could guess the reason why the principal called them over. Chapter 30, Flipping Out. Principal, you're here. Principal Gibson put down the files he was holding. There are 2 Year 3 transfer students here. You will take one each. With that, he offered Shirley and Arya's files to them to look over. Gloria reached out to take the files. Before she even finished looking through them, she already knitted her eyebrows. Principal, are you transferring such students to my class? Yes. Principal Gibson crossed his arms as he looked towards the teachers. Gloria flipped through the file and sneered coldly. One is notorious for troublemaking and has consistently scored zeros, and the other hasn't undergone any formal education at all. How can either of them enter the top class of year 3? Are you kidding me, Principal? Did they think they could enter the top class? Dream on. Class 1 wasn't somewhere trash could enter as they pleased. Gloria had family working in the education ministry and thus spoke cuttingly to Principal Gibson. Moreover, this would impact her track record and curriculum vitae. Harmony was only allowed to look through the files after Gloria was done with them. Upon noticing the very neat-looking scores that Shirley had, Harmony's lips twitched. She didn't know how Arya would fare in her studies. However, Shirley's results were astonishing to see. What kind of luck did this girl have to get zeros for 10 straight years? Principal Gibson said emotionlessly, Ms. Dawson, I only wanted to hand these students to you because I trust in your skill. Gloria's face was dark as she said in a tone that was neither obsequious nor supercilious, Don't try to elevate me, Principal. I will not take either of these girls as my students. I think Ms. Reed's class will suit them better. She cast a disdainful look towards the younger and prettier Harmony. She scoffed and said, People should go where their station dictates. Even if they want to go somewhere better, they should examine if they deserve it. Harmony said nothing. It was not her place to say anything. It had always been like this. All the problem students from the other classes were all thrown into Harmony's class. Principal Gibson had already promised that Arya would go to class 1, and he somehow didn't feel like losing his authority in front of Shirley. The girl's gaze was way too sharp. He looked at Gloria and said in a mild tone, Arya will enter class 1 and Shirley will enter class 20. The matter is decided. Principal, the school places high hopes on the students in class 1. Doing so is a sign of careless consideration of the school's honor. Principal Gibson raised his eyebrows. How about exchanging the students then? Shirley will go to class 1 and Arya will go to class 20. Gloria was speechless. She would rather have Arya than the girl who looked like she could never be disciplined. Upon seeing Gloria finally calm down, Principal Gibson looked towards Harmony. Do you have any objections, Ms. Reed? Harmony smiled gently. Don't worry, Principal. I will do my best to get her into a private university. No matter what this girl was like before, as a teacher, she should not judge her with prejudice. This was a basic principle of teaching. Principal Gibson nodded in gratification. Arya did not want to be separated from Shirley. However, she could still guess a little at what Shirley was trying to do. Shirley could not protect her for her entire life, so she had to learn how to interact with the outside world. She took out a lollipop from her pocket and offered it to Shirley. Shirley pinched the lollipop. Her gaze was dark as she said in a low voice, Class 1 and Class 20 aren't far from each other. Come to me if anything happens. Arya smiled at her, took up her bag, and turned to follow Gloria out. I'll get the ugly words out of the way first. If your results drag the rest of Class 1 down, don't expect me to be merciful to you. Gloria said bluntly. In order to guarantee the quality of your work, you won't be assigned a seat for the first 2 weeks. You'll stand in class. Shirley's pupils contracted and she swept her eyes over to Arya. A thunderous look boiled in her cold gaze. She stood up suddenly. I've changed my mind. Join our Ko-Fi account for full episode. Chapter 31, How I Got Zeros. A soft and slow, yet strange and penetrating voice fell on everyone's ears. Silence befell the scene for a second. All eyes were on Shirley. The girl's presence was towering in the hollow atmosphere. Her almond eyes were a sinister red and contained a little icy fierceness, sending cold shivers down everyone's back. Her lips curled slowly. Come here, Arya. Arya had a blank look on her face for a moment. She uttered an, oh, and obediently walked towards Shirley. Shirley tucked her long hair back indifferently. Her beautiful features exuded vengefulness and her lips were curled into a cruel smile. Principal, Arya and I shall both go to Class 20, she said unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, Gloria's face changed on the spot and she said coldly, What is this? Are you making a fool out of me? They should be deeply grateful that she was willing to relent and take in Arya. The right to choose belonged to her only. They should not be the ones to boss her around. Principal Gibson looked at Shirley in astonishment. Are you sure about you and Arya going to Class 20? Even though Gloria's words were rather harsh, Class 1 was still the top class in the Year 3 cohort. Every student dreamt of being a part of it. It was said that being in Class 1 meant that one already had one foot in the door of high-ranking colleges. Shirley's cold gaze swept past Gloria. With both hands in her pocket, she uttered a lazy, Although the principal was more than welcoming of this decision, his face still showed that it was a regrettable choice. All right, do as you wish then, he said reluctantly. Gloria threw them an irate stare when she heard this. You don't know something good when it's dangling right in front of you. You will regret this. After spouting this, Gloria stood up and stormed out of the principal's office in utter exasperation. Principal Gibson turned his gaze to Harmony. Ms. Reed, I'll leave these two children in your hands. Please arrange for them to get started on classes as soon as possible. Understood, Principal. Harmony guided the two towards the Year 3 building and talked to them along the way with patience and gentleness. Even though Class 20 is not as good as Class 1, you don't have to worry. I will do my best to teach you. You guys have limitless potential before the college entrance examinations, Harmony said with a sweet smile. Thank you, Miss. Arya replied like an obedient student. Harmony patted her shoulder. I'll first bring you guys to get your books. Shirley did not have much of a reaction. Her eyelids were lowered and she walked forward absent-mindedly. Harmony glanced at her several times and blurted out a question out of curiosity. Shirley, I'm going to ask you a question that I hope you don't mind. Shirley looked over with one eyebrow raised. It was rather cool, unlike an uneducated and unskilled troublemaker, and Harmony found herself not disliking her. She even liked her a little. Harmony had no idea why she formed such a weird impression. She cleared her throat and said tactfully, I saw your results and, how did you do your exams? Shirley suddenly laughed and let out a grin with 7-part wickedness and 3 parts hooliganism. She tilted her head and looked towards her. How did I get zeros? Harmony saw Shirley's honesty and calmness. The corner of her mouth twitched and she nodded. Shirley pushed up the brim of her cap with one finger, revealing her delicate features. Because everyone goes to an exam to score. I go to sleep, she said carelessly. Harmony was left speechless. Chapter 32, Add My WeChat. When they went to collect their books, uniforms in their size were also available, so they got that as well. The girls carried a bunch of stuff as Harmony brought them to the hostel to make their bedding arrangements. There were only 2 beds left in the 6-person room. Harmony noticed their simple luggage and said, I'll give you a half day off to buy necessities and clothes. I will be taking the class for the first afternoon period, so come back by then and be punctual. Arya smiled and said, Thank you, teacher. Sea City's first high school was a renowned school and was not far from the city's center. Shirley and Arya held their leave slips as they walked towards the public bus stop. Arya sorted out the things they should buy using the memo function in her phone. Shirley lolled about languidly as she chewed on a lollipop while playing a game on her phone with her head tilted, making massive kills successfully. Suddenly, a black SUV stopped in front of them. Shirley looked up and her gaze fell upon the interior of the lowered window of the back seat. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she saw the person inside. The man's sleeves were rolled up several times, revealing his pale arms, one of which was propped up on the window with the wrist hanging out carelessly. With the light against his face, his features would shock anyone who saw it. His slanted eyes had a profound gaze that was penetratingly cold. Sabrina had good taste. He was indeed good-looking. Jasper looked at the girl in the peaked cap, whose eyes always seemed to have a vague wicked redness about them. Under the sunlight, the veins on her beautifully long and slim neck were apparent. For some reason, the wolf in men's blood always felt some sort of excitement when they saw Shirley. Other people seemed to wither in the sunlight as all the flaws in their skin were magnified. Yet she was even more alluring and attractive. Her skin was so thin that it seemed to sparkle like white jade. He suppressed the abnormal feeling of excitement and asked in a low voice, Where are you headed to, Ms. Mayor? Shirley put her phone away and stuffed her hands into her pocket. The mall. Get in, I'll bring you there. The man's voice was deep and magnetic. Shirley fell silent for a few seconds and looked towards Arya. Arya had never seen someone as gorgeous as Jasper in her life. But he was a man. She twisted her fingers involuntarily as a struggle flashed in her eyes before she nodded. She had to learn how to interact with men eventually. Upon getting in the car, Shirley said blandly, Starlight Plaza, thanks. The car started to move. Jasper looked at the rapidly disappearing campus behind him. Did you transfer here? Shirley sat comfortably with her legs crossed. They looked very long and straight. There was no expression on her face as she played with her phone. Upon hearing his words, she did not even look up at him. The lollipop in her mouth gave her a brash quality. James looked up and observed the young lady in the mirror. He admired her. No one dared to show such an indifferent attitude towards their young Master Brown. Jasper stared at her phone screen as she tapped her pale and slim fingers. She operated an AWM steadily. In one shot, she blew off the head of a level 3 boss and killed him cleanly. It was rare to see young ladies who were adept at such games. He gazed at her face. You haven't collected your fee for saving my grandma yet. Shirley's eyelids were lowered. Without batting an eyelid, lust flashed in her eyes. She remembered that Felix had mentioned he would pay 100 million. She looked up at him expressionlessly. In a somewhat somber tone, she asked, "How much are you planning to give me?" Arya knew that Shirley was medically skilled. So it turned out that the someone in this man's family was Shirley's patient. Jasper raised his eyebrows and waved the phone in his hand. In a nonchalant tone, he said, "Add me on WeChat and I'll transfer you the money." The car swerved suddenly before regaining stability. Shirley and Jasper were firmly seated and were not shaken. Arya, on the other hand, was flung about. "My apologies, young Master Brown. I stepped on the pedal too firmly." James stammered, disbelief in his eyes. The way their young master asked for someone's WeChat was so cocky. Chapter 33, Humph. You'll all regret this. Jasper narrowed his eyes. You'll be replaced if you can't drive properly. James looked like he was about to cry. Please don't, young Master Brown. I made a mistake. I swear that I'll go to Africa to do hard labor if this happens again. Silence reigned in the car for a few seconds. Jasper turned his raven eyes towards Shirley. He opened his QR code, his deep eyes rippling like waves. Ms. Mayor. Shirley looked at Arya in front of her and finally added Jasper's WeChat. Upon adding him, $200,000 were transferred into her account. The money was enough to send Arya through high school and university. Shirley received the money without formality and smiled. Thank you, young Master Brown. Year 3's Class 20 was the kingdom of second-generation heirs. Other than those with strong family backgrounds in Sea City, the students there were comprised of those who were rejected by other classes. There was no lack of students who had felt cast out by the other classes and volunteered to go to Class 20. The Wall of Honor in Class 20 looked bare and wretched. They stood at first place of the cohort, if one counted from the bottom, all year round. Brother Tyler, when I climbed over the wall to get in today, I saw little Harmony bring in 2 girls and they looked new. By golly, one of them is really pretty. She's super pale. Tyler, who was sitting in the last row, rolled up a piece of foolscap and held it in his mouth, looking like a bandit. How pretty can she be? He recalled Shirley, who had stayed over at their house for one day. That face had been the paragon of beauty. She had an aura that was even more frightening than his own father's. Fatty pulled out a chair and sat down. No, Brother Tyler, she's really pretty. Her skin was so white and beautiful and she had such long legs. Oh, Tyler was not interested at all. He folded up the collar of his uniform and laid his head back down to sleep. Fatty was speechless. The news spread through the entire class like wildfire. Instantly, the class was abuzz with chatter. Sydney Themes turned her head to speak with Charlie across the aisle. I heard from Ace that the girl is tremendously pretty. Charlie Nelson stretched his legs across the aisle and cupped his face with his hand. With a disdainful smirk and chuckle, he said, even a female pig can be beautiful in Fatty Ace's eyes. How can you believe what he says? I'll chop my head off if she's actually pretty. A group of people who were previously expecting gossip shut up resentfully and lost all hope. Fatty Ace was speechless. The bell for class rang. The other classes quietened down, leaving Class 20 as the only class still making noise. Class 19 was beside Class 20 and the teacher in the former room slammed the door shut loudly to block out the clamor. Harmony taught chemistry. A second before she entered the class, she chatted in a friendly manner with Arya. Stepping into class seemed to flip some sort of switch and she became somber. This was the special talent of a form teacher, face changing. The noise in the class died down gradually. Harmony placed her lesson plan on the lectern and smiled amiably once again. We have 2 new transfer students who will be joining our class. Please welcome them. She turned her head towards the door. Shirley carried her school bag on her shoulders with one hand in her pocket and the other carrying her school uniform as she followed Arya into the room. No one in the class reacted when Arya walked in. She was pretty good looking, but was not exceptionally beautiful. Everyone finally believed Charlie that Fatty's taste in beauty could not be trusted. Many immediately looked down to sleep or play with their own things. Upon seeing that another girl was about to enter, Fatty quickly turned around to call out to Tyler in a whisper, Brother Tyler, she's here, she's here. Tyler, whose head was covered by his school uniform, delivered a fierce kick to Fatty's seat. Fear struck Fatty immediately and he dared not disturb him again. Suddenly, the class plunged into a strange silence. Chapter 34, She obviously ranks higher, duh. Those sitting close to the window began to kick, push, and shove the seats of other students around them. One by one, everyone looked up. They stared blankly in the direction of the door. Charlie was alerted by Sydney and he looked in the direction of her pointing finger toward the door. Once the girl's face appeared, he exhaled noiselessly and sharply. Wow, where does such a character hail from? The girl's features were outrageously exquisite and her dark and bright eyes held a cold and fierce recalcitrance. Every look she gave had an indifferent quality, yet it was also naturally arrogant. Unbridled dominance exuded from her bones. My name is Arya Moore. I'm Shirley Mayer. Tyler, who was slumped over the table, knitted his eyebrows together when he heard the words, Shirley. Pulling back his uniform, he peeked with one eye and looked over at the lectern. He sat up straight, widening his eyes in surprise. What the hell? It was Shirley. The really pretty new transfer student little Fatty was talking about was her. No one in the classroom spoke as they held their breath collectively. Harmony's lips twitched in amusement. She had never seen the students this quiet even while she was teaching. She looked at the 3 empty seats in the class and pointed. Shirley, go sit beside Tyler in the last row. Arya will sit beside Sydney in the middle of the 3rd row. Shirley was tall and so would be unsuited to sit in the front. Tyler quivered as he snapped back to reality and watched the young woman walk towards him. Her face was too beautiful. Her eyes were bright, their colors pure and distinct, and they had a hint of coldness. Her skin was extremely pale and her legs were long and straight. She was attractive in every way. Her gait was slow, languid, and assertive. She looked extremely wicked and cold. Everyone's gaze followed her movements unblinkingly. I have a bold thought that the school forum will explode today. Previously, a particular Windy transferred and her coming immediately posed a threat to Tina's status as school beauty. In last week's weekly tests, she ranked equally with Tina and pushed Tina off her school beauty throne. The two of them were discreetly competing against each other and now we have Shirley here today. These 3 women will definitely create some liveliness here. Shirley obviously ranks higher than that, duh. She's so cool. She's more like a school troublemaker. That sounds about right. She does have an imposing aura. Wouldn't that mean competing with Brother Tyler? Nah, drop it. You can see how Brother Tyler's eyes are almost glued on her. He may very well let her rule as school troublemaker alongside him. Arya could hear their conversation and tried to suppress her laughter. After saying hello to Sydney, she sat in her seat. Shirley placed her books on the desk, strode into her seat, and lifted one leg atop the other immediately after sitting down. Her countenance looked restrained as she left the chemistry book on her desk and shoved the rest in her drawer. She slung the uniform over her shoulder, looking awesomely cool. Tyler cast his eyes sideways and looked at the girl beside him. His heart was beating a little erratically as he sat frozen on his seat, not daring to move. Little Fatty looked back at the big shot discreetly and then observed the stupidly dazed expression on Tyler's face. He felt extremely pleased. So he finally believed him, huh? Harmony had already begun class. Their revision summary was now on the topic of the abundance of chlorine in seawater. It was the usual 10-minute lecture before the start of class and it was based on the test paper Harmony had given out yesterday, but Shirley didn't have one to go over. Seeing that she had finished putting away her things, Tyler voluntarily pushed his test paper, which looked whiter than his own face, to the middle of their desks. I'll lend you mine to refer to. Shirley looked at his test paper and then lifted her gaze. Upon meeting her beautiful eyes, Tyler's heart skipped a beat. In a breathless tone, he explained, I forgot to write the things down yesterday, but it's exactly as the teacher is explaining now. Quote. It was extremely embarrassing. Shirley raised her eyebrows. Tyler's eyelashes quivered as he avoided her gaze. Fatty turned around suddenly. In a surprised tone, he asked, the heck, Brother Tyler, why is your face so red? Tyler shot him a cold look and Fatty shrunk back into his seat. Chapter 35, Did something happen in school today? Countless eyes went to Shirley and no one talked. The person in question listened to Harmony's lecture nonchalantly and looked sufficiently studious. Her pale and beautiful hand propped up her chin. She had a languid, indifferent aura about her. Her eyes were on the blackboard. Harmony was extremely satisfied. During the last few minutes of class, Harmony wondered why the students were so calm. Normally, they would be in a ruckus by now. The bell rang, but none of the usual troublemaker erupted, for everyone was still looking at Shirley. Harmony sighed over Shirley's popularity, dismissed the class, and walked out with her teaching materials. A crowd of people gathered before the windows of Class 20, babbling excitedly. There were many people passing by the class now. Shirley held her phone in her hand, replying to a message. Sabrina had accepted a mission and she needed Shirley's help tonight. Right now, chaos was erupting on the campus forum. Shirley was the talk of the school. The young woman's exquisite eyelids were lowered and she looked extremely beautiful. In Class 1. After class, Wendy was usually surrounded by a crowd of guys for she was now the popular girl of the moment. However, the crowd around her was significantly less today. Wendy asked, puzzled, is there something going on at school today? Why has everyone rushed out? A boy said, I heard that 2 transfer students have arrived in Class 20. One of them is called Shirley and is rumored to be very pretty, so everyone has gone there to take a peek. Upon hearing this, Wendy's hands balled into fists and her pupils contracted. How did she get into Sea City High School? How did she even enter? Had she begged uncle for it? What use are good looks? Being in Class 20 means that her academics sucks. A boy said obsequiously, little Wendy, the first monthly tests are arriving. When you rank first in the results, you'll still be the school beauty. Wendy smiled humbly. Don't say that. Maybe they're good at studies too. The boy scoffed lightly. If that is so, why are they in that trashy Class 20? All the smart students in the year are in our class and you rank first in our year. Wendy smiled gently but her lowered eyelids hid a cold stare. Tina, a particular person is currently the talk of the forum. Someone else has been nominated for school beauty and is pitting you against Wendy. A girl ran up to Tina. Do you know who it is? How would I know? Upon hearing the name, Wendy, she felt irritated and her tone became unpleasant. The girl had seen Shirley the day she went to buy books with Tina. She smiled and showed her her phone with a picture of Shirley on it. I'd never imagined that she would come to our school. Tina did not seem surprised when she saw Shirley in the picture, but her eyebrows were knitted together when she saw half of Tyler's face in the picture. I'm going to make a call. Tina rose and took her phone with her. If Mom knew that Shirley was Tyler's classmate, she would definitely get into an argument with Papa. The door to Emmett's office was suddenly pushed open. Emmett looked up. Ashley rushed in with an upset expression. She interrogated, did you arrange for Shirley to enter Sea City High School? Emmett put down the pen in his hand. What's the matter? Chapter 36, Profiting from Her Misfortune. Ashley pursed her lips. Do you know who his desk mate is? Emmett saw Ashley's face turn grave and pondered it for a few seconds. Judging from how upset you are, is it Shirley? Yes. Ashley was filled with fury upon bringing up this topic. It was my fault for misunderstanding the relationship between you and Shirley. I had no objections, too, when you were making arrangements for Shirley to enter Sea City High School. However, this is the last straw. I will not allow her to lead Tyler astray. Emmett laughed out loud. It's Tyler. What is there to lead astray? It was not his intention to look down on his son. His son was adept at spoiling himself with the pleasures of eating, drinking, and fun. Only he himself was to be blamed for being too busy at work and for failing to discipline his son. Ashley became increasingly cold. What do you mean by that? Are you really going to side with an outsider? Don't think that I have no idea what Shirley was up to in the past. Fighting, making trouble, and playing truant. Hasn't she done enough? Emmett knitted his eyebrows together. Shirley isn't as bad as you make her out to be. Ashley scoffed. She's been to a reformatory. How can she be a good student? Emmett's lips twitched. He did not feel like explaining any further. If you're unhappy, ask Tyler to request a new seat. Tyler returned to the Brown residence after an evening self-study class. At the dining table, I'm not changing seats, Tyler said simply while picking up a piece of pork rib. Ashley choked on her own anger. Not wanting the relationship between the mother and son to be affected, she immediately passed to him the folder that she had prepared in advance. See for yourself. Tyler raised his eyebrows. He uncoiled the thread securing the folder and pulled out Shirley's information. The corners of his lips twitched when he flipped to the page about her examination results. Everything was 0. Even he wasn't as awesome as that. How did she do it? How neat. You've seen it for yourself. Ashley looked at Tyler's astonished face, feeling rather relieved. Shirley's not a good student. You better keep your distance from her. I'm not expecting you to be as outstanding as your sister, but you should not bring shame upon this family. Tina grinned while eating in silence. Tyler lifted his eyes up after flipping through Shirley's information. Mom, you don't need to worry about these things. I've grown up and I know how to handle my own matters. Ashley sensed that they were worlds apart. What do you mean by that? Her eyes became serious. Tyler put the data aside and picked up his chopsticks. I won't change my seat. There's no use talking to Ms. Reed too. You know my temperament. Ashley's face turned ashen in an instant and she glared at him with icy fury. Tyler giggled while he picked up some pieces of fish for Ashley. Don't be angry, Mom, you'll get wrinkles. You should eat. Ashley's plan had failed. Her eyes filled with icy fury upon learning that he had no intention of staying away from Shirley. Shirley left the evening self-study class and exchanged greetings with Arya. She then walked out of the school gate with the exeat that Harmony had signed earlier in the afternoon. Black Gem. There was going to be an important transaction tonight. Shirley sat in front of the bar. One mojito, please. Sabrina turned her head and saw the young girl sitting to the side with her characteristic black peaked cap and black hoodie. What's up with the situation that you need my involvement? Shirley asked. Sabrina sighed. I had no intention of bothering you. After all, you're already counting down the days until the college entry exams. Shirley raised an eyebrow and said, good of you to know that I still need to go to college. Sabrina almost choked to death on her beer. The world's best hacker just said she needed to go to college. She wiped the beer off the corner of her mouth with her thumb and returned to the subject matter. I was unable to hack into Black Gem's monitoring system. If you help me, I'll give 10% of the bounty upon completion. Shirley raised an eyebrow and carelessly held up two clean, fair-skinned fingers. 20%. It was terrible of her to profit from her misfortune. Sabrina gritted her teeth. Deal accepted. Chapter 37, The Appearance of Arctic Fox. 12 a.m. was the liveliest hour in Black Gem. In the women's restroom, Shirley was alone inside. A virtual keyboard was projected on the ceramic counter of the sink. A mini projector was aimed at a wall and words appeared on it. Shirley struck a careless pose as she stood with a bent leg while her beautiful fingers typed quickly on the virtual keyboard. A slim lady's cigarette hung from her lips but it was unlit. She had a cold look in her eyes and a tiny smirk on her lips that made her look penetratingly wicked. Suddenly, her hands stopped. The pupils of her pretty eyes contracted. At the same time, the surveillance room in Black Gem broke out in chaos as all the monitors went dark. After 10 minutes, Shirley received some news. It's done. Disperse. A large crowd of people clad in black moved around in Black Gem as though they were searching for someone. Shirley put on her watch, necklace, ear studs, and gold-rimmed glasses before leaving the restroom. Pushing down the brim of her cap, she walked towards the entrance. Just as she reached the door. Stop right there. A few of the black-clad people walked over and scrutinized her from head to toe. Shirley's lowered gaze was icy and dark. Ms. Mayor, said a familiar male voice behind her. Shirley shifted her gaze and saw Jasper. The man had a solitary hand in his pocket. The black shirt he was wearing gave him a quality of restraint and his almond eyes exuded waves of chilliness. Upon seeing Jasper, the black-cowled people bowed respectfully. Is this your friend, young Master Brown? Jasper finally looked at Shirley when he spoke. The black-clad people said immediately, our apologies, miss, for the offense. It's all right. Shirley was pretty polite. Outside Black Gem. Jasper looked at the reticent Shirley. Why did you come to Black Gem tonight? Shirley replied mildly, to earn money. Are you very short on money? Shirley's bright black eyes were reserved as she looked at him. You should know whether that's the case. Jasper had done a background check on Shirley and knew that Shirley's parents had recently died. She was now an orphan who could only rely on herself to survive. Didn't I give you $200,000 for the medical fee? He asked. I can't just sit idle and use up everything, Shirley replied. Jasper saw the earnestness in her face and a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. I'll take you back to school. There's no need. My friend is coming for me. Right after she spoke, a white SUV pulled into the parking lot. The window rolled down and Sabrina shouted, Shirley, let's go. Shirley nodded to Jasper politely. Goodbye, young Master Brown. Jasper watched Shirley walk away. There was only a single remark he would give her, beautiful. All the other words seemed too inferior to be used to describe her. He waited for her to get in the car before turning around to walk into Black Gem. Philip and Cyrus were waiting at the box seats of the bar. They were puzzled that Jasper had come back so quickly, but did not dare to waste time on idle chatter, instead focusing on the matter at hand. Brother Jasper, Shadow League mixed up the transaction and the one that accepted the mission was Ninetales. Jasper leaned against the sofa as he drummed his slender fingers on the armrest of the seat. In an indifferent tone, he said, Ninetales doesn't have the capability to hack into Black Gem's security system. Philip and Cyrus exchanged glances. Did he mean that someone was helping Ninetales in the dark? Who was it? Was it the elusive Arctic fox? Sabrina sped down the road, the streetlights flashing by rapidly. Her hands were placed carelessly on the steering wheel and she kept stealing glances towards the shotgun seat. After staying silent for a long while, she couldn't help herself and asked, Little sister Shirley, what's up with you and Jasper? They had walked together earlier and looked really close. There was something suggestive about it. Chapter 38, Most skilled at doing another villain dirty. Shirley was playing games on her phone. I am a doctor. He is the family member of a patient. Need I say more? Sabrina was stifled, but said further, you have to be careful in your dealings with him. I'm really worried he will take advantage of you until nothing is left. Shirley grinned with sinister recklessness. She turned her head, directing her black, beautiful eyes towards her, and said lazily, don't you know that I'm the most skilled at doing another villain dirty? After shooting this joke, Shirley said with more seriousness, rest assured. I'm very careful in front of Jasper. If it were any ordinary citizen, Sabrina wouldn't worry about Shirley's identity being exposed. However, their opponent was Jasper. Then again, Shirley wasn't a pushover either. She was vicious too. In that case, I won't bother you anymore on this. It so happens that I'm going to headquarters tomorrow. I reached my professional goals for this year, so I'm going on a long holiday to Europe, Sabrina said. Shirley uttered an indolent, shifted to a comfortable position, and continued playing her game. On the second day, Shirley got to school at 7 a.m. A teacher on duty was standing by the school gate and groups of students were walking in. An uproar erupted the instant Shirley appeared. Her appearance was especially attractive. Her skin was very white, her uniform was untucked, and both her hands were parked in her pockets. She looked like she just walked out of a manga. Her almond eyes exuded a sinister fertility. A cold, icy fog shrouded them. She walked carelessly onto campus. Students who usually rushed to class slowed down, looked at her, and started discussing her. Who's that? She's so pretty. Which year is she from? I read on the school forum that she's the new transfer student in Year 3's Class 20. She just arrived yesterday and she was immediately promoted to the rank of school beauty. The polls threw Senior Windy and Senior Teen out to the streets. So what if she's pretty? Everybody knows the kind of place Class 20 is. I still feel Senior Windy has more merit to her fame. Senior Tina ain't bad either. This senior's aura is too strong. Wherever Shirley walked, the people around her would make way for her. Everyone had their eyes glued to her. When she arrived at the classroom door, she bumped into Arya by coincidence. Shirley, you're back. Arya's eyes curved with a smile. Have you eaten? I brought some breakfast for you. Shirley embraced her and walked into the classroom before saying softly, have you done my assignment for me? With a guilty conscience, Arya nodded stealthily and said quietly, I wrote it with my left hand, so I can guarantee no one will figure it out. Your handwriting is so bad anyway. It's not too different from my left hand's writing. Shirley squinted, looked at her with raised eyebrows, and said aloofly, you've even learned how to look down on me, Arya. Arya stuck out her tongue and slipped back to her own seat. The class fell silent the moment Shirley showed up. Her aura was very strong. As she passed by the male students, they looked like they had seen the dean. Legs that had been extended into the aisle were tucked back in and handphones were put away. Everyone took out their Chinese textbook and pretended to read, but they could not help but glance over at Shirley. Chapter 39, A Competition. In Year 3. The girl walked to her seat and saw that her desk drawer was stuffed so full with pink love letters that some of them had spilled onto the floor. She frowned. Coldness flashed in her bright, dark eyes. Tyler could tell that Shirley was about to explode in rage and said voluntarily, they must have been stuffed in the drawer during last evening's second self-study period. Shirley said nothing. She walked to the back of the class, grabbed the wastebasket, and threw every single letter in. The wastebasket was completely filled up. She was about to take out the trash when Tyler snatched the wastebasket from her hand. Sister Shirley, go take a seat. I'll throw it out for you. Shirley's brows were raised as she watched Tyler slip out and run off with the wastebasket in hand. Little Fatty's jaw dropped. Brother Tyler seemed to have changed. He was once the self-proclaimed troublemaker of the school. Yet he was throwing out trash voluntarily. Harmony had come to class to check on their morning reading and saw the head of class 20 go throw out the trash. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Her glanced at the contents of the wastebasket, which seemed to be love letters inside. She didn't need to think to know whom they were addressed to. Had the title of School Troublemaker changed hands in class 20? Shirley was holding her thick and heavy flip phone. It was the same size as a smartphone, but it had an old school flip top and had more functions than a computer. It was a Shadow League issued phone. The girl's pretty fingers entered a continuous stream of code. After that, she put her phone away, cupped her chin with a hand languidly, and used the other hand to flip her Chinese book open. Just then, the class stirred with agitation. What the hell, the post about Shirley has disappeared. I just asked the vice forum moderator about it and he said that he didn't delete it. Neither the student union nor the school have done anything either. How did it disappear? There's no screenshot or download function for our school forum. All the pictures from the school forum are gone for good. A wicked smile played on Shirley's lips. Even though the post had been deleted, everyone already knew what they needed to know about her. Shirley had not been in school for 24 hours yet, but she had already become the most popular person in school. Shirley had not been at school for even a week, but Wendy's popularity had fallen because everyone was curious about Shirley. She did her work absent-mindedly and grasped her pen very tightly. The bell rang for class. First period was the form teacher's lesson. Gloria threw her lesson plan onto the lectern with a slam, causing a puff of chalk dust to fly into the air. The students sitting in the first row were covered with dust, but did not dare to brush it off. Gloria glared at the entire class coldly. Do you not have enough homework? Or have I not given you enough test papers that you're so bored that half of you have time to run off to class 20 after class? The students' silence was deafening. You year 3s will be having your first monthly examinations this weekend. You'll thoroughly embarrass me if your results are surpassed by class 2s. Don't you know the saying, a rotten interior beneath a fine exterior? Understanding who Gloria was talking about, many of the boys looked up. Gloria scoffed. Is someone who has always gotten zeros on her examinations since she was little worth knowing. Yet she's the school beauty. She's more like a joke. I think all of you need to fix your eyes. The boys were stunned. Shirley had such a shady history. However, their form teacher did speak too harshly. Even though Shirley was not good at studies, she was at least pretty. Their teacher didn't have to condemn everything about her. Gloria slammed the table forcefully once more. Listen up. This first monthly examination is a competition within the year 3 cohort. No matter what, the top student has to come from this class. From today onwards, you will complete an additional paper on top of what is already given for every single subject. The evening self-study will be extended by an hour and you will suffer if you don't get first place. If you ever get tired, go run up to the 5th floor to wake up. With this threat, no one dared to go to class 20 after class. Wendy smirked and worked with peace of mind. Chapter 40, Unwelcome. Comments from outsiders. Tyler took Charlie and Fatty to the school supermarket to buy some things. What do girls like to eat? Tyler stuffed his hands in his pockets like a hooligan. Fatty chuckled. Brother Tyler, are you going to buy something for Sister Shirley? Tyler shot him a glance. That's none of your business. Why do you ask so many questions? Fatty pouted. Brother Tyler, if you're going to be so fierce, then I won't tell you what Sister Shirley likes to eat. Tyler's eyes narrowed. As Shirley's deskmate, if I don't know what she likes to eat, how would you know any better? Fatty puffed up his chest, lifted up his head and proudly said, I really do know. Charlie rubbed his chin. I think I saw some lollipops in the compartment underneath Shirley's desk. Tyler thought seriously for a few seconds. Could it be that Shirley likes sweet things? Their expressions seemed as though they were discussing national issues of great importance and they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Just then, 2 girls walked past them. Do you think what Ms. Dawson said was true, that Shirley is a very bad student academically and was kicked out of school due to her transgressions? How could Ms. Dawson dare to say such things if she wasn't sure about it? But why would the school accept such a student? I don't know. She looks very beautiful. Maybe. Shish, be careful what you say. She doesn't look like one to be trifled with. Let's go get some food first. After the girls left, Fatty turned and looked at Tyler cautiously. The boy's face was gravely cold. Where is Gloria's office? Charlie replied, she's in the same office as little Harmony. Gloria taught physics and was in the general science department. Tyler turned and headed in the direction of the school block, puffed up with anger. Charlie grabbed Fatty to catch up with him, fearing that Tyler would really go and give Gloria a beating. They had hated Gloria for a long time. With something new to hate her for on top of the old grudges, Tyler might stir things up if his impulses took over. He kicked open the door to the general science office. The teacher inside was startled. He frowned upon seeing Tyler, who was pulling a long face. Tyler, how many times have I told you? You have to knock before you enter the teacher's office. Seeing how angry Tyler was, Charlie quickly told Fatty to get Shirley. Tyler walked straight up to Gloria's desk. Are you spreading rumors about Shirley? Gloria was sitting in the chair and she leaned back. Tyler, are you here to defend Shirley? You're a student and you should act like one. Did Ms. Reed not teach you about respecting teachers? Tyler sneered coldly. You're a teacher. Bullshit. Don't think you're a good teacher just because you teach class 1. Just look at yourself. You are in no position to speak about the students of class 20. You. Gloria stood up abruptly, grimacing. Show some respect. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your father is the director general. No students are above a teacher's criticism. What does Shirley's academic results have anything to do with you? Must you say ugly things about her just because her academic performance isn't up to par with class 1's? Tyler glared down at Gloria. As for what Shirley did in the past, do you know her well? Even elementary school students know that they shouldn't talk about things that they don't fully understand. You're quite impressive, huh? In just a few words you turned the whole school against Shirley. Gloria folded her arms and scoffed. What kind of good can a student like her do? Tyler's lower jaw tightened as he pointed at her. It's none of your business. I'm telling you, if you're not going to apologize to Shirley today, there will be no end to this. Gloria rolled her eyes and sat back in her chair. She said sharply, get out right now. There'll be consequences for your actions. Let's see what you can do to me. Tyler instantly burned with anger as he rolled up his sleeves, prepared to stir things up. Tyler. Suddenly a low female voice that spoke up. Chapter 41, A Bet. Shirley's hands were in her pockets as she walked into the staff room. Her face was expressionless and there was a mist of dense chilly air about her eyes. Arya knew that Shirley had a bad temper. Like Charlie, she was afraid she might stir something up, so she had followed Shirley. Tyler turned to see her and was filled with indignation at the injustice done to her. Shirley, she's the one who spread rumors about you. I'll make her apologize to you. Isn't she the one who scored zeros on her tests? Isn't she the one who was forced to drop out of her previous school? Gloria said mockingly as she saw Harmony rushing in. Ms. Reed, please manage your students. They're all so quick to cause trouble, not to mention how poor they are at their studies. It's embarrassing. Do they think that this is just any run-of-the-mill school? If they have so much energy, why not go and do some homework? Harmony pursed her lips and forced a smile. Ms. Dawson is right. Tyler frowned. Little Harmony, what do you mean? Did you forget how this old hag bullied you in the staff room? Today, I'll help you to teach her a lesson. Old hag hit a sore spot for Gloria. Her face turned ashen instantly. Ms. Reed, is this the kind of student you are bringing up? Do you want to be fired from school again? Tyler. Harmony spoke in a heavy tone for the first time. You and Shirley, go out for now. Tyler stared at Gloria, suppressing his anger with a scowl. Gloria smiled delightedly as she watched. You'd do better to listen to Ms. Reed. Why are you still here? Get out. Fuck. You old hag. Tyler was beyond caring and was about to rush up to her, but Shirley pulled his arm. He turned his head to the side and saw Shirley's expressionless face. Shirley shot a glance at Gloria, who was frightened by Tyler, and said insipidly, go out first. Tyler's brows were knitted together tightly and he said irritably, do you know how bad she made you out to be in those rumors? Go out first. Shirley repeated herself, staring at him with clear, black eyes. They were cold, fierce, and powerful. Tyler gritted his teeth. All right. For your sake, I'll let her off today. If she dares to spout nonsense again, I won't let her off again. Shirley didn't say anything and turned to head out. Just when they were at the door. Huh, lousy students are just like that. Not only do they do poorly in their studies, they also have bad character. If they're going to pull down the school's matriculation rate, they could at least learn to be modest. How arrogant, Gloria said harshly. Shirley stopped, her hands in her pockets. Her posture slanted, her intimidating aura encircled her as she stared forward. Harmony squeezed the lesson plan in her hand and said, Ms. Dawson, academics are not an indicator of one's character. One's reluctance to study is different from one's natural tendency to not be able to study well. I believe my students are very smart. They also have good character. As a teacher, I hope that you can speak more cautiously. Gloria laughed. Ms. Reed, are you saying that your students are just unwilling and that if they were willing they would be geniuses? Harmony pursed her lips and said nothing. Let's make a bet, then. Gloria crossed her legs and said haughtily, Class 1's worst score was 643 on the previous exam. For this month's exam, if even one student from your class can surpass this score, I'll apologize to Shirley and your entire class. Chapter 42, Shirley, don't be rash. All the teachers sitting in the staff room frowned. This was humiliation. The last place in Class 1 could probably score higher than the entirety of Class 20. Gloria was practically digging a hole for Harmony and her students to jump into. Charlie and Fatty were also silent, not daring to speak. If this were a fight, they would join in without a second thought, but this was an academic competition. They didn't even understand the material. How were they to beat Class 1? Were they supposed to cheat? It would be even more humiliating if they were caught doing so. Arya clenched her fists tightly and looked at Shirley, asking a question with her eyes. Shirley shook her head at her. How about that, Tyler? Don't you want me to apologize to Shirley? I'll give you this chance. Does Class 20 dare? Gloria said, her expression arrogant. Tyler's jaw was clenched extremely tightly. Harmony said nothing, but her eyebrows were furrowed. Gloria smiled disdainfully. Even Ms. Reed doesn't have any confidence in you. Why do you think you have the right to call the shots here as a bunch of failed students? Anger suddenly flashed in Shirley's cool eyes and the corners of her eyes flooded with a wicked redness. She turned around slowly, looking at the teacher haughtily with her dark and bright eyes. In a nonchalant tone, she said, Sure, I'll accept this bet. Gloria was stunned. Harmony looked at Shirley in disbelief. Snapping back to reality, she said hurriedly, Shirley, don't be rash. Shirley smirked. She looked extremely sinister. Teacher, I'll be going back to study now. Harmony was speechless. Shirley led the students out of the office towards class. The staff room quietened down completely. Gloria sneered, what overconfidence. I'll wait for Class 20 to humiliate themselves. Harmony looked worried. Since the matter had already been decided, she decided that she needed to think of a way to raise their grades in a short time so that they wouldn't look as bad when they lost. This news spread through the Year 3 cohort like wildfire. Even the Year 1 and 2 members of the student union heard of it. The result is obvious. Class 1 is going to win. I heard that Ms. Reed wasn't even the one who agreed to it. I heard it was Shirley who accepted the challenge. How dumb. Is this what they call having good looks but no brains? Competing with Class 1 over academics. They shouldn't have done it, even if they were seeking death. Class 20 is going to be thoroughly humiliated. The entire school was abuzz with discussion. In Class 20, discontent was voiced by all. In the end, everyone swallowed their anger and began to study. Let me tell you, we can't give up. Or do you want to be looked down upon by everyone else as failed students? Tyler's voice was powerful and resounding. We have to love studying. Charlie couldn't help but laugh out loud. Could anything be funnier than failed students starting a studying campaign? Tyler glared at him fiercely. Charlie sobered up in a second. Brother Tyler is right. I love studying. The difficulty of the shoe road is as difficult as climbing to the blue sky. 1. Charlie is quoting, The Difficulty of the Shoe Road, a poem by famous poet Crystal. What a trying journey. Such a trying journey. So full of forked paths before, where can I rest? 2. Charlie is quoting A Trying Journey, another poem by Crystal. Difficulty upon difficult presence. Ha 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 ha. The entire class erupted in uproarious laughter. Brother Charlie, you're really talented. Tyler was speechless. Shirley observed the helpless Tyler standing at the lectern and smiled. She took up her pen and began working on questions. Tyler felt that he had lost this time and went back to his seat, a little defeated. The sight of Shirley studying gave him a little comfort. When he neared her, he saw that she was drawing a fox in her exercise book. His legs grew numb and he almost fell down. Forget it, he'd ask Tina to tutor him. He still had to rely on her. Chapter 43, Shirley will bring Sea City High School back to its former glory. Fatty could not wrap his head around it. Why was the arrogant and despotic brother Tyler, the school troublemaker, standing up for Shirley? He turned around and asked, Brother Tyler, why are you trying to protect Sister Shirley? Shirley raised her eyebrows as a sign of interest. Tyler cupped his chin and said, I saw her results before and she has an entire row of zeros, which looks nicer than my own, so I felt like I should yield the throne of being last place to her. From now on, she's the one I'll protect. Fatty was speechless. If he had known that he could have gotten brother Tyler to serve him through this method, he should have worked harder to be last place. News of the bet reached Principal Gibson's ears and he made a call to Emmett urgently. If the people under Director General Brown's care suffered any embarrassment, he would definitely lose his job. After hearing Principal Gibson describe the events, Emmett replied calmly, "You don't have to care about this matter. Shirley will settle it on her own." The principal thought about it and asked, "Director General Brown, the results in Shirley's file are fake, right?" When he first saw Shirley's file, he had not wanted her in his school. However, because he had to give in to Emmett, he could only harden his scalp and enroll her. Afterwards, he thought about it and realized that things couldn't be that simple, for how could someone get zeros for every single exam? Emmett was a little surprised that Principal Gibson managed to understand the situation so quickly, but he did not elaborate further. Instead, he only said, "I heard that Sea City High School has been overshadowed by experimental high school over the years. Shirley will make Sea City High School regain its former glory and will also add much color to your teaching career." Principal Gibson was shocked. Shirley must be a very special person if Director General Brown had such faith in her. The number of students who paid attention in the morning class increased dramatically and even the substitute teachers felt the change in Class 20. However, they still pitied them. Even if they bucked up now, how could they catch up to Class 1? In the afternoon, Shirley and Aria went to eat in the cafeteria after school. Tyler brought Charlie and Fatty and followed them and the five of them sat at a six-seater table. Shirley sat with one leg crossed over the other. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her pale, thin arms. Her appearance made her look like a big shot. Charlie and Fatty felt that Shirley the big shot was not someone they should offend and kept an eye on the enemy while eating cautiously. It was Aria's first time sitting together with boys at the same table and she was a little reserved. Shirley saw how Aria was punching her chopsticks using her fingers and said in an easygoing manner, "I'm going to buy you a cup of hot milk tea." She rose, but she did not even take the first step before Tyler said hurriedly, "I'll buy it for you, Sister Shirley." "What would you and Aria like?" Shirley's eyebrows rose slightly and she looked cool. "Strawberry and mango." "Okies." Tyler rushed over to the milk tea shop in the cafeteria. Aria blinked and asked Fatty and Charlie in disbelief, "Is Tyler really the school troublemaker?" Fatty and Charlie exchanged glances, nodded, and answered in unison, "Yes." Aria said tactfully, "Knowing someone by reputation can't compare to meeting them in person." Fatty and Charlie also thought that brother Charlie had undergone a complete change, and ate in silence. Upon returning to the classroom, the students could still be heard discussing what had happened in the morning. 99% of the entire school bet that Class 1 is going to win. "Isn't that a fact?" a girl grumbled. "No one in our class has said they were going to help Shirley." "Don't forget, Teresa, that Gloria was referring to Class 20 as a whole and not just Shirley alone." "That's right. I still have a sense of collective honor. Moreover, little Harmony is so good to us and she always gets mocked by that old witch because of our rotten results. I want to help avenge little Harmony." Even though the students in Class 20 did not have good results, Harmony was still very popular. Teresa fell silent. She glared at Shirley and, suppressing her anger, continued to study. The atmosphere in Class 20 was thick and everyone poured their energy into it. They couldn't embarrass themselves no matter what. Chapter 44, The Nations. Best Revision Materials. Tyler disappeared somewhere after the first period. Aria walked over and sat beside Shirley. "I looked through last week's test papers. My results are still behind Class 1. Shirley's hand was cupping her chin and there was an earphone in her ear as she listened to a call. She said to the other party, "Something cropped up. I won't be taking any requests for the time being, so don't disturb me." She took the earphone out and stuffed it into her pocket with her phone. She looked at Aria. In a clear, cold voice she asked, "Is it really that difficult?" Aria nodded. "Even though we learn the same things, the test's difficulty level depends on the school." Shirley had spent several million on private tutors for Aria, so Aria did have a standard in her studies. "Were Sea City High School's questions this difficult?" She said carelessly, "It's all right, just do your best." Aria took in a deep breath. "If only I had Clearwater High School's papers and internal revision materials. Their practice papers and internal revision materials are the best in the nation." Shirley narrowed her eyes. "But they only hand their materials out to their own students and forbid external circulation," said Aria regretfully, before consoling herself. "Never mind. I'll just have to review properly. There are still 3 days left." Shirley returned to the hostel at night and for the first time, Arya helped her tidy her bed and table. Sydney stayed in the same dorm as them and she got along well with Arya. The two of them often went to refill water and buy food together. The moment Shirley got into bed, she turned on her computer and started gaming. During a break she opened up an entirely black website and replied to some news. The web page was created by the top 10 hackers in the world for the purpose of networking. It was like a deep-sea bomb had exploded upon Shirley's appearance. A Shadow League hacker said, "The fuck? Arctic Fox. I haven't seen you in a year. What have you been up to?" Shirley replied, "I'm in school, preparing for the university entrance exams." The web page was silent for over 10 seconds. A hacker then laughed. "Stop fooling around. I'll hang myself with my mouse cord if you're actually studying for the university entrance exams." Shirley did not reply. "You're the ones who choose not to believe me." The next day, Shirley went downstairs during the morning reading and received a rectangular express parcel from the security guard. She tore the box open and threw it into a rubbish bin by the roadside. Inside the parcel was a bunch of examination papers and revision summaries. They looked like ordinary examination papers with no watermarks. She carried the paper and materials toward the classroom. Tyler was memorizing Chinese classics when he saw Shirley carry the papers in. Shocked, he said with a complicated expression on his face, "Sister Shirley, studying last minute won't work." Shirley stuffed the papers into her drawer, glanced at Tyler, then said solemnly, "Go sit with Sydney and get Arya to come over." Tyler looked dejected. "Sister Shirley, what did I do wrong to make you abandon me?" Shirley turned her cool, clear eyes on him. "You can come back after the monthly examination ends." Upon learning that he was not being sent away indefinitely, Tyler agreed readily. "Sure, I'll be going then." Harmony did not comment on Arya and Tyler switching seats. Shirley still looked like she didn't care, although she was pretty attentive in class and did not sleep. Once class ended, however, she stuffed her earphones in and slept. She occasionally took out a paper from her drawer for Arya to work on. Sometimes, Shirley would take out a thin booklet of revision material during morning reading and pass it to Arya to read. Occasionally, there were questions that Arya did not know how to solve. The next day, there would be step-by-step solutions that were scribbled in the blanks. They were so exquisite and outstanding that one could understand the solution instantly. She looked at the sleeping Shirley beside her and back at the paper, blinking doubtfully. Soon, the first monthly examination for the Year 3s arrived. The school regarded this monthly examination with importance and every class brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 45, Their Invigilator is Gloria. A day before the exam, Arya prepared a 2B pencil, a medium point pen, and a ruler for Shirley. When she woke up in the morning, she went through them again to make sure nothing was missing. After washing up, she woke Shirley. Shirley jumped to open her curtains as she held the safety grill with a pale, beautiful hand. The girls in the dormitory, who were brushing their teeth, were stunned. Shirley was extremely good-looking. Her sleepy eyes were slightly red and there was an assertive look to them. She dusted her hands and squeezed Arya's soft cheek expressionlessly. While Arya was stunned, she entered the washroom indifferently. The rest of the girls had finished preparing and left the dormitory first. In the end, there was only Shirley, Arya, and Sydney left. At 7:20 a.m., the trio left the hostel. The Year 1s were on break over the weekend while the Year 2s were having their morning reading. Only Year 3 students were seen walking around. Everyone was discussing the bet between Class 1 and Class 20. Class 20 is going to lose for sure. Even if Class 1 became Class 20, the people from Class 20 can never scale the mountain that is Class 1. There's no doubt about that. Class 1 is sure to win. There's nothing to discuss. The results were long decided. That's right. We only have to sit and wait to see Class 20 humiliated. Sydney almost died from anger. However, her results were not as good as other people's. When the students of Class 1 passed Shirley and her company, they cast sidelong glances at them and scoffed. Sydney furrowed her eyebrows, staring daggers. However, seeing that Shirley and Arya walked on indifferently, she swallowed her fury and followed. Shirley was wearing a black peaked cap and had her hands in her pockets. Her eyelids were lowered and her eyes were cold. Arya said softly, "Don't be angry. We just have to do our best." This produced a withering effect on Sydney. "I did a set of questions yesterday and only managed to scrape by. How can I compete with Class 1 with results like that?" Arya smiled gently. "Do your best." Sydney grimaced bitterly. Before the exam, Harmony spoke with Shirley privately. Observing the languid and carefree girl in front of her, Harmony felt herself admiring Shirley's calm. In a gentle voice, she said, "Shirley, don't fall asleep during the exam. Do the questions properly." Shirley was attentive in class and handed in her homework on time. Even though her handwriting was ugly, she at least did it. So long as she finished the exam, her results shouldn't be too bad, even if it couldn't be considered good. Shirley's face was devoid of expression, her eyes slightly bloodshot. She muttered assent. Harmony patted her arm. "Don't be scared, just do your best. With me around, Gloria won't go overboard and we'll at most feel some shame." Shirley looked up and stared at the patient Harmony. After a long while, she replied, "Got it." Harmony breathed in deeply to calm herself. "All right, go back to the classroom. All the best for the exam." The exam venue was allocated according to each student's academic ranking. 90% of the last two venues contained mostly students from class 20. Gloria walked into the exam venue holding the examination papers. Tyler frowned. What the hell? Why is the proctor that old witch? Wasn't class 9's form teacher supposed to be proctoring? Fatty stared at Gloria with disdain. Not daring to move his lips too much, he mumbled, "We're dead. We can't cheat now. Brother Tyler, what do we do?" Tyler's face was dark. Chapter 46, Blank Answer. Sheet. Other than Gloria, there was another teacher who was rumored to be in cahoots with her. Gloria looked around at the entire classroom of students and laughed. "It must come as a surprise that I'm invigilating you." No one said anything as each student ignored Gloria. Gloria threw the examination papers on the table and said coldly, "Listen up, the lot of you. If anyone dares to cheat today, I will make sure your records are even more colorful than they are now." Shirley cupped her chin with her hand as the fingers on her other hand twirled her pen. Her phoenix eyes looked a little wicked and wild as she stared at Gloria. Gloria and the other teacher started to give out the papers after the sound of a bell signaled the start of the examinations. The first exam was Chinese. When Arya got the paper and looked through it, she couldn't help but notice the classical Chinese text and she froze. Wasn't this the question that had appeared on the paper Shirley made her do 2 days ago? It was the same, but with the answer choice order in different places. Thankfully, multiple choice questions were a boon for class 20. After scanning through the multiple choice questions, Arya realized that she had done half of the question on this paper before, but the reading and composition section were different. She only needed to glance through the questions before writing down all the answers. Shirley got her paper, frowned, and stared at it for a few seconds before she took up her pen and began to fill in her answers. Tyler and his two buddies were hopelessly confounded, but writing something down for Chinese at least gave them a few marks. Gloria walked around the classroom and stared at every single person. At any slight movement, she dashed to the table, and when she found nothing suspicious, she would warn them to behave themselves. Shirley filled in all the blanks in her paper in an hour. Upon completion, she threw down her pen and slumped down on the table to sleep. 2.5 hours flew by. At the sound of the bell that indicated the end of the exam, Arya handed in her paper and went to find Shirley. She was about to speak when Shirley leaned close and pressed a pale, slender finger to her lips. "Shish." The girl's eyes were bright, dark and thoroughly clear and penetrating. Arya was stunned and stared at her blankly. Shirley said, "Let's go eat." Tyler swore as he walked over to Shirley's side. "Fuck. I couldn't use the cheat sheet I made." Shirley raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Fatty asked, "What did you choose for the multiple choice questions?" Arya said her answers. Tyler, Charlie, and Fatty exclaimed in unison, "We don't have any of the same answers." Arya was speechless. For the next 3 papers, Arya realized that most of the questions had been in the papers that Shirley had given her. Restraining her wildly beating heart, she answered the questions cautiously. Every time Gloria collected the papers, she smirked when she saw, with the exception of the multiple choice questions, one blank answer sheet after another. She was going to win. On the afternoon after the exams ended, Shirley called Harmony to ask for leave so that she could go out to buy stuff. Tyler overheard this conversation and asked for leave as well, pestering Shirley to let him go out with her. Anyway, the examinations were over now, so it was useless to lament about his answer sheets. He'd rather look for an opportunity to cover Gloria with a burlap sack and beat her to vent his anger. The pair rode public transport to Starlight Plaza. Shirley was clad entirely in black. She pushed the brim of her cap down and walked towards the mall with her hands in her pockets with a careless, languid attitude. Tyler said, "Sister Shirley, what are you here to buy?" Shirley licked her lips. Her pink tongue peeked out between them before retracting. This sight stunned Tyler for a few seconds. When he snapped back to reality, his ears were burning slightly. The young woman said nonchalantly, "Something to eat." Chapter 47. I'll treat you to milk tea. He followed Shirley to an extremely famous dessert shop in Starlight Plaza. It was only then that Tyler remembered that Shirley liked sweet food. She bought 2 macaroons and 2 strawberry-flavored slices of thousand-layer cake. When Shirley took out her phone to pay, Tyler stopped her and showed his own QR code. He also bought a few lollipops. Shirley raised her eyebrows but did not protest. "Sister Shirley, what else are we going to buy?" Tyler received the items from the store employee. Shirley looked around and her cool gaze fixed on a milk tea shop nearby. "I'm going to buy 2 cups of milk tea." Okies. The two of them turned around and saw 3 men standing behind them. Shirley raised her eyebrows. Philip looked at the boy and girl with a smile. Cyrus looked as though he was about to enjoy himself as well. "Third brother." Tyler spoke, surprised. "Why are you here?" Jasper had a hand in his pocket. He was clad in a black shirt that was unbuttoned at the first 2 buttons, showing his collarbone, and his sleeves were folded a few times. He sparkled and there was no expression on his clear face. His raven eyes were a little cold. Philip smiled broadly. "Are the 2 little kids dating?" Tyler's face reddened and he denied it. "No, we only came out to buy stuff." Shirley looked indifferent. She pushed the brim of her cap with a finger, turned her head, and walked towards the milk tea shop with her hands in her pockets. She was both self-assured and cool and did not even greet Jasper and co. Jasper's eyes remained fixed on Shirley. Seeing that she turned around and left, he followed her. Upon seeing this, Tyler followed as well. However, Philip pulled his collar back. In a frivolous tone, he said, "Say, little Tyler, listen to Big Bro here and stay here obediently." Tyler frowned. "What are you doing, brother Philip?" Philip smirked and pointed in Jasper's direction with his chin. Puzzled, Tyler looked over. Shirley walked to the milk tea shop and said in a low voice, 2 mango milk teas. 1 with extra sugar and 1 with 30% sugar. "Thank you." "Coming right up," answered the employee. After placing the order for her, the employee asked for payment. "Add another mango milk tea with extra sugar to the order." "We're paying together." Jasper's voice rang out from behind Shirley. She turned her head and lifted her eyes. The girl's eyes were very good looking. There was a restrained brashness in her gaze. Her pupils were bright and clear and her brow was slightly raised, giving her a wicked and wild look. Jasper smirked. "I'm treating you to the milk tea." He flashed the payment code into the camera. The employee was extremely moved as she watched the 2 extremely gorgeous people in front of her. Goodness gracious. Their attractiveness index was way too high. The pair looked into each other's eyes. Shirley couldn't guess what Jasper was trying to do, but she smiled. "Thanks, young Master Brown." The pair walked out with their milk tea. "Want to eat together?" asked Jasper. "At World Restaurant." Shirley said mildly, "I only got leave for a period of evening study so I have to go back to school." Jasper raised his eyebrows. "It's the rush hour right now. I'll drive you back." Shirley became more and more puzzled by this man. Subconsciously, she did not want to interact too much with him, for she was afraid that her identity would be exposed. "There's no need. Thank you." Jasper's dark eyes stared at her beautiful features. After a while, he replied, "You're welcome." Chapter 48. They're indeed from Class 1, for they run even if it's to court death. The 2 walked back to where Philip and the rest were. "Tyler, why didn't you go home after the exam?" Jasper rested a casual arm on Tyler's shoulders. He was taller than Tyler by a head and walked to the escalator with his arm wrapped around him. Shirley walked behind them. Tyler was a little afraid of Jasper, for even his own father regarded the latter with importance. He said obediently, "I was accompanying Shirley out to buy stuff." Jasper smirked wickedly. Suddenly, he leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said gravely, "Maintain a distance from Shirley in the future." "Why?" Tyler asked stupidly. Jasper stared at him with his black eyes. "What? You're going to disobey me?" he asked in a cold tone. Tyler was so afraid that the pore on his back exploded open. Stammering, he said, "But Shirley and I are deskmates." Jasper frowned and suddenly scrutinized Tyler from head to toe, disdain gradually building in his gaze. Tyler trembled in fear and his scalp was about to go numb from being stared at. However, Jasper took back his words. "Okay, pretend I didn't say anything then." Jasper moved his arm away from Tyler's shoulders and slid his hand back into his pocket. The expression on Tyler's face was complicated. Why did third brother look like he was looking at a piece of trash earlier? Jasper watched Shirley and Tyler get on the bus with narrowed eyes. He took a drink of the milk tea he just bought. It was really sweet. He looked down at the milk tea in his hand and smirked absent-mindedly. Philip and Cyrus exchanged glances at the same time, a mixture of astonishment and complex emotions in their gazes. Back at the school, Shirley placed the milk tea with 30% sugar and a slice of the strawberry-flavored 1000-layer cake on Arya's table. Sydney said. Arya went to the restroom. Shirley nodded. Upon returning to her seat, Fatty turned around to talk to Tyler. The girl sat with her legs wide open as though she was a big shot. Upon seeing that she had returned, Tyler said in a low, angry voice, "Sister Shirley, Fatty says that the exam papers are being marked tonight. The student union members are even helping them, and it's rumored that the results will be out tomorrow morning. Given the normal marking speed, the results should come out on either Thursday or Friday. That old witch was really ruthless to not even let Class 20 have a day of peace. They were doomed. They were going to be shamed thoroughly this time." He thought about how Class 20's usual score average was in the unremarkable 200s, while Class 1's usual score average was in the astronomical 600s. Ultimately, he was the one who had caused everything to happen. Shirley was reading her English textbook and hummed an, absent-mindedly. Tyler looked at her apathetic attitude and frowned in anxiety. "Sister Shirley, did you not hear what I said? Tomorrow. The results will be out tomorrow." "I heard it," said Richard in an indifferent tone. Looking up, she smirked wickedly and said, "Class 1 students are indeed Class 1 students, for they'll run, even if it's to court their deaths." The corner of Tyler's lips twitched. "Sister Shirley, did you mix up your words?" Fatty also stared at Shirley with an air of sadness. "Sister Shirley, I'm already starting to feel like I can't lift my head up out of shame." Shirley smirked, her pretty face looking both arrogant and wild. She cupped her chin languidly and grabbed her cup to drink milk tea with the other casually. Her phoenix eyes were so wicked they seemed to penetrate into their bones. A bold thought crashed into Tyler's mind. What if she wasn't a failed student, but a genius one? Chapter 49, the top student of the cohort is from our class. Monday morning. The news of the exam results was going around amongst the Year 3s. The restless unease could be felt along the footpaths in school. City High School's uniforms were different in color for each year. Year 3's uniform was blue with black sleeves. People were forming groups and discussing the exam. All were waiting in anticipation for Class 20's results. During the morning's reading session, the atmosphere reached a climax. Besides Class 1, which had been doing their readings, other classes were excited as they awaited the results. The spectators had no idea what was about to unfold. In Class 1, Little Windy, you checked the answers yesterday. How many points did you get? The boy behind Windy asked her. Windy bit her lip and said in a soft voice, "Apart from the last sub-question in mathematics and the last question in physics, the others are all correct." The boy's eyes widened in surprise. "Then you could get a score higher than 700 this time." Windy frowned and shook her head, "Maybe around 690. "You're amazing. The questions this time were really tough." The boy's eyes were filled with astonishment, and then he went to ask Tina, who was sitting in the aisle. "Tina, what about you? How much can you get this time?" Tina glanced at Windy and said insipidly, "Around 690. Like Windy, she also couldn't solve the entirety of both mathematics and physics papers. After deducting some marks from English and Chinese, she would get around 690. The boys were stunned. Wouldn't that be awkward? Could it be that these two would tie for first again? After all, Windy and Tina were almost at the level of gods. Who else could compete with them for the first place? No one in Class 1 was even discussing the bet. In their eyes, the difference between them and Class 20 were simply like that of clouds and dirt. They couldn't lose. Even Tina had never once thought that Class 1 would lose. This was not something that was even worth caring about. In Class 20, the class was too quiet today. The students were all sitting in their seats mournfully and sighing as though they were waiting for their deaths. As though nothing was going on around her, Arya went through English questions and silently read up about words that she wasn't familiar with yet. There was a soft cushion on Shirley's desk and Shirley was sleeping with her head down on it. Arya had bought the cushion because she thought Shirley might feel uncomfortable sleeping directly on the desk. Seeing how particularly composed the big boss was, Tyler scratched his head vigorously. The results were coming out soon. What should they do? Fatty looked at Tyler gloomily, then at Charlie before sighing. Awakened by repeated sighs, Shirley stared icy daggers at them. Her eyes were bloodshot and her pretty face was chilly and savage. Her entire being gave off an intimidating aura. Tyler instantly felt cold air rushing over his head and his back stiffened. Sister Shirley, what's wrong? Shirley looked grim and she said coldly, the top student of our year is from our class. Be quiet and stop disturbing my sleep. Tyler raised an eyebrow and looked at Shirley several times, confused as he said, Sister Shirley, are you sobered up yet? The top student was in their class. How could this be? Shirley propped up her face casually. Her eyebrow raised, feral and savage, she said in a low voice, you don't believe me. Chapter 50, Year 3 Department's Emergency Meeting. Fatty's mind was a blank. As he stared at Shirley, the word, cool, came to mind. Charlie was awestruck. How could a single look from a girl give off such a powerful presence? Looking at Shirley's bright, black eyes, Tyler gulped down his saliva. Even though he couldn't believe it, he said resolutely, I believe you. Sister Shirley, I believe everything you say. Shirley gave a sinister smirk. She stuffed the earphones into her ear and lay down to resume sleeping. Tyler quietly thought to himself, perhaps ranking first from the bottom counts as a top student, too. Tyler was going to be so humiliated this time. Arg, so be it. However, when the morning reading session ended, the results were still not out. The form teachers and substitute teachers of each class didn't show up for the morning reading session. Where did they all go? The class representatives went to the staff room, but it was empty. The entire Year 3 department seemed to have vanished like water boiling to steam. What's going on? Where did the teachers go? I don't know. Aren't the results supposed to be out by now? Why haven't they been announced yet? Is the teacher still coming for the first lesson? The Year 3 department's emergency meeting lasted 50 minutes in the meeting room. The teachers who had to go for the first period's lesson left the meeting first. The remaining teachers were all looking at the results silently. 4 students' papers were on the conference table. Chinese, mathematics, English, general science. The students were Arya, Wendy, Tina, and Sydney, who was unheard of. The teachers looked at each other, at a loss. No one had expected such results. The year head looked at the rankings. Staring at the first spot, his eyebrows were furrowed. He didn't say anything for some time. Harmony was also staring at the year's top student. Arya scored 143 for Chinese, 150 for mathematics, 150 for English, and 300 for general science for a total score of 743. Even the questions that Wendy and Tina couldn't solve, Arya got them correct. Arya was a new transfer student, so Harmony wasn't sure how her results were in the past. Maybe she was a student with great potential. As for Sydney, although she was in class 20, her results were always within the top 10 of the class. But compared to the Year 3 cohort, out of more than 2,300 students, she had always ranked near the bottom 300. This time, her results improved by leaps and bounds, pushing her up to the 157th place. Putting aside Arya's achievements, Sydney's results had already surpassed Class 1's lowest scorer. As for Shirley, she scored 51 for Chinese, 0 for mathematics, 0 for English, and 0 for general science for a total of 51, making her the lowest score of the Year 3 cohort. Tyler successfully improved by 1 rank to become the second from the bottom. Class 20's results were really shocking this time. Gloria suddenly slapped the conference table and stood up, grim-faced as she said, this month's monthly examination results are invalid. I request that Arya and Sydney be expelled. Chapter 51, They have to be expelled. Harmony frowned and stared at Gloria icily. Why should my students be expelled without rhyme or reason? Why? Gloria sneered coldly and said sharply, because they cheated. Not only should they be expelled, you, as their form teacher, should not be spared either. I want to ask why you, a teacher, would help your students to cheat. Rage rose in Harmony's chest immediately. In an icy tone, she said, what do you mean by that, Ms. Dawson? Are you saying that I leaked the questions to Arya and Sydney? What other explanation is there? Sydney ranked 300th on last week's tests. Ms. Reed's teaching methods must be superb if she can get her student to rank up from the bottom of the cohort to the 157th place in 5 days. Gloria said viciously. This would be impossible to achieve unless she cheated. Ms. Reed, this entire bet was only a joke between Ms. Dawson and the students. The ultimate goal was to encourage them to study, so you needn't have to use such underhanded methods to win. That's right, Ms. Reed. We won't investigate your involvement in this further, but these students have to be expelled. Every teacher attacked Harmony one by one. The year head tapped his finger on the results a few times before saying in a low voice, Ms. Reed, go back and tell Arya and Sydney that they have been expelled and must leave the school immediately. Harmony's eyes flashed coldly and she said resolutely, I'll repeat this once more. My students did not cheat. They obtained these results with their own ability, so you don't have the right to expel them. The yearhead knitted his brows together and turned his sharp eyes towards Harmony. Harmony, you've been a teacher for 3 years now, but you've never produced a student who could obtain results like Arya did. Other than her Chinese composition, she scored full marks in every other subject. How could this have happened if she had not cheated? When Harmony first saw her results, she had also suspected the same thing, but she did not make her final conclusion without careful consideration. Instead, she personally compared Arya and Sydney's papers with the answer key. She realized that not only did the answers on their papers vary greatly, but the way they presented their answers did as well. When Arya answered essay questions, her writing was fluid, exquisite, and outstanding. As for Sydney, her answers were strange and meandering, solving the questions with long, complicated, and tedious steps before ending her work with the correct answer. Thus, she was confident that her students had relied on their own ability when taking the exam. Arya was Sydney's deskmate. Sydney must have learned from Arya to improve so much. The principal had originally wanted Arya to enter Class 1, but Gloria had rejected her. Harmony took a deep breath and said calmly, I still stand by my word, yearhead, that they did not cheat. You're so stubborn. Gloria narrowed her eyes. Since Ms. Reed places so much trust in her students that their results can improve by such leaps and bounds in 5 mere days, how about making them take a test? The papers for this week's tests have just arrived and are still sealed in their packages. Let them take the tests individually in front of all the Year 3 teachers. If they can't reproduce the results, not only must they be expelled, you must leave the school as well. Harmony's voice was solemn and forceful. Sure, let them take the test. Chapter 52, Shut her up. With her ability. The yearhead said carefully, think about this carefully, Harmony. If they're proven to have cheated, your teaching career will also be destroyed. Harmony looked resolute. I've already thought about this carefully. I trust them. Gloria scoffed. What overestimation. Let's see them get expelled. The yearhead said, go to Class 20 and bring Arya and Sydney here. A teacher stood up. I'll go. Wait, said Harmony. Gloria said disdainfully, what? Regretting it already. Harmony glared at her coldly before looking at the yearhead. I have a request. If it's proven that they did not cheat, then everyone here must apologize to both of them. Gloria crossed her legs, leaned back in her seat and smiled. If they didn't cheat, not only will I apologize, I will open my doors to them if they want to enroll in Class 1. Harmony stared silently at the yearhead. The yearhead was silent for a few seconds. Sure, if it's proven that they did not cheat, I will apologize to them personally. All right. Please bring them in, Mr. Wong, said Harmony. A math class was going on in Class 20 and the atmosphere was lethargic. Just then, Mr. Sanchez, shouted Mr. Wong from the door of Class 20. Instantly, every student in the class became alert and looked over. I'm here to get Arya and Sydney. Mr. Sanchez looked at the two girls with a deep gaze. Go. Arya and Sydney stood up and walked out, puzzled. Shirley's cool eyes watched the two girls walk out. After thinking for a few seconds, she stood up and said, Teacher, I want to go to the restroom. Mr. Sanchez immediately remembered Shirley's 0 on her exam. She was the only one who scored a 0 in the entire school. He sighed and waved a hand. Go. The tips of Shirley's lips lifted slightly and she turned to walk out from the back door. Tyler watched the girl leave and knitted his eyebrows together in internal conflict. In the end, he could not summon enough courage to follow her out. He felt that if he were to be criticized by the school, his father would tell him he did a great job. If Shirley was criticized, his own father would probably tear the entire school down. Shirley walked to the Year 3's meeting room and saw Harmony leaning on the railing near the door. Upon seeing Shirley, Harmony was shocked and stood up straight. Shirley, why are you here and not in class? Shirley stuffed both her hands in her pockets and walked lazily to her side. She rested her elbows on the railing carelessly, letting her wrist hang off the side. Pointing her chin towards the meeting room beside them, she asked, Are they taking a retest in there? Harmony nodded, thinking that Shirley was worried about Arya. She said, Relax, I know that Arya did not cheat. Class 20 is going to win this time. Shirley looked at her with a profound gaze and said nothing. She lowered her eyelids and tapped the tip of her foot on the floor, but her lips slowly curled up into a smirk. If she had known that Gloria would not admit defeat so easily, she would have used her real ability to shut her up. Chapter 53, Unnatural. Results. In the meeting room. Arya and Sydney sat at the opposite ends of the room, facing each other. More than 10 teachers were proctoring the test. Arya wrote quickly, especially for the English paper. A multiple choice question only took her 3 or 4 seconds to answer, and she finished the English paper in about an hour. The lead English teacher started to mark the paper immediately. After checking the paper with the answer key, he looked at Arya in disbelief. 150 marks. Half an hour after Arya finished, Sydney finished the paper and got 117 marks. Once Arya finished the mathematics paper, the lead mathematics teacher started to mark the paper as well. She got 150 marks, again a perfect score. Sydney got 120 marks. Gloria's face looked more and more outraged. It was almost 11:30 a.m. when they finished the general science paper. The large crowd of teachers watched the two students take their tests, strongly invested in the results. They were especially interested in Arya, who wrote her answers fluidly as though no question was difficult to her. Who taught this girl before she came to school? Did Gloria really reject this girl? It was already 12 p.m. when they completed the general science paper. The lead chemistry and biology teachers received the answer sheets excitedly. Gloria, the lead physics teacher, was the only one who looked upset. The results of the general science paper came out soon after. Arya obtained a total of 294 marks while Sydney obtained 293 marks from answering a physics multiple choice question incorrectly. Gloria stared at Arya's physics answers. Even the question that took her ages to think of the answer was answered correctly. How could this be? Arya capped her pen and stood up. Teachers, may we leave? A few teachers looked at Arya as though she were an alien and nodded blankly. Arya pulled open the door to the meeting room. Upon seeing Shirley outside, she smiled happily. They made me take a general science test and they didn't test Chinese. I got 150 marks for both English and mathematics and 294 marks total. Shirley raised one eyebrow and squished Arya's soft cheek. In an unhurried tone, she said, "You've worked hard for little Harmony." It must have been tough for Harmony to get Arya and Sydney another opportunity to take the test. Upon hearing this, Harmony burst out laughing. Soon, a smiling Sydney came out as well. Teacher, I got 117 for English, 120 for mathematics, and 243 for general science. Harmony patted her head and mimicked Shirley as she said, "You've worked hard for your teacher." Sydney smiled in embarrassment. Shirley stuffed her hands back into her pockets as she looked towards the meeting room. Her phoenix eyes were wild and arrogant, her gaze shining coldly. Arya said, "Teacher, do we go back to class now?" Harmony said gently, "Not yet." She glared in the direction of the meeting room coldly as she spoke. She then brought the 3 students into the meeting room. The teachers had still not recovered from the shock of seeing the test results. Gloria's face was extremely red as she stared at the results in front of her with tightly pursed lips. Harmony said mildly, "The results are now out. Is there anything anyone would like to say?" Chapter 54, Surpassing the Top Student of Your Class by Accident. The year head looked up at the students and said gently, "Arya, Sydney, we owe you an apology for today. We should not have suspected you of cheating and we hope that you won't be affected by this and continue to get excellent grades on your exams." Just then, the door to the meeting room was pushed open. The moment Tyler entered, he said in an eccentric tone, "Why does giving an apology need to be policed so strictly? How interesting. Is Class 1 the only class capable of producing good students? If someone outside of Class 1 does well, does that automatically mean they cheated?" Gloria's aging face flooded with anger instantly and she glared at Tyler. Behind him, Charlie and Fatty tried to control their mirth. The year head was silenced by Tyler's speech as well. Tyler suddenly acted as though he had hit upon a realization. "Ms. Dawson, I heard from other teachers that Arya was supposed to go to Class 1 at first, but you didn't want to take her because you were disdainful of her education. How does it feel like to be slapped in the face now?" Gloria's chest heaved violently and her eyes looked like they were going to burst into flames. Shirley's hands were in her pockets as she stood with her head cocked to the side. There seemed to be a wicked smile playing at the corner of her lips. Harmony looked at Gloria. "Ms. Dawson, even the year head has already apologized. What about you?" "That's right, Ms. Dawson. Who was the one who said that she would apologize to Shirley if someone from Class 20 scored better than the last place student in Class 1? It seems like you did." Tyler smiled. "My apologies, we've even surpassed the top student in Class 1. Tyler. Unable to withstand this anymore, Gloria stood up suddenly and slammed her hands on the table. "Shut up." Tyler laughed and shouted in a louder voice, "Apologize." If it were not for Charlie's girlfriend in year 1 who told them about it, they wouldn't have known that this old witch was trying to slander Class 20. Gloria breathed heavily as she dug her nails into the meeting table. Ms. Dawson. The quiet and gentle Arya spoke out suddenly. She looked at Gloria with her pure, bright eyes, and said clearly, enunciating every word, the rumors originated from Class 1. They sounded very ugly and even slandered Shirley's reputation. I don't believe that you're unaware that you were the one who initiated this bet. Now that Class 20 has won, I hope you'll be willing to accept defeat. There was a staunchness in the girl's eyes. It was as though this was the first time she was trying to protect someone and her fists were curled tightly like a hawk chick. Upon hearing this, Shirley's eyebrows rose and a smile appeared in her eyes. It seemed like letting her come to school was the right choice. She had now learned how to embarrass someone. Gloria glared at them, gritted her teeth, and said stiffly, "Shirley, I'm sorry." With that said, she rushed out of the meeting room quickly with displeasure on her face. When she passed by Shirley and the rest, she scowled daggers at them. Tyler scoffed and rolled his eyes. "Let's go and get some food, Shirley." They walked out of the meeting room. Shirley wrapped her arm around Harmony in a buddy-like way and said softly, "Thank you, little Harmony. You must have suffered a lot of criticism before we arrived." Harmony had been the subject of much eye-rolling and ridicule by being the form teacher for Class 20. In the past, she merely grinned and bore it, slowly getting used to it. Shirley's words made Harmony's eyes redden instantly. She said, "Then you're not allowed to get zeros for the next chemistry test. Pay attention in class and do your homework." Shirley raised her eyebrows and agreed readily. "Sure." Chapter 55, Little Windy, She's Your Sister. The news that this monthly examination's top student came from Class 20 spread throughout the entire Year 3 cohort like wildfire. Even Sydney became famous in her year. Shirley also shocked the entire Year 3 cohort by coming in last place. Upon hearing this news, Principal Gibson questioned his life. Had Director General Brown confused her with someone else? Arya was the top student of the year while Shirley was the last student. How could she score a 0 even in English? At a 6-seater table in the school cafeteria, Fatty Ace watched Arya quietly. Dumbstruck, he said, "I never imagined that I, Ace Johnson, would know an academic genius in my life. Arya, you're too pro. It's one thing to get first place, but to be able to improve Sydney's rank too, you're really too pro." Tyler and Charlie were full of admiration for Arya. How did such an academic genius come to Class 20? Even Wendy and Tina were left in the dust, having been outscored by more than 50 points. Arya looked at Shirley through her peripheral vision. Her mind was full of thoughts of the days when Shirley gave her papers to do. Someone had answered and explained all of the questions she had skipped. The answers also came with brilliant explanations. A single answer completely destroyed all the knowledge she previously learned. She smiled and said absent-mindedly, "Sydney's smart. I didn't help her much and all we did was do homework and do lots of questions." Sydney didn't know that she could get such good results this time and felt like she was living in a dream. Shirley picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and pushed it around her bowl distractedly. "Sister Shirley." Tyler swallowed the rice in his mouth before saying indignantly, "I still think we let the old witch go too easily." Upon hearing this, she looked up. Her phoenix eyes looked languid and untamed as a wicked gaze passed through them. There was a light smirk playing on the corner of her lips as she said, "It's enough that the top student is from Class 20. Every parent and teacher regarded the first monthly examination of the Year 3s with importance. Gloria should think about how she was going to explain this to the Class 1 parents." Tyler pondered the matter before straightening his body slowly and giving Shirley a big thumbs up with respect shining on his face. Sister Shirley and him were indeed on different levels. He thought about how Tina, who used to be the top student, was now the second, or even the third. Both his mom and Tina were probably seething. The top student was always so conceited, so she definitely could not take it if someone overtook her. But not only did someone overtake her, she even flung Tina a few streets back. That old witch, Gloria, was probably half dead with anger too. After finishing her food, Shirley went to return her crockery and utensils. "Sister." Shirley cast a sideways glance and saw Wendy standing beside her with a smile. This was the first time she had seen Wendy in the week since she started school. Previously, she had only heard rumors of Wendy being the former school beauty. There were a few boys around Wendy and they heard her call Shirley, "Sister." Shocked, they exclaimed, "Little Wendy, she's your sister." Shirley was more beautiful in the flesh than in pictures. All the boys in the Year 3 cohort had seen her face on the school forum before. It did not cross their minds that she was Wendy's sister. Wendy said intimately, "Yes, we're sisters." Shirley gave an inexplicable smile, placed her crockery and utensils down, stuffed her hands in her pockets, turned her head, and made to leave. Sister. Wendy caught up to her and smiled. How did you find Arya? She's been missing for over 10 years. The fact that she's able to come to school normally despite going through that is simply wonderful. Shirley swept her eyes across her. A perverse iciness appeared in her gaze suddenly. It was a gaze that could make one's hair stand on end. Wendy's back stiffened slightly. Chapter 56, Critically Ill. Again. Watch your tongue, Shirley said in a low voice. Her words were soft and slow. Wendy's mind immediately went back to when Shirley was 5 and had beaten a grown man up till he was bloody and half paralyzed. A chill went up her body. With that said, Shirley walked away leisurely. Her slim figure had a chilling aura. After a few seconds, Arya, Tyler, and the rest caught up to Shirley with milk tea in their hands. Wendy's pupils widened as she watched Arya. In the afternoon before classes started, all the subject representatives brought the exam papers from the teachers back to the classroom and distributed them to the class. Harmony held the consolidated results slip of the cohort. She raised her eyebrows and exhaled. This time, our Arya is the top student of the cohort. Well done. Also, Sydney ranked 157th. Our class's average score is now 4th from the bottom of the cohort, so we're no longer in last place. The results stirred the hearts of the students. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted from Class 20 and everyone slapped their tables enthusiastically. They had won. Their wall of honor would not be empty for the parent-teacher meeting this time. Because they were too noisy, the door of Class 19 slammed shut once more. Harmony continued, I hope that everyone continues to work hard and strives to do even better. Every single student in Class 20 said in unison, yes. Their voices could be heard throughout the entire Year 3 building. Their fervor surged to the skies. On the other hand, Class 1 was deathly quiet and Gloria's face was dark and long. After the papers were given back to the students, Harmony walked to Shirley's desk and took up her answer sheet. When she saw that Shirley had answered every question, but had still scored a big fat 0, her lips twitched. The English test had multiple choice questions that were worth a total of 150 marks. How did she avoid all the right answers perfectly? Tyler gasped in astonishment as well. She had written so much, but she might as well have skipped the questions like he had done. The boss was indeed the boss. By her own power she had increased his rank by 1 position from his last exam. Harmony handed the paper back to her expressionlessly and said mildly, you promised that you wouldn't get a 0 on your next test. Richard raised her eyes and uttered a noise of assent nonchalantly with wickedness in her glance. Her aura was wild. In the afternoon, each teacher looked over at Shirley with a complicated expression in their gazes as they explained the questions on the exam. Shirley, surprisingly, seemed to be paying attention in class. They wanted to criticize her, but did not know how they could do it. A class meeting was held during the last period. There will be a break this weekend and the parent-teacher meeting will be held on Saturday morning. Remember to inform your parents beforehand, said Harmony. No problem. They agreed readily and did not voice their discontent like before. They could show off their results this time. A gratified Harmony smiled and nodded. Shirley was self-studying at night when an urgent vibration from her phone shook her pocket. She took out her phone and looked at it. Emmett was calling. At such a late hour. She walked to the washroom with her phone in her hand. The phone had already stopped vibrating before she reached the washroom, but it rang again soon after. Shirley answered it. What is it? Shirley, Uncle wants to request something of you. Can you go to the capital? The old grandmother is critically ill again, Emmett said gravely. Upon heeding this, Shirley frowned. Her gaze sank when she thought of something. Did they follow my prescription? She asked icily. Chapter 57, Brown Residence. Emmett seemed to be on the road. He panted as he said, I don't know. I'm still in Donghai City at the moment. I'm going to board the plane. I'll let Jasper pick you up. Shirley pursed her lips. The Brown family was complicated. She didn't want to get involved in their mess, but her doctor's instinct was compelling her to do otherwise. Okay, Shirley finally agreed. Emmett instantly felt relieved as he said, thank you. The girl wearing a baseball cap left the school's gate carrying a black bag. A black SUV was waiting by the roadside, barely visible through the shadows. Jasper stood under the cold street lamp, his long fingers holding a cigarette. Smoke encircled him. His black jacket gave off a cold vibe. Seeing the girl with the baseball cap coming, he snubbed the cigarette on the ashtray. The girl's casual strides with her long, straight legs emanated a powerful presence. She walked up to him. Jasper pulled the door open for her. Get in. Shirley bent down and entered the car. Jasper followed her in. The door closed and James started the car. Jasper turned his head to look at Shirley and opened his mouth to say something. The girl's pretty hand pressed down the brim of her cap, covering up most of her face. She switched to a comfortable posture and closed her eyes. It seemed like she didn't want to interact with him. Jasper narrowed his eyes. This kid seems irritated that we're troubling her again. Does she need a little wooing? He thought for a moment. He leaned forward to open the storage box in front and grabbed a box of white chocolate and placed it on her lap. Shirley opened her eyes and saw a box of chocolates opened on her lap. They were black and white with 12 zodiacs designs on them. It was a box of limited edition chocolates from a luxury brand. One box cost 37,000 yuan. What a rich guy. Shirley poked the brim of her cap up with her finger, showing her pretty face. She picked up a piece of white chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth. The smooth and sweet taste lingered on her taste buds. Her eyebrows raised slightly as her mood lightened. Jasper then piped up, "The old lady is in much better condition than she was a few days ago. Her condition worse all of a sudden and she just fainted." Shirley looked at him, her eyes surly. She gave a cold, queer smirk and said slowly, "You have to ask Nicole about this." There was suddenly a chilly gleam in Jasper's jet black eyes. "You mean they didn't use the medicine that you left them?" Shirley gave a lazy murmur of assent. Her eyes, obscured in the dark, were as chilly as a cold lake. As a doctor, she absolutely hated conceit. The most authoritative female brain specialist in medical circles. James batted his eyes in disbelief. Was the young master humoring M's mayor? What was going on? A group of people stepped through the Brown residence's entrance. Shirley walked beside Jasper lazily with her hands in her pockets. Just like the other day, the old grandmother's courtyard was filled with family members from every which branch. Upon seeing Jasper and Shirley again, the members of the second branch of the family felt guilty. Nicole, of the second branch, was feeling especially guilty after causing the recent disaster. Jasper took Shirley straight to the old grandmother's room. Not even Andrea dared to stop them. Nicole and the 3 military doctors were overwrought with worry as they discussed the treatment plan. "Ms. Brown, let's do the surgery. If you don't do it, the old lady will die." A military doctor wiped the sweat off his forehead. Nicole consulted the relevant materials and her face was taut. "Give me some time. I must find a better way." Since Shirley was able to remove the blood clot without surgery last time, she could definitely do it again. She didn't believe that Western medicine couldn't match up to the old and outdated traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 58. Pushing the blame to Shirley. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. When Nicole saw Jasper and Shirley, she squeezed the papers in her hand and frowned. "What are you doing here?" As though she didn't see Nicole, Shirley's cold gaze fell upon the old grandmother. The old lady was stuck full of plastic tubes and her aged face was a sickly purple. Suddenly Shirley's eyes narrowed. She said coldly, "I can't guarantee anything." In an instant, the room's atmosphere cooled a few degrees. Jasper stared at Nicole. It was an invisible pressure in the room. It was like a sharp, icy scalpel, pricking at Nicole's throat. She felt as though she were caught by a giant airtight net. Her entire body felt the suffocation. Even her bones were trembling. Jasper's voice was cold. "Get out, all of you." Enduring the unpleasant position, Nicole bluffed, "Third brother, this woman said that she was going to treat Grandma, but she ended up worsening Grandma's situation. Why did you bring her here? Do you want to kill Grandma?" The moment she saw Shirley, she decided to push all the blame onto her. Jasper's eyes narrowed. The sudden, cold gleam of light in his eyes was frightening. The military doctor knew that they had caused trouble this time and he urged Nicole, "Ms. Brown, let's step out." Worried that she would have to take the blame, she warned Shirley, "If something happens to my grandma, I won't let you off." She snorted and strode away. Just as she walked out into the courtyard, James and a group of onlookers surrounded Nicole. He said with a stern face, "Take Ms. Nicole away. Keep a good watch on her." Nicole's eyes were instantly filled with panic. Shirley threw her bag on the ground and took the old grandmother's pulse. The longer she spent at work, the more serious she looked. After some time, Shirley put the old lady's hand under the blanket. She stood up and said in a low voice, "It's bad." Jasper looked at the old lady on the bed. "What do you mean?" "We have to perform a surgery," Shirley said. "Do you know William Rogers, the leading brain expert?" Jasper nodded. The sage doctor of brain surgery, elder of the medical association, ranked first out of all the brain experts. "We're looking for that guy." Yeah, I need his help. Nicole isn't good enough. Shirley stuffed her hands in her pockets. She squatted down and took out a roll of silver needles from her bag. Then she placed the needles on several key acupuncture points. I can buy some time. Go and get William as soon as possible. Jasper didn't waste a second as he took out his cell phone and made a call. Bring William to the Brown residence as soon as possible. William was an old man in his 50s with a messy beard. He was someone who didn't care much for his appearance. He was screaming wildly as he was taken from some secret lab to the Brown residence by the bodyguards. As the Brown family made up of kidnappers. How could you take me like this? Isn't my student Nicole here? Why did you bring me here? I was at a critical time in my experiment. When the Brown family saw William, their eyes widened in shock. Jasper was really crazy. How could he do this to someone of the Rogers family? William was a very influential member of the Rogers family. The 3 military doctors were dumbfounded. This was the mysterious sage doctor. William was carried into the old grandmother's room as he continued to gripe, "Gentlemen, I can walk. Can you put me down? Ouch, my bones." Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes slowly widened as he stared at Shirley in disbelief. "Master." Shirley shot him a look and he immediately stopped himself. Chapter 59, Unfortunate Tutorship. Jasper looked at Shirley contemplatively. The girl remained unmoved. William looked at the two of them. Light flashed in his perceptive eyes. Seeing that he was still being carried, he said irritably, "Let me down, you fools. I'm already here. Why are you still carrying me?" The bodyguard looked to Jasper to seek his approval. He nodded. The bodyguard put down William and went out respectfully. Planting his feet on the ground, William felt at ease. He adjusted his clothes, but he still couldn't help but turn to look at Shirley. The girl looked up, her eyes feral and savage, giving off a chilly aura. William's heart quivered and he dared not glance at her again. He turned to look at the bed. Seeing the old grandmother's face, he was startled. "The last time I came to visit, she didn't look this bad." He quickly walked over and he opened the old grandmother's eyes to have a look. "I prescribed her some Chinese medicine which would have cured her. But someone used Western medicine on her instead. The damage to her chi is severe," Shirley said slowly. Hearing that, he glanced at Shirley again, but only for a very short moment before averting his gaze. He picked up the X-ray image on the bed cabinet and checked the various medical data. 3 minutes later, he said, "I have no choice but to perform a craniotomy. But the old lady is of advanced age. The operation will be very dangerous. There's only a 50% chance of success." Jasper looked to Shirley. "How confident are you?" Shirley rolled her eyes. Facing each other, the man's eyes were filled with deep trust. 60%. She didn't lie to him. Jasper's thin lips were slightly pursed. He spoke up politely, "Uncle Rogers, please work with Shirley and perform the surgery on my grandmother." William snorted as if he were greatly humiliated. "Jasper, who do you think I am? Who am I, William, the leading brain expert? You're telling me to work with this little girl? How condescending. I'll invest 50 million in the project you are working on," the man said in a low voice. "Deal." William did not hesitate as he laughed. "I wouldn't have guessed that you were actually quite generous." Jasper's eyes were clear and cold. The nurse at Brown residence immediately pushed the old grandmother into the operating theater. A group of people followed. When Shirley walked past William, she smirked and said in a whisper, "Pretty good acting. You even got 50 million out of it." William carefully touched his mustache. Thinking of the old grandmother's condition, his expression became serious. Was it Nicole who messed it up? Shirley raised an eyebrow and said mildly, "The good student of yours. Why do you blame me? She came under my tutorship because she got the highest score. She had the qualifications. How could I have expected that she would turn out to be ill-intentioned?" William sighed repeatedly. "What misfortune." Shirley said nothing. "But putting aside this matter, this operation is very tricky," William said with a headache. "She's too old. If something happens, I would be offending the entire Brown family. The Rogers family forbade me from intervening in this matter. If not for Jasper bringing me here, I wouldn't have come." Shirley pursed her lips. Her jet black eyes were solemn as she said in a low voice, "Keep the old lady alive." William nodded. After putting on the blue surgical gown in the disinfection room, the two entered the operating theater. Chapter 60, Have a sleep in my room for a while. Dylan Brown rushed back from the army. Upon entering the Brown residence, he noticed that the atmosphere of the whole Brown family couldn't be more depressing. Big brother, the fourth son of the Brown family, stepped forward. The others greeted him as well. Dylan kept walking. His sharp eyes stared straight ahead as he walked towards the operating theater. How's Mom? The fourth son of the Brown family said, she's going through surgery. William is here. Dylan was startled. Who brought him here? Jasper got his people to bring him here by force. At the thought of Jasper's bandit-like actions, the fourth son was frightened and contemptuous of his actions. Dylan nodded approvingly. Jasper did a good job. We should have brought him here earlier. The fourth son of the Brown family awkwardly echoed his sentiment. Yeah. They were all bandits. Jasper casually leaned out of the operating theater in a languid posture. He held a cigarette in his long and clean fingers, but it wasn't lit. He heard some footsteps and he slowly stood up straight and looked over. Seeing someone coming, he maintained a serious demeanor. Dad. Dylan patted Jasper's shoulder. How long has the operation been going on for? Jasper replied, 2 hours. That girl from last time is here also. Dylan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the door of the operating theater. Jasper didn't answer his question but said insipidly, it's not Nicole. Grandma doesn't even need craniotomy. Dylan had never considered Western medicine to be better than traditional Chinese medicine. With thousands of years of medical skills passed down the generations, there must be some important elements that Western medicine did not account for. He approved of Jasper's search for the miracle doctor. But he didn't find the miracle doctor, but Emmett recommended a doctor who was decent enough. The old grandmother was critically ill the last time. They had been at their wits' end, so they made a Hail Mary effort. Unexpectedly, the girl actually improved the old lady's condition. But just when the old grandmother's condition was thought to be under control, their own family member made it worsen. Having been in the army for a long time, the moment his face became serious, a thirst for blood permeated the air. The fourth son of the Brown family didn't dare to utter a word. We have to keep this matter from the old grandmother. She won't be able to take the news, Dylan said. Teach Nicole a lesson to make her remember. Jasper murmured assent contemplatively. The clear, cold moon was suspended in the horizon. The Brown residence was as bright as day. Even its dark silhouette was clearly illuminated. It was quiet, in the early morning the next day. The street lights were all turned off and the entire courtyard was brightly lit. The morning mist lingered and the air was humid. At 7 o'clock, the operating theater door finally opened from the inside. After 4 hours of surgery, Shirley took off the mask. Her lips were pale. Her eyes were bloodshot and menacing. The raised corner of her eyes made her look even more unfriendly. Jasper strode forward and he spoke in a whisper. How is it? Shirley said nothing. She looked down as she undid her gown. William said tiredly, stop disturbing the old lady. The blood clot is pretty much removed. We'll make a prescription later. Follow it this time. Dylan bowed. Thank you, William. Forget that. Give me the money. It's more practical. William scorned. Just then, James came with a vacuum flask and handed it to Jasper. The temperature is just the way you like it. Jasper unscrewed the flask and passed it to Shirley. Shirley threw the surgical gown into the wastebasket and turned to look. There was steam coming from the open flask and the smell of caramel milk tea permeated the air. She glanced at Jasper. Her eyes were not as chilly as usual. Then, with a hoarse voice, she said, thanks. Jasper smiled. Get some sleep in my room for a while. Shirley took a sip of milk tea. Her lips were stained with some tea and she licked it off with her tongue. Join our Ko-Fi account for full episode. Chapter 61, You're no longer my student. Jasper looked towards Dylan. Dad, I'll bring her somewhere to rest first. Sure. Dylan watched the silhouettes of the disappearing figures and narrowed his eyes. William fumed. Look at the difference in treatment. I want to have hot milk tea as well. I want to rest as well. James smiled politely. Haven't you forgotten something, Dr. Rogers? William paused. What have I forgotten, Ms. Nicole? James reminded him dutifully. Oh, that's right, that's right. Radiance flashed across William's aged eyes. Where is she now? James made a gesturing motion. Follow me, please. Nicole was locked up in the basement under the Brown residence, guarded by at least 4 men at all times. No one had responded to her cries for help. Suddenly, the door to the basement opened with a creak. Reflexively, Nicole's head shot up to see who it was. She frowned upon seeing that it was James. She wanted to ask when she would be released. An unexpected figure entered her vision. Teacher. Nicole called out excitedly. Was her teacher here to help her? With his hands behind his back, William observed the trussed-up Nicole. She had a hopeful expression and seemed to be smirking coldly. Nicole's eyes reddened. Teacher, is my granny out of danger now that you're here? William stared at her gravely and said in a mild tone, Nicole, do you still remember the first rule when you came under my mentorship? Repeat it to me. Shock passed through Nicole's heart and her expression froze. She stammered, to scrupulously abide by medical ethics, seek constant improvement, to not be conceited, to spare no effort in curing the illnesses that ail humanity, to uphold the sanctity and honor of the art of healing, to help the dying and heal the injured, and to never harm the health of a patient by putting my needs over their own. William nodded. Have you abided by this rule? Nicole's heart hammered wildly in her chest. Despite the pressure she was under, she would never admit to breaking this critical rule. She looked aggrieved as if she had been badly wronged. Teacher, did Shirley spout nonsense to you? William frowned and his tone became icier. Even now you're still unrepentant. An aggressive case of bad luck must have befallen him to make him take her under his wing. Upon reading the situation, Nicole's expression changed drastically. She said hastily, No, teacher, let me explain. There's no need for an explanation, William said coldly. You're no longer my student. All the best to you. With that, he turned to leave. Nicole realized that William had already made up his mind and spiraled into a panic. Struggling against her restraints, she dragged her chair forward. Teacher, I've understood where I went wrong. I'll change. Give me another chance, teacher. The leverage she had in the medical organization came from being the student of the #1 neurological expert. If news that she had been expelled spread, her reputation would be utterly ruined. She stared wide-eyed as William's silhouette disappeared through the basement doorway. Nicole slumped back into her chair, defeated. James gazed at Nicole, expressionless. Ms. Nicole, young Master Brown says that this is only a small punishment. If you are discreet enough, there is still a place for you in the Brown family. Even if James had left out half of the last sentence, Nicole would have had no problem understanding the meaning. Chapter 62, The Bearing of a Big Shot. If you understand, I will let you go immediately, said James respectfully. Nicole looked up and chuckled frostily. Would I dare not to understand that? James gave a light smile. All is well if Ms. Nicole understands. Release her. Understood. The bodyguards immediately stepped forward to undo the ropes binding her. Nicole's expression was icy as she ripped the ropes off. She threw them on the floor and strode out of the basement. At Jasper's courtyard. It was a villa with 3 rooms, a study, a bedroom and a living room. It was a huge villa. Jasper pushed the door to the bedroom open. The entire bedroom was cleanly decorated in black and white. The heavily ascetic style suited Jasper's image. Rest up on the bed. Jasper pointed towards the black bed with his chin. Shirley pursed her lips. Her clear, bright gaze landed on the genuine leather sofa and she said in a low voice, I'll sleep on the sofa. Tell me when the old grandmother wakes up so that I can check on her again. Jasper did not get pushy and retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe and held it out to her. It's new. Thanks. Shirley placed the vacuum flask on the coffee table, took the blanket, turned around, and walked towards the sofa. She shook the blanket out and lay on her side facing the door, then shut her eyes. Jasper watched Shirley's fluid movements and could not help but smirk. The girl's long and dense eyelashes cast a shadow on the area under her eyes, which were slightly tinted with green. Her skin was very fair. Beautiful. James noticed that his young master was staring at Ems Mayer when he walked through the door of the bedroom. He did not want to disturb his young master's admiration of the beauty. He was about to leave when Jasper turned his head. James froze in his spot as he watched his young master walk out of the room with a hand in his pocket, gently pulling the door closed behind him. In a respectful tone, James said softly, Young Master Brown, Ms. Nicole has been dealt with and Dr. Yu has dropped her as his student. There was a chilliness bundled in the depths of Jasper's inky black eyes. Nicole is not allowed near grandmother in the future. Understood, said James. After a 2-second pause, Jasper instructed, get the kitchen to prepare something sweet. The corner of James's eyes twitched. Understood. What's this now? Was his young master getting serious? After sleeping for an indeterminate amount of time, Shirley opened her eyes and sat up slowly. The blanket started to slip from her body, but she caught it and put it back on the sofa. Opposite her was Jasper, who was half leaning against the bed with closed eyes. She wasn't sure if he was sleeping or not. Shirley pinched the corners of her eyes and walked towards the balcony with light steps. Taking out a cigarette from her pocket, she lit it and placed it by the corner of her mouth. She then leaned against the white arabesque railing and took out her phone to play a round of games. Her long hair hung from her back carelessly as her face was shrouded in smoke. Her silhouette was hazy, giving her a mystical quality. Her eyelids hung low, making her look relaxed. She looked pretty cool too. Jasper observed her quietly. He had seen plenty of women smoke. Shirley, however, was the only one who looked both innocent and seductive while doing it. He did not know what had gotten into him that day that made him think she was on a date with Tyler when he learned that they went to the mall. Shirley probably didn't even view Tyler as his brother at all. She probably viewed him more like a giant baby. Suddenly, Shirley lifted her gaze and looked over casually. Her clear and pure eyes looked as tranquil as a deep, cold lake. The depths of her pitch-black eyes not only emanated coldness that chilled one to the bone but also a wicked quality. Jasper's gaze froze for a moment. Shirley's eyebrows cocked slightly. She bent over to extinguish her cigarette in an ashtray before walking back into the bedroom casually. Every movement looked sassy and wicked as hell. Chapter 63, Consultation Fee. You want me to help the Brown family without even getting paid with meals? The girl's voice was low. Jasper's thin lips turned up slightly. How can I starve a growing kid? Shirley looked at him and said seriously, it's true that I'm still growing, but I'm not a kid. Jasper couldn't help but laugh whenever he saw she was serious. He got up from the bed and stood straight-legged as he looked at her, a smile still lingering in his eyes. Let's go, I'll take you out to dinner. Shirley nodded. He could tell that she was really hungry. Considering that it had been a while since Shirley last ate, the kitchen made nourishing sweet congee and some desserts. Just after they were done eating, someone came from the courtyard and reported that the old grandmother had woken up. The two then went along with the messenger to see the old grandmother. The old grandmother was still not very sober, her old eyes trembling. William leaned over and whispered into Shirley's ear, look at you, you just had to go looking for trouble. Even if the old grandmother wakes up, she's not going to have many more years left in her and she still needs to rely on taking medicine all the time. Shirley gave him a mild glance. William shut his mouth immediately as he examined the old grandmother with a straight face. Damn, he was really getting worse with age. He had just lectured Nicole about the rules of his tutorship and here he was making the same dumb mistake. Shirley began to take the old grandmother's pulse. After some time, she took out a silver needle and disinfected it. Stick into the niguan and twist it. Continue the slanted bird pecking technique on the renjong. Angled at 45 degrees, twitch the sanyanjiao 3 times. With support on the jikuan, qiji, and weizhong. Her skillful and efficient technique was a work of art. William was wide-eyed as he watched her work. Every time he watched Shirley do acupuncture he wished he could record and worship it. He didn't have any experience in acupuncture and it would be too late for him to start learning, so all he could do was to watch. Unfortunately, not many people study traditional Chinese medicine nowadays. Jasper stood to one side with a hand in his pocket, his eyes never shifting away from the girl's furrowed brows and her mouth. An hour later, Shirley put away all the silver needles. She said insipidly, she'll be completely awake in the evening. Be careful not to agitate her and make sure she keeps to the diet. Jasper looked at the old woman on the sick bed. Shirley, tell me honestly. How much longer can she live? The girl glanced at him and threw the bag on her back. If her health is well taken care of, she can have 3 to 5 more years. But she could still go anytime. She was no god. She was only a doctor who snatched people from the hands of the Reaper. She wouldn't be able to save the old grandmother every time. Jasper looked grave. After a long while, he said, how do we take good care of her? Shirley took out a small piece of paper from her bag and wrote a prescription. For now, take the medicine. I'll prepare some Chinese medicine for emergency use when I have time. Having written the prescription, she handed it to him casually with her clean and white fingertips. Jasper received it. Under the paper, their fingertips rubbed softly against each other. One was warm and the other was hot. Shirley paused for a moment and looked up. As they stared at each other for a few seconds, she put on a smile, her delicate eyebrows wicked and feral. Young Master Brown, the consultation fee for this is the sleeping jade. The sleeping jade wasn't very useful to the old grandmother and it was a waste for Jasper to hold onto it. The man looked at her and chuckled softly. James, go get it. Chapter 64, a reminder for certain people. Shortly after, James returned with the sleeping jade and handed it to Shirley respectfully. Shirley received it, tossed it in the air a few times, put it in her palm, and stuffed her hands in her pockets in a nimble and suave manner. Thanks, I'm going back to Sea City now. And, she stared at Jasper and said in a light and slow voice, I'm about to take university entrance exams. Don't disrupt my studying. If anything happens, find William. William pouted. He had no choice but to obey quietly. Jasper cocked his eyebrows slightly. Studying. If he remembered correctly, she was ranked last in C City High School's Year 3 cohort. The results were real, but it was really quite surprising that she had such an attitude towards studying. He said in a soft voice, "I'll get James to send you back." No need. Shirley walked casually to the door with no expression on her face. "I have some things to attend to." He turned slightly. From the long and narrow corner of his eyes, he stared at the girl's back. His thin lips arced up in a smirk, looking like a scoundrel. Katrina's car stopped in front of Brown residence. The chauffeur got out of the car and opened the door respectfully. Then the woman with a quiet, dignified air stepped out. She walked towards the Brown residence. A girl wearing a baseball cap came walking out of the Brown residence, half of her face covered by the brim of her hat. Her skin was very fair and the shape of her lips was pretty. Her jawline was so pretty it was outrageous. The two walked past each other. Katrina's brows furrowed slightly as the girl seemed vaguely familiar. Within a few seconds, she suddenly remembered the sister and brother pair that she saw when she went to the World Restaurant in Sea City with Jasper and the others. She was the sister. At that time, Cyrus said he didn't know her. Why would she be here? She turned her head and saw that the girl had walked some distance away. When Katrina looked at her, she felt a strange feeling of unease. She had a distinguished background and status. Why did she have a feeling that she could not compare to this girl who merely drifted through society? Yes, it must be just a misconception. Putting away those wild thoughts, she stepped into Brown residence with her high heels. Shirley took a taxi and stopped in front of an office building in the capital's bustling district. When she entered, someone was waiting at the door already. "Ms. Mayor." The woman in a suit smiled politely. Shirley nodded and she took the elevator with her to the 21st floor. As soon as she got out of the elevator, she saw large gilded letters spelling, "Judith Law Firm," hanging on the wall. Shirley poked up the brim of her hat and followed behind the female assistant. They reached a staff room labeled with a "Judith Potter" sign. The assistant turned to look at her and smiled slightly. "Ms. Mayor, someone is consulting with Lawyer Potter. He will be back soon. Please wait inside for a moment." Shirley gave a low grunt in acknowledgement and walked in. The staff room was bright and clean. Documents were piled on the desk. The wall behind the desk was filled with law books and case records. In the left corner was a sofa for receiving visitors and a triangular coffee table. Shirley put the bag nonchalantly on the sofa, sat down, raised her legs, and took out the thick clamshell-styled cell phone. After a full day of not checking the phone, a lot of notifications had accumulated. Shirley briefly looked at the group chat. There was no useful information, so she exited it. There were some private notifications. She had shown up on the hacker forum that day and news had spread quickly. Orders for her came in batches. She appeared again and refused the orders just to give certain people a reminder. The other organizations were also considering the orders that Shadow League refused. Chapter 65, How is that person doing? Just then, the staff room door opened. "Shirley." The man's voice was clean and magnetic. His enunciation was exceptionally clear. It was an occupational disease. Shirley turned her head. Judith walked in front while the female assistant followed behind him, placing a cup of coffee and a cup of honey pomelo drink on the coffee table. Judith placed the documents in his hands onto the desk, strode over, and sat down opposite her. "How are you doing? Coming to the capital without even informing me, is this a surprise visit?" His tone gave off a sense of familiarity. Shirley took a sip of the honey pomelo drink and said tepidly, "It's regarding Arya." Judith's expression became tense. "What's up with Arya?" Shirley's eyelids peeled open as she stared at him with sharp, black eyes like a cold lake. "The person who hurt Arya will be released soon. I want you to make an appeal again." Judith was relieved of the tense feeling in his heart. "I know what you mean. It just so happens that the law was changed this year. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Shirley nodded absent-mindedly. "How is that person doing?" Her voice was gloomy. Judith smiled. "After you beat him up, he went in weighing 180 jin and came out weighing 100 jin. He's practically skin and bones. It wore down his spirits and he learned some lessons. How do you think he's doing?" "Him not doing well was good." Shirley's lips curled up with frostiness. "I'm very satisfied with how things turned out." Judith picked up the cup of coffee and reminisced about the past. There was a sudden cool flash in his eyes. There are rules everywhere. The vicious people who attack the old and weak will be punished. He will not have a good life in prison either. Shirley stopped talking. After a moment of silence, Judith said, "Let's talk about you. What have you been doing recently? I heard that your parents." Accident, Shirley said concisely. She didn't want to hear him ask any further, so she simply said, I sent Richard away and Wendy went with my uncle. Judith had expected that. Those relatives were an outrageous bunch who would only do things for profit. But he wanted to see their expressions when they finally found Shirley's identity. It would be very interesting to see. He said, What are you doing lately? Going to school, Shirley said casually. Preparing for university entrance exams. Judith almost spat out the coffee. He couldn't believe it. Are you okay? Why are you taking university entrance exams? If you want to go to university, simple, I'll just send you directly to the best law school in the country. Why bother with such a roundabout way? Shirley smiled, crossed her legs, her hand propping up her face. She slowly said, If I want to enter university, would I even need your help? Her tone was extremely haughty. Judith choked. She was right. Why would the big boss need his help for something like that? Shirley cocked an eyebrow, looking especially sinister. I'm accompanying Arya to school. Judith was startled as he looked at her. She can go to school. Isn't she afraid of crowds? She has recovered already. Shirley nodded. Don't worry about it for now. Just get the thing that I talked about done. Don't worry. Judith looked at the time. Do you want to have dinner together? No need. I only took one day off and have to go back to school. With that said, the girl stood up. She put on her cap and threw the bag onto her back. Chapter 66. Dangerous yet fascinating. From a distance, Judith observed her pretty, stony face, and said, All right then, when your university entrance exams are over we'll have a celebration with you and Arya. Shirley cocked her eyebrow. I'm going. He watched as the girl turned and left. She walked as though she were ignoring him. Judith stood at the door of the staff room, one hand in his pocket, watching in amazement. So dangerous yet fascinating. In the second period of night self-learning, Shirley appeared in the classroom. The only students left were the students living on campus. As soon as she stepped into the classroom, all eyes were upon her. Seeing that she had returned, Arya's eyes lit up. Watching her take her seat, she went over to her cautiously. Shirley was very tired and wanted to sleep. Arya came over and saw her take out a cushion and put on headphones. Arya came to sit beside her. Shirley lay down on the table, her eyes narrowing as she said lazily, Arya was lying on the table just like her. Her clear eyes widened slightly and she whispered, Shirley, what shall we do for this Saturday's parent-teacher meeting? Shirley's parents were all ready. And as for her, her parents were as good as dead. No one could attend the parent-teacher meeting for them. Shirley said in a lackadaisical tone, I'll tell little Harmony that we won't be attending the parent-teacher meeting. Arya pursed her lips. Actually, I already informed Ms. Reed today. She said that there will be a Year 3 motivational assembly on Saturday. Parents and students will be invited to give their signatures. Ms. Reed said we should try to find an elderly person to come with us on stage. Otherwise it won't reflect well on us, especially since I'm the first to go on stage. Hearing this, Shirley lifted her eyelids, her pretty eyebrows furrowed. She thought for a few seconds and said quietly, All right, leave it to me. Arya froze for a moment. What are you going to do? Are you going to hire someone? Shirley took out her cell phone immediately, found Judith's WeChat, and she casually typed, Lawyer Potter, I have a parent-teacher meeting this weekend. Please help out. Judith was at a dinner meeting. When his private cell phone rang, he excused himself, got up, and went outside. The assistant followed suit. Seeing Shirley's message, he replied, Which day? Shirley, Saturday. After asking the assistant about his schedule, Judith told the assistant to clear everything scheduled on Saturday. He replied to Shirley, See you on Friday night. Judith looked down at the cell phone. He also wanted to see Arya and see the progress of her recovery. Shirley turned the cell phone around and showed Arya the chat history. Judith will attend the parent-teacher meeting for you. Arya didn't expect that the matter would be solved so easily. After staring blankly for a few seconds, she asked, Lawyer Potter will attend for the two of us. The corner of Shirley's lips turned up in a smirk and she drawled, Yes, we both got first. He'll attend for us both. Arya couldn't help but laugh. At the thought of her grades, she wondered, Shirley, how did you take the test? I don't believe you really scored a 0. Shirley was so sleepy that her eyes were closed. I just gave some answers. Who knew I'd be so unlucky? Not a single one was right. The corner of Arya's mouth twitched. Next time you should just put C for all your answers. You definitely won't get a 0 that way. Shirley grunted in acknowledgement and fell asleep. The next morning, when Arya went to Harmony's staff room to pick up some things, she bumped into some girls from Class 1. She had met one of the girls after dinner with Emmett last time. Wendy was amongst them as well. Chapter 67, Ruthlessly. Dragged into a blind alley. Wendy smiled. Arya, it's been a while. Arya gave a faint smile. Little Wendy. Wendy looked Arya over. Arya, I didn't expect to be able to see you again. I thought after what happened, I wouldn't ever see you again. How's your health? Arya stiffened suddenly and her complexion immediately paled. The girl from Class 1 asked, what's the matter? Arya squeezed her hands, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Wendy paused and looked at Arya. Even the girl's eyes were trembling and she seemed like she was about to break down. Wendy broke out a chuckle, why are you so gossipy? We used to live in the same area. After she moved away, she and my sister transferred to this school and that's when I met her. The fact that Shirley was Wendy's sister was well known across the cohort after boys from Class 1 had spread the news. Oh, the girls in Class 1 exclaimed, and they said jokingly, little Wendy, it seems very strange to me how your sister ranked last on the exam. Are you two really sisters? Wendy smiled and shook her head. Nonsense, my sister just doesn't like studying. Hee hee, she already ranked last. What difference does it make whether she likes studying or not? Sigh, Arya, you're the highest scorer in our year, why don't you transfer to our class? Don't let Shirley influence you. The girls' smiles were particularly unpleasant in Arya's eyes. Arya bit her lip, her face pale as she walked around the girls, and headed upstairs. There was an evil gleam in Wendy's eyes. Her body swayed suddenly and she fell backward, instinctively grabbing onto Arya's waist. Arya was shocked as there was a strong pull at her waist. She grabbed the railing frantically to steady herself. Wendy fell and landed on the stairs. She looked up apologetically at Arya. Arya, I'm sorry. I lost my balance. I didn't touch your ostomy bag, did I? Arya's turned pale instantly. She pushed Wendy away and ran upstairs as though she were running for her life. Puzzled, the other girls asked, what ostomy bag? Little Wendy, what are you talking about? Watching as Arya fled in a hurry, Wendy laughed, it's nothing. Let's go buy something to eat, I'll treat. The conversation immediately switched to another topic. I want to drink popping pearl milk tea. I want potato chips and fried chicken nuggets. I want, Arya ran into the teacher's bathroom. There was no one inside. She stood in front of the sink, breathing heavily. She looked up slowly at the mirror. Her face was ghostly white and her eyes were red with fear. Memories from many years ago came back to her. She was ruthlessly dragged into a blind alley by a middle-aged man. Arya staggered backward. She shuddered and hugged herself tightly, tears falling from her eyes. She clenched her teeth forcefully, restraining herself from crying, and she slowly squatted down, clutching her head. Shortly after, her mood stabilized. She stood up as though nothing had happened and went to wash her face. Facing the mirror, she adjusted her expression and walked out slowly. Arya handed the things over to Harmony, then walked back to her seat and sat down. Sydney saw the hair on her forehead was wet. Arya, did you just wash your face? Arya grunted in assent. I was a little sleepy, so I went to wash my face to wake myself up. Sydney didn't suspect anything. Chapter 68, Sewing Discord. Tyler also went to shop at the supermarket and happened to bump into Wendy's group. Upon seeing Tyler, Wendy averted her gaze slightly, concealing her thoughts. Incidentally, she saw the girl beside her go red in the face and she frowned. Something gleamed in her eyes. The girl's name was Grace Becker and her family was a nouveau riche of Sea City. To put it crudely, they were the lowest of the rich and powerful. Compared with the rising political families, they were far inferior. Grace had a pretty good relationship with Tina. As she was always following Tina, it turned out that she liked Tyler. Wendy stared at her toes for a few seconds, smiled and said, Grace, let's go over there and see if there is anything Tina would like to eat. Grace also looked down at Wendy because she felt that Wendy was a phony person. Few people in the class know that Wendy was the niece of Davis family and that she had come to Sea City because the parents passed away, but her parents told her not to offend Wendy because George was quite powerful now. If she messed with Wendy, it would cause much trouble for the Beckers, so she smiled with feigned civility. Okay. The girls followed Wendy. Brother Tyler, Sister Shirley's favorite food seems to be out of stock. Why don't we buy some other stuff? Fatty searched through the snacks. Tyler's eyebrows furrowed. Go and tell the manager. If there are no more goods, hurry up and get them restocked. Don't they want to run a business? Charlie's eyes twitched at the corner. Young master, calm down. Sister Shirley likes sweet things. There are some new snacks here. We can buy them and let her try them. Tyler's expression finally eased. Buy them all, then. Buy some for Arya and Sydney too, lest Sister Shirley wants to give them her share. Their conversation was completely overheard by the girls from Class 1. Wendy's expression was unmoved, keeping up a gentle appearance as she looked for snacks that she liked. Grace's expression was quite malevolent. Had Tyler reached the point of liking Shirley and everyone connected to her? Had she no hope left? When Tyler and the others left with the food, Wendy also finished choosing what she wanted to eat. Watching Tyler from behind, she slowly said, "My sister has always garnered affection from others ever since she was young. She's pretty. Tyler treats my sister really well." Grace's expression immediately turned grim. She and Tyler used to be on good enough terms that they could exchange several words upon bumping into each other. But ever since Shirley appeared, she hadn't been able to do so. Who in year 3 didn't know that Grace liked Tyler? Shirley just had to step in. Wendy laughed a little regretfully. "The only problem with my sister is her studies. She got into a fight before and it was quite serious. I guess Browns treats mayors with disdain given their social status. It might have been a mistake for my sister to meet Tyler." With that said, she pursed her lips and gasped regretfully as she looked at Grace as she took the food to checkout. Grace frowned and followed behind Wendy absent-mindedly. Shirley had gotten into a fight before. Oh yeah, Ms. Dawson said that Shirley was expelled from her former school because of it. Tyler would definitely give up on Shirley once he learned of her true colors. Wendy was right. This was a mistake. Mistakes must be corrected. Maybe they could force Shirley to leave. At noon on Friday, Emmett called as he wanted to have dinner with Shirley. "I have an appointment with Judith," Shirley said casually. Her leg was raised up and she propped her chin up while holding the phone in the other. Emmett said, "Let's go together then. The more the merrier. It's been a while since I've seen Lawyer Potter anyways." More people. Shirley squinted. Who else is coming? Chapter 69, Just a Random Answer. Emmett glanced at the man who was sitting on his reception sofa and smoking a cigarette and gave a light chuckle. Jasper and the others are coming too. They want to ask about the old grandmother's condition. Shirley didn't mind. "Ask Judith yourself. If he agrees, I'm fine with it." All right. After hanging up the phone, Shirley unwrapped a lollipop, put it in her mouth, and started to do her homework. The teacher had been giving out more and more papers to do. Arya could barely keep up, so Shirley had no choice but to copy her answers. There were a few questions that Arya had left blank. Shirley filled in the blanks with her own answers. Tyler was copying as well. Seeing Shirley doing that, the corner of his eyes twitched. "Sister Shirley, are you just writing random answers?" Shirley stopped writing, looked up, her eyebrow tilted up. Her beautiful eyes were clear and cool. The blacks and whites were very pure. They were especially beautiful and also dangerous. The angled corner of her lips gave an ambiguous smile. Drawing closer to him, she said in a casual, soft and slow manner, "Do you still want to copy?" Tyler's eyes met with her dark gaze. His heart shuddered, his eyelashes quivered, and he lowered his head to write furiously. "Copy, copy." The tips of his ears quickly turned red. After 2 periods of class in the afternoon, the whole school started cleaning. In the square in front of the school complex, the sports teacher was drawing out the positions for each class. The staff was setting up a desk for collecting signatures as well as the LED screen. There was a long red carpet in front of the stage. There was an inflatable arch across the middle of the red carpet with words hanging on it, "The door to success." The first assembly for the year 3s was an important school event. At the student union meeting, Tina was the chairman of the student union. They were looking at the PowerPoint that was to be used for tomorrow's assembly. There were slides for C City High School's history, admission rates for graduating students for the previous year 3's university entrance exams, records of top-scoring students in university entrance exams, the honor roll of university entrance exams, and also the final blessings and encouragement they had for the current year 3's. Grace glanced at the USB drive inserted in the laptop and she squinted. She smiled and asked, "Tina, who will be in charge of the computer while the year 3's go up to sign?" Tina was expressionless as he said mildly, "Kai Jiaming." Kai Jiaming was a student of year 2 and also the vice chairman of the student union. Grace drawled her response, "Oh. The PowerPoint is pretty much done. You can show this to the level head. I'll get going first." Tina handed the USB drive to Grace, got up, and walked out. Ever since the monthly tests results came out, Tina had been in a bad mood and always looked gloomy. She had started to care less about student union matters and spent more of her free time studying. Grace looked down, clutched the USB drive in her hands, and pursed her lips. After school. Tyler saw Shirley and Arya walking out of the school gate. Sister Shirley, are you going to eat outside with Arya? Shirley said nothing as she looked at the black SUV parked opposite the school gate. A man sat in the back seat, facing forward. His nose was high, his lips cool and thin, and his eyes gave a distant feeling. The sleeves of his black shirt were folded up, his arm languidly rested on the car window, and his clean and long fingers held a cigarette. In the driver's seat and front passenger seat were Philip and Cyrus. Tyler followed Shirley's gaze and stared with eyes widened in surprise. Third brother. Jasper saw the familiar figure, put out the cigarette in the car's ashtray, and opened the car door. He was 1.8 meters tall with long, straight legs. Two of his shirt buttons were unbuttoned, revealing his collarbone in an unruly way. With one hand in his pocket, he walked towards Shirley. Chapter 70. I'm the last. Is there anything wrong with that? Arya was stunned for a moment. Shirley, aren't we having dinner with Lawyer Potter? There'll be more people. Uncle Brown will be there too. Shirley cocked her head to the side. The sun was not up in the evening, so she wore the baseball cap backwards and stood in a relaxed manner. Arya replied, oh. Just as they were talking, Jasper crossed the road and came up to them. Come on, let's go to World Restaurant. Judith is already there. Shirley nodded lightly. Her hands in her pockets, she led Arya to the other side of the road. Tyler suddenly shouted, are you guys going to eat? I'm going too. Jasper's eyes narrowed as he looked at him and he said slowly, the car is full. Tyler immediately waved and hailed a taxi that passed by and he tilted up his chin. I'll take a taxi, then. With that said, he opened the door and got in the car, looking annoyingly arrogant. Jasper sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Wendy arrived at the entrance of the school to see Shirley and Arya getting into a car. She could tell from a glance that the men in the car weren't ordinary people. How did Shirley know these people? She still didn't understand how Shirley had managed to enter Sea City High School. Her uncle had taken great pains to get her into the school. How did Shirley get in with such poor grades? She even brought Arya in with her. She stared in the direction the SUV was leaving in. Cousin, get in the car. The cousin who was in year 1 got into the Davis family's car and called out to Wendy when he saw that she was still standing there. Wendy snapped to attention, chuckled, and said softly, okay. So what if they entered the school? They would be expelled again soon. At World Restaurant. Tyler was first to arrive. He called Emmett and asked for a private room number and went straight upstairs. After a while, Shirley and the others came through the door. Shirley, Arya. Judith smiled and greeted them one by one. He thought it was quite strange. How did Shirley know the Brown family and manage to earn a seat at the same table as them? The girl nodded at him. As she walked over to sit down, Jasper pulled the chair out for her. She looked at him with a cool gaze. The man's eyebrows were raised and his thin lips were a gentle curve. Shirley sat down without saying anything, took off her cap, and hung it on the chair. Jasper sat next to her. Philip and Cyrus looked at each other, their eyes were full of amazement. Was Brother Jasper being particularly attentive to Shirley or were their eyes deceiving them? Overseeing the capital, the third youngest of the Brown family was always the one whom people ingratiate themselves to. When did he ever pull out a chair for someone else? The two men stared blankly and sat down. Had Brother Jasper really taken a fancy to the little girl? The people at the table all know each other, so they had no need to exchange pleasantries. Holding his chopsticks, Philip's wrists hung naturally as he touched on a sore spot. Tyler, congratulations, I heard that you improved by 1 ranking this time. Tyler immediately choked on the rice and coughed. Emmett laughed upon hearing that. Who could be worse than you at studies to be ranked last? Tyler looked at Shirley and kept quiet. Seeing his son's expression, Emmett's smile stiffened as he lowered his head and kept silent. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Shirley fiddled with the sweet and sour fish in the bowl, picked out a fishbone, and looked up. Her smirk was wicked. I'm ranked last. Is there anything wrong with that? The girl's fine-looking eyebrows were raised, making her look wild and feral. No one talked at the table. Emmett poured a cup of sweet soy milk for Shirley silently. Shirley, you've been eating a lot, have a drink. Chapter 71. You have the face to come to such a place. Judith stifled his laughter. No wonder you asked me to attend a parent-teacher meeting with you and Arya. They are so far apart that it will not affect the signing. Shirley raised her eyebrows. Oh, right, how did Arya do on her exams this time? Emmett asked. Before Arya could open her mouth, Tyler spoke first, enunciating every word, first in our year. Emmett was slightly surprised and he shot a glance towards Shirley. He then said amicably, Arya has scored well. Keep up the good work. Arya smiled humbly. Jasper picked up a piece of brown sugar glutinous rice with the serving chopsticks and gave it to Shirley. In a low, magnetic voice, he said, it's very troublesome for one person to attend a parent-teacher meeting for two people. Coincidentally, free tomorrow. A bunch of people looked towards Jasper. What was that supposed to mean? Shirley cast a sideways glance at him. Her clear and bright eyes had a wicked quality to them. You want to attend the parent-teacher meeting with me? She asked in a careless and languid tone. Jasper looked at her and smiled. Do you want me to? The pair looked at each other for a few seconds. Shirley said indifferently, sure, if you're not shocked by my rank as last in the cohort. Everyone's chopsticks hovered in midair as they looked at Shirley, stunned. Why did she actually agree? Were they that familiar with each other? Emmett's gaze was once of shock, as though he had smelled something abnormal. It was already 8 o'clock when they left World Restaurant. It was a Friday and the mall was crowded with quite a few debutantes and upper-class ladies. Some of the people went off first to get their cars from the parking lot. Jasper went to a famous dessert shop to buy something for Shirley to eat. Just then, a group of people walked out of a dedicated elevator for World Restaurant. They were led by George. Shirley did not notice him as she was looking down at her phone and playing a game. Arya's memory of him was already fuzzy by now, so she did not recognize him. George suddenly saw someone who looked a lot like Shirley and thought that his eyesight had deteriorated. Squinting, he looked over. When he saw clearly the rebellious face of Shirley, his gaze deepened. Old Gideon, head inside with the rest first. I'll catch up with you soon, he said to his friend. Old Gideon replied, don't take too long. George laughed and patted his shoulder. All right. After watching the group of people enter, George's face immediately turned grave. He walked over to Shirley briskly and said coldly, Shirley, why are you here? Arya looked at George in puzzlement. Who are you? George did not even spare Arya a glance. Shirley heard the voice and lifted her gaze slowly to glance at him before looking back down and resuming her game. In an indifferent tone, she said, why can't I be here? George hated how condescending she was and raised his hand, wanting to snatch her phone away. Shirley dodged his hand easily. She widened her cold eyes, emanating an antisocial aura, and said in a light, slow drawl, what do you want, uncle? Arya was stunned. This was Shirley's uncle. George lowered his voice and growled nastily, I asked you why you are here. Do you know what kind of place this is? How can you come to such a place? Is it your business where I go? Shirley's face was expressionless but her aura was cold. George's expression soured even more. Stop being so arrogant. How can you afford anything at such a place? Could she even afford a single thing from the most extravagant mall in Sea City? Shirley lifted an eyebrow and smirked as she said, you don't have to worry about whether I'm able to afford anything. The girl's pretty face emanated rebellion and arrogance. Let's go, Arya, she said blandly before turning around carelessly and walking towards the elevator in a cold and condescending manner. George glared at her silhouette. He suddenly thought of something and ran after her in 2 or 3 steps. He grabbed her wrist and said in a low growl, Shirley, if you ever dare to do something that disgraces the family name, don't blame me for not giving you face. Chapter 72, Don't ever let me hear you scold her again. Shirley's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. She swept her gaze over him and looked up quietly, with annoyance in her eyes. In an icy tone, she said, let go. George's anger rose and he gripped her even harder. I asked if you heard me. Don't tell me you've been going out to do things that will disgrace the family name. In the next second, a hand with slender fingers grabbed his wrist and squeezed hard. George let go instinctively from the pain and was flung aside. He looked up. A chilly face stared back at him. The person was tall with an impressive aura. He was merely standing there, yet he made people shudder with fear. Even the most attractive star in the entertainment industry was no match for this person in front of him. George looked him up and down. He did not look like a native of Sea City. Who are you? How is it your business that I am talking to my niece? Jasper turned his head to the side and asked emotionlessly, this your uncle? Shirley looked indifferent but her dark eyes were as cold as a frozen lake. In a low tone, she hummed, Jasper swept his gaze over George. Suddenly, it felt as though a sharp sword had been run through George's throat. His blood ran cold. He doesn't look like it. The man seemed to be smirking. However, George could tell that he was trying to humiliate him and his expression turned very sour. Just then, Shirley's phone rang. It was Judith who was urging them to hurry upstairs. Let's go. Shirley turned around and walked towards the lift. Arya hurried after her. George frowned with anger. He wanted to chase after her. Shirley, I haven't finished speaking. Suddenly, an arm blocked his path. He looked up and met a pair of eyes that were wicked and cruel and heard a voice threaten coldly, don't ever let me hear you scold her again. Instantly, George was rooted to the spot, unnerved. Jasper smirked disdainfully and walked into the elevator. George gritted his teeth once he recovered. As expected, Shirley's friends were shady and were gangsters from the underground. In the car, Shirley apologized to the friend she was playing her game with earlier for going offline. She then started another round of the game. Jasper cast his gaze to the side and observed the girl sitting carelessly with her legs crossed like a boss. A smile flashed past his eyes and he placed the things he bought by her hand. Here are some things you like to eat. There are 2 cups of milk tea inside too. Shirley looked at the food. There were macaroons, matcha layered cake, strawberry layered cake, and a few packets of cotton candy. She cocked an eyebrow. Thank you. No problem. Jasper's gaze landed on her waist. He asked curiously, are you not afraid of gaining weight from eating so many sweets? A slight reckless smirk appeared on Shirley's lips. I'm a growing girl. Jasper narrowed his eyes. He had not expected her to rebut him using his own words. He changed the subject. Will you be in school for the parent-teacher meeting tomorrow? Shirley was not paying attention. Her flexible and pretty fingers were controlling a character in her game. I will wait for you at the entrance of the Year 3 building. Jasper thought about Shirley's results while he tapped his fingers on the armrest. Will I be called to chat with the teacher? Shirley reflected on Harmony's personality. Jasper looked at Shirley. His gaze was refined, yet perverse, as though he were a wolf who had sighted his prey. It seemed like he could freely use the excuse of her studies to look for her in the future. After all, there was much room for improvement for a person who ranked last in her cohort. Chapter 73, Gloria. Ate her words. The next day was the day of the first Year 3 parent-teacher meeting and the first Year 3 assembly. The school had spent a lot of money organizing such a large event. Music could be heard playing 500 meters away from the sound system. There were parents and Year 3 students in school uniforms walking all around the school. Some of them came together to discuss their kids' academics and the conversation led to the topic of rankings. What? The top student this time is a Year 3 transfer student. And she's from class 20. Yeah, I just don't understand how a transfer student with such a good academic record would go to class 20. Shouldn't they be assigned to class 1? I don't know. Maybe the school had to take other things into consideration. Gloria heard these discussions wherever she went. She almost crushed her teeth into pieces as she kept up a stiff smile. Did she regret it? Of course she did. If she had known that Arya was such a good student, she wouldn't have said those things back in the principal's office. A student like her might even have the chance to become the top scorer on the province university entrance exams this year. Harmony got lucky. She took a deep breath and adjusted her expression as she walked towards class 1's area in the square. Ashley and Emmett came together to attend the parent-teacher meetings for Tina and Tyler. Tina stood beside Ashley looking expressionless. Ashley maintained an awkward, forced smile. The woman of the rich families, upon finding out Tina's grades, didn't dare to approach her for fear of saying something wrong. Emmett lectured Tyler briefly as usual, telling him to study diligently. Tyler smiled as he agreed, looking as though he were just putting on a front to get it over with. His eyes wandered as he looked around for someone. Mr. Brown, Madam Brown, Gloria greeted Emmett and the others first, smiling ingratiatingly. Emmett didn't reply. It wasn't hard to guess how exactly Arya had ended up going to class 1 instead of class 20. The teacher must have said something to provoke Shirley. Ashley was instead the one to return the greeting. Ms. Dawson. As soon as Shirley appeared in the square, Tyler quickly noticed her. Pa, Ma, I'm going over there to find my classmate. Pa, remember to gather at class 20 later. With that said, he ran off. Emmett's mouth twitched. He slightly bowed his head as he said to Ashley, I'm going over as well. Stop sulking. No one succeeds all the time. Next time, little Tina will definitely be the top scorer. Ashley pursed her lips and smiled, nodding lightly. Emmett grasped her shoulder before walking towards Shirley. Jasper and Judith were influential, celebrity figures in the capital whom countless women went crazy for. Shirley's face was looking so conspicuous with her cool, untamable aura about her. Her black baseball cap covered her fine eyebrows and she held a lollipop in the corner of her beautiful lips, looking so pretty and wild. Many of the boys at school hadn't seen Shirley before. When the rumored school beauty appeared, many of the boys were dazed as they stood together casually and chatted. A commotion had already started amongst them. There were lots of discussions. "Damn, who is that guy? Ah, so hot," said a girl as she watched Jasper. The girl beside her was unable to take her eyes off him. "I don't know. He's standing with Shirley. Is he her relative? The man next to him is also super hot. Damn, who are those people? Their attractiveness index is so high." Emmett had already expected this would happen and he was filled with mixed feelings. Some people were fated never to have a low-profile life since their birth. Chapter 74, Doubt. "Shirley," he shouted. Shirley poked the brim of her hat up with a finger, revealing her beautiful eyebrows. The raised corner of her eyes were so wild and wickedly charming and her voice was articulate and light. "Uncle Brown." Arya also greeted them politely. "Uncle Brown." Emmett smiled amicably and greeted Jasper and Judith. Wearing a black punk jacket, Jasper had a hand in his pocket, half squinting at the inflatable arch not far away. Parents and students have to walk through the arch on the red carpet together and leave their signatures on the stage. Tyler nodded, curled his lips, and sneered, "I don't know who planned this assembly. It's overdone." Judith raised his brows and said with interest, "I think this plan is pretty interesting. It's like a coming-of-age ceremony for you guys." Shirley stood nonchalantly as she played games on her phone quietly. Suddenly, Emmett saw a half-inch-sized wound on the back of Shirley's hand and he was startled. "What happened to your hand?" Shirley turned her hand around and looked at the dry wound indifferently. "A tree branch scratched me." Emmett heaved a breath of relief. "Be careful next time. Tyler, go buy a band-aid." The corner of Tyler's mouth twitched. He was beginning to wonder if he was really his son. Thinking back when he was younger, his father didn't appear so anxious even when he broke his leg after falling from a tree. Besides, Shirley didn't even need a band-aid. Dumbstruck, he said, "Pa, it's not needed. It's already dry. What's the point of getting a band-aid?" Emmett was speechless. As Jasper stared at Emmett, the blacks of his eyes were bottomless. Shirley looked up, her red eyes giving off a chilly warning. Emmett realized that his behavior was too unusual and felt quite guilty. He cleared his throat and started changing the topic haphazardly. Did they consult the almanac when planning the parent-teacher meeting? What a great day for it. The weather is really good. The sun is shining brightly. George came to attend the meeting for Wendy. When he arrived, upon hearing that Wendy wasn't the top student this time, his expression became a little grim. The parent of the top scorer would get a lot of limelight from this event. It was such a good opportunity, but Wendy was only third place. Looking at the crowd of people in front of him, impatience grew in his eyes. If he had known that it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have come. As he looked over to the class at the end, a striking face caught his attention. He stared more intently. "Is that Shirley?" Wendy glanced in that direction and grunted softly. George frowned. "Why didn't you tell me that Shirley came to see City High School?" Wendy said sweetly, "Didn't Uncle tell me not to care about my sister in the future?" George was stumped for words. Thinking about his run-in with Shirley last night, he puffed up in anger. How did she get into this school? How could students like Shirley get into such a school? Wendy shook her head. "I don't know. They came in suddenly last Monday." "They?" George stared at Class 20 intently. "Who else?" "And Arya." With that said, in case he might have forgotten who she was, Wendy added, "It's Uncle Moore's daughter who went crazy at the age of 5. She's the girl standing beside Sister." Hearing that, George stared blankly for a moment. He remembered the case in Changning County which had caused a stir across the whole country. The child had grown up and come to this school. It seemed that she had recovered pretty well. He thought that after something like that had happened to her, the girl's future would be ruined. Wendy didn't hide the results from him as she said bluntly, "Arya is the top scorer this time." George pursed his lips. Just when he was about to say a few words to Wendy, the middle-aged man standing opposite to Shirley suddenly turned around. His eyes widened in surprise. "Is that Director General Brown?" Chapter 75, The PowerPoint for the Assembly. George could not be more familiar at the sight of Emmett. He was a leader several ranks higher than him, the head of Sea City. He tried every means to meet him, but he was turned away at the door several times when he tried to pay a visit. Why was he standing together with Shirley? "Little Wendy, why is Tyler and his father standing beside Shirley?" he asked seriously as he watched. Wendy didn't know Emmett. Judging from the looks of the 6 people there, she guessed that the older-looking one was Tyler's father. Suddenly, she realized Tyler's family background. Tyler's father was the leader of Sea City. Uncle had also once told her to find a way to build a good relationship with Tyler. What if Uncle found out about Shirley and Tyler's relationship? The situation instantly changed before her eyes. Pursing her lips, she said concisely, "Sister is in class 20. She shares the desk with Tyler. Maybe their parents are chatting." For some reason, George heaved a breath of relief. That was probably right. How could Shirley possibly know someone as powerful as Emmett? His sister who passed away had also never once mentioned any associations they had with the leader of Sea City. After some pondering, he thought that they must be parents meeting only because they were deskmates. But he was still quite unhappy to have missed such a good opportunity. If he had known, he would have sent Wendy to class 20. If she became acquainted with Tyler, and with the help of Emmett, he would have risen rapidly in his career. How unfortunate. "Little Wendy," George said in a gentle voice, "you know who Tyler is. Now that you're here at this school, you have to make good use of this opportunity." The reason he took in Wendy was because he didn't have a daughter. Wendy looked at Tyler. He was very attractive. No one in Sea City High School dared to mess with him because he came from a powerful family. Her face glowed with a faint blush. "I understand, Uncle." At 10 to 9, almost all the parents of the Year 3 students had arrived. The music was again at its climax. The parents and students lined up to stand at both sides of the square, waiting to enter. The MC announced the start of the assembly. Principal Gibson was the first to speak. "Dear teachers, parents, students, good morning. Today is the first parent-teacher meeting of the 49th batch of Year 3 students of Sea City High School. It is also the beginning of Year 3's assembly. After 12 years of strenuous studies, this is where you will succeed or fail. The efforts that we have put in day and night will soon reap the most abundant fruits." Principal Gibson's voice was strong and passionate. Grace snuck backstage where the teachers were sitting and chatting with the Year 1 and Year 2 student union student members at the conference table. The level head's assistant saw Grace running there and said in surprise, "Grace, why are you here? Isn't the signing about to start soon?" Grace smiled, embarrassed. "I forgot I left my glasses here." The level head's assistant said, "Then hurry up and find it and go back to the assembly once you're done." Grace nodded. Seeing the people continue to chat and look at their phones, she walked over to the computer. Staring at the USB drive on the computer, she quickly unplugged it, and plugged in her own. She replaced the files from her USB drive with the assembly's PowerPoint on the computer's desktop. There was a malicious gleam in her eyes. After returning the computer desktop to its original state, she turned and saw that the teachers and students were in the same position as before and she felt relieved. She took out the glasses from her pocket and held them in her hand. "Teacher, I found my glasses. I'll be going now." With that said, she ran out in a hurry. The level head's assistant sighed. How forgetful. Chapter 76, The Slides. Changed. In about 3 minutes' time Grace was done and she ran back to join class 1. The principal was just finishing his speech. "Students, this is the last year of high school. It is also the hardest year. I would like to wish all Year 3 students excellent results in next year's university entrance exams, for you to take new strides, and to move toward your dreams." There was thunderous applause. Principal Gibson looked solemn. "Now, students, please take your parents through the arch of success to your respective classes to sign your promises." Wendy glanced at Grace. Looking down, she smiled. Jasper watched the students holding their parents' arms as they walked through the arch. His eyebrows were raised as he pointed it out to Shirley. The girl looked over. Her eyes seemed distant, expressionless. Again, she looked down as though she had seen nothing of interest. The zipper to her school uniform was open. She stuffed her hands in her pockets as she languidly followed the group. Jasper smiled, his pretty eyes narrowing, and without any restraint, he went and grabbed the girl's hand. Shirley instantly frowned, staring at the hand that was grabbing hers. The man's palm was very hot. It felt as though it were cooking her and an unusual feeling coursed through her body. "Guys should take the initiative." Jasper squeezed her hand, his head lowered slightly as he said into her ear in a deep voice. Shirley looked up. Their eyes met. There were traces of red in the girl's eyes. A cool mist hovered over her black, bright, and clear eyes. Jasper's heart throbbed a little. His black eyes held a deep gaze as he stared at her face. The white school uniform accentuated her beautiful neck under the light. Something in his body seemed to be going out of control. Moving his chin away from her slightly, his lips turned up in a wickedly charming smile. "Glad you're not angry." He was afraid that she might kick him like what had happened at Black Gem's entrance that night. He broke his gaze and held her hand as they walked forward in the procession. Shirley was still looking at their clasped hands, expressionless. But on a closer look, she appeared contemplative. Without much time to dwell on the matter, the two had already passed through the inflatable arch and walked up onto the stage. Jasper took the pens from Tyler and gave one to Shirley. Seeing the two of them holding hands when he turned back to look, Tyler's eyes widened in shock. Catching only a glimpse, Emmett seemed to understand the situation as he pulled Tyler, who was in a daze and had stopped walking, down the stage. The signing event was of such a large scale that in order to save time classes went in order to sign. Everyone had to write down their oaths. Shirley only gave an ugly signature without writing any oaths. She was the last one, so it was especially obvious. After putting down the pen, she stuffed her hands into her pockets, turned, and walked down. Harmony didn't make any comments as she let her go. When all the classes had signed, they took their seats in an orderly manner. The MC announced, "Next up, let us look back at Sea City High School's history and the excellent students of previous Year 3 batches. Teachers, parents, and students, please turn your attention to the big screen." The screen showed the history of Sea City High School and its numerous accolades. Just then, the big screen flashed white and the slides changed. Chapter 77, Exposed. In front of the square at the school complex, a photo of a 5-year-old little girl was shown on the screen. She was very petite as she sat on the chair. Her babyish face was shocking. Her eyes were red and there was dried blood on her face. The bloody scene before them seemed to have come from hell. Her eyes wrapped with crushed ice, she stared coldly at the two young women in uniform standing in front of her. The little girl seemed to be receiving reformation. Large characters were on the side of the photo. A gory assault that caused paralysis. Strict reformative actions are to be taken. Person to undergo reformative training, Shirley. Age, 5 years old. Within a few seconds, another photo appeared. It was about the case when Shirley was expelled after a fight with a classmate at the age of 6. The psychologist from the local Children's Association went to visit Shirley at her house. Shirley instead gave the psychologist a wicked smile and didn't show remorse. There was a massive panic in the meeting room. The level head's assistant screamed, "Hurry up and cut the visuals. Quickly." The student, with cold sweat on his face, desperately clicked on the mouse. "Teacher, the computer stopped working. It seems to be a virus. It's not responding to the clicks at all." The level head's assistant bit her lip and pulled the student away to deal with it by herself. She almost broke the keyboard but the computer still wouldn't respond. The other teacher's voice shook. A virus. But how? It was just a PowerPoint. No matter what the level head's assistant pressed, it was useless. Then, she suddenly realized something and gritted her teeth as she pulled the power cord. The screen went black. At the square. After a moment of silence, the audience began loudly discussing what had just happened. What was that? How could Sea City High School allow such dangerous students to come in? Oh my gosh. Why does my child's school have such students? This is too dangerous. Call the police immediately and remove this dangerous character. We don't know what's happening. Everyone, calm down. Who was that? Was that Shirley from class 20? How can I possibly be at ease sending my child to school from now on? No, I'll transfer my son to another school right away. Yes, make a transfer. Nanan is our only daughter. This is too horrifying. Watching the panic-stricken parents around her, Wendy pursed her lips and smiled for a brief moment. George snorted, "I told you. Shirley is a scourge. A shit stirrer." Fortunately, he didn't bring a scourge like her into his home. Grace had never done such a thing before. She squeezed her hands guiltily, but she couldn't help but listen to the parents' discussions. In order to appease the parents, the school would definitely expel Shirley. She was doing a good deed by helping to expel such violent students. Ashley looked at the big screen mildly and sneered, "I told your father not to send Shirley to Sea City High School. Look what happened. Things are getting out of hand now. Let's see how he resolves this." Tina frowned, looking down as she pondered. Who changed the PowerPoint? Class 20 was deathly quiet. Countless fearful eyes were on Shirley. Harmony's face was pale. She was at a loss of how to calm the parents down. Tyler had already known about Shirley's fights but he didn't expect that Shirley would be so ruthless at such a young age. Emmett's expression changed drastically, seeing that some parents were taking videos. "Shirley, figure out a way to deal with the internet first," he said hurriedly, lowering his head. There was no way they could explain. Shirley wouldn't want to explain either. They had spent a great effort back then just to keep the matter quiet. Chapter 78, Stopping the Internet for an Hour. There was no expression on the girl's face. Her cold eyes stared at the big screen. Her eyes, like bottomless black holes, harbored a frosty aura that would destroy everything. Before Shirley did anything, Jasper had already made a call. The man's expression was grave. His voice was cold and intimidating. Stop all internet media for an hour. Within an hour, no news is allowed to be updated. Tell them that no news regarding C City High School is allowed to be reported. Daniel was puzzled and shocked, but he didn't dare to delay matters, so he immediately proceeded to carry it out. Shirley's eyes, which were as deep as a cool lake, finally showed some movement. She looked at Jasper and said, "Thanks." Jasper squeezed her hand and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'll suppress the news." Shirley said nothing as she looked at him with a deep gaze. She didn't ask any more questions and she would not listen to anyone else. That was how much trust she had in him. Emmett was going to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Principal Gibson. Principal Gibson had no choice but to look for him to resolve a huge problem like this. As representatives of students and parents, Arya and Judith were initially waiting to make their speeches. However, after seeing the PowerPoint, their expressions turned. They dropped their prepared scripts, turned, and ran towards Class 20. Arya's lips were pale. Her teeth were clenched and she was shaking uncontrollably. Shirley, Arya pushed aside the person blocking them and ran to Shirley. Shirley looked over at her, terrifying redness in her eyes. She said in a low and deep voice, "Arya, I'm fine." Tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Judith placed his hand on Arya's shoulder, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Arya, calm down." After Emmett answered the phone, he came back and said in a deep voice, "I've discussed with Principal Gibson. We'll let the students go back to their respective classrooms and take all the parents to the school's Culture and Sports Center." Jasper nodded. At the Culture and Sports Center. It was 2 stories high and could accommodate more than 2,000 people. A parent shouted, "When will the school give us an answer? Either you expel the student or we'll transfer our children to other schools." The head of the Year 3 department had never encountered such a huge uproar. Cold sweat forming on his head, he said steadily, "The school leaders have already held an emergency meeting to discuss how we will deal with this. We will definitely not let all of you down. Please give us some time to address it." "Fine. My child is among the top 50 students and will be going to the capital for studies in the future. If something happens to him, you won't be able to afford the damages. If you don't expel the student, we'll transfer him out." The level head forced a smile. "Dear parents, please do not worry." Chapter 79, I Can't Let Her Suffer the Unfair Treatment. In the principal's office, it was filled with people sitting inside. "Boss Brown, what are we going to do about this?" Principal Gibson wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Many teachers came to me and said that if Shirley isn't expelled, the parents will transfer their children." This was getting out of hand. It wasn't just a few parents. It was all the parents of all Year 3 students. There were more than 2,000 people and they didn't know how to respond. How could they stop all the complaints? Emmett was at a loss. He couldn't come up with any solutions even after thinking for so long. This was a premeditated attack on Shirley. It was pretty ruthless to carry it out during the Year 3 assembly. Jasper sat on the armchair with his long legs folded. His black shirt gave off a cold vibe. His face looked stern. Hearing this, he chuckled and said in a low voice, "If they want to transfer, let them. Shirley didn't do anything wrong. They have gathered to cause a disturbance. Record their behavior and expel them. I don't think this is too difficult to do for Principal Gibson." Emmett was speechless. Seeing Jasper's smile, he couldn't help but shudder. Was Shirley about to change her backer? Principal Gibson perspired even more and said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Brown, please stop joking. Most of these parents are parents from the better classes. Without them, especially those from Class 1, the school's university admission rate this year will plummet." Emmett frowned, knowing well that this was not a simple matter. Shirley and Arya stood to one side quietly. The girl stood next to Jasper indifferently, her legs bent casually, her hands in her pockets, and her eyes chilly. Arya was expressionless and a little pale as she stared vacuously. Judith thought for a few moments and said, "How about you transfer Shirley and Arya to another school?" Transferring schools was undoubtedly the best solution here. Jasper had prevented the news from spreading, so this incident would not affect Shirley and Arya if they were to transfer. But it wouldn't be a satisfying solution for them. They had to catch the culprit after things settled down. Jasper looked over with a cold glance, his eyebrows raised, and he said slowly in a light tone, Judith, even if you are willing to do it, I can't let her suffer the unfair treatment. Put aside any valid reason that might have led Shirley to fighting others back then. She hadn't done anything wrong since coming to Sea City High School. So why should she have to suffer in silence? Jasper would never let someone he liked suffer in silence. Looking at the man with a faint smile beside her, Shirley's pupils contracted. She tapped her finger lightly in her uniform pocket. Judith was at a loss for words and was about to explain that he didn't mean it that way. Just then, there were several knocks on the door. The office door opened. A middle-aged man stepped forward, followed by several men and women in uniforms. Principal Gibson, expel Shirley immediately. I won't allow such students tarnish Sea City High School's good name. I cannot allow such poor students in my child's learning environment. Special education schools will be taking Shirley away. The middle-aged man stopped abruptly as he stared blankly at the group of people sitting on the sofa. Boss Brown. Chapter 80, I'll give them the answer they want. Emmett smiled faintly and said coldly, Director Gray, who did you just say you want to expel? Who will be sent to the special education school? Blake Gray was the head of Sea City's education department. His son attended Sea City High School and his wife called to put pressure on the school. Sea City High School was a high school which produced lots of good students. Many gained acceptance to the country's top schools every year. Sea City High School's reputation must not be ruined at the hands of one person. He had run here, huffing with anger. In the room were so many people as well as two girls in school uniforms. His heart skipped a beat. A worrying thought came to him. Did he come to the wrong? Blake's legs shook. Boss Brown, I heard that a student here has some manic tendencies and needs special education, so I came to have a look. Emmett had his hands full with the matter and couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. Get your people out of here. Blake didn't dare to provoke the head of Sea City, so he trembled as he nodded, turned around, and left. How embarrassing. No wonder such a student could enter Sea City High School. It turned out that she had Boss Brown backing her. He opened the door and bumped into Gloria, who had hurried over. Gloria didn't notice who was blocking her. She walked around him and rushed into the office. Her expression was grave as she said seriously, Principal, we can't keep the parents under control anymore. They are all asking for an explanation. What shall we do? She glanced at Shirley and her eyes couldn't hide her delight. Finally, they could get rid of this rotten apple. Suddenly, chaotic shouts came from outside the office. It seemed to be coming from downstairs. Principal Gibson, how can we let our children study here with such students at the school? You must be held accountable. It was noisy and chaotic outside. The parents couldn't sit still anymore and rushed over. Principal Gibson suddenly had a splitting headache. Being caught in the middle, he couldn't afford to offend either side. Shirley looked down and said mildly, Jasper, thank you. I've decided to transfer with Arya. Shirley. Arya, who had been silent, spoke up. She looked up and said softly, Mr. Brown is right. You shouldn't be the one to suffer this. You have suffered enough for me. This time I will protect you instead, all right. I will give them the answer that they want. Shirley realized what she wanted to do. She looked into Arya's eyes with a strict gaze and said slowly and very clearly, you are not going to explain to them. Judith and Emmett's expression changed as well and they said together, Arya. Arya smiled. Actually, there is really nothing to be afraid of. Why must the one who was hurt hide from people and be judged by others? Shouldn't it be the offenders facing such consequences? They are the ones at fault. They should be the ones to be looked at with disdain. We aren't in the wrong. It shouldn't be us who fear the truth being exposed. Shirley, this is what you said to me. Shirley's face became terrifyingly serious. Arya, listen to me. You're not allowed to go. Shirley, I have to, Arya said stubbornly. She smiled at Shirley and resolutely looked at Principal Gibson. Principal, let the parents go back to the center first. I'll give them the answer they seek. Principal Gibson was stunned. He carefully looked around at the men sitting around. Seeing that they were not going to speak, he nodded. I'll go arrange it. He got up and left the office. Shirley's face was icy. The air around her was stifling as she stared fixedly at Arya following the principal outside. Chapter 81, The Truth of What Happened When She Was 5. Shirley and the others stood backstage at the school's Culture and Sports Center. On the surveillance camera's screen they could see Arya walking from one side onto the gorgeously decorated red-colored stage. Shirley's face was icy, her eyes terrifyingly grim, holding back in deathly aura. Her hands, hanging by her sides, were clenched tightly and the joints were pale. Parents, hello. I'm Arya Moore from Year 3 Class 20. Arya bowed politely to the parents. The class 1 parent in the first row frowned and said, "Why is the school making you come up here? This has nothing to do with you. Who we want is to expel Shirley." "Yes, we want to expel Shirley." A woman dressed like a rich upper-class person stood up. It was Grace's mother, Wanda Wilson. Let her come out and give her apology. If she were sensible, she would drop out of school. Arya smiled slightly. Without being overhumble or overbearing, she said, "Shirley did nothing wrong. Why should she apologize if she hasn't violated any school rules? Why should she need to drop out of school?" "What are you saying? Don't think that just because you are the top scorer you can come to reason with your elders like that. A bad student is a bad student. What good can she do?" Wanda sneered. Arya's voice was clear and unhurried as she said, "Yes, Shirley does good deeds. She isn't a bad student either." There was a steady light in the girl's eyes as if she were defending her god. Wanda had a mean expression on her face. "Stop spouting nonsense. Look at what she has done. She shouldn't be at a normal school. She should be going to a special education school and be locked up." Arya grasped the cuffs of her sleeves, her eyelashes trembling slightly. After being silent for a few moments, she sucked in a breath and said, "Surely beating someone is not abnormal. She has been stronger than others ever since she was born. If she didn't beat anyone up, I believe I would have died when I was 5 years old." A commotion erupted in the audience. Ashley was stunned. Shirley beat the person into half paralysis in order to save Arya. Wanda stared at Arya. "What is the meaning of this? Are you making up stories to win our sympathy?" Arya shook her head. She raised her hand and gestured at her stomach, her voice very soft as she said, "All the anorectal organs in my abdomen are artificial. Before the age of 14, I was wearing an ostomy bag every day. It took several major operations after that for me to go back to a normal life." Wanda's eyes widened in shock. All the parents were silent, staring blankly at the thin girl on stage. No one would be so foolish as to compose such a story to earn people's sympathy. "I'm not sure if anyone has heard of a case in Chengning County where a little girl was hurt by a middle-aged man." Arya couldn't say the actual words. Her mouth trembled awfully. She pursed her lips forcefully and continued to speak. "I was that little girl. I was about to die when Shirley saved me. That middle-aged man was crazy." Arya's face grew paler as she trembled all over. She breathed slowly and controlled her emotions. "That's why Shirley beat him up. It was to save me. Shirley was horrified when she saw me. She was only 5 years old. She only wanted to save me." Chapter 82, Shirley was my goddess. Backstage, there was a dead silence. Jasper had heard of the case before. It was big news and pretty serious. Because the offender was mentally ill, he didn't receive a heavy sentence and it caused a huge controversy. It was also because of this case that everyone began to pay attention to loopholes in the law and worked on closing them. There were no more traces of this case on the internet now. Perhaps the authorities had removed all the related information in order to protect Arya. Shirley closed her eyes and her breathing was heavy. Arya's voice brought back nightmares that had haunted her for many years, tearing at her mind. The girl was lying on the ground, covered with scars. All Shirley could see was her. "Later I was discharged from the hospital and went to school. There were boys in school who laughed at me and lifted my clothes to see my ostomy bag. They ridiculed me. Shirley beat them up and ended up getting expelled." Arya's eyes were red and she was on the verge of collapsing. Many parents looked at Arya in shock. Apparently they had heard about this case as well and their eyes were filled with sympathy. But there were other parents who looked at Arya just like the boys did back then at school. It was a look of disgust as though Arya were a piece of dirt. The good and the evil were clearly distinguishable. Arya continued, saying, "I'm standing here today and talking about this because I don't think that I should hide from people just because of what happened. As long as I live, life would treat me well. Moreover, it's the perpetrator who should be the target of scorn. It is he who deserves to be punished by the law and he is the one who should be looked at with disdain. I was the victim." The large assembly center went silent. "In the same way, Shirley is not in the wrong. She isn't a bad student and she is my goddess," Arya said, solemnly and clearly. After taking a deep breath, her tone mellowed. "That's all I want to say. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can ask Windy of Class 1. Thank you, everyone." All the teachers looked with astonishment as Arya bowed and walked away. They couldn't imagine how much courage it took for a 17-year-old girl to recount such a story. In fact, in the years since the incident, Arya's life had also returned to normal. As long as she didn't say anything, no one would ever know that something like that had ever happened to her. She didn't need to remember the nightmare either. But she said it for Shirley. Because Shirley saved her life. On the screen everyone watched Arya leave the stage, but Principal Gibson was still stunned as he watched, expressionless. Jasper had been watching Shirley while holding her cold hand. Shirley slowly opened her frosty eyes. The fierce aura had not subsided but instead had grown even colder. The raised corner of her eyes gave off a bad vibe. Chapter 83, Find Out Who Did It. Judith had been standing backstage. As soon as Arya came back he hugged her as she looked pale. Arya, don't be afraid. It's all in the past and this matter won't spread. The school is already drawing up a confidentiality agreement. If you don't want to stay at this school we'll make the transfer. Arya shook as she grabbed Judith's shirt, her face leaning against his chest. Although the suit was somewhat rough, it was quite warm. She said softly, I'm all right. If I dare to say it, I'll be able to face it. Don't worry. Judith patted her on the back and released her. Arya walked up to Shirley slowly, pursed her lips, and smiled. Her eyes were a little wet. She grasped Shirley's hand. Shirley, look, I'm fine. I'm all right now. Back when she dropped out of school, she was really out of whack mentally, as though she were a lunatic. She couldn't even recognize her own parents. Her parents were willing to take care of her at first but later felt she was an embarrassment and a burden to them, so they cast her aside and gave birth to another child. It was Shirley who had helped her and allowed her to live in a sanatorium. She was 12 years old when she recovered mentally and recognized Shirley. Shirley was also the one who had performed the operation on her and she hired a teacher to take care of her. Shirley looked at her solemnly. After some time, she smiled faintly. Glad you're okay. Seeing that Shirley didn't get angry, Arya finally loosened up and chuckled before breaking out in tears. Shirley passed her a piece of tissue paper. Then, she said in a slow, light manner, her voice giving off a chilly vibe, Arya, there's something odd about what just happened. Of course, Arya knew that as well. How could the PowerPoint suddenly change? Shirley turned her dark gaze toward Principal Gibson. Principal, I won't do things dishonestly. We'll adhere to the school's regulations. Looking at Shirley's eyes, Principal Gibson felt as though he were encased in ice. He looked at Emmett, noted his instructions, and nodded anxiously. Soon, the level head's assistant brought a few people in, carrying a stack of non-disclosure agreements for the parents to sign. It was a mandatory agreement. Not signing the agreement would mean expulsion. The parent-teacher meeting came to an end and the school allowed them to go back home. The parents quietly obeyed for the sake of their children's education. The group didn't return to the principal's office and went to the meeting room in the school's multi-purpose building. Seeing the plug that was thrown aside, Shirley bent down and plugged the computer back in. She pulled up the chair and sat down. With her legs folded, she stared at the computer screen. Her pretty eyes were bloodshot, the redness giving off a queer vibe. The others stood behind Shirley. As soon as the desktop appeared, Shirley placed her hands on the keyboard, her fingers typing at a dazzling speed. Before 10 seconds had passed she discovered the virus that had been installed on the computer. Jasper looked at the girl and his dark, deep eyes narrowed slightly. Principal Gibson was totally dumbstruck. Just what kind of person was this big boss? Was the last place student faking it this whole time? Judith was also a little surprised. He only knew that Shirley was a genius and had good medical skills. He hadn't expected her to be a computer expert too. After finding the virus, Shirley stood up with her cell phone. She called Sabrina and walked away. She was surrounded by a terrifying aura and her pretty eyebrows hid the anger in her eyes. Emmett had never seen Shirley with such a deathly aura about her. It was really scary. The others sat down at the conference table quietly. Only Jasper looked in Shirley's direction, his eyes contemplative. Soon the contemplative expression disappeared, replaced with a look of interest. As soon as the call connected, Shirley said, I sent you something. Help me find out who made this virus. It was late in the night where Sabrina was located. She was a little unhappy to be awakened. It's midnight. Can't you check it yourself? Shirley replied concisely, it's inconvenient. Hearing that, Sabrina became more sober. Okay, give me a few minutes. Shirley hung up the phone and went to sit down at the conference table as well. 3 minutes later, Sabrina sent Shirley a message. I found out that it was a girl who found a lousy hacker to do it. The hacker, afraid that something might go wrong, secretly took a photo of the girl and included it in the code as a contingency measure. I'll send it to you. Chapter 84, Scared to Death. Shirley stared at the photo depicting a girl who was wearing a mask and a hat. She was wrapped up pretty tightly. Shirley raised an eyebrow and let loose her queer, headstrong aura. She caught sight of a mole at the tail end of the girl's eyebrow. She squinted and suddenly, a cool gleam flashed in her eyes. Grace, the students hadn't been released yet. The form teachers were all containing the situation in each classroom. In contrast to how restless Class 20 was, Class 1 was as quiet as usual. Gloria stood at the classroom's door. She was still dwelling on what had happened with Arya earlier. She admired Arya's strength, but it was a pity that she couldn't do away with the scourge that was Shirley. If it weren't for her, Arya would have been her student. Just then, the level head suddenly came over. Gloria had a stern expression on her face. Sir. The level head nodded and said solemnly, inform your student, Grace, to come and meet me. Grace. Gloria was stunned. Is something the matter? The level head wasn't sure of why she was being called, but he could hazard a guess. Don't ask too many questions. Gloria frowned as thoughts ran through her head. She went to the classroom. Grace, come outside for a while. Grace lowered her head, uneasiness rising in her mind. More than half an hour had passed since the uproar, but there had been no further news. The longer they waited, the more worried she felt. Suddenly, hearing her form teacher call her name, she bounced up from the seat in shock and trepidation. She stared at Gloria in a daze and her voice was tense as she said, Teacher, what's wrong? Gloria said nothing as she turned and walked outside the classroom. Grace shivered nervously and got out of her seat. At the classroom door, Gloria said, follow the level head. He needs you for something. Grace pursed her lips together, fear flickering in her eyes. Okay. The level head took Grace out of the teaching block. After a right turn, they entered the back door of the multi-purpose building. In an instant, a string went taut inside her and cold sweat trickled down her spine. Her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably and her legs were made of jelly. She felt like running away. Clenching her fist, she forced herself to calm down. Don't be afraid. Shirley was the one who should be punished. How could her beating people be right? Even if they found out that she was the one who did it, how could they let Shirley off? Besides, she did it so stealthily, how could anyone find out? Holding on to this line of thought, Grace straightened her back and lifted her chin up in a show of false confidence. At the door of the meeting room, the level head opened the door and said, go in. Grace was taken aback for a moment and wanted to ask why she was the only one who was going in, but she didn't dare to. Pursing her lips together, she quietly walked into the meeting room. The door closed behind her and she felt as if a string inside of her had been drawn taut. There were several men sitting in the meeting room, and apart from the principal, whom she couldn't get a close look at, she didn't know the rest. Shirley was sitting with a leisurely position. Her legs were crossed, her hand propping up her chin with a faint and ambiguous smile on her face. Her eyes were chilling, like a sharp sword being held at her throat. The raised corner of her eyes were cold and terrifying. Grace looked down. Strangely, she was afraid to look straight at her. The others looked down and played with their cell phones. The meeting room was so quiet that it made her feel very uneasy. Principal Gibson said, "Are you Grace?" The girl nodded. "Sit down." Principal Gibson pointed to the seat opposite him. Grace sat down with trepidation. Principal Gibson pushed a piece of paper in front of him to Grace. "Have a look and see if the person in the photo is you." Chapter 85, It was Windy who tried to hurt you and Arya. Grace lifted her hand cautiously and took the paper. Upon seeing the person wearing a mask and a hat in the photo, her face turned deathly pale in an instant. She suppressed her emotions, gritted her teeth, and said, "I don't know this person." Principal Gibson looked on doubtfully. "Grace, look carefully." He knocked on the table. "Think carefully before you say anything." Grace bit her lip and refused to admit it. "Principal, I really don't know who this person is." Initially, Principal Gibson wanted Grace to admit that she was wrong and plead for mercy with the hope that he could protect Grace. In order to help Grace enter Sea City High School, her father donated a dormitory building to the school. He had to at least show some deference for her father. However, he hadn't expected Grace to be so stubborn. "You don't know." Shirley chuckled. Her face was pretty and raw. Propping up her face on her cool, fair wrists, her other hand picked up the cell phone languidly. "I have another photo with me. It shows the person's face. Wanna have a look?" "Nonsense. I didn't take off my mask that day, how could you have possibly taken a shot of my face?" Grace blurted out. The sound of her voice fell. Shirley slowly drew her lips back into a sinister smirk. She stared at Grace, her eyes cold as ice and her face a queer red. Grace suddenly realized what she had just said. A chill shot through her body as though she had fallen into an ice chamber. Her body stiffened. Apart from Jasper, who was still looking down, the others stared at her blankly. Her throat felt like it was being strangled by an invisible hand. Her mind was blank. Her eyebrows raised, Shirley leaned back and said casually, "Principal, how is this going to be handled by the school?" Principal Gibson calmly said, "For disrupting the school's large-scale event, creating panic, causing serious impact on the year threes, she has to be expelled." Grace's expression turned instantly and tears started falling down her face. "Principal, don't expel me. Don't expel me. I know I was wrong. Don't expel me." She mustn't be expelled. She couldn't be. Expulsion. Isn't it too light a punishment? Judith suddenly piped up, his arms folded. She won't learn anything from expulsion. Let's call the police. We definitely need compensation for damage to a classmate's reputation and infringement of a classmate's privacy. These are crimes. It's been many years since I've taken a defamation case. Arya and Shirley could have continued going to school peacefully. But this incident had brought up so much of Arya's psychological trauma. How could she simply resolve everything by saying, "I know I was wrong"? How could she get away so easily? Grace whimpered, "No, don't call the police. I really know that I was wrong. I apologize to Shirley. I apologize to Arya. Don't call the police, don't expel me." The sound of Grace's crying filled the meeting room. Shirley's expression was cold and distant. Her arms stretched out on the table, she said tepidly, "Who told you that I had been in a fight and was expelled from school? How could she know about something that happened more than 10 years ago unless someone told her about it?" Hearing this, Grace was stunned for a moment, her tears still staining her face. Suddenly, she realized something, and she shouted, "It was Wendy. She was the one who told me. Shirley, it was Wendy who wanted to hurt you. She was jealous that you were more popular than her on the school forum and that Arya became the top scorer. It was her. She was the one who tried to hurt you and Arya." Arya's pale face was filled with consternation. Wendy was Shirley's sister, how could she treat Shirley this way? "Oh really?" Shirley drawled, as though she found it hard to believe. Chapter 86, Shooting Herself in the Foot. Grace grasped at her last hope. "It's really Wendy. We bumped into Arya in the hall that day and Wendy stopped her and said something about Arya coming to school even after what happened to her. She asked about the ostomy bag. Later, we ran into Tyler in the supermarket who was buying food for you. Wendy kept saying that you were expelled for fighting and that you were not worthy of Tyler. She told me that deliberately." Emmett frowned. Why was Tyler involved again? Was Tyler compatible with Shirley? That dim-witted son of his was compatible with the big boss. Grace looked at Shirley innocently, looking as though she were the biggest victim. Wendy was Shirley's sister. She definitely wouldn't be so cold-hearted as to seek Wendy out for this. She said emphatically, "Shirley, I swear every word I say is true." A terrifying chill flashed in Shirley's eyes and she smirked. "Fine, if you can explain this matter in front of the whole school and expel Wendy." Grace's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want the school to expel Wendy? Isn't she your sister? How could you be so ruthless?" Shirley looked cold and expressionless as she glanced at Emmett. Emmett couldn't be bothered with useless chatter, so he gave the principal a look. Principal Gibson said coldly, "Grace, let me know your decision next Monday. We'll either expel you or Wendy." Hearing that, the emotions Grace wore on her expression immediately vanished. She couldn't offend Wendy. The Beckers couldn't offend Wendy. Grace walked out of the meeting room looking forlorn. Judith and Jasper looked at each other. They both thought Shirley's move was quite interesting. It'd be interesting to see what the Beckers and Davis would do now. At the Becker residence. After hearing of what happened, the Beckers, old master struck his crutches on the ground. "Idiot. I thought by going to see City High School you would become smarter. Little did I know you would actually get dumber." Grace burst into tears. "Grandpa, you have to help me. I don't want to be expelled. Why don't we donate another building to the school?" The Becker's old master broke out in a laugh. "Grow a brain, why don't you? Do you take Principal Gibson for a fool? You think he doesn't know where the Becker family stands in society? But even so, he wants to expel someone to make amends for Shirley. Do you still not understand that whoever is backing Shirley is much more powerful than our family?" Grace remembered the several men who seemed very respected in the meeting room. Principal Gibson had been taking instructions from them. Suddenly, her face turned ashen. Wanda cried and tugged at Hector, "Hubby, little Grace can't be expelled. Let's settle this privately with Shirley. Our family will compensate them with some money." Hector Becker frowned as though he thought that compensation wouldn't work. If Shirley was as the old master said, she probably wouldn't need or want the money. He thought for a moment and said, "Wendy played a part in this too. She is Shirley's sister. She has done wrong. Even if Shirley is unwilling, they wouldn't just watch Wendy be expelled. So, hubby, do you mean we should go and visit Wendy? Wanda wiped her tears. Would that work? Wendy did say those things about her sister. Arya said that Wendy knew about what had happened to her. Knowing that Shirley was forced to beat someone up, Wendy still spoke of her sister that way in front of Grace. What a vicious person. Hector pursed his lips and said solemnly, I'll go to the Davis residence to talk to them. George is after all Shirley's uncle. How could Shirley not heed the words of her uncle? Chapter 87. They didn't do anything to Shirley, but she just wouldn't let them go. At the Davis residence, Old Master Becker and Hector went together for a visit and explained the reason for their visit to George. George wondered what could be the matter that these two important people came to visit. After hearing what they were here for, he laughed politely. I'll be honest. My niece was indeed notorious for her misdeeds. Getting into fights and playing truant was typical of her ever since she was young. My late sister and her husband didn't know what to do with her. As for little Wendy, she probably mentioned her sister's past unintentionally, which didn't sit well with your child, thus resulting in this issue. There was a gleam in the old Master Becker's eyes. How meticulous. He had protected Wendy so cleanly. This meant that he was not admitting to what Grace said and that Wendy was innocent. He cursed George inwardly for playing dumb as he sighed. We have no choice but to look for you, Division Chief Davis. Shirley is so clearly being a bully that she actually wanted the school to expel Grace. Shirley is really in the wrong here. It's not like she did anything to her. But she just wouldn't let her go, George said. When she was young, she didn't know how to be considerate and yield to her siblings. When her toy was broken, she demanded that we adults pay for it. I never expected that after so many years she would still have her temper. She is really too insensible. Hector said humbly, let's put aside these things for now. Can you help us plead with the school? We'll do our best to satisfy Shirley's wishes in compensation. George's eyes lit up calmly as he smiled lightly. Don't worry, I will talk to Shirley and ask her not to pursue the matter anymore. We'll treat it as though this never happened. Hearing this, Hector thanked George and shook his hand. We'll be counting on you, then. Mr. Becker is too polite. George never expected that Shirley would bring him such benefit. The smile in his eyes became a little more genuine. As soon as the Beckers left, Wendy came down from upstairs. Uncle, Wendy said lightly. I never expected my sister to be so ruthless. She actually wanted the school to expel Grace. George snorted as he picked up his cup of tea. Little Wendy, you are still too guileless. Although the Beckers are a nouveau riche in Sea City, their company has great prospects. They even donated a building to Sea City High School. The school has no reason not to be respectful when dealing with them. Now the school is using Shirley as an excuse to get more from the Becker family. The Beckers probably didn't want to donate again, so they came looking for us. Wendy looked at George and gave an understanding grunt. However, she felt this matter wasn't as simple as he was making it out to be. The image of Shirley chatting with Tyler's father kept appearing in her mind. Was Tyler helping Shirley? But would Boss Brown come forward just for Shirley? She had to be overthinking it. But it was a pity that Arya and Shirley were not kicked out of school. She thought that using Shirley's past to force Arya to talk about her shameful past would lead to them being expelled. In the end, the school valued Arya's academic performance more and even forced all of the parents to sign a confidentiality agreement. The impact that the incident had on them was instantly minimized. She had really underestimated Arya. She had no choice but to seek another opportunity. George finished his cup of tea and said, Little Wendy, go call Shirley and ask her to come over. I have something to tell her. Wendy nodded. Emmett took everyone back to the Brown residence. The group sat down in the living room. Although Ashley didn't like Shirley, upon hearing of what happened with Arya, her respect for Shirley increased a bit. Chapter 88. The infuriating manners of the big boss. Shirley was sitting on the sofa in a leisurely position with her legs raised. It was the posture of a big boss. Her pretty face was expressionless as she played games on her cell phone. What happened earlier had not even fazed her. Ashley believed that the names that Shirley brought up for expulsion would cause the Beckers and the Davis to fight it out. Any student who might be found on Sea City High School's expulsion records would basically not be able to find any other schools to transfer to. There was only one way out of this: studying abroad. The school that they would be able to go to would probably not be very good. It would be a shame for the entire family to have someone like that in their midst. The Beckers wouldn't give up Grace so easily. Shirley's move was quite ruthless. Tyler was surprised at how Shirley was taking this whole situation. She didn't need to be expelled, or sign any guarantee forms, or write any reflections. As long as Shirley didn't leave, everything else didn't matter to him. His pa was awesome. Hearing Ashley talk about Arya, Tina's cold expression mellowed. She even became less annoyed whenever she looked at Shirley. Emmett answered the phone and said, the Beckers visited the Davis residence. Very fast. Judith cocked his eyebrows as he looked at the girl who was playing her mobile game. Shirley, I have it all sorted out. I'm ready to serve the Beckers. It's an open and shut case. The girl looked down. The slant in the corner of her eyes gave off a headstrong and raw vibe as she grunted. Just then her phone received a caller ID notification. Windy. She hung up the phone and continued to play the game as though nothing had happened. Jasper was sitting next to Shirley. Upon seeing that, there was a faint smirk on his lips. Shirley got another caller ID notification. This time from George. Shirley didn't even look before she swiped it away, hanging up the call. She casually used an AWM to kill 3 players and became the champion. At the end of the game, she changed to a comfortable posture. As she looked down, her raw, untamable side seemed like it was about to surge forth. A hand with clean, long fingers brought a glass of water up to her face. Shirley looked up. She met with Jasper's dark and deep eyes. She smiled. Thank you. When George called again, Shirley drank water unhurriedly and picked up the call. Shirley, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone? As soon as she brought the cell phone to her ear, George's angry voice came ringing from the other end. It was pretty loud and everyone in the room heard it. Shirley said slowly, I was playing a game. Emmett and Judith thought it good that George did not have any heart problems, lest her attitude be the death of him. George grasped the cell phone firmly. After a few seconds of silence, he suppressed his anger and said coldly, come to the Davis residence now. Shirley's eyes were cold and queer. Her voice sounded icy as she said, I'm not free. Shirley, what is with your attitude? George immediately stood up from the sofa and howled angrily. Do you know what trouble you have caused? I don't know, Shirley said casually. Incensed, it was some time before George took a deep breath and said, I don't want to entertain this nonsense now. Come to the Davis residence immediately. I'll give you half an hour. Hearing this, Shirley chuckled in a proud, untamable manner before hanging up the call. In the Davis residence's living room, George heard the beep from the cell phone and his face turned ashen. Scourge. Windy knew ever since she was young that Shirley was like a thorn. She was very difficult to talk to. It wasn't surprising that things ended up like this. She looked at George. Uncle, what should we do now? Chapter 89, A Second Exposure. The founding queen of the Shadow League. George pursed his lips and continued to dial Shirley's phone number. This time, the call was picked up very quickly. Shirley, I'm going to cut to the chase. George's tone of voice calmed down. State your terms in order for you to stop pursuing the matter with Grace from school. Shirley looked at the pale-faced Arya and squinted. Windy would have to make a transfer. George's face turned grim. Are you human? She's your sister. How can you treat her like this? The words reached Windy's ears. Upon hearing that, she panicked and muttered quietly, Uncle. George gave her a reassuring look and said, Shirley, the Beckers have already said that you may state your terms in order for you to stop pursuing this matter. You have to be clear-headed and be careful not to offend people whom you cannot afford to offend. Shirley cocked her eyebrows. Go on. If you give up pursuing the matter, the Beckers will give you a significant sum of money as compensation. I'll allow you and Arya to live in the Davis residence until you graduate from university, George said in a charitable tone. Shirley looked down and gave a soft chuckle. The cool, grim laughter frustrated George, his eyebrows knitting together tightly. Uncle, didn't you watch as I grew up? You should know how my temper is, Shirley said slowly as she gave off an intimidating pressure. Now that the decision has fallen upon me, we have to go by my rules. I said that we can only keep one of them, so we can only keep one of them, do you understand? Hearing this, George's breathing became heavy. Shirley, you are courting trouble. The Beckers won't let you off for this. Shirley didn't show much emotion. It seems that Uncle is protecting Windy. Think of how you should answer to the Beckers. Shirley. Before he could finish speaking, the call was hung up. George's face became grave and gloomy. What an insolent brat. Windy glanced at George's expression, pursed her lips, and said softly, I'm sorry, Uncle. I only said casually that sister was expelled from school because of a fight in the past. I didn't know that Grace would do such a thing. George calmed himself. That's the end of this matter. Don't worry about it and focus on your studies. Windy said obediently, okay. Just then, Patricia Ruel, George's wife, came back home carrying many bags in her hands. "Hubby, little Windy, I'm back." Windy smiled. "Aunt, Shirley and Arya stayed at Seal Palace that night. The apartment was very quiet. Shirley was sitting on the carpet in the living room. The light from the computer fell upon her face, casting shadows behind her. Her pretty face was hazy, mysterious, and dignified. Sabrina said ferociously, "Little sister Shirley, if it's inconvenient for you to make a move, tell me, and I'll wipe out the Beckers for you. How dare they provoke the founding queen of our Shadow League? I won't kill them." 8 years ago, the Shadow League completed the world's most impossible mission and became one of the 4 major hacker organizations and the leader of the 4 organizations in half a year. This was news that spread outside, and it was also one of few sentences from Shirley within the organization. Hackers within the organization worshipped Shirley. In fact, Shirley was the only person in this organization called Shadow League. The girl, less than 10 years old then, had totally owned already famous international hackers. Even now no one could surpass her. Later, it was after Shirley found Felix from some corner of the world to join her that Shadow League slowly began to recruit people. There was only one purpose: to make money. Shirley's annual expenditure was at least 200 or 300 million on every item. Half of it was used on medical research and the other half was spent on Arya. Arya's medical expenses cost 120 million. This was why Shirley was always so poor. Chapter 90. Fuck. What a damaging blow. Wiping Arya's case had taken a lot of effort. She had even destroyed all the newspapers on the streets. Now, because of what the Beckers did, it forced Arya to relive her past. It would be hard to conceal the truth now that more than 2,000 parents knew about it. Who could guarantee they would not speak about it in the future even if they could be kept quiet now? Year 3 would last a year. Starting from today, Arya's peaceful life was gone and rumors would increase. Shirley's hard work over the years had been wasted. Fuck. What a headache. Sabrina had a bad temper and wanted to bomb the Beckers' company building. Shirley brought a cigarette to her pretty lips, looking like a raw gangster as she sparked the lighter. "There's no need. The Beckers won't let Windy off like this." Sabrina laughed. "You're right. Grace, as someone who can find private detectives and hackers herself, isn't someone to mess with." Shirley took a puff without breathing into her lungs, blew the smoke out, and said, "The legend of the sleeping jade is true." Sabrina raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You found someone to test it on?" "Yeah." Shirley flicked the cigarette's ash. "There are no side effects. I have put it on Arya. She slept well tonight." It was 2 o'clock and she hadn't woken up from a nightmare. Sabrina sighed a breath of relief. In the past few years, Shirley had spent an excessive amount to invest in research on the treatment of mental illnesses, but she hadn't made much progress. Now that she had gotten the sleeping jade unexpectedly, which solved Arya's problem, Shirley could relax a little. "If that's the case, do we still continue investing money on research?" she asked. Shirley nodded. "Continue doing it. Help me to find out where the sleeping jade is produced. I only have one of them. I don't want to use it for research." "Okay." After closing Sabrina's video call, Shirley finished smoking the cigarette in her hand, got up, and went back to the room to sleep. Monday. When Shirley appeared in school, all the Year 3 students were shocked. What's the meaning of this? Shirley wasn't expelled. What was the school thinking? Was there a misunderstanding? Could it have been a photoshopped image? A 5-year-old beating someone to half paralysis? A real-life kung fu kid? It's too ridiculous. I was still learning how to use chopsticks when I was 5 years old. You're telling me a 5-year-old girl beat someone to half paralysis? Don't ask. If you have to ask, it means you don't believe it. I still believe that the school allowed Shirley to stay as a result of careful consideration. Shirley isn't like that kind of troublemaker. But it seemed to be from pretty long ago. It didn't look fake. Ms. Dawson also mentioned how Shirley was expelled from her former school. Those who believed in Shirley began to waver again. Tina had just entered class 1 carrying her school bag when she heard all the students who typically would only be busy with their schoolwork come together to discuss this matter. Her expression turned cold. She caught a glimpse of Gloria walking towards class 1 from a distance through the corner of her eyes, and she said mildly, "Stop talking, the form teacher is here." Hearing this, they all panicked as they went back to their seats, grabbed their Chinese textbooks, and reading aloud, pretending to be serious with their work. Windy accidentally exchanged looks with Tina. Tina curled her lips and looked away disdainfully. Windy pursed her lips slightly. When the morning reading was about to end, Grace appeared at the door of class 1. Everyone thought that she was just late for class. It wasn't until Grace packed all her belongings on the table into her school bag and slung the bag onto her back that all the eyes in class turned to her. The girl wasn't in a good mood. She had dark eye bags and her lips were pale. Grace walked out of the classroom carrying her school bag. When she passed by Wendy, she paused, her eyes filled with hatred, and her fists clenched. Bam. Join our Ko-Fi account for full episode. Chapter 91, You Were Responsible for Everything. Class 1 was silent. Dozens of eyes looked in amazement at Wendy, who covered her face as she sat at her seat. There was a tear at the corner of her mouth and some traces of blood. It was obvious how forceful Grace's strike had been. Grace pointed at Wendy, gritting her teeth. Wendy, you owe me this. After giving Wendy a hard slap, Grace left class 1 with a cold expression. Little Wendy, are you okay? The boy behind Wendy immediately took out and passed a piece of tissue paper to Wendy, looking worried. Wendy shook her head, her eyes wet and red as she said in a small voice, I'm okay. With that said, she suddenly stood up and ran out crying. Class 1 spiraled into confusion. What happened? Why did Grace hit Wendy? I don't know. She took all of her belongings. Is she dropping out of school? Damn. I was wondering why Shirley wasn't expelled. And now Grace is gone. Wait a second. The PowerPoint must have been switched out by someone at the parent-teacher meeting, could it be? The group of students exchanged glances. Could it be Grace who changed the PowerPoint slides? I suddenly remembered something. Grace likes Tyler. Tyler treats Shirley really well. Could that be her reason? But why did she have to hit Wendy? And she even did it in the classroom. That is going too far. The hallway was very quiet. No one was outside. Wendy left the classroom. The pitiful expression was instantly replaced with a cold, gloomy one as she went downstairs in long strides. Turning the corner at the second floor, she caught up with Grace, grabbed her arm, pulled her back, and slapped her. Grace was unprepared. The slap sent her into the wall. Bam! It made her dizzy for a few seconds. After recovering from it, her face was ashen. Wendy. She rushed towards Wendy with a grave expression. Wendy immediately took a large step back, stood on the stair steps, holding the railing, her chin held high proudly as she looked down at her. Grace, you had better not do anything. You don't want me to cause trouble for your parents, do you? Grace immediately froze. Wendy smiled arrogantly. Your family has given you up, which means that they can't afford to anger my uncle. If news of you beating me gets out, what do you think your family will do to you? Grace drove her nails into her palms and glared at her. If not for you, how could I be expelled? What does this have to do with me? Half of Wendy's face was red. There was a tear at the corner of her mouth. She had a harmless, gentle expression on her face. I only said that my sister has some bad records and that the Browns might not like my sister. You are the one responsible for everything. Grace breathed heavily. She glared fiercely, wishing she could peel a layer of her skin off to vent her anger. Wendy smiled. Seeing how pitiful you are today, let's call it even after these slaps. With that said, she turned and walked upstairs. Grace fixed her gaze on Wendy's vulnerable back when a thought suddenly occurred to her. Her lips turned up in a vicious smirk before she turned and left. Wendy went to the washroom to rinse her mouth and adjust her expressions before returning to the classroom. Seeing Wendy's hair wet on her forehead, the boys who liked Wendy thought that she had been crying and looked sorry for her. They all came to comfort Wendy and cursed Grace for her crazy behavior. Wendy forced smiles, tugging at the wound at the corner of her lips. As tears welled in her eyes, she said softly, It's okay. Actually, I'm partly responsible for Grace's expulsion. She asked me before if it was true that my sister was expelled for fighting. There was no way I could lie about it. And the form teacher also mentioned it before, so I told her that it was true. I never expected that she would investigate my sister and dig everything up. Chapter 92, See City High School's respected figure. So it really was Grace who did it. That's too vicious of her. It was her fault, yet she blamed it on little Wendy. How foolish and toxic, said an admirer of Wendy. The others nodded in agreement. Wendy sighed. Actually, my sister had her reasons for beating that person up. If it were not so, why hasn't the school expelled her yet? A girl asked, what was her reason? Wendy looked down and stopped talking. Within a few minutes, a thread started to trend on the school forum. Inside story. Jealous of her sister's popularity, Wendy provoked Grace to dig into Shirley's past so she could expose Shirley during the parent-teacher meeting. The vicious Wendy almost got Shirley expelled. Someone saw this thread and showed it to Wendy. Wendy smiled mirthlessly and quietly took out her English study material to do some questions. Even with her wounded face, the boys still could not help but find her lovely. The boys scolded the poster who was trying to frame Wendy on the forum. After completing a closed test, Wendy took out her cell phone before class started to see many comments scolding the poster, each one nastier than the other, and she pursed her lips in a smile. How stupid. Tina saw Wendy from a glance and looked away disdainfully. Seeing the overwhelming abusive comments in her own thread, she screamed hysterically, "That bitch." Enough. Wanda's eyes were red as she shouted at her. Seeing a slap imprinted on her daughter's face, she was angry and also sad for her. Grace, listen to Mama. Go overseas and focus on your studies. Stop causing trouble for the family from now on. Quote. Grace threw herself into Wanda's arms and cried, "Ma, don't let Wendy get away with this. She did this to me." After being expelled from school, she became the laughingstock amongst all of the wealthy families from Sea City. Her marriage plans were ruined. Don't worry, I won't let her off. Of course she wouldn't let off that bitch. Wanda knew her daughter well enough to know that she wouldn't come up with something like that. Someone must have provoked her. Your father and grandfather also won't let the Lays get away with this. The news of Grace's expulsion spread throughout the Year 3 cohort during the break. Everyone knew that she had deliberately harmed Shirley. Fatty turned around and lay down on Tyler's stack of books. Brother Tyler, although the truth is out, Sister Shirley successfully got out of this unharmed, and not only that, she became Sea City High School's respected figure. Was Sister Shirley really so cool at such a young age? Charlie brought a seat over to sit closer to them. Yeah, damn, she looked really suave in that photo. It's just like in the movies. So cool. Tyler chuckled. How about I wake her up to beat you guys up, so you can see for yourselves? He cocked her head to look at the girl. She was wearing her headphones and sleeping beside him. Fatty was silent. Charlie sat back to his seat without any expressions. Fatty snorted, "Brother Tyler, you're so mean. Get lost." Tyler retorted humorously. He propped up his chin and watched Shirley, also intrigued about how strong Shirley would be in a fight. When the class bell rang, he poked Shirley cautiously. Sister Shirley, lesson starting. Shirley opened her eyes. Her gaze was cold, and her bloodshot eyes gave off a queer vibe. Frustration was faintly showing through her knitted eyebrows and an intimidating pressure emanated from her. Nervous, Tyler quietly took out a fruit candy from his pocket and pushed it over. Seeing it, Shirley grabbed it and tossed it into her mouth. Her cold expression mellowed. The English teacher walked in with the lesson plan and threw it onto the lectern. Shirley propped her chin up and looked at the blackboard seriously. She spun a pen in one hand. The movements of her clean and slender fingers were fluid. For some reason, Tyler also tried to spin the pen, but it slipped from his fingers and flew to the front of the classroom, hitting the back of Fatty's head. The girl turned languidly and looked at him. Tyler could say nothing. Fuck. He was supposed to be the one who was feared in school. Chapter 93, You're Looking for Death, Wendy. The next afternoon. A piece of trending news suddenly erupted all over Weibo. A murderer from a case in Chengning County 12 years ago has been released. As a person of interest, Arya's name was a hotly searched term. A lot of commercial accounts, out to, eat blood-soaked dumplings, 1. A Chinese expression used to describe people who use others' misfortune for their own benefit, praised her for being strong and made her out to be an inspiration, and sensationalized the news. They especially drew attention to the fact that Arya even attained the first rank in her Year 3 monthly examinations. Every single word seemed to be a piece of breaking news in the media's eyes. News about Arya was ubiquitous. The phones in Sea City High School's office almost malfunctioned under the volume of calls from the media who wanted to interview Arya. However, no one cared that mentioning this incident again would cause a lot of hurt to this girl. Arya seemed to turn a deaf ear to every word out there as she focused on the paper that Shirley had prepared for her the day before. However, if one looked carefully at her handwriting, they would find that very single stroke was shaky. Shirley walked into the second floor of the teaching building. Wendy was leaning against the railing and chatting with a girl from class 1. Shirley. The girl voiced puzzlement after noticing her. Wendy turned around and was suddenly met with Shirley's dark eyes. They were emanating a chill that penetrated her bones and made her heart thump and her back muscles tense up slightly. Her first instinct was to retreat. Shirley's eyelids were red and her pretty lips were pursed in a cold and cruel line. She grabbed Wendy by her neck in one motion and pushed her head out over the railing viciously. Wendy's legs hung in midair as half her body dangled off the railing. Instantly, her eyes filled with terror. She held onto Shirley's wrist with a death grip. She wanted to ask for help, but she could not make a sound. The girl beside them turned pale with fright. Shirley, what are you doing? Shirley stared at Wendy and said in a light drawl, "Wendy, do you think I can be trifled with just because I let you go once?" A gurgling sound came from Wendy's throat as tears fell down her face in terror. "How dare you give the media an exposé?" The corner of Shirley's lips twitched, ice cold and ruthless. "Wendy, you're looking for death." She was practically holding Wendy up with a single hand. Wendy was scared out of her wits as she felt her feet moving further and further away from the ground. She squeezed out, "Sister." No one knew who called Gloria and Harmony over, but they suddenly appeared. They ran over in a hurry. "Shirley, let go quickly," shouted a frightened Harmony. Gloria's face was full of rage. "What is this? Are you trying to kill someone? How dare you come over to class 1 to make trouble?" Shirley glanced at them and released the hand that was holding onto Wendy's neck. Wendy cried out the moment her feet touched the ground and held her throat, coughing like she was dying. Shirley seized Wendy's collar and dragged her close. With her other hand, she patted her face. "Remember, there's no next time." She then threw Wendy onto the floor, stuffed both her hands into her pockets, then turned around to leave. "Shirley, stop right there." Gloria chased after her. She only saw the corner of a school uniform as a tall and slim figure disappeared around the corner. Gloria said angrily, "She's simply lawless." Harmony pursed her lips. She could not chase after Shirley for she had to check if Wendy was all right. On the way back to the classroom, Shirley's phone rang. "Hello." The girl's voice was low and chilly. Upon hearing this, Judith was stunned. "What happened to you?" Shirley said mildly, "Nothing." Seeing that she did not want to talk about it, Judith did not push the matter. "How would you like to settle the matter?" Shirley instinctively reached for a cigarette, but discovered that there were none in her pocket. All there was a lollipop. She tore it open and stuffed it into her mouth. In a low voice that sounded a little hoarse, she said, "Since the matter has already been blown up so much, blow it up even more. I want to settle this once and for all." Chapter 94, Shirley is really awesome at fighting. "Sure, I will make the preparations," said Judith. "It will probably be over quickly this time. Will you come to court?" Shirley hummed a low, There was silence on the line for a few seconds before Judith spoke again in a hesitant voice. "I know you're in a bad mood right now, so I'll handle this. Don't act rashly." It made one's scalp numb to think of Shirley going all out. The girl replied emotionlessly, "Got it." Sydney sneaked a cautious look at Arya, who was quietly answering questions beside her. She wanted to say something, but felt that not saying anything right now would afford Arya the greatest respect. Year 3's seating arrangement was on a rotation basis and they were sitting at the desks closest to the door this week. There was a large group of people gathered around those who were sitting near the windows and discussing matters softly and glancing over occasionally. One did not need to guess to know what they were talking about. Sydney pursed her lips and frowned. Tyler and the rest were out looking for Sister Shirley and no one could suppress the people in the class. Their voices began to grow louder and louder. "So, Arya had something like that happen to her. She's such a poor thing. I heard that she used to carry a bowel pouch before she underwent multiple surgeries to be able to live a normal life." The girl gestured to her stomach. "Everything below the stomach is artificial." The crowd's expressions looked complicated and one could not tell whether they were feeling pity or something else. In short, there was discrimination. "What's the use of being first in the cohort when she's like that?" Another girl sighed. "How will she get married in the future? No one will probably like her." Thump. A book slammed into the girl's face. The girl shrieked and grimaced in pain. She stood up suddenly in indignation towards the person who threw the book. "Sydney, what are you doing?" Sydney stared at her icily. "Watch your mouth. Try to rank top in the cohort if you can. How can you concentrate on studying if all you want is to marry someone? You've even been retained before, anyway. As a 20-year-old, you're just right for marriage." "You." The girl was at a loss of words from the retort. Sydney chuckled coldly. "But, Teresa, it's probably because of your character that no one likes you. You have a poor character. It's easy to make you jealous and you feel envious whenever someone else has something good going for them." Teresa's face instantly reddened. Raging because of the humiliation, she wanted to rush over, but she was held back by her deskmate. Her deskmate looked over at Sydney. "Sydney, Teresa didn't mean anything by it. She was only making a casual remark." A casual remark. Sydney was expressionless. "Do you want to repeat your opinions in front of Sydney and Tyler when they come back?" Silence fell over the crowd instantly. Arya tugged at Sydney's sleeve. "Ignore them. I've already solved the question that you asked me previously. Let me explain it to you." Sydney was extremely angry. Would they only shut up when Arya was in tears? Everyone should be scolding the piece of shit that hurt Arya. They should be cursing that piece of shit with a horrible death. His ashes should be scattered to the winds when he dies. They shouldn't be discussing Arya. Arya tugged Sydney's shirt again. Sydney looked towards Arya, who was smiling at her nonchalantly. A lump formed in Sydney's throat out of the blue. She took a deep breath and sat down to discuss the question with her. As Arya explained the question to her, a genuine smile danced in the corner of her lips. She was really lucky that she was able to befriend Shirley and Sydney, and she felt that her life had meaning. Tyler was the one who had summoned Harmony and Gloria earlier. When the boy and his friends saw that Shirley had almost thrown Windy off the floor, they were so frightened that their legs almost went numb. Afraid that something would happen, he went to get the teachers. Charlie and Fatty finally believed that Shirley was really awesome at fighting. It was crazy. She lifted Windy up with a single hand. Upon returning to the classroom, they noticed something strange about the atmosphere. Chapter 95, Judith. I suffered defeat under her hands. Upon seeing the talking and smiling Arya and Sydney, the tension in her head eased up. She walked over and threw a few pieces of chocolate and white rabbit creamy candy onto Arya's desk before walking back to her own seat with her hands stuffed in her pockets. Arya smiled. She gave one of the sweets to Sydney and ate one herself. Tyler, Charlie, and Fatty snatched up a piece of chocolate and split it amongst themselves, looking extremely smug. Seeing that Arya's gaze did not change, they started to joke with them as per usual. Upon Shirley and Tyler's entrance, those who were yakking away earlier fell silent. Shirley sent a message to Emmett, stating that the media was not to come to see City High School to disturb Arya. Emmett replied, "Relax, I already arranged it." Shirley replied, Emmett asked, "How is Arya today? Is she still okay?" Shirley's eyelids hung low as she typed absent-mindedly, "She's quite okay." Emmett said, "Aish, this is such a thorny problem. Your years of hard work and effort have gone to waste. Windy is really a bad apple. If she weren't your sister, I." Anger flashed in Shirley's eyes and disappeared quickly. She replied lazily, "That's why I almost killed her earlier." It were as though Emmett was at the scene and trying to hold her back as he typed trembling, "Boss. Please stay calm." The corner of Shirley's lips twitched into a smirk, making her look wicked and wild. Another hot piece of news hit trending again. Caden Fawn, the criminal who had just been released, was diagnosed by psychologists as having the possibility of repeating his crimes. In order to avoid mass panic, he was arrested and placed under supervision again. The #1 lawyer in the capital, Judith, who filed a new lawsuit against Caden, felt that the ruling back then was unreasonable. 12 years ago, criminals could use mental illness as a protective umbrella in their cases. However, under the current improved law, having a mental illness was no longer a license for someone to commit murder, and anyone who did so would be judged responsibly under criminal law. Caden's actions were vile and severe. He should be sentenced to death. Judith's Weibo had a new post. The law is used to protect citizens, not for criminals to abuse to escape punishment. As Arya's lawyer, I have filed another lawsuit against Caden. I urge the reconsideration of the judgment in this case and I will fight for it pro bono. Judith was a top-grade lawyer in the law circle who charged millions in fees if he took one's case. The entire country regarded his pro bono work for Arya's case positively. Great work, Lawyer Potter. That motherfucker ruined a girl for life. 12 years is too lenient for this piece of shit. He should be executed by firing squad. This person looks really terrifying in his photos. They do say that one's appearance reflects their thoughts. This bastard is practically out to annihilate humanity. He deserves to die. Judith had not taken a court case for over a year, but he came out of self-imposed retirement for this court case that he practically had no concern for. The law circle was stunned. At the table, Judith's friend looked at him as he drank. "Judith, Caden won't be able to escape the death penalty no matter what. You could have handed this case to the lawyers in your office. There was no need to mobilize the #1 lawyer." Judith was sitting on the sofa with his long legs crossed. He swirled his glass and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Do you think I'm very great?" His friend cocked his eyebrow and asked instead, "Is there a lawyer who's better than you in this country?" "There is." Judith smiled. His friend was slightly stunned. "Is that for real? You're lying to me, right? I've never heard of this person." A mist shrouded Judith's gaze, as though he were reminiscing about something. "I suffered defeat by her hands." His friend looked at him in disbelief. "I'll be leaving, I have something to attend to." Judith put his glass down, stood up to pat his friend's shoulder, took his coat, and turned to leave. Chapter 96, Seal Palaces. Second black card. Arya's case became the most discussed topic in the entire country and was regarded as an important matter by the higher-ups. The court case started a week later. On that day, Shirley and Arya took a day off from school. Jasper's SUV was outside the school gates when they walked out of school. The window of the backseat lowered, revealing a man in a suit. His shirt was buttoned to the very top, giving him a strong ascetic vibe. His sharp and cold gaze was icy and wicked. He had a face that drove countless women mad over him. There was an unlit cigarette hanging in his mouth as he conversed on the phone. Upon seeing Shirley, he said a few words into his phone and hung up. He took the cigarette from his mouth, threw it in the ashtray, and got out of the car. Shirley's eyes were half narrowed as she glanced at the sun. She pursed her lips slightly and pushed the brim of her cap down. Jasper walked over with a hand in his pocket. Gesturing to the car with his chin, he said, "Let's go, get in the car." Shirley nodded. Before getting into the car, Shirley suddenly moved close to the man and said in a low voice, "Is this my designated chauffeur?" Jasper raised an eyebrow. He looked quite seductive and the corner of his eyes glittered with a wicked quality. Shirley looked at him blandly. "What for? What do you think?" Jasper's voice was low and there seemed to be a smile in his eyes. Shirley narrowed her eyes, smirked lightly, and said nothing. She got into the car. In the driver's seat, James's eyes expressed confusion. This case had absolutely nothing to do with them, yet his young master came all the way here from the capital to receive Miss Mayer. They arrived at the court in Sea City. Arya's photographs had already been uploaded to the internet and therefore everyone knew what she looked like. The reporters who camped there early to see her hauled their video equipment and microphone, leaping at her. Just then, a group of black-suited men came from nowhere and blocked the reporters. Shirley and the rest entered the court expressionlessly. Court started at 10 in the morning. Upon seeing the stick-thin middle-aged man in the defendant's seat, Arya's breathing became a little heavy and hatred emanated from her gaze. She took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and sat in the plaintiff's seat. Judith had prepared the evidence long in advance. He looked calm and composed, but his words were incisive and cold. In 10 short minutes, Caden's lawyers were at a loss for words from his speech. 1 hour later, the judge hammered on his gavel to give their verdict. Caden was sentenced to death. The video of the trial was being streamed online. When the words, "sentenced to death," were said, online netizens cheered. Everyone was satisfied. Shirley sat cross-legged in the public gallery. She crossed her fingers and cracked them, then moved her chin slightly and fixed a pair of heavy black eyes on Caden. It was a cold, crafty gaze, and it had a wicked redness to it. This person should have died 12 years ago. Court ended. When Shirley and Arya stepped outside together, they saw a woman with a reporter pass standing in the lobby of the court. The woman was carrying a video camera and there was a pen holding her long hair up at the back of her head. "Shirley," called the woman as she walked towards them. Upon seeing Jasper, she said in a surprised tone, "Young Master Brown, is this the case that you previously asked me to do an interview for?" Jasper looked at Shirley with his deep black eyes. He grunted in acknowledgement. The woman smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I am here today because someone asked me to as well." She wagged her brows at Shirley. With a hand in his pocket, Jasper looked at Shirley with even more interest in his eyes. She even knew the most highly regarded reporter, Lizzie Colin, from the capital's news channels. Lizzie was the top-notch reporter in Country Z. Shirley spoke mildly. "I will give you half an hour. We still need to go back to class." Lizzie rolled her eyes, too lazy to expose her. "Boss, you have to first find me a place to do interview." Jasper thought for a couple of seconds, then said, "Let's go to Seal Palace. I have a condominium nearby." Arya looked at Shirley, a little stunned. Shirley said nothing in response. A group of people arrived at Seal Palace in a car. Upon seeing Jasper hand a black card to security, Shirley frowned and sent Sabrina a message on her phone. Chapter 97. Give the Davis family a lesson. Sabrina was suntanning at the beach when her phone buzzed with a notification. She took off her sunglasses, revealing her seductive eyes which were lined with blue eyeliner, and picked up her phone. "Shirley, when did you sell the house at Seal Palace?" Upon Shirley mentioning the sale, Sabrina felt extremely proud. "I sold it right after I got it. I earned $50 million in one clean swoop from that sale. Praise me." She had executed the sale beautifully. She had gotten a lot of money from it. "Shirley, do you know who bought your house?" Sabrina was stunned. She didn't know why Shirley was asking this. "Who?" Shirley was expressionless. "Jasper." Sabrina was speechless. In the car, Shirley shifted her position to be more comfortable and then said indifferently, I'm neighbors with Jasper Brown. The corner of Sabrina's lips twitched and she sent 2 words, take care. Shirley said nothing. Sabrina had been hot-headed and bought the 2 most expensive condominiums at Seal Palace before gifting one to her. However, Sabrina had then unexpectedly sold her condominium to someone else. Jasper's condominium was larger than hers by a little and had even more luxurious decor. He was obviously a rich man. Lizzie interviewed Arya in the guest room. Shirley crossed her fingers as she stood in front of the French windows in the living room. Her eyelids were lowered as she looked at the river scenery below. The view here was better than the one from her condominium too. Jasper poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her. Your teacher handed me your monthly examination results 2 days ago and told me to encourage you to study. The parent-teacher meeting was a flop and the teachers could only contact each parent one by one according to the attendance sheet on the day of the meeting. Shirley took the cup and said indifferently, oh. She had the qualities of a bad student. Jasper looked at her and cocked his eyebrows. Do you not like studying that much? No, said Shirley in a relatively bland tone. She drank the water in one gulp. Let me borrow a place somewhere. I'm a little tired. She had gone to bed at 4 a.m. after receiving a call the day before. Lizzie was slow in the interview and it would likely take more than an hour. Jasper's gaze landed on the pale green tint below her eyes and his gaze deepened. Follow me. Shirley nodded. He brought her towards the master bedroom. In a low voice, he said, you should move out if you can't sleep well in the dorm. Shirley punched the corners of her eyes. It's still okay. Tired because I mentioned studying. Jasper smiled as he asked. Shirley gave him a look. There seemed to be a wicked smirk on her face hiding an unknown meaning. Jasper sat on a padded chair on the balcony. His face was propped up in his hand and there was a cigarette between his slender fingers. His deep black eyes flitted over Shirley. He looked like a wolf staring at his prey. His gaze was refined, yet perverse. The girl was sleeping on the bed. She was lying on her side and half her face was covered by the blanket. Her features were exquisite and had a cold and wicked quality. Beautiful. However, the bruising under her eyes was a little offensive to the eye. He held his cigarette with his lips and sent Philip a message. Teach the Davis family a lesson. Philip and Cyrus had just finished a business talk with someone. Upon receiving the message, the former gave the latter a look. The pair exchanged a glance. He asked, Brother Jasper, are you trying to stand up for Shirley? Jasper replied, she'll be able to sleep well if they cause less trouble. Philip's eyes widened in shock and he looked at Cyrus in disbelief. Old Gideon, did you see this? He can't stand it when Shirley doesn't sleep well. Cyrus patted his shoulder. Let's get to work. Philip's expression was complicated. Recently, George had been waiting for a promotion. He had already been nominated a long while ago and confirming it was merely a formality. Unexpectedly, someone from another company got the position in the afternoon. There was no foreshadowing beforehand. The promotion he had plotted so hard for disappeared just like that. He had been in his current position for 3 years and this promotion had been a long-awaited opportunity. George's expression was sour as he rushed off to question his higher-ups. Department Chief Garner, what's up with this? Wasn't I already confirmed for this position? Chapter 98, The Person Nurtured by the Big Boss. Brandon Garner was sitting at the desk editing some documents when he looked up at him. I have also just received the information about the appointment. I only found out about it a few minutes before you did. George took a few breaths to calm himself down, his tone still agitated. No, Department Chief Garner. Hasn't it already been decided? How did it turn out like this? Brandon gave a knowing look. Think back and see if you might have offended someone. George's eyebrows knitted together. Looking exasperated, he thought for a moment. It couldn't be the Beckers. If the Beckers had this in them, why would they need to sacrifice Grace? Apart from the Beckers, he had kept up a good relationship with everyone recently. At this critical period where he could get a promotion he had been very cautious. Why was it all in vain? Who on earth was going against him? George clenched his fist and looked at Brandon. Department Chief Garner, I really don't know which leader I have offended. Could you ask around for me so that I may make amends? The one who arranged for someone to fill the leadership role would definitely not be an ordinary person. If he didn't put someone good in the role, he would probably lose his chance at promotion in the future. Brandon nodded and he ended on an encouraging note, don't be dismayed. You'll have your chance. Work hard. George smiled reluctantly. A bad premonition stayed with him. Appearing on the national news channel on the night of the trial. A 2-minute interview video of Arya was played. It was broadcasted during City High School's night self-learning session. All classes in Year 1, Year 2, and Year 3 were watching the interview with Arya in the classrooms. The 17-year-old girl sat in the armchair with a gentle expression on her face. Lizzie asked, "Arya, the perpetrator who hurt you has been punished by law. Do you have anything to say to everyone?" Arya was adrift for a moment. Then she said softly, 12 years ago, when the guy presented a mental illness certificate, the lawyer who represented me spent a great effort to fight for a 12-year prison sentence. He was given the full sentence, but my life was ruined because medical technology was not advanced enough at the time. It was a very hopeless situation. All I could do was watch the others cry. Lizzie said, "It must have been a very difficult time. It's all over now. Everything is changing for the better. I'm very satisfied with my current life and thankful to the friend who has never once given up on me." Arya looked at the camera and smiled. She paused. Then she continued, "The law is used to protect the rights and safety of the people, not for bad people to escape punishment through loopholes." Lizzie nodded. "You can't run from the long arm of the law. I'm very grateful that the law continues to be refined so that bad people will not be let off scot-free." As Arya talked, her expression gradually became firm. Many incidents occur in this world every day, whether minor or tragic to the point that scares people. We continue to learn lessons from these incidents to improve the system so that criminals will get the punishments they deserve. Mental illness can never be a license to kill. The laws we have today that protect younger generations like us are built upon the lives of those who were victimized. Every word reminds us of the sacrifices. All of us should respect the law, just as we respect those who have passed away. Lizzie found herself admiring Arya. She didn't disappoint as someone nurtured by the big boss. She said emphatically, "We should all believe in the country and in a fair and just law. Justice may not come immediately, but it will definitely be served." This case attracted the country's attention and it even caused a commotion in the capital. Judith and Lizzie were the top in their respective fields. They would not get involved unless it was something very important, yet they came together because of this incident. Just who was the person supporting Arya? Chapter 99, Your Apprentice Fired His Apprentice. Shirley rested her chin on her cool and fair wrist as she looked at the blackboard nonchalantly. The mathematics teacher, Hayden Sanchez, was talking about the last question on the exam paper last week. When he accidentally exchanged glances with Shirley's beautiful dark eyes, he felt upset. Why did such a pretty young lady meet with such bad luck? It was okay even if she didn't know how to solve the math problem. But how was it that she couldn't even get a single question correct on the multiple choice questions? Did she dip her hands into a nest of bad luck? If he took this wretch to win-loss betting, he would be rich overnight. He would simply bet against Shirley. He heard that Shirley managed to answer one question right on the chemistry exam, compared to the previous monthly examination. The question asked how many isomers a certain organic compound had. She answered, 5, and scored 3 points. Harmony was no longer upset. Shirley promised her that she would improve her score. 3 points was better than 0 points. After going through the question, there was still 20 minutes left in the night self-reading session. Look through the paper again and ask me if you have any questions. Hayden walked away from the lectern and walked down the aisle and looked around. Class 20 was much more studious than before. Arya and Sydney's scores encouraged everyone and they became more eager to study as a result. Hayden walked up to Shirley. He was comforted as he saw her copy every word of what he explained about the question. Although her grades weren't good, at least she had a good attitude. Hayden said patiently, "Shirley, whenever there's anything that you don't understand, be sure to clarify it with the teacher promptly." Shirley looked up with a cool, dark gaze, the tilted corner of her eyes giving off a queer vibe. There was no emotion on her face as she acknowledged him. Hayden was even more glad upon hearing that. Study well. After saying that, he continued walking down the aisle. Looking down at Hayden's answer to the last question, Shirley raised an eyebrow. The problem-solving process was quite complicated. In the second period of the night self-learning session, Arya came over to sit with Shirley. Shirley pushed a piece of paper in front of her, lay down on the table, and started to sleep. Arya glanced at the paper. It looked like an answer to a math problem. She looked at Shirley curiously. Upon returning to look at the answer, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was the last question that the teacher explained in the previous period. The answer written on the paper was more concise and the method used to solve the problem was very clever and elegant. Who wrote it? Arya couldn't help but look at Shirley and she felt a strange feeling inside her. The next morning, during a long break between lessons, Shirley and Tyler went to the supermarket to buy food. They bumped into some Class 1 students on the way. None of them thought it was a pleasant meeting. Wendy was among them. Upon seeing Shirley, she avoided eye contact. Shirley had scared her witless that day and she didn't dare provoke her again. Shirley was typing on her phone as she walked nonchalantly. Watching the group of three including Tyler behind Shirley, Wendy couldn't help but feel jealous. Needless to say, Tyler, Charlie and Ace, also came from wealthy families of prominent status in Sea City. Yet they had such a good relationship with Shirley. She was clearly so much better than Shirley. Why did everyone like Shirley, a girl who was notorious for her bad deeds and abysmal scores? Pursing her lips, Wendy quickly walked away and went toward Class 1's classroom. The boys who followed Wendy quickly caught up to her. Tyler sneered as he bit a blade of grass in his mouth. Sister Shirley, is she really your sister? Charlie and Fatty looked at Shirley together. They were also very interested. Shirley gave a nonchalant affirmative grunt as she replied with a message to Sabrina on her phone. The old man spent the money so quickly. Jasper just gave him $50 million 2 weeks ago. Sabrina, how's that enough? Your apprentice fired his apprentice and now the Brown family won't let him invest anymore, so there's a serious shortage of funds. Chapter 100. The Big Boss is at the bank entrance. Everyone knew William was the top expert in brain science, but no one knew that he had a master. It'd be interesting to see how Nicole, the famous female brain specialist, would react upon finding out that Shirley was the master's master. As Sabrina leaned against the bed with a cigarette between her fingertips, her smirk was devilish and bewitching. She received Shirley's text. All right, I will transfer $100 million. Sabrina raised an eyebrow, threw the cell phone on the bed, and went to sleep. Seeing Shirley's expression become solemn, he became tense. Sister Shirley, what's the matter? It's nothing. Shirley put away her cell phone, stuffed her hands in her pockets, and walked forward with an emotionless expression. He didn't dare ask her for money, but he asked Sabrina to do it instead. That old geezer. Tyler heaved a breath of relief knowing that nothing had happened. Sister Shirley, I came to school in the morning and saw the milk tea shop selling a new product. Do you want to try it? Shirley had been looking down at the floor. But upon hearing that, she turned to look at him, the corner of her eyes giving off a cool and distant aura. The corner of her lips raised in a raw, bewitching smile. Thanks. Sunlight fell upon the girl's face. Her skin looked like white jade and her facial features were particularly pretty. Tyler's mind went blank for a few seconds upon seeing the curve of her smile. Her looks and her aura were very powerful. He blinked, feeling a little flustered as he avoided eye contact with Shirley. Then he kicked Fatty. Come, let's go and buy milk tea. All right. Fatty clutched his butt and reluctantly followed Tyler. Charlie, Shirley, and Arya walked towards the supermarket. George was called to the office by Brandon. Department Chief Garner, did you find out what happened? Brandon put down his signature pen and looked up. The person who appeared and took up the role out of nowhere is a young person from the Turner family in the capital. What? The capital? George's expression turned drastically. He looked at Brandon impatiently. Department Chief Garner, I've never got on the Turners' bad side. I can't even afford to offend them even if I wanted to. Brandon's eyes were solemn. Are you sure you haven't offended the Turners? Hearing that, George felt trepidation. Department Chief Garner, what do you mean by that? The Turners want me to tell you something. Brandon's voice was low and deep as he looked at George, whose expression had become stiff. They want to tell you not to mess around with the wrong people. George brooded as he walked out of Brandon's office. Apart from the Beckers, he had only offended Shirley. There was no way Shirley knew anybody in the Turner family. In the afternoon, George had a meal with people. When he passed by the bank entrance, a familiar figure came walking out from inside. Stop the car, George said to the chauffeur as he turned to look. Shirley wore a black baseball cap which hid some of her beautiful black hair, a white jacket, and black cargo pants. Her hands were in her pockets as she walked nonchalantly. A middle-aged man walked with her. The man was lowering himself slightly as he talked to Shirley. Seeing the man's face clearly, George's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't he the bank president? He was walking Shirley out in person. George pursed his lips. He couldn't help but get out of the car to stop her. After talking with Shirley, the bank president went inside. Shirley, George shouted from a distance. The girl heard the sound and turned to look. When she saw it was George, her eyes narrowed, but she didn't reply. George said sternly, "What are you doing at the bank?" Shirley forced a smile, her pretty face warped in a cold expression. Her eyes were untamable and brash as she said casually, to withdraw money. Withdraw money? How much money do you have that the bank president is sending you out personally? George scoffed. If you want to lie, at least try to be smarter at it. Shirley raised an eyebrow and looked inside the bank. Oh, you're talking about him. George's expression was cold as he waited for her to continue her sentence. Chapter 101, Granny Brown intervenes. Shirley said slowly, isn't this because Wendy made Arya and I famous? The president saw that I was very good at fighting and so he wanted me to help him beat some people up. George's expression turned grim immediately. Shirley laughed at him, the arc of her smile gangster-like. Upon closer inspection George would have seen that it was a smile of cold ruthlessness. Suddenly, the chauffeur ran over quickly. Seeing Shirley's face, he stopped to look for a few more seconds and said, Division Chief Davis, Department Chief Taylor and the others have already arrived. George then remembered that he still had a meal meeting with others. He glared at Shirley and warned her, it was you who refused to take the 50,000 back then. Since you have what it takes to refuse it, don't go about doing such shady business. With that said, he scoffed, turned around, and walked away with large strides. Shirley watched with indifference. She pushed down the brim of her hat, stuffed her hands in her pockets, and walked casually towards the bus stop. Along the way, a black SUV stopped beside her. Shirley looked over indifferently from the corner of her eyes. The car window rolled down, revealing Philip's rogue-like face. Shirley, where are you going? Philip put his arm nonchalantly on the steering wheel and smiled. Shirley raised an eyebrow slightly, her voice clear and low as she said, back to school. Philip cocked his head toward the back seat. Get in the car. I'll drive you there. Shirley opened the car door without much emotion on her face and got into the car. Brother Jasper has returned to the capital. Philip started the car. He asked me to take care of you for a few days. Shirley found a comfortable position and leaned to the side as she played with her cell phone. She said in an insipid tone, how is the patient's recovery? Philip tapped his finger on the steering wheel. It's all right. After taking the Chinese patent medicine you gave, she's back to her daily activities. Shirley grunted softly and stopped talking. The capital, Brown residence. Granny Brown was wearing vintage, classy reading glasses. She was sitting in the living room, reading a book. Suddenly she saw Jasper entering from outside and looked at him mildly before continuing to flip through her book. Granny. Jasper's voice was deep and raspy with some aloofness. Granny Brown snorted, oh, so you know to come back. I thought you would only rush back to attend my funeral after I die. Jasper raised an eyebrow and turned around to leave. The old grandmother was immediately anxious. Stop there. Jasper put a hand in his pocket and turned around, his eyes half closed. Pursing his lips, he inadvertently appeared a little aloof. The old grandmother glared at him irritably. Sit down. Don't be so angry, Jasper spoke casually as he went to sit beside the old grandmother languidly. He folded his legs, his arm nonchalantly resting on the armrest as he chuckled. Am I not here to see you now? The old grandmother glanced at him. I heard that you have been around Sea City recently. Jasper pulled his chin in and raised an eyebrow as he nodded. For a high school girl. The old grandmother didn't look happy as she stared at him with a sharp and cold glare. I heard that this girl is quite ruthless and has a bad record. Since old grandfather Brown passed away, the old grandmother had to keep the Brown family together by herself. She was even tougher than men. The old grandmother, who was usually very kind, was now very intimidating. Jasper looked up. The sunlight fell upon his eyes, giving off a clear and cool reflection. As he spoke, his voice carried a rare ruthlessness. Who told you that? The old grandmother didn't hide it from him. Katrina. Jasper's aura became intimidating and the expression on his face became surly. He spoke lightly and slowly, whoever dares to let Katrina into the Brown residence from now on will be terminated. The servants were scared. Yes, sir. Chapter 102, Hacking into her computer. The old grandmother frowned. Didn't you get along well with Katrina? I thought I would be able to hold my great-grandson soon. What's the situation now? Is it because of that high school student? Granny, stop calling her a high school student. Her name is Shirley and she is your savior. Jasper lit a cigarette and the air around him became heavy. Don't kick someone to the curb once they've outlived their usefulness. Be grateful. It would be a shame if the head of the Brown family became an embarrassment. Hearing this, the old grandmother was speechless. After a while she said very unnaturally, I didn't mean anything by it. I was only asking, why are you so defensive? Granny, I will only say this once, Jasper said slowly with a cold expression and an intimidating deep voice. No one will get between Shirley and I. I won't hear another word of it from you. Quote. The old grandmother's eyebrows were furrowed. What an unfilial grandson. Watch who you are speaking to. Jasper gave a smirk, his facial features making him look radiant and charming. It's still too early to hold a great-grandson. Wait for a few more years. He got up, his legs long and straight. His half-closed eyes seemed hazy. He slid a hand into his pocket and left. I can't be bothered to care about your affairs. The old grandmother stared at his long figure and snorted. Then she put on her glasses to continue reading. At night, Shirley came out after taking a shower and dropped the towel on the bed. Grasping the railing on the upper bunk bed with one hand, she did a clean flip and landed gracefully on the bed. The whole dormitory was dumbstruck. Shirley was really cool. Shirley, on the other hand, was expressionless. Her eyebrows drooped, concealing her brashness. Shirley grabbed the towel and pressed it on her wet hair to dry it. Her long straight legs curled up. With her arms resting on her knee, she held her cell phone and logged into a game. A WeChat notification popped up suddenly. Liam, Shirley, are you busy lately? Shirley used the towel on her hair ends and sent back a message with one hand. Liam, help me out with something. My new song MV is lacking a female-led actress. I can't find a suitable candidate and you'd be perfect for the part. Shirley was quite interested. We're counting down to the university entrance exams. Studying has to take priority. Staring at the reply, Liam was silent for a few seconds. Boss, can we speak frankly with each other? With her ability, did she even need to go to university? Shirley raised an eyebrow. When will the shooting start? Liam was excited and his eyes widened. Shit, you're agreeing to it already. Shirley opened up her bank card balance. She frowned at how poor she was. At noon, 100 million had been transferred to William. She only had a few million left and she still had to spend money in quite a few areas. Give me higher pay, Shirley typed lazily. Liam was so happy that the big boss had agreed to be the lead female actress for his MV that money was not on his mind. Don't worry, I'll split half the profit with you. Shirley raised an eyebrow. Time. Liam took a look at his schedule. Next weekend. It should be finished within a day. Do you need me to prepare the costumes? No need. What is the style of your MV? Shirley turned on the computer. The wallpaper was a deep black color. Liam said, it's for New Year's Eve. It'll be a classical Chinese style. It would be good if your costume were red. Shirley found a clothing design on her computer, sent an email, and then replied, yeah. Liam was happy to hear. All right, see you next week. As she was about to continue playing the game, a window suddenly popped up on Shirley's computer. Somebody was trying to hack into her computer. The girl squinted. The corner of her lips curled up slowly. Brash confidence suddenly appeared in her eyes. Her headstrong attitude was bursting out of her. She had to put on a show every month. Who was trying to court death now? Chapter 103, Shirley, a god they could only look up to. Her slender fingers danced on the keyboard and rows of unreadable code appeared on the screen. The green light fell upon the girl's black, bright eyes like a wolf at night. They gave off a terrifying chill. Her prideful, devilish eyes were daunted by nothing. In a hacker base in Country K. Infuriated, a man slammed his fist on the table, staring at a thumbs-down image on his computer. Fuck. I failed again. It was truly humiliating to fail to hack into someone else's computer and instead end up with his own computer being hacked into. Another hacker blew at the blonde hair in front of his face. That's nothing. When you were battling it out with him, I went to check on his location and this is the result. He pointed to the image on his computer. It was a map with countless flashing red dots that were very densely packed. When the picture was zoomed out, they spelled, "Get lost." The base fell into an odd silence. What kind of skill was this? How many years had it been already? No one was able to hack into Arctic Fox's computer and find out his location. Was the uncrowned prince really the god that all hackers had no choice but to look up to? How infuriating. Shirley rested her elbows on her knees and propped up her chin. The curve in her smirk was wild and sinister. Her pretty eyes were half closed as she looked at the computer screen nonchalantly. She was in a very lazy position. The curtain suddenly opened and a bottle of night cream was offered up to her. Shirley looked to the side, some of the frostiness still in her eyes. She saw Arya looking at her. The weather is getting cold. You should put a little on before going to sleep to protect your skin, she said with a smile. Shirley gave a soft chuckle. How considerate of you. After taking it, she pinched Arya's soft cheeks. It felt really good. In the morning reading session the next day. Shirley had just copied her homework and handed it to the class representative when Harmony walked in through the back door. It scared Tyler and he quickly put away his homework and pretended to read his literary Chinese text aloud. Harmony gave him a chilly glance. She had no time to lecture him as she walked up to Arya. Shirley wore an insipid expression as she watched on nonchalantly. Harmony said something. Then Arya pursed her lips and lowered her head. After several seconds, she got up from her seat, walked to Shirley and said, frowning, "Shirley, my dad and mom are here." Hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes and a strong aura surrounded her. Tyler stared at them cautiously. Harmony lowered her voice. News about Arya spread. When the school heard that they were her parents, they left them in. Shirley pursed her lips fiercely and her chilly eyes filled with brashness. She looked up at Arya. "Go back to the morning reading session." "I'll go." Arya shook her head. "I will go with you." Shirley furrowed her eyebrows. Finally, she nodded and asked Harmony, "Teacher, where are they?" Harmony replied, "In the level department meeting room." Shirley stood up and kicked away the stool with her long, straight legs. Clang. She was quite angry. She went out the back door and turned the corner. Harmony and Arya went to catch up to her. Arya looked down. She had expected something like this to happen. She went on the news and this would naturally attract her parents' attention. She could never forget how her parents abandoned her after the incident. According to Shirley, they now had a son. They hadn't liked that she was born a girl. Now that they had a son, why bother to come after her now? Shirley stuffed her hands in her pockets, kicked open the door to the meeting room, and walked in casually. Inside were a couple and a little boy in his teens. The couple was dressed simply. The woman had frizzy curly hair and the man's hair was thinning. Despite this, they looked very calculating. "Tell me, what do you want?" Shirley went straight to the point, pulling a chair out and sitting down haughtily. Chapter 104. The Moore family wants to recognize their daughter. Arya entered with Harmony and saw the woman, who was in her 40s, smiling fawningly. It was her mother, Victoria Maxwell, and her father Douglas Moore. "Shirley, we're just here to visit Arya. Little Larry said that he misses his sister." As she spoke, she carried the boy and pointed at Arya, who was at the door. "Little Larry, that is your sister, Arya, quickly go and call her." Larry Moore dashed over and grabbed Arya's hand. "Sister, your uniform looks beautiful. I want to wear it too. Your school even has a huge supermarket. Do you have money to buy me something nice to eat?" Arya froze and she looked down at him without any expression. Shirley's cold and distant eyes narrowed as she shot a glance at Larry, who had no regard for anything. Chuckling softly, she said, "If I remember correctly, you threw away all the things that Arya left behind as though you'd never given birth to her. Your son must have only learned he had a sister from the news." Her words seemed to have hit the nail on the head for Victoria. Feeling embarrassed, the latter said as her confidence seeped away, "But she is still my daughter." Douglas seconded, "Shirley, thank you for taking care of Arya for all these years. She is so outstanding now, and even if she returns to the town, she will be regarded as having returned to her hometown with honors. Nobody will look down on her again and wag their tongues at her. Furthermore, our blood is flowing in her and we should not forget our roots." Larry lifted his head. "She is my biological sister. My father said that even if the bones are broken, the tendons link us together. We're one family." His house had been receiving many guests lately and was really lively. They even gave him presents and snacks. His mother had said that all of it was to his sister's credit and the family was looking to count on her. He also wished to attend school in the city and enjoy all the good food that was available. Looking at her son with a comforting gaze, the lady spoke proudly. "Everyone in the town said that Arya appeared on the television's national news. She has truly brought honor to our town. She appeared on the television as a victim. What kind of honor was that?" Arya pursed her lips and images from more than a decade ago appeared in her head. How embarrassing, that Moore family's daughter. Such a thing happened to her when she's so young. Our entire town has lost face because of her. That's right, how can evil befall her without rhyme or reason? It's her own bad character that brought bad things upon her. Moreover, it takes two to tango. There are so many girls in our town, but why was she? How embarrassing. Let's stay away from the Moore family in case we get their bad luck. Now they were saying that she was bringing honor to the town. An unspeakable chilliness rose in Arya's heart. These people were truly parasites. Shirley stretched her arm and placed it casually on the meeting table as her finger tapped the table. The annoyance in her eyes was faint. "I'm not in a mood to listen to you play the family card. Arya isn't going back today." Victoria got anxious and stood up. "Shirley, what do you mean?" She is my daughter, so what right do you have to meddle in this? Arya's matter brought the Moore family quite a few benefits. There were many reporters interviewing them and giving them money to persuade Arya to do a special interview. They would receive more money afterwards. Douglas, who had been assuming heirs, could not help but say, "Shirley, don't be too ruthless. Our family is reuniting and an outsider like you should not poke your nose in our affairs." Harmony frowned. She could roughly guess the motive behind the couple's arrival at the school. Arya was a hot topic and could generate money. However, as her parents, they seemed to have made pigs of themselves. "Don't poke my nose into your affairs." Shirley slowly repeated the words. Her eyes were filled with terrifying darkness as her aura became more stifling. With the corner of her lips upturned, her ruthlessness was exposed slightly. "Sure. Arya has been spending my money for the past 10 years. Pay me back and she will have nothing to do with me in the future." Chapter 105. Are you disowning your parents once you have become promising? Douglas and Victoria beamed with joy instantly. After shooting each other a look, Douglas asked, "Just say how much. We can still afford tens of thousands of yuan." Shirley sneered, "Tens of thousands. Her surgery alone cost me more than 4 million yuan. Are you paying by cash or card?" The couple's faces changed. What? 4 million? They had never seen so much money in their whole lives. Was Shirley trying to cheat them? They decided to get the reporters to expose Shirley. She would likely let Arya follow them back. The scheming look in their eyes was obvious. Shirley crossed her legs and her dark eyes stared at them cynically as she said lazily, "I have the bills here. Don't forget that you guys left Arya in the lurch for the past decade. It's only reasonable for me to get the money back. You guys are family, after all, right?" The girl emphasized each word. Her smile was both icy and devilish. Upon hearing her words, the couple dismissed the idea of looking for the reporters and stared at each other at a loss. Douglas unreasonably argued, "How can we know that your bills are real? Furthermore, you're just a girl, so how can you have so much money? Stop cheating us." Shirley was calm as nonchalance filled her eyes. "I borrowed it. If you want to leave with Arya, pay up and I won't care." Harmony also wondered how Shirley had made millions. When she heard that the girl had borrowed the sum, she heaved a sigh of relief. She had seen Shirley's friends picking her up in their cars and they all seemed to be wealthy. Nobody knew what Arya was thinking about because she kept her eyes low. After a moment of silence, Shirley spoke once more in a deep voice, "Uncle Moore, it's either you pay up and recognize your daughter or—" She paused and the terrifying chilliness beneath her eyes revealed itself. "Take your son back to where you came from." Victoria was anxious. She was at her wit's end as she turned to look at Arya and played the family card. "Arya, don't you miss Dad and Mom? Quickly tell Shirley that you'll pay her after your graduation. Let's go home first. Little Larry, quickly get your sister to come home." Larry grabbed her hand and shook it vigorously. "Sister, quickly go home with Dad and Mom." Arya was expressionless and appeared slightly stupefied. "You know exactly why you're taking me home." Douglas's face darkened. "What do you mean by that? Are you thinking that now you've become prominent you can be an ingrate and disown your parents?" Arya lowered her eyes and chuckled mockingly. "Prominent? Dad, you think that I've become prominent by appearing on the television?" Douglas was speechless. Victoria frowned and urged her, "Arya, be more sensible. We are your biological parents after all. Can't you be more understanding your parents' feelings?" Arya replied aloofly, "Back then when you discarded me, did you think of my feelings?" Pa! Arya was slapped. Viciousness surfaced in Shirley's chilly eyes as she exuded a suffocating aura. Harmony widened her eyes in shock. "Mr. Moore." Douglas stared at Arya as his face turned green. He pointed his finger at her. "It's a pity that you're attending such a good school. You don't even know how to be filial to your parents. You're worse off than little Larry. He should be here, not you." Larry wrinkled his nose in disdain. "That's right, sis, listen to Dad and Mom." Right at this moment, Shirley's voice was heard. Chapter 106. Irritable Big Boss. "It's me." Shirley's voice sent chills down everyone's spines. She held the phone with her pale hand as she said, "Judith, bring Arya's loan contract to school. Immediately bring a suit against them. Arya is underage, so look for her parents for the obligation dispute. It's a total of 4,870,000 yuan including interest." Upon hearing Judith's name, Douglas and Victoria's faces changed. He represented Arya in the lawsuit and he was known to be a very good lawyer from the news. He had never once lost a lawsuit and was a big shot lawyer in the capital. What was Shirley trying to do? After hanging up, Shirley stood up with her hands in the pockets. Staring at them icily, she said impatiently, "Take her away and the court will look for you tomorrow. Remember, prepare the money." The girl left the meeting room straight away, leaving everyone in shock. Harmony was in a daze, and by the time she regained her senses, she could not help but admire Shirley's attitude. It was really cool. "Shirley, Shirley." Victoria stood up and chased after her hurriedly, only to see her leaving. She then turned to grab Douglas's arm while her eyes were glued to the entrance. "Little Larry's dad, what should we do now? This Shirley is too ruthless. How can we come up with so much money?" Arya looked at them coldly. "Dad and Mom, let's go. I'll go home with you." "What shit home are you going back to? Money losing thing. Our Moore family has no daughter like you." Douglas gnashed his teeth in anger. With a savage look on his face, he pulled Victoria and Larry away. "Let's go home." Larry could not bear to leave. "Dad and Mom, didn't you say that as long as I found sister, I could attend this school? I don't want to go home. This place is way better than that dilapidated school of mine." Douglas's face turned red instantly. Feeling infuriated, he chided, "Attend what school? Bastard, quickly scram back home." They fled instantly. Arya stood at the same spot and tugged at her lips mockingly. Harmony held and squeezed her shoulders. "Don't be afraid. You still have teachers and Shirley by your side. Your future is promising and a better life is waiting for you." Arya turned to look at her. Harmony was smiling gently. Arya smiled too. Thank you, teacher." They walked to the landing between the 4th and 5th floor and saw Shirley standing in the corner. The girl's uniform was unbuttoned as she leaned against the wall and stretched her legs. Her exquisite eyebrows were drooping as she sucked on a lollipop nonchalantly. She appeared like a very arrogant big boss. Shirley looked up and raised her eyebrows. "They left." Arya nodded. "They probably won't come back again." Shirley smiled and stood upright as she put her arm around her best buddy's shoulders and headed upstairs. With one hand in her pocket, she bent her neck and asked indolently, "What shall we eat for lunch? There's a new pickled cabbage fish store in the cafeteria, shall we go check it out?" Harmony could not hold in her chuckle. "Shirley, the two of you really look like a big boss and his petite wife." Shirley raised her eyebrow and put her other arm around Harmony's shoulder. "Then what do you think we look like now?" Arya laughed too. Harmony exuded the dignity of a form teacher and replied in a serious manner, "Teacher and student." Shirley laughed and it was pleasant to the ears. It was once again a Tuesday, and so the weekly test results were out. Tyler, Charlie and Fatty all received their papers and were in shock. Were these really their papers? Fatty turned around and looked at Shirley, who was sleeping on her desk. Keeping his voice low, he asked, "Brother Tyler, how much did you score this time?" Chapter 107, Unbelievable Results. Tyler blinked vigorously. I passed mathematics. I scored over 100 in general science. Fuck. He used to get a scores of 40 to 50 out of 300 in general science, and that was only when he was lucky. This time he got over 100. And for mathematics, he scored 91 and passed. Fatty looked like he was living in a dream. "Brother Tyler, me too. Did the teacher mark the wrong paper?" "Hey, Brother Tyler, Fatty, how did you score on the test?" Charlie came up to them and asked, his tone clearly withholding his excitement. The two looked at him together. "What about you, how did you score?" Charlie swallowed his saliva and gestured the score with his fingers. 93 for mathematics and 138 for general science. The three put their heads together and kept their voices very low, afraid that they might disturb the big boss who was sleeping next to them. Tyler's eyebrows furrowed. "What happened? I swear I didn't cheat, but I feel that I couldn't do a lot of questions this time. How was I able to do so well?" He was the second lowest scorer in Ming High School, having been dethroned as the worst by Shirley. He only knew how to copy homework. How was he able to answer the questions? Charlie and Fatty nodded vigorously. "Brother Tyler, you aren't alone." The three of them stared at each other. They looked over at Shirley at the same time. Fatty couldn't believe it and said, "Don't tell me we copied Sister Shirley and Arya's homework and learned how to solve the problems." Charlie was speechless for a while. After a few moments he said, "Don't you think that Arya's answers are really clearly written? Even a bad student like me can understand it." Tyler nodded with a blank expression. "I didn't notice until you mentioned it." Fatty couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "I suddenly understand why Sydney got such impressive scores in the first monthly examination." Charlie nodded vigorously. Arya had single-handedly carried them and helped them soar academically. Tyler suddenly remembered something. How did Sister Shirley do this time? At the mention of it, Charlie's expression was complicated. "Still 0. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Just then, the class bell rang and the teacher walked in with the lesson plan. Fatty and Charlie returned to their seats. Tyler cautiously called out to Shirley, "Sister Shirley, class is starting." The girl took off her earphones, lifted her head, and frowned irritably. Her eyes were covered with a cool fog and her face was slightly red. She exuded a stifling aura. Tyler didn't dare to move, but he quietly pushed candy to her. The girl raised an eyebrow and unwrapped the candy to eat it. Then her aura mellowed out. Taking out the physics book, her cool, fair hand propped up her chin. Squinting, she looked at the blackboard nonchalantly. At noon, Shirley first went to the school gate to pick up something from the courier and carried it back to the dormitory. No one in the dormitory had come back yet. It was very quiet. She opened the parcel. It was a set of red clothes, a long cotton skirt which was quite worn, as though it had been kissed by fire. But it didn't make the clothes any less beautiful. Instead, it added a unique touch of ragged beauty to it. Her cell phone rang. Gee God, how are the clothes? Are you happy with them? As soon as the parcel was signed for, the other party had received the notification and immediately came to speak with her. Shirley looked down at the WeChat message and her clean, slender fingers casually typed out a response. Yeah. This dress is the result of our blood, sweat, and tears throughout the week. We guarantee that you'll be an absolute beauty upon wearing it. Remember to take pictures and show us. Shirley raised an eyebrow and laughed. All right. Okay then, I shall stop bothering you now. Chapter 108. Brother Jasper, see if that person was Shirley. Shirley put away the cell phone and was about to try on the clothes when the door of the dormitory was pushed open. She remained poised as she threw the clothes on the bed. Turning to look, she saw Arya and Sydney walk in. Shirley, I brought you something to eat. It's omelette rice. Arya put the lunch box on the table, opened the lid, and went to wash the spoon again. Come over and eat. It'll get cold soon. Shirley casually put aside the parcel and walked over to have a seat. Sydney glanced at the empty box. Shirley, what did you buy? It's such a pretty box. The black gift box had a flamingo on it and looked quite mysterious. It seemed very classy. Shirley took the spoon from Arya and spoke languidly, clothes. If you like the box, I'll give it to you. Sydney liked to collect good-looking things. Hearing that, she beamed. Really? Thanks. Shirley smiled, her lips upturned because she was in a good mood, revealing some devilishness in her smile. On Friday afternoon, Shirley asked Harmony for leave and walked out of the school carrying her bag. She was wearing a black sweater and a black baseball cap, half of her face obscured under the shade of the cap. Her pretty lips were slightly pursed, giving her an icy next devilish look. She stopped a taxi, opened the door, and got into the car. To the airport, thanks. Her cell phone sounded a notification. It was a text from Liam. Big boss, what time is the flight? Shirley found a comfortable posture and nestled in the seat as she lazily typed a reply, 10 o'clock at night. Liam got into the huge van and rushed to the airport. The MV of the new song was shot in the Capitol's film studio. He was filming overseas and had to rush back. Should I find someone to pick you up? As soon as he sat down in the van, he replied to her. Shirley's tone was quite monotone. No. Liam raised an eyebrow and didn't probe further on where she planned to stay as he said, that's fine. I'll see you tomorrow in the studio. Coming out of the Capitol's airport, Shirley pressed down the brim of her cap and walked to the side of the road to hail a taxi. Brother Jasper, is that Shirley? Philip had just picked up Jasper from the airport. He was looking around randomly when he spotted someone who shouldn't be there. Cyrus was stunned. It was really Shirley. It was impossible to mistake her slender figure, not to mention her powerful aura and beautiful face. Jasper opened his dark eyes and saw Shirley. His gaze became solemn. Drive the car over. A black sedan stopped in front of Shirley. She stopped for a moment. Looking up, the raised tail of her eyes oozed with cool confidence. The car window rolled down and Jasper's radiant face appeared before her. Get in the car. The man's voice was deep, raspy, and seemed a little tired. Shirley's pretty eyebrow raised slightly. She pulled open the car door to get in and told them the location without being asked. W Hotel, thanks. Philip couldn't hold back a chuckle as he started the car. I say, Shirley, do you really think of us as your chauffeur? Shirley said nothing in return. Jasper hadn't seen her for almost 2 weeks. Seeing her again, the exhaustion he felt suddenly melted away. What brings you to the Capitol? You have business here. Yeah, Shirley casually replied as she messaged on her cell phone. With the anti-peeping film on her phone, her screen was all black from Jasper's position and he couldn't see anything. His eyes drifted to her neck inadvertently and his gaze deepened. The girl's black sweater had quite a large neckline. When she was not sitting straight, her delicate white skin at her collarbone was exposed. How beautiful and alluring. Jasper shifted his gaze away in a very gentlemanly manner. Have you eaten? After Shirley returned the message, she put her cell phone in her pocket and looked at him with her half-opened, pretty eyes. No, let's have a meal together. Chapter 109, Crossing of Swords at the hotel room's entrance. Upon hearing that, Jasper paused for a moment and was surprised that Shirley was taking so much initiative. A smile surfaced in his deep eyes. What do you want to eat? Shirley gave it a thought. If young Master Brown doesn't mind, hot pot. There's one near my hotel. Don't mind, don't mind. Shirley, are you treating? Philip grinned. The girl looked at him with her dark, glowing eyes that were filled with mist and nonchalance. I'm treating Jasper. You guys will have to pay for yourselves. Cyrus disagreed and smiled. That's going overboard. Are you not treating us as humans? That's right. Philip sounded like a resentful woman. What's your relationship with Brother Jasper? Why are you only treating him? Jasper looked at the girl beside him with smiles in his eyes. He wanted to listen to her response. Shirley's phone rang in her pocket. Taking a look at it, she replied, yes. Philip pouted. So petty. Old Gideon, you're treating tonight. You should carry your dignity as the seventh young master of the Gideon family. Cyrus chided her while laughing. Scram. Jasper's smile widened and he remained quiet. The little girl still had a conscience. Buying her all that good food had been worthwhile. In the end, the person who paid was Cyrus. After having hot pot with Shirley and Jasper, they headed back to the hotel. The man gave her a box of white chocolates from the car and sent her to her room personally. Walking past the lobby and towards the elevator, he asked, "Are you free tomorrow to give the old lady a checkup?" When the lift arrived at their floor, Shirley entered with one hand in her pocket. Removing her baseball cap, she played with her hair. Wait for my call. She had no idea when she would be done with Liam's MV. Seeing Shirley's alluring black hair run through her fingers was quite a sight. Jasper followed behind her as his eyes darkened. His gaze landed on her outrageously beautiful face, which currently held an aloof expression. When you're ready, send me a text and I'll come get you. Shirley nodded. They were the only ones in the lift, which was surrounded with glass. The sparkling lights and reflections shone on their faces. Their looks were on par. Both were outstanding and could make all mortal beings fall for them. At the door to the hotel room, Jasper stopped in his tracks and handed her the box of chocolates. Call me if you need anything. Shirley took it from him and stared indifferently at the exquisite box as she smiled. If you want to know what I'll be doing tomorrow, you can just ask. Or does young Master Brown prefer to be shy? After saying that, she raised her eyebrows at him. Her beautiful eyes were exceptionally alluring. She then casually walked into the room and the door closed behind her. Looking at the tightly shut door, Jasper laughed. His laughter was charismatic, sexy, and slightly devilish, while his eyes looked like a sparkling galaxy. His striking face could drive any woman crazy. His shimmering eyes had a hunter-like gaze as well. Sliding a hand into his pocket, he turned around and left. The scene of Shirley raising her eyebrows at him came to mind. He broke into a wicked smile and had an unexplainable itch in his heart. She was young and yet she knew a lot. Philip and Cyrus sat in the car together, waiting for Jasper. They were pretty bored. Philip asked, "Old Gideon, what do you think of Brother Jasper's attitude towards Shirley?" Cyrus played with his phone as he replied, "Isn't it obvious? More importantly, did you hear about Katrina? Katrina got along well with us previously, but I heard that Brother Jasper banned Katrina from the Brown residence when he went back last time. Although the Rogers family is angry, they dare not say a word." Nobody knew the reason behind this incident, but how could he and Philip be clueless about it? Chapter 110. What, are you looking down on traditional Chinese physicians? Philip hissed and touched his chin. It never occurred to me that Brother Jasper would actually have hot pot at a roadside store. The car door suddenly opened and Philip gingerly changed his words. Getting into the car, Jasper shot Philip a glance. Head to Royal Garden. The man was expressionless, but his voice gave away his good mood. Philip was feeling guilty, and although he was curious, he dared not ask. Silently, he started the engine. Having finished a round of games, Cyrus spoke. "Brother Jasper, Mason just sent a message. Our goods have been safely delivered. The price offered by Shadow League is 10 times higher than the market rate." Philip widened his eyes in shock. What's going on? Did we offend the Shadow League? Incorrect. If we had really offended them, we would not have gotten the order. Or did they think we would be easily deceived? Jasper frowned as he pondered over it. After showering, Shirley dried her hair and walked to the table. Pressing the towel against the top of her head, she removed her laptop from the bag and put it on the table. She casually opened the laptop and sat down. She leaned back in the chair, putting it at 30-degree angle. Her long and slender legs were crossed under the table as she exuded a wild vibe. Not long after, a voice message icon appeared on the empty desktop. Felix said with excitement, "Let me tell you some good news. I just scammed Jasper big time by offering a price 10 times higher than the market price." Shirley paused for a second before recalling that she had made Felix add Jasper to the special treatment list because he had once vied with her for the sleeping jade. In the end, she had managed to procure the sleeping jade without spending a single cent. It seemed inhumane to scam him. A look of guilt flashed across her eyes. She deepened her voice so it was impossible to tell what her gender was. "Don't mention the grudge between me and Jasper again. Accept the order and charge him the market rate." "What do you mean?" Felix was baffled. "Have you and Jasper buried the hatchet? We're all friends from now on." Shirley did not respond but merely said, "Just do it." Felix was speechless. This master was acting slightly odd today. Something seemed to be off. Shirley continued to dry her hair with the towel. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Immersed deeply in his own thoughts, Felix quickly returned to his senses and said, "Boss, there's more. Don't be in a hurry to hang up. Someone placed an order anonymously in Country K and specifically asked for you to locate that divine traditional Chinese physician." Shirley paused and frowned. "Don't accept anonymous orders." "Sure," said Felix before adding casually, "there are many reputable medical organizations and Western doctors, but why are all the big shots looking for a traditional Chinese physician? Is he really that formidable?" Shirley raised her eyebrows as she spoke lightly and softly. "What, are you looking down on traditional Chinese physicians?" Felix could not sense the chilliness in her words as he explained, "That's not the case. I'm just curious if he is really that divine." Shirley chuckled as she said vaguely, "How could he be divine?" The next day at 9 a.m. in the morning, Shirley appeared at the Capitol's film studio. Liam's assistant, Zelda Warner, was waiting at the entrance of the film studio. Upon seeing Shirley, her eyes were filled with excitement. "God, Shirley, it's been a long time." Shirley raised her eyebrows so she appeared cynically devilish. Looking at Zelda's tummy, Shirley said lazily, "That's fast, you're even pregnant now." Zelda smiled, abashed. "I sent you an invite when I got married, but unfortunately you couldn't come. Brother Liam specially arranged for me to follow you. Let's head inside and we can chat as we walk." Chapter 111, The Third Exposure. The top choreographer of the showbiz. Shirley nodded and her steps were casual but her eyes were exquisite and aloof. "Do you want to know if it's a boy or girl?" Zelda's eyes were wide opened in surprise. "You can predict that too." The hospital would not even tell her. Shirley held Zelda's wrist as she searched for a pulse. "Do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Zelda responded softly, "Girl, so I can buy many beautiful clothes for her. The daughter is the apple of her parents' eyes." Moments later, Shirley let go of her wrist. "Girl." Zelda was both surprised and delighted. Caressing her belly, she laughed and the happiness on her face was obvious. Shirley had shown her the grace of rebirth. Long ago, when she did her premarital medical checkup, the results showed that it would be challenging for her to get pregnant because she was thought to be infertile. The groom insisted on calling off the wedding and dumped her. Although she had taken her wedding photos and chosen a date for the wedding, it was called off on a whim. Her illness was then cured by Shirley. Her current husband doted on her a lot and she now had her own child. She was originally on maternity leave, but when brother Liam said that God Shirley was coming today, she could not wait to see her. Seeing the two of them, Liam approached, sizing up Shirley. He could not hide the astonishment in his eyes. "Damn, big boss. If you joined the showbiz, you'd turn the whole showbiz upside down." They had not met for almost 2 years. Shirley still loved to wear black and it made her look exceptionally pale. After 2 years of growth, her face had become so beautiful that it made others embarrassed of their own looks. Not only was she stunning, she was tall as well. Liam Stark had been collaborating with her since she was 14 years old. She had her own style in dancing which was wild, upbeat and explosive. The dances had a powerful aura and were especially suave. It was both cool and beautiful. Shirley was also a genius at choreography. Liam had actually shot to fame overnight using the dance that she had choreographed for him. His dancing video dominated all social media platforms for an entire week. After that, many celebrities looked to Shirley to choreograph their dances. It was not an exaggeration to say that 2 years ago, Shirley was the choreographer that every celebrity dreamt of working with. Many more wanted her to teach them. She was not even 15 years old back then. After spending a year in the showbiz, she left silently, reappearing today just as quietly. There were many choreographers during the 2 years of her absence who mimicked her style, but they could not replicate her dancing spirit. Nobody could challenge her place as the top choreographer. Back then, she did not reveal her face while at work and would only remove her mask privately. Liam had been charmed the first time he saw her. When he looked for her last week, he had no hopes that she would agree, but he still mustered up the courage to ask. Never in his dreams did he think that she would agree. With her around, the year-end battle would probably be wildly popular. Shirley slid her hands in her pockets as she stood lazily and she pushed her cap higher with a finger. The sun's rays shone on Shirley's face, making it appear as if she were glowing. Liam wondered how such delicate features had developed. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at him as she said detachedly, "I'll show my face in the MV." Liam and Zelda's faces changed instantly. They were exhilarated that the big boss had agreed to star in the MV but did not think she would show her face as well. Zelda shot Liam a complicated look. "Brother Liam, I feel that numerous agencies will look for God Shirley after this." Liam gritted his teeth. "Don't care. She is so beautiful and the fans will be happy to see her too. I'm going to work for the interests of the people." The corners of Zelda's lips twitched. She was excited just thinking about the scene after the MV's release. Chapter 112. Who on earth is this godly big boss? Given her face and her widely known choreography talent, what agency would not want her? Even if Shirley were to just stand at a commercial event, the event location would probably be packed like sardines. Shirley had long prepared for this. The year she spent dancing in the showbiz was the most satisfying time of her life and she missed it slightly. The other reason being her bank account was almost empty and she needed the money. Nobody in the showbiz could deny Liam's ability to make a fortune. His concerts were usually packed. This time she could take half of his earnings. Shirley narrowed her eyes. The director was almost done with his preparations, so he called out to them, "Liam, go do your makeup." He hadn't even finished speaking when he found himself staring at Shirley's face. Where did Liam find such a good seedling? After shooting a glance at the director, Liam crossed his arms and smirked. "Director Stevens, this is my former choreographer." He sounded really pleased, as though knowing Shirley was worth showing off. Gavin Stevens widened his eyes in shock and raised his voice uncontrollably. "God Shirley." Liam raised his brow and nodded before speaking to Shirley. "Now you know how much the showbiz was waiting for you to return." Shirley was expressionless and had an unapproachable aura. She politely greeted the director. "Director Stevens." Gavin reeled back in shock. "Liam has been keeping the female lead for this MV a secret and insisted on letting me see for myself today. So, it turns out to be you, God Shirley. How did he not know previously that she was so stunning?" Touching his nose, Liam said, "Let's hurry up with the shoot. Big Boss is pretty busy and doesn't have much time." Gavin quickly replied, Right. Go change and do your makeup." Liam led Shirley to the dressing room. Suddenly remembering something, he looked at her. "Everyone at school will know who you are after this MV is released. Will it affect your life?" Upon hearing this, Gavin was surprised once more. "What do you mean? God Shirley is still attending university." Zelda had no idea about this either and was surprised as well. God Shirley was formidable, and even though she looked young, she was talented, so she dared not underestimate her age. Liam shook his finger lazily and said in a serious manner, "Let me introduce her. Shirley is a Year 3 high schooler at Sea City High School and is currently preparing for her university entrance exams." Gavin's lips twitched. University entrance exams. Liam raised his brows and broke into laughter. "Unexpected, right?" Gavin was speechless. She was only 15 years old when she shot to fame in the showbiz. Gavin finally snapped out of his trance after Liam and Shirley had gone into their respective dressing rooms. He cursed silently in his heart. Who on earth is this godly big boss? In the dressing room. Shirley took out her clothes from her backpack. The red long dress was rolled into a mass and she threw it on the chair messily. The makeup artist was taken aback. "Isn't it too slipshod for Brother Liam's MV?" Her gaze casually landed on the flamingo wings on the corner of the dress. Astounded, she asked, "God Shirley, your dress." Shirley placed the backpack to one side and scanned the dress on the chair. The Flamingo Wings logo was exposed and she said aloofly, high-quality counterfeit. The makeup artist heaved a sigh of relief. That's true. It is exceptionally challenging to get hold of this brand's clothings. Furthermore, she had not seen this dress on the market yet. Shirley then changed into the dress in the changing room. Chapter 113, Beautiful and Cool. Deadly for both men and women. Liam's face was considered one of the best looking in the showbiz. Putting makeup on him was easy, although his hair took some time to prepare. He touched his chin while looking at his face in the mirror. He had only seen Shirley wear black and white clothes, but this time around she would be wearing red. He wondered what she would look like. Upon leaving the dressing room, he looked at Shirley's dressing room, which was right across from his. The door was tightly shut. He raised his eyebrows and went to look for the director team to discuss the scenes. It was a duet, so they needed to rehearse. Both his and Shirley's foundations were pretty good and they had collaborated in the past, so he did not expect the rehearsal to take very long. 20 minutes later, Liam and the director were pointing at the red stage, which had just been put together, as they discussed how Shirley would appear later. God, Shirley. Zelda's voice was heard all of a sudden. It was really soft but filled with astonishment. Liam retracted his finger subconsciously as he turned his head. A red silhouette entered his eyes and it was both breathtaking and shocking. Shirley was wearing a red tulle dress with a casual hemline. She wore vintage, red boots which rose to her calves, and the straps on the boots made her slender legs exceptionally eye-catching. A red feather hung at her tiny waist. The tulle dress was sleeveless and there were several silk sashes drooping from her shoulders, complementing her slender, porcelain-like arms. Her black, shoulder-length hair was slightly wavy as they rested naturally on her shoulders. Her makeup was both glamorous and suave, and the red eyeliner made her cat eyes all the more wild and charming. She was like a fairy and demon at the same time. Liam drew in a breath. Damn, big boss. You're absolutely stunning. He could not find an adjective to describe her because she herself was an adjective. Red was the most aggressive out of all the colors, both fierce and domineering, just like fire. It seemed to have unsealed the untamed and wicked vibes that were trapped in her bones. She was drop-dead gorgeous. Everyone's eyes were glued on her and they could not return to their senses for quite a while. They had never seen anyone look so incredible in red. Some even took out their cell phones to take pictures. Unfiltered photos of her easily outshone those of the top celebrities. Shirley was expressionless as she hugged her arms and approached them. Chilliness exuded from her exquisite eyes as her cold voice rang out. Rehearse first. Liam regained his senses and nodded. Shirley choreographed the dance while the director was directing the angle and scene. Later, Liam will appear first and Shirley will find the right time and enter from the side door. How many people could this big boss's unbothered steps and aura conquer? Shirley hummed a low, The director scanned the surroundings. I left a two-person spot for you guys in the middle. Liam's dance team will collaborate with you guys. When it was time for the first rehearsal of the afternoon, Liam submitted himself to Shirley's dance with admiration. Her fingertips and every strand of hair were both beautiful and cool. They were extremely attractive to both men and women. She seemed to merge with the stage. She was enchanting, powerful, domineering, and sexy. Her aura was so formidable that it kept people at bay, yet it was also outrageously alluring. Liam used all his might to avoid being enveloped by her aura. They danced close to each other, and although there was no physical contact between them, they seemed highly amorous in each other's eyes. The rehearsal ended. Gavin stood up in excitement. Okay, it's this effect. Assistant director, get the performers ready and we can start filming. The stylist came over to tidy Liam and Shirley's hair. According to the rehearsal duration, the shoot itself would not take long, likely 2 hours at most. Shirley fished out her cell phone and sent a message to Jasper. Chapter 114. Whose call was Brother Jasper waiting for? Liam glanced at the girl beside her. Her radiant countenance was quite alluring. His gaze deepened and he asked in a relaxed manner, dinner together tonight? Shirley looked down. Standing languidly with legs bent and typing on her phone slowly, she replied mildly, I have something on tonight. Liam sighed regretfully. All right, next time then. Anyways, there would be more opportunities for them to work together in the future. In the suburban district of the capital, inside the sumptuous clubhouse. The entire private room was full of juniors from the capital's powerful families. Their appearances were all outstanding. A few people gathered around a table to play mahjong. Philip dropped a card casually. Mahjong. Cyrus's smile was quite deserving of a beating. Old Turner, do you want to count how much you lost tonight? Fuck. Philip cursed. The old beast won the mahjong off of his tiles. He really wanted to flip the table. Arnold pushed the tiles. Holding the cigarette between his fingertips, he rested his hand on the corner of the table and smiled sinisterly. Brother Philip, do you want to have brother Jasper substitute for you? He has been sitting there holding his cell phone. Is he waiting for a call? Like wolves who smelled meat, the other's eyes turned to look at Brother Jasper. Who could make Brother Jasper wait for a call? Philip looked back at the man with long legs resting on the coffee table, not knowing where he should start explaining. Why so nosy? He put the cigarette in his mouth and rubbed the tiles. Come, come, come. Again. I can't believe I can't win tonight. Damn it. Arnold shrugged. Jasper sat comfortably on the sofa. The collar of his black shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his pretty, well-defined collarbone and sexy throat. His cuffs were rolled up, revealing half of his arms. He held his cell phone in between his clean fingertips, spinning it intermittently. In his other hand was a cigarette. The lighting was dim near the sofa, making his skin appear an exquisite white. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. He stopped for a moment and unlocked the phone with his fingerprint. It was an unread message in WeChat. Shirley, ending about 6 o'clock at the Capitol's film studio. Short and sweet. Jasper put away the cell phone and stood languidly with his straight and slender legs. He bent down and put out the cigarette in the ashtray before grabbing the suit jacket from the sofa. Philip saw him and shouted, Brother Jasper, are you going out? Jasper nodded, his voice languid and low as he said, You guys have fun. At the film studio. The MV shooting was almost over. Only the duet dance between Liam and Shirley was left. There were a few minutes of intermission as they made preparations. Zelda came over with water and said excitedly, God Shirley, Brother Liam, there was so much chemistry between the two of you. It was so beautiful. Both of their dance styles were wild, sexy, and classy. Shirley took the mineral water, uncapped it, and drank a mouthful. She looked at her stomach and said, It's free education for the kid. Zelda laughed. Liam stuffed a hand in his pocket and asked with a smile, Do we look like a couple? Zelda nodded vigorously. They were both wearing red clothes. It really made them look like a couple. Shirley made no comments about it. After drinking the water, the makeup artist came to reapply Shirley's lipstick. After a short break, Gavin called them over loudly. They were at the last shooting session of the entire MV. Only 10 seconds were left, but these last seconds would capture the essence of the whole MV. Liam and Shirley stood under the red ball of curtain. The red light reflected off of them. Their movements were especially moving. It was so mesmerizing. When the music stopped, Liam and Shirley were standing back to back. Shirley, whose eyelids had been half covering her eyes, opened her eyes. Her black, bright eyes were mesmerizing, powerful, wild, and icy. The wildness was bursting out of her expression. Suddenly, her cool gaze froze. Chapter 115. Poking the paper window separating the two. Jasper was standing in the doorway with one hand in his pocket, watching with an expressionless look. Between his well-defined fingers was a cigarette that was half burnt. He had been standing there for a while. Shirley raised an eyebrow, surprised that he come so quickly. Liam also saw Jasper standing in the doorway looking like a shadow. He hung his suit jacket on his arm, his eyes narrowed. His facial features were beautiful and his silhouette outrageously smooth. Even someone like him, who was at the top of the entertainment industry and always been confident in his appearance, felt a little inferior to him. He looked a little longer before turning away. Just then, Shirley said mildly, I have something on. I gotta go. Liam was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, she had already turned around and walked away. She stopped at the door. Liam was in a daze as he watched. The girl said a few words to the man. Then the man put the jacket over her shoulder and left with her. Liam didn't want to admit how compatible they looked. Standing beside Liam, Zelda was quiet. Shirley cocked her head to the side and glanced at the suit on her shoulder. I'm really not cold. She was also not used to wearing other people's clothes. Jasper turned his face to look at the red dress under the jacket. His eyes drifted upward to her beautiful collarbone, her neck contrasting against the red dress. Her blood vessels were clearly visible. His dark eyes narrowed. The scene of her dancing with another man came to mind. A dangerous look flitted across his eyes. He was stunned when he first saw her wearing such a radiant color. He didn't even know how long it took for him to recover his senses. Perhaps it was the moment she started dancing with the other guy that he felt a piercing feeling in his eyes. He also felt the urge to kick the man away, but he suppressed it. He held her hand for the second time. It's cold. He looked at her clear eyes. Her arm was exposed and the temperature outside was 10 degrees. How could she not be cold? Shirley didn't utter a word as she stared back at him with black eyes that were like a deep lake. After a long while, her lip upturned into a smile. The raised corner of her eyes couldn't hide her devilishness, and she said softly, Jasper, what are you trying to do? Do you like me? The man's thin lips turned up slightly. His voice was low and magnetic as he replied with a question. Am I not obvious enough? Shirley was quiet for a few seconds, her pretty eyebrows hiding all emotion. Her cold eyes were covered with hazy mist. A 17-year-old. You'll grow up. The man was calm and composed. The smile at the corner of his lips was like that of a pseudo-cultured rascal. Even though they both had very powerful auras, they were very subtle now. Shirley chuckled and said ambiguously, I'm going to go change. She threw the jacket to him and went to the dressing room. Jasper watched her enter the room and close the door. Only then did he casually turn his eyes to Liam, who was not far away. His dark and deep eyes were half opened. Liam was also looking at him. Jasper gave him a lazy smirk, putting out the cigarette in his hand on the garbage bin beside him. After a while Shirley walked out of the dressing room dressed in black. She was wearing a baseball cap and carrying a bag as well. She was icy and cool. Leaving the studio, the two drove straight to the Brown residence. When the old grandmother saw Shirley for the first time, she nailed Jasper onto the pillar of shame called, giving into beauty. The young lady looked too lovely. Her pretty face withheld her pride. Brash and wild energy seemed to burst out of her. Her eyes that were as deep as a lake radiated some chilliness. Her lightly pursed lips revealed some ruthlessness as well. Such a willful person was actually a doctor. Shirley sat on the chair to take the old grandmother's pulse. From time to time, her black, bright eyes looked up at the old grandmother. She looked rosy and her eyes looked clearer. She retracted her hand. You're recovering well. Don't stop taking the Chinese patent medicine. It's important for your health. The old grandmother rolled down her sleeves slowly and looked at Shirley with a smile. Little girl, stay for dinner tonight. Her tone was kind. If Shirley didn't know this old grandmother was the head of the Brown family speaking, she might have thought otherwise. Chapter 116. What a typical rich girl, unworthy of a second glance. Jasper's intentions were too obvious, almost as if he weren't hiding them at all. The old grandmother had surely picked up on it. When she entered the residence, Shirley saw a car parked in front of the Brown residence. When she had come the second time to perform surgery on the old grandmother, she had seen the same license plate while she was leaving. Katrina's car. She was also at the Brown residence. The Rogers family from the capital. Her social status was pretty high. The girl looked down, the raised corner of her eyes showing a little displeasure. What a typical rich girl, unworthy of a second glance. Jasper kept staring at Shirley and the girl's sudden brashness made one's heart palpitate. Hearing the old grandmother asking her to stay for dinner, he turned to look, his voice a little cold. You don't need to worry about dinner. The old grandmother's smile stiffened slightly. Jasper crossed his legs, his arms placed casually in a languid posture. There was a cold expression on his face. A cold, stifling aura enveloped them all. When the Rogers family heard that he was coming back, they sent Katrina over, intending to reconcile the relationship. But he wasn't in the mood today. Shirley remained composed as she glanced at the two of them. She grabbed her bag, threw it over her shoulders, and said indifferently, My flight is at 10 o'clock. I can't stay. Thanks, Granny. With an excuse to leave, the light in the old grandmother's eyes faded and she smiled kindly. Thank you for making the trip. Shirley nodded, her backpack hanging from her shoulder. She put her hands in her pockets without a care. She turned around to leave. I will see you out, Jasper said, getting up. Shirley looked up slightly. She couldn't hold back her wildness as she said in a low voice, yeah. Jasper opened the front passenger seat door to his car and Shirley got inside. She found a comfortable position to sit in and started up her game. Let's go eat first, said Jasper as he got into the car and started the engine. What do you want to eat? Shirley didn't look up. She was already on the game's startup page. Anything. After a moment of silence he said, There is a dessert shop which is pretty good at making snacks. Wanna go? Shirley lifted her eyelids as she glanced at him, then returned to staring at her cell phone. Okay. Even though it was a dessert shop, it was in a prime location in the city center. The location was excellent, had unique decor, and was always filled with visitors. The two of them sat by a glass window and had a panoramic view of the busy activities below. Shirley rested her chin on her cool, fair hand. Sitting like a boss, she looked outside casually. Just then, Jasper's cell phone rang. It was from Cyrus. He answered it. Brother Jasper. The sound of a distant mahjong game could be heard on Cyrus's end. Shadow League took our order again. This time it's for the market price. Jasper was stunned for half a second and didn't quite understand what was going on, but he replied mildly, all right. Cyrus tutted. Brother Jasper, what do you think about this? Is the Shadow League charging us based on their mood? While talking, the waiter came with their desserts. I'm hanging up, said Jasper before hanging up the call and putting the cell phone aside. Shirley was already eating with a spoon, her eyebrow raised in a lazy expression. It seemed like she liked the taste. A hint of amusement surfaced in Jasper's eyes. He stared at her for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice, your teacher has sent me a report card again. This time you even scored 0 on the Chinese test. Her grades were even more beautiful than her. Hearing that, Shirley's eyelids didn't even move. She only gave a mild, oh, in reply. Then she nonchalantly picked up a piece of matcha snack to eat. After a few seconds, she propped up her chin with one hand and grabbed a spoon with the other. Her pretty lips turned up in a smile. Isn't it neat? Chapter 117, Super High IQ. Super Siblings. The girl's smile was quite wild. Even her eyes were smiling. The raised corner of her eyes were brash and prideful. She got zeros and she was asking him if they were very neat. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Why didn't she get full marks instead? Although she wasn't good at exams, she seemed more confident than the well-performing students. Jasper pushed the most popular dessert over to her. Come to the Seal Palace every weekend from now on. I will give you tuition. You're going to give me tuition? Shirley raised an eyebrow, squinting at him with her black, bright eyes. Are you sure you aren't doing it in your self-interest? Jasper looked at her beautiful facial features and smirked. Guess. Did she think he was a pseudo-cultured scumbag? Shirley didn't reply and a silence worthy of contemplation hung between them. Jasper smiled faintly, the corner of his eye radiating charm. After dinner Jasper drove her to the airport. Stay here for tonight. He held out a black card for the Seal Palace between his well-defined fingers. Shirley glanced at him, her black eyes brooding. Seeing that she wasn't taking it, Jasper grabbed her hand and placed it in her palm. Philip and Cyrus stayed in the other bedrooms before. You can sleep in the master bedroom. Shirley looked down indifferently at the black card, no expression on her face. After a few seconds, she looked up and said, thanks. Jasper put his arm nonchalantly on the steering wheel, smiled, and watched her leave the car before driving off. Shirley stood there, looking at the black card in her hand. She put it in her pocket and walked to the airport hall. Her cell phone in the backpack rang suddenly. As she walked she unzipped the bag and pulled out a thick clamshell phone. She put on her headphones. Felix's voice was heard from the other end. Boss, is that Chinese doctor your friend? Shirley knitted her eyebrows together and said in a low raspy voice, Felix said quite seriously, we didn't pick up the anonymous order. The other party has found another organization which is pretty big. If that miracle doctor is your friend tell him to keep a low profile for now. Hearing this, Shirley's eyes narrowed. Her voice was chilly as she said, I see. A new type of disease broke out in the Middle East 2 years ago and it had spread very quickly so it was very urgent. She stayed there for a long time and left quite a few traces. If the intelligence organization wanted to find something they would definitely be able to find it. If Western medicine was not good enough many would turn to Chinese medicine. Although Chinese medicine wasn't recognized globally, many touted its wondrous abilities. As for whether they could find her, they weren't good enough yet. She smiled brashly. When she got to the VIP airport terminal she was surprised to see that she was the only one there. Holding the clamshell phone, she typed with dizzying speed and a series of complex codes appeared on the little screen. Soon, an image appeared showing countless flashing red dots. Someone had erased her traces earlier and had put up lots of bogus locations to confuse others. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, Shirley casually propped her chin up and smiled, looking very brash and wild. Sabrina's voice came from the other end. Little sister Shirley, I've found Richard. Sabrina said, as soon as I got the news, Richard and I handled it straight away. We couldn't reach you on your phone. That little punk had improved again. Within a few minutes, he had hacked into the other party's intelligence network. It would be hard to restore and the data on Shirley had been completely erased by that demon, Richard. Super high IQ. Super siblings. Shirley hummed. I was paying another visit to Granny Brown. She had heard the cell phone ringing but ignored it and had forgotten about it. Just then, there was a reminder to board over the announcement system. She said, I'll go board the plane first. Okay, said Sabrina from the other end. After hanging up the phone, Shirley, with one hand in her pocket, walked slowly towards the boarding gate. Chapter 118. They thought that filming Liam's MV was just a dream. It was 12:10 p.m. and Shirley appeared at the airport's entrance on the dot. A man in a suit with outstanding charisma approached her. Are you Ms. Shirley? Shirley lifted her eyelids and looked at him lazily. Is anything the matter? The man smiled. I'm Robert Turner, Philip's cousin. Brother Jasper instructed me to fetch you since it's inconvenient to get a cab at night. Shirley pursed her lips. Her icy, dark eyes were sparkling as she nodded aloofly and got into the black car. Seal Palace. The moment Shirley opened Jasper's door, he called her on her cell phone. You're at Seal Palace. His deep voice was filled with charisma. Shirley acknowledged him and turned on the lights. After putting down her bag, she placed her laptop on the coffee table and turned it on. Jasper said casually, I have new bathrobes in my room. Go take a shower and sleep early. Shirley responded to every sentence of his. She seems pretty obedient. After hanging up, Shirley sat on the carpet in front of the coffee table with her long legs crossed. Her clean and freshly cut fingernails glistened under the light as they moved swiftly over the keyboard. Eventually, the screen showed an intelligence report. Shirley rested her arm on her thighs as she cupped her chin while reading it. The man in the report always appeared on the news. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's and his features were authoritative. He was Country K's leader. It was no wonder that so many people were being mobilized. However, there was no news of him suffering from any illnesses, so why was he looking for her? She pondered over it for a few seconds but to no avail. With a few taps on the keyboard she navigated to a game's webpage. Standing up, she went to Jasper's room to look for a new bathrobe before heading to the bathroom. After showering she grabbed the towel to dry her hair and left the bathroom. Halfway through drying her hair, she pressed the towel on her head and sat back in front of the laptop. Staring at the game's webpage, she felt disinterest slowly creep up on her. She got up and walked towards a bookshelf standing against the wall closest to her. The bookshelf was filled with original foreign publications and they were all valuable collector's editions. Mixed in were some novels in foreign languages. Removing an English novel from the shelf, she leaned against the bookshelf and read it without much interest. She read it as easily as though it were a Chinese novel. She read almost 10 lines with one glance. Not long after, she flipped the page. When fatigue crept up on her, she rubbed her eyes and put the book back before returning to the bedroom to sleep. Early next morning, Shirley sent a message to Arya before arriving at the school. When she got to her seat, breakfast was already on her desk. She sat down cross-legged. Like an extremely arrogant big boss. She took the warmed, sweet milk and put the straw in as she took a sip. Tyler entered from the back door and stuffed his backpack under the desk as he casually asked, Sister Shirley, what did you do yesterday? Shirley cupped her chin and said indolently, filmed Liam's new MV. Liam's new song was widely publicized long ago, but because of the issue with the MV's female lead, the song had not been released till now. There were so many people taking pictures yesterday that something would definitely get leaked to the public. There was no point in hiding it. Fatty was also a Liam fan. Upon hearing this, he turned around and widened his eyes. Sister Shirley, what did you say? The corner of Tyler's lips twitched. Sister Shirley, did you secretly sleep somewhere for the entire day yesterday? Shirley cocked her eyebrow and gazed at them with a smile that was not quite a smile. The corner of her eyes emanated wickedness. They thought that filming Liam's MV was just a dream. Chapter 119. Sister Shirley, do you want Liam's autograph? Fatty thought that Shirley was cracking a joke inside. Sister Shirley, I know that Heavenly King Liam is very charismatic because after all, he has more than 100 million fans on his Weibo. 8 out of 10 people in our school are Heavenly King Liam's fans, and I understand that you're fond of Heavenly King Liam as well. Although you're really charming, filming an MV with him is too much. Be careful of Heavenly King Liam's fans tracking you down and exposing you. Tyler chuckled. Fatty, did we misunderstand her? Sister Shirley is Liam's hardcore fan, so maybe after hearing that he was filming a MV yesterday she went to stalk him and appeared in some scenes as a passerby. Fatty really thought that his brother Tyler was a smart boy. That must be it. Did this mean that Sister Shirley has behind-the-scenes pictures of Liam's MV? Fatty became agitated as he fawned over her. Sister Shirley, can you let me see Liam's style this time around? Is the female lead the popular female celebrity who is being shipped with Liam? Shirley looked away without any expression on her face. She asked Arya for the assignment and began copying it calmly. Seeing that Shirley was ignoring him, Fatty pouted indignantly and turned around listlessly. Tyler fished out his assignment and began copying with Shirley. Before he could get far, he looked up at her. Sister Shirley, are you really a die-hard Liam fan? No, she replied. Tyler began to write with excitement as he eyed her doubtfully. You even followed him to the MV filming site, are you sure? Shirley remained silent. Tyler inched closer to her. I have a buddy and his sister is Liam's friend. I'll get you his autograph. Shirley shot him a glance from the corner of her eyes as though she were looking at a dimwit. Tyler did not see it. As he was writing swiftly, his eyebrows were raised in a pleased manner. I heard that it's very challenging to get Liam's autograph. Sister Shirley, wait for me to get one for you. Shirley lowered her eyes and continued to copy the assignment slowly. At the end of the last class, they headed to the cafeteria in their cliques. Shirley's uniform was unzipped and worn in a prim and proper manner. She looked really cool and her aura was exceptionally strong. Tyler walked beside Arya. Arya, I don't understand the question that the physics teacher explained in the last class. How do I calculate the mechanical energy E that the metal rod produces to overcome air resistance when passing through a magnetic field? Fatty looked at Arya too when he heard the question. I didn't get it either. My brain cells are all dying and I didn't get what the teacher was saying towards the end. Charlie was depressed too. I have no idea which step was it when I stopped following along. I want to listen too. I feel that I understood what the teacher said but I can't solve it on my own. Sydney joined in as well. Shirley was playing on her phone nonchalantly. Arya held Shirley's arm and helped her navigate. Giving it a thought, she replied, I'll tell you guys when we get back to the classroom. I need to draw the force diagram. It'll be difficult to explain if I can't show you. The four of them nodded their heads. Other students who walked past them were surprised that Class 20 students were talking about academic matters. Is Class 20 crazy? Even the school troublemakers are studying. If they don't understand the last physics question, does it mean that they understood all the questions before? The last question's difficulty brought many curve wreckers to tears, but I'm surprised the school troublemakers actually understood the first two questions. Wrong, they are no longer ranked last. The school troublemakers' overall scores pushed them into the top 200. The return of the prodigal sons is widely known amongst the Year 3 students. Chapter 120, chose only the foreign books. Tyler noticed that people were staring at them. He shot them an arrogant glance and lifted his chin, appearing especially fierce. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen bottom of the barrel students discussing questions? The students were intimidated by him and they quickened their steps to keep their distance from him. Shirley lifted her eyelids and shot them an insipid glance. Exiting the game, she put her hands in her pockets and suggested vapidly, since there's no self-study tonight, shall we go to Starlight Plaza? Sounds good, said Tyler. Sister Shirley, you want to eat there? Shirley lazily acknowledged him. And buy some books on the way. They arrived at the cafeteria. Charlie and Fatty lifted the curtain for them to enter. Sydney said, the teacher said that we can now do past year's papers so we can buy them too. Arya nodded in agreement. After school let out they rode the bus to Starlight Plaza. Playing on the gigantic screen at Starlight Plaza were snippets of Liam's new song. They had just finished filming the MV last night and the advertisements began today. Liam's team was definitely competent. Shirley took a look at it and raised her eyebrow. Sydney could not help but dance with the rhythm. Her face was filled with excitement. Sister Shirley, Arya, Sydney's new song is really good. Its rhythm and rhyme are fantastic. It would be even more captivating if there was a dance to go along with it. It'll be released the day after along with the MV, damn. Fatty said as he turned to look at Shirley and asked, Sister Shirley, who on earth is the female lead of Liam's MV? Shirley's lips curled into a smile while she arched her eyebrows. She softly replied, it's me. Fatty's face twitched while the rest remained silent. Charlie wanted to say that he would chop off his head if it were her. However, given the previous lesson when he was humiliated for saying that he would chop his head off if Shirley were beautiful, he kept his lips sealed. They stood in front of the screen to watch Liam's publicity video before strolling into the mall. There was an exceptionally huge bookstore on the third floor selling Chinese and foreign books. Arya and Sydney were picking review materials at the high school section while Tyler followed them. Sliding her hands in her pockets, Shirley walked casually to the foreign books section. She scanned the rows of books expressionlessly before stopping upon seeing a professional medical term dictionary. She took it off the shelf. Cocking her head to one side, she flipped through the book, looking for information on neuroscience. Tyler and the rest picked out their books and the four of them began looking for Shirley. They finally found her in the foreign books section. Looking at the books in her hands, they were astounded. Shirley did not look up and calmly said, "Wait a minute." They stared at her quietly. Shirley looked through all the books and finally picked out a German book. "Let's go." Arya blinked her eyes and stared at Shirley, who was walking in front of her. She gestured to the university entrance exam review materials with her chin. "Shirley, I picked out yours as well." Wickedness hung at the corner of Shirley's beautiful mouth as she pinched her friend's cheek. "How considerate of you." With that said, Shirley put her arm around her friends and walked towards the cashier. Arya looked at the book in Shirley's arms and some incidents resurfaced in her mind. For instance, when she did not know how to do questions on her assignments, an ingenious answer would appear in the blank space the next day. The premonition in her mind was growing stronger. Tyler and Charlie were confused. Shirley held the book with one hand. Those behind her could see the title of the book, but they did not know any of the words. Sydney used her phone to search for the term and it turned out to be neuroscience. Join our Ko-Fi account for full episode. Chapter 121. What, you wanna fight? Fatty quietly pointed to Shirley's books. "Brother Tyler, the books that Sister Shirley bought are all in English and German. Can she understand them? And they're all books for specialized fields." Charlie thought for a moment. Is Sister Shirley buying them for others? The three looked at Charlie, who was in the middle, thinking that what he said might be probable. After paying and walking out, they bumped into Wendy and some others at the door. With Wendy were Wendy's deskmate, as well as several other boys from Class 1. This bookstore was the closest to Sea City High School, and it was also the largest and most comprehensive one. Students regularly came to buy textbooks, so it wasn't much of a surprise to run into Wendy's group. After Arya's incident, Tyler had grown to be disdainful of girls like Wendy, namely those who appeared to be innocent but were secretly vicious. Girls like her were still doing better than Tina in Class 1. Was Tina still doing all right there? "Sister, Arya, you went to buy books too." When Wendy saw Shirley, she gave her a gentle smile as if there was no bad history between them. When the other boys looked at Arya, they frowned and moved away from her. They were young and didn't know how to conceal their emotions. Their disgust was so obvious. Shirley glanced over, her lips slightly curled. Her aura had been cool from the beginning, but now it was even icier. Her eyes were grave and the corner of her lips slowly turned up. She turned her head to look at them and said in a light and slow voice, "Try rolling your eyes again." As she said that, she passed the bag in her hand to Arya and took a step forward. In an instant it seemed as if there was a chill traveling from the boys' feet to the top of their heads. Tyler and the others didn't dare to breath. They watched Shirley closely, afraid that she would beat someone up here. Fighting in public would be difficult to explain away, especially when there were so many people around. Shirley didn't seem to be scared at all. Her posture was so wild. One of the boys looked at Shirley, obvious fear in his eyes. He tried to raise his chin confidently. "Shirley, what are you so smug about? What, you wanna fight?" Shirley stared at them and laughed, "I won't fight." After a pause, she drew back her smile, her voice deep, cold, and raspy as she said, "I only beat people up." The girls' eyelids glowed a sinister red. The boys were intimidated by her and stayed silent as if an invisible hand were choking them. The air stiffened and became still. Tyler looked at them with his arms folded and smirked. "You're blocking the way. Does that mean you wanna fight?" Charlie and Fatty sneered, "Brother Tyler, you're joking. These Class 1 students can't beat us." The boys from Class 1 flushed red instantly and glared at them. If it weren't for Tyler, they would have taught Shirley a hard lesson. Sydney grabbed Shirley's arm. "Sister Shirley, let's go. I'm hungry already." Shirley was expressionless as she said insipidly, "Watch what you're doing with your eyes." After saying that, she stuffed her hands in her pockets and languidly walked forward without a care in the world. The other party instinctively stepped to the side and gave way. Wendy's fingers tightened slightly and suddenly she said gently, "Sister, this weekend is Julian's birthday and relatives will be coming. Uncle wants you to come to Davis' residence ahead of the party." Julian was her cousin and her uncle's only son. He was also a student in Year 1 at Sea City High School. Shirley walked forward without turning back, her aura cold and emanating pride. Wendy looked down. She had already said what she needed to. When they were gone, one of the boys sneered, "Little Wendy, did you just see the books Shirley bought? They were all English medical books. She scored 0 on the English exams, but she still bought English books. What a joke." Chapter 122. A card suddenly fell to the ground. The other boy scoffed as well. "Just ignore them. Once the university entrance exams come around, they won't be able to graduate and go to university. Let's see what they can be so smug about then. Wendy frowned and said softly, don't say that about them. Everyone has their own strengths. Being a gangster is a strength. The boy snorted. Wendy pursed her lips. Let's go buy our books. With that, she glanced in the direction where Shirley had left in, some coldness in her focused gaze. Why bother bickering with Class 20? They can't compare to us. Wendy's deskmate eased the atmosphere and looked at another boy. Hey, Lawrence, is there any way you can help me get Liam's new album? It's going to be released the day after tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to get it. Don't worry, leave that to me. Lawrence Potter slapped his chest and asked Wendy, Little Wendy, do you want one as well? Wendy smiled and nodded. She also liked Liam's songs and especially his MVs. She had been fascinated by Liam since she was in middle school, but Liam had changed choreographers since then and she found herself not enjoying the MVs as much as she used to. But this didn't prevent her from continuing to be a fan of Liam because every one of his songs was a classic and he was known as one of the top dancers in the entertainment industry. After eating, Shirley went to buy macarons. When she was about to pay, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She hung up and asked the cashier to scan the code first. Tyler and Fatty came back carrying 6 cups of milk tea and gave them 1 cup each. Sister Shirley, what else are you buying? Shirley chewed the pearls in her mouth. That's enough, she said, expressionless. Then let's go back to school, said Charlie. The group walked toward the elevator. As soon as they entered the elevator, Shirley's cell phone rang again. When she took it out of her pocket, a card fell out and tumbled to the ground. Everyone looked over instinctively. Written in small seal characters in the lower right corner of the black card was, Seal Palace. The ringtone was the only sound in the elevator as everyone had gone silent. Shirley calmly bent over to pick the card up and put it back inside her pocket. Then she answered the call. Ms. Mayor, I'm Robert, said the person on the other end. Shirley casually leaned against the elevator wall as she replied lazily, Is anything the matter? I need your help with something, Ms. Mayor. Is it convenient to speak now? Shirley pursed her lips. On account of Robert picking her up yesterday, she hummed in agreement tepidly. Here's the thing. My sister recently suffered from a minor illness. She consulted a Western doctor for a long time and she took medicine to the point that her face was turning yellow, but it was still useless. She can't even eat meals anymore, said Robert. Shirley looked down and said tepidly, Who told you to look for me? Robert suddenly became nervous, afraid that she had offended her, and she said in a warm voice, It was my cousin, Philip. He told me that Western medicine wouldn't be able to help and that I could look to Ms. Mayor. Ms. Mayor, you are very skilled and you successfully treated Mrs. Brown's stubborn illness. Shirley didn't reply, the raised corner of her eyes exuding her wild aura. Robert continued to persuade her, Ms. Mayor, may I ask for your help to diagnose and treat my sister? Don't worry, you may name any price. When the elevator reached the first floor, everyone walked out silently. Shirley was silent for a few seconds before saying, I'm going back to school. Send someone to pick me up. Robert was instantly relieved of her nervousness. Okay, I'll come to pick you up myself. After Shirley hung up, the group walked to the bus stop. Tyler, Charlie, and Fatty were quiet, likely wondering what was going on. When they arrived at the bus stop, Tyler couldn't help but look at Shirley and ask, Sister Shirley, was that the entrance card for Seal Palace just now? Chapter 123, Identity. Exposed. Sydney knew that Seal Palace was very famous but didn't know much else about it. He was shocked to hear that Shirley had a place at Seal Palace. Fatty's family had a house in Seal Palace, but the layout wasn't particularly great. It was an apartment that his father got after scrambling for it. Tyler and Charlie didn't have an apartment in the Seal Palace, but one of them was the son of an official and the other was a young master of a powerful family. They had at least heard some things about Seal Palace. Seal Palace's black card, however, was only fit for big shots. When Shirley dropped the card in the elevator, it had totally stunned them. Tyler restrained himself for a long time, but he couldn't help but ask. Shirley looked at him quite indifferently, the corner of her lips turning up into a sinister arc. Do you think the commercial district's wash blow dry haircut membership card I bought looks nice? Tyler was speechless. The corner of his eye twitched. Arya broke out in a chuckle and helped her out of the bind. It looks good. She had caught a glimpse of the card as well but didn't get a good look at it. It seemed to be different from Shirley's card. It seemed more like Mr. Brown's card. But why was Mr. Brown's card with Shirley? Upon hearing that, Fatty immediately sighed with relief. You scared me. I thought that Sister Shirley was a secret big shot. Charlie laughed. I thought Sister Shirley won a few $100 million in the lottery to buy a house at Seal Palace. Shirley raised an eyebrow. The group split at the bus station and went back to their respective homes. The three girls returned to the dormitory. Arya shared the food that they had bought with the others before dipping a macaron in cotton candy for Shirley. Turning around, she saw Shirley putting on a jacket and carrying a bag. Shirley, are you going out? Yeah. Shirley leaned over to eat the macaron out of Arya's hand and put on her baseball cap. I'm heading out. A white Cayenne was parked near the entrance of the school. Robert saw Shirley come out of the dormitory and got out of the car immediately. Ms. Mayer. Shirley nodded slightly, bent down, and got into the car. Robert's chauffeur looked into the rearview mirror several times. The girl was very good looking. She was sitting languidly in her seat, exuding a carefree wildness. Her aura was very strong. How's the illness? Shirley said mildly. Robert looked at Shirley, who seemed to be paying more attention to her phone than her surroundings. She spoke in a respectful tone. It'd be better if my sister told you the symptoms herself. It's not convenient for me to say. Shirley lifted her eyelids and grunted in approval. Robert had been sent to Sea City for an assignment. His lodging had been arranged by his superiors. It was in the same district as George's small Western-style house. George had came back from socializing and was resting his eyes in the back seat of his car. The chauffeur quickly said, Division Chief Davis, isn't that Department Chief Turner's car? Hearing this, George opened his eyes and looked out the front of the car through the gap between the two front seats. He saw a familiar license plate number and frowned. Didn't Robert say that her younger sister was feeling unwell and needed to go back to take care of her? He cancelled all of the department's meetings. Why was he still out? Robert's car turned a corner. From the car window he could barely make out a woman's silhouette. Long hair. Robert's younger sister, Jasmine Turner, had short hair. George's eyes narrowed and he sneered. Robert had said that he was going home to take care of his sister, but he was actually meeting a woman. How could such a person be his superior? Sooner or later he would find some way to get him to step down. George thought for a moment and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Drive the car over there and stop a distance away. Don't let anyone notice you. Yes, sir, said the chauffeur respectfully. George watched Robert's car closely. He wanted to see the woman in the car. How audacious of Robert to bring a woman over. Chapter 124, It turned out to be Shirley. Robert's car stopped in front of his Western-style house. The car door opened and a girl wearing a white hoodie and a black jacket with a peaked cap got out. She had a tall and slim figure and she looked very young. She stood indifferently and her languid silhouette exuded an incomprehensible arrogance. George frowned. Why did the silhouette look so familiar? Robert said something from the other side and the girl turned her body slightly to look at him. Half her face was hidden under the brim of her cap, but the outrageously pretty outline of her lower face was enough for George to recognize Shirley. He gripped the front seat tightly as he stared at her with wide eyes. After listening to Robert, Shirley nodded slowly and walked into the house with her hands in her pockets, her gait careless. Robert followed a half step behind her. His attitude was respectful. The chauffeur also saw Shirley and was shocked. Division Chief Davis, isn't that? George's face tightened and he said nothing. Upon Shirley and Robert's entrance into the living room, Mrs. Turner immediately stood up to welcome them. She paused as her gaze fell upon Shirley's face before she said, Hello, Ms. Mayer. I am Robert's mother. Shirley nodded politely. Mrs. Turner. Robert said, Mom, where is Jasmine? At the mention of Jasmine, Mrs. Turner's eyes reddened with both anger and heartbreak. She's in the room. Upon hearing that, Robert looked at Shirley. Ms. Mayer, please follow me. The three of them went up to the second floor. When they arrived at the door to Jasmine's room, Robert first knocked and waited for a few seconds before pushing it open. Jasmine was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a big bed. She was holding a phone horizontally and playing a game. The volume of the game was turned up to the maximum and even Shirley, who was standing at the door, frowned slightly at the noise. Mrs. Turner saw how irresponsible her daughter looked and her breathing became labored. Robert, look at her. She's so addicted to games that she doesn't even want to attend school and it's ruining her health. She talks back whenever I scold her and says that I'm trying to control her freedom. Robert pursed his lips. He didn't want to argue about such meaningless things right now. He turned to Shirley and said, Ms. Mayer, Jasmine will not cooperate with you if my mom and I are present. I will kindly trouble you with the task. Shirley cocked her head indifferently and stared at Jasmine. She uttered a soft, Shirley walked in with both hands in her pockets as Robert closed the door behind her. Jasmine didn't look up and continued playing her game as though nothing was happening. Shirley stared at her for a minute before walking to the swing chair and sitting down lazily. She settled into a comfortable position, took out her phone, and began to play a game as well. It was the same game Jasmine was playing. Intermittently, Jasmine's phone would blast the words, "You have been killed." Shirley's, on the other hand, always said, "You are making a great killing." Jasmine lost her match while Shirley won hers. Their results were completely opposite from each other. Jasmine lifted her head and looked over. Shirley was sitting formlessly on the swing chair with her legs crossed. She looked both wild and arrogant as she cocked her head at a slight angle as though she were looking at her battle results. Suddenly, Shirley opened her half-closed eyes and looked at Jasmine. Her eyes were clear and bright, but they also exuded an indescribable wildness. Jasmine was stunned, but she did not want to seem awkward, so she turned her gaze away indifferently. Shirley cocked an eyebrow and said in a low voice, "Let's play together. I'll carry you." Jasmine pursed her lips and then nodded her head hesitantly. The two of them added each other as friends in the game and created their own squad to play cooperatively. After 3 consecutive wins, Jasmine's yellowed face carried a hint of a smile. They were now on their 4th match and had just loaded into a new game. Shirley said mildly without looking up, "Why do you look so terrible?" Chapter 125, Pronouncing a Diagnosis Effortlessly. At first Jasmine ignored Shirley and played her game silently. After a few moments passed, she said carelessly, "Because of the medicine I took." "What medicine?" Shirley drawled languidly, as though they were talking about the weather. "Progesterone." Immediately after saying that, Jasmine said again, "Hurry and come save me. The other party keeps attacking me." In the game, Shirley headed in a different direction towards Jasmine. "When was the last time you had your period?" Jasmine thought for a moment. "About half a year ago, I think. I don't really remember. I've taken progesterone shots and taken medicine, but it won't come." The girl's period was late. The medicine she got from the hospital was either oral progesterone or injected progesterone. It was detrimental to her body. Normally, after taking the medicine for more than half a week, one's appetite would start to decline. The symptoms varied from person to person, but most patients stated that they felt nauseous after eating, were unable to swallow their food, had low energy, and often experienced absent-mindedness. Their visage would also be affected, as would their appearance. However, it was rare for Jasmine's period to be delayed for so long despite taking so much medicine. Shirley looked up at her. There were prominent dark circles around her eyes and the eyes themselves were extremely bloodshot. Her gaze returned to the phone screen. "When did your insomnia start?" "Half a year ago." Jasmine and Shirley killed 2 people from the other party and the former smiled. "You're awesome." Shirley raised an eyebrow as she chased after another player. She continued talking about her illness. Stress, impatience, staying up late, insomnia, irregular work and rest times. "Are you feeling any other discomfort?" Upon hearing this, a stunned Jasmine looked at her. "How did you know?" She had only said that she takes progesterone, yet Shirley could list all her symptoms. Shirley said nothing and continued to play the game indifferently. Jasmine was also silent. A regular period indicated that a girl's body was healthy. Her emotions had started to become increasingly chaotic half a year ago. She got angry easily, was impatient, and stayed up so late that she could only sleep after the sun rose. Her work and rest times were irregular and her period had stopped. Her results plummeted and in the end her brother had no choice but to help her apply for a leave of absence from school. She had gone to the doctor after realizing her period had not come in 2 months. She took so much progesterone that she felt like vomiting at the mere sight of food and her entire body felt unwell. She had taken so much medicine but her period simply wouldn't come. It had stopped for half a year and during that time period she had seen countless doctors who could do nothing for her. There was no knowing how health-threatening such a condition was, so everyone in the family was extremely worried. After a few moments of silence, Jasmine's lips twitched and she said, "My mom thinks that I have been pretending to be sick because I don't want to go to school. But can I really pretend to not have a period? She keeps judging me." This was what her mom thought. Whenever Jasmine said that she felt unwell, her mother thought that she simply didn't want to go to school. Shirley's fingers moved rapidly, changing her equipment in between moves. "Have you been eating junk food?" "Yeah, I eat anything that is very oily or spicy. I'll eat it if it's bad for my body." Jasmine looked up and smiled. "Aren't I a very disobedient person? I'm deliberately torturing my mother." Shirley raised an eyebrow. "How does she treat you?" The smirk on Jasmine's face deflated. Everyone knew that she was deliberately sulking at her mother, and even she herself admitted it openly. In the end, everyone simply blamed her for being immature and unfilial. Shirley was the first to ask Jasmine what her mother did to her to make her lash out. No child liked to fight with their parents, yet there were so many parents who liked to control their children's freedom and wanted to raise them as though they were their puppets. They constantly went back on their word and only let the child do things that they thought were beneficial to them. They did not care about the child's opinions and aspirations. Chapter 126. You are the female lead in Liam's MV. She sneered at the thought of how she treated family members who cared about her. What Shirley said made her feel more comfortable talking about things. My mom said that as long as I study and score well, she wouldn't stop me from learning anything else. But I've gotten the top score on tests several times, yet she still wants to control what I do. She has to know everything that I do. She even reads my diary, unscrupulously invading my privacy. She says that she does it so that she can know me better. Shirley listened to her quietly. I said I didn't want to learn ballet. I wanted to learn a different type of dance. You know Liam, right? She looked at Shirley. I want to learn how to dance like Liam. It's wild and cool. My mom said that type of dance is dirty and that girls who practice those types of dances are indecent, so she forbade me from learning. She even controls what kind of friends I make. Parents and their children should have respect for each other. My mom can make me happy and I can make her happy. I've done all that she has asked for, but she went back on her word every time. It made me really angry and I had insomnia during that period. Yes, you're right. I'm holding on to grudges. I'm spitting on my mother. She spoke very frankly. No one would simply submit to bad treatment. In order for children to grow to understand their parents, parents first had to be respectful toward their children. Their relationship couldn't be one-sided. Parents shouldn't unscrupulously control their parents. The game ended as they talked. It was an easy win. Jasmine laughed, put down the cell phone, and loosened up her wrists. Shirley glanced at her and asked casually, "You like Liam?" Jasmine raised an eyebrow and nodded. I do. He is the only singer I like. He'll be releasing a new song the day after tomorrow during the afternoon. I'm planning to go to the news conference to support him. Shirley narrowed her eyes. She wondered how the great Liam would react if he knew that the most pampered young lady of the Turner family was a fan of his. Looking down, she sent Liam a message on her cell phone. Is the editing done for the MV? The reply came quickly. It's almost done. You want to see it? Shirley replied, Liam replied quickly, okay, it's on the computer. Gimme a sec. After about a minute, Shirley received a video on her cell phone. Jasmine rested for a little bit before asking her, are we still playing? Shirley brought the cell phone to her and gestured with her chin, telling her to take a look. Jasmine frowned, not knowing what she was trying to do. Puzzled, she took the phone and looked down just as the video finished downloading. Liam's face appeared on the screen and a unique melody started playing. It was Liam's new song. Jasmine looked at Shirley in shock. She had questions to ask, but she withheld herself and watched the MV first. When the female lead of the MV appeared, her mind went blank. She stared at Shirley in a daze, then at the person on the screen. You. Huddling up on the swing chair, Shirley had a nonchalant expression on her face as she watched wordlessly. Jasmine swallowed hard, looked down, and continued watching the video as she said, wait, let me finish watching the MV. After watching the 3-minute MV, Jasmine didn't want to be Liam's fan anymore, and instead she wanted to be a fan of the person right in front of her. How manly. Her dance was so beautiful and so cool. After the MV ended, Jasmine accidentally touched the screen and the page returned to the WeChat chatting page. She saw the words, Liam, in the upper left corner. Jasmine was shocked. Shirley actually had Liam's WeChat. No, she was the MV female lead. It was only natural to have his WeChat. But wasn't she the doctor who came to treat her? Jasmine stared at Shirley, sizing her up. Who on earth are you? Are you a doctor or are you from the entertainment industry? Chapter 127. Does things that she dislikes on purpose. Shirley took the phone from Jasmine expressionlessly and placed it back in her pocket. Jasmine could not part with it. With her fingers retracted and unable to resist, she asked, can you send me the video? Sure, Shirley replied insipidly as she calmly removed the acupuncture needles from her bag. But first I have to treat you. Give me your hand. Jasmine stretched her hand out instantly. Do it fast and send me the MV once you're done. Shirley raised her eyebrow, a sinister and chilly aura surrounding her. Jasmine's symptoms were obvious and psychological factors had the greatest effect on them. In a bid to make Mrs. Turner happy, she had studied diligently, and yet her mother demanded more from her while poking her nose into all her daughter's affairs. She no longer wished to be an obedient daughter to her mother. She would do things that Mrs. Turner disliked on purpose. From burning the midnight oil to play games to the point of suffering from persistent insomnia to indulging in pleasure seeking, she did everything except study. This directly upset her body cycles and caused endocrine dyscrasia, causing her to stop menstruating for half a year. In Western medicine, this was called secondary amenorrhea. There was no point in consuming so much progesterone if it caused her health to worsen. Her face had yellow spots on it and her temperament became crankier. Shirley pressed her pale fingers on Jasmine's pulse and she noted that Jasmine's hand was cold. She had a deep and taut pulse and there were signs of blood stasis and vital energy retardation. 5 minutes later she let go of her wrist. "Take off your clothes and lie on the bed." Jasmine was taken aback. "What do you want?" Shirley shot her an indifferent glance and gave a compendious reply. "Acupuncture." Her fingers moved slightly as she unbuttoned the acupuncture bag and unrolled it with one hand. The row of needles appeared right before Jasmine's eyes. Frowning, Jasmine's eyelashes shuddered and fear filled her eyes. "Can I just take the medicine? I tend to faint during acupuncture treatments." Shirley was expressionless as she sterilized the needles. "This is medicine too." Jasmine was speechless. After sterilizing, Shirley turned around to see that the girl still had not removed her clothes. Shirley's eyes became dark. She took her phone out of her pocket and waved it. "Do you still want the MV?" The look of reluctance on the girl's face vanished into thin air and she quickly took off her clothes. Obediently, she laid down on the bed in silence just like a corpse lacking a white cloth to cover it. Shirley raised an eyebrow. Her eyes casually drifted to Jasmine's arms and she frowned. She could make out several light but faint scars crisscrossing on her bony arms. She had suicidal tendencies. Her eyes darkened for a couple of seconds before she retracted her gaze and performed the acupuncture treatment. Zongji, Taichung, Sanyanjiao, Hengu and Gilai acupuncture points. Purgation and needle manipulation. Ultimately, she performed bloodletting on the Dajue and Hime acupuncture points. Every action was swift and steady, reflecting her skill. Robert and Mrs. Turner were waiting outside Jasmine's room. They became more anxious as time passed and started pacing back and forth outside the door. "Why is it taking so long?" After approximately 2 hours, the door opened from inside and Shirley walked out. Robert immediately approached her. "Ms. Mayer, how is it?" Mrs. Turner stared nervously at Shirley, anxiety in her eyes. "Head downstairs," Shirley said tepidly as she slung her backpack on one shoulder and walked downstairs with her hands in her pockets. Robert followed closely behind. Mrs. Turner took a glance in the room and pursed her lips when she saw Jasmine learning to dance to the video that was playing on the television. Her eyes darkened. She could not clearly capture the faces of the man and woman in the video, but the dancing style seemed similar to that of Liam, who her daughter was fond of. Shirley paused in her footsteps and looked at Mrs. Turner, who was at the room's entrance. Her eyes were cold as she said icily, "Mrs. Turner, Jasmine is already 16 years old. She has her own mind and isn't a puppet." Mrs. Turner's face changed as she closed the door and headed downstairs with Shirley. Chapter 128. Everybody is looking for that miracle doctor. Shirley walked into the living room languidly. Fishing out a post-it from her pocket, she passed it to Robert. He took the paper and saw the poor handwriting detailing the prescription. He paused for a moment before replying, "I'll go get the medicine tomorrow." Mrs. Turner squeezed her hands and asked anxiously, "Ms. Mayer, how long will Jasmine take to recover?" She asked vaguely since it was concerning women's health. Pointing her chin towards the prescription in Robert's hand, Shirley responded in a cool voice, "Consume the medicine and it'll take effect within 48 hours. Within 48 hours. Mrs. Turner looked at her in disbelief. Faint annoyance showed on Shirley's face as she put on her cap and patiently hummed in response, Feeling uneasy, Mrs. Turner looked at Robert and began to doubt Shirley's skills. Jasmine had consulted both local and foreign doctors for the past 6 months. They had even invited experts from a medical organization to have a look, but to no avail. And she could treat her in such a short span of time. Robert shot his mother a comforting glance. Since Shirley had cured matriarch Brown, she had to be competent. Furthermore, it was just one prescription and there was no harm trying. He would try anything out of desperation. Jasper was not the only one looking for the legendary miracle doctor. He was looking for the doctor as well. However, he could not gather any information on the miracle doctor because it had all been deleted by hackers. The miracle doctor must have come from a powerful background. Witnessing his sister's flailing health and loss of appetite, his cousin convinced him to give Shirley a try. Now he could only hope that Shirley's treatment worked. Robert and Mrs. Turner personally saw Shirley out. "Ms. Mayer, are you going to return to school?" Robert asked politely. Shirley took a look at the time. The dormitory's doors were closed at 11:30 p.m. and seeing that there was still an hour, she replied, Let me drive you," Robert responded, in a great mood as he walked towards the car. Shirley took 2 steps before pausing and turning to look at Mrs. Turner. Mrs. Turner froze for a second when her eyes met Shirley's deep, chilly eyes. She then smiled politely. "Ms. Mayer, is anything the matter?" Hearing his mother's voice, Robert paused in his tracks and turned to look. The mansion's lights shone on Shirley's face and cast a shadow over half of her stunning face, making it exude an oppressive aura. "Mrs. Turner, did you know that Jasmine has suicidal tendencies?" Shirley asked insipidly. Upon hearing the news, Mrs. Turner's face became ashen. "What, how could this be?" Robert was taken aback as well and could not believe that his sister would do such a thing. Shirley pushed her cap up and replied aloofly, "It's merely a delay in menstruation and it won't kill her. However, if she can't decide her life path, she will choose death." Mrs. Turner appeared flustered as she squeezed her hands subconsciously, but she was angered to tears internally. Her eyes turned red, obviously exasperated at her daughter's failure to live up to her expectations. "I'm merely asking her to study. How tiring can studying be? Is she going to commit suicide if I don't let her dance? Isn't she letting us down? Which child didn't go through this?" There was a hint of wickedness in Shirley's chuckle. "Isn't it? Who doesn't have their breaking point? The straw is light, but without it, it won't break the camel's back. You think that you're only forbidding her from dancing? It seems like there's more." Mrs. Turner pursed her lips and her exquisite face twitched slightly due to her guilty conscience. Shirley cocked her head to the side and looked at her nonchalantly. "I can cure amenorrhea but can't save someone who wants to commit suicide." After that, she headed to the car. Robert returned to his senses and said to Mrs. Turner, who was still in shock, "Mom, head in first." He then went to open the car door for Shirley personally. Before getting in the car, Shirley suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked at the row of cedar trees not far away, her eyes cold. Chapter 129. She had been spotted. Robert saw Shirley set one foot in the car, her hands in her pocket. Suddenly she tilted her head in a wild manner and fixated on something. He followed her gaze. All he saw was a row of pitch-black cedar trees. He asked, "Ms. Mayer, what's wrong?" Retracting her gaze, Shirley got in the car. "Nothing much." They drove off. In the backseat, her face was hidden in the shadows. She played with her phone nonchalantly as her faint sinister smirk vanished quickly. She had been spotted. George stood behind the trees for 2 whole hours and saw Robert's car leaving the compound. His face was covered in shock and he was left in a trance. Mrs. Turner, the capital socialite, was so respectful to Shirley and Robert had personally held the door for her. He had always thought that Shirley committed all manner of evil because of her face and did not expect to witness such a scene. What on earth was going on? Robert was not some ordinary street urchin. He was the young master of the capital's Turner family. Although he was not as well known as the pampered Philip, he was one of the most outstanding of his younger generation. Moreover, Jasmine was the most favored little princess of the Turner family along with Robert. George had inquired about the Turner family from others after Robert snatched his promotion. Given Robert's status, did he really need to bow down to Shirley? In a trance, George instructed the chauffeur, who was about to fall asleep, to head back. Wendy finished her homework and was going to the toilet when she met George, who came upstairs. She obediently addressed him, "Uncle." George said insipidly, "Why aren't you asleep?" Wendy smiled. "I just finished my homework. I'm washing up and getting reading for bed." Sleep early," George reminded her before heading to his room. Wendy looked at George's silhouette in confusion because it was rare to see him adrift. Giving it a thought for a few seconds, she entered the bathroom. "Little Wendy," George suddenly called out to her. Wendy turned around and saw him looking at her with a complicated expression. She felt as if her heart were being squeezed. "What's wrong, Uncle?" Staring at her for a few seconds, he did not ask about Shirley and changed the topic. "How are your results this time?" Wendy pursed her lips at the mention of results. "Second, my overall score is lower than Arya's by 30 points. George could not wrap his mind around how Arya's studies were so outstanding when she had only attended school for a few weeks. She was first in her cohort for several Examinations. She was clearly not that intelligent when she was younger and was even embroiled in some kind of case. Frowning, he replied sternly, I know that you want to get into the capital university's medical school. However, given your current results, you're a far cry from joining the medical organization and becoming William's disciple. I got it, uncle, Wendy said obediently. I'll work harder. The capital university's medical school was the best medical college in the country. The school even had the medical organization's top neurologist, William, as its honorary dean. William was known as the leading academic in medicine and was well respected. The Rogers family had a history of producing skilled doctors. The physician who attended to the last emperor was rumored to have belonged to the Rogers family. After the last dynasty was overthrown, the status of traditional Chinese medicine suffered a disastrous decline due to the introduction of Western medicine. The Rogers family's status was greatly affected and never recovered. It only managed to preserve its reputation as a family of doctors. It was only in the last decade after William authored an academic paper about Western and Chinese medicine that Chinese medicine began to revitalize. He referred to both types as modern medicine and pointed to their common merits. Western medicine took effect faster while traditional Chinese medicine focused on nourishment. William's paper won many accolades from the medical organization. William said he was not the most skilled at acupuncture. However, in terms of neurology, nobody could surpass him. He was truly the leading neurology expert. Chapter 130, Sister Shirley. Do I have to teach you about abuses of power? William saved the entire Rogers family himself. It was because of William's recognition as the leading brain expert that the Rogers family enjoyed its current status in society. The powerful families in the capital had great respect for the Rogers because of him. No one wanted to offend a doctor with excellent medical skills. If she could become a student of William, she would rapidly rise in the world and become valuable to powerful families. Then, she would become someone whom people, including Shirley, looked up to. Wendy's eyes glistened. Okay, go to bed after you're done washing up, said George. Wondering for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, does your sister know anyone from the Turner family? Wendy was stunned for a moment. The Turner family. The one who lives in the same district as us. George nodded. Wendy shook her head and laughed gently. How could Sis be acquainted with the Turners? Given the Turners' standing in society, they wouldn't be interested in someone like Sis. Shirley was someone from the gutters whom the powerful families probably wouldn't care to notice. George frowned and didn't say anything else. He had to investigate Shirley's appearance at the Turner residence earlier. Early next morning, Robert personally went to see city's top Chinese medicine clinic to get the prescription Shirley had written for him. Upon seeing the prescription, the head of the gynecology department frowned. Department Chief Turner, who gave you this prescription? Robert didn't say who it was and asked, what's wrong? It's bad. How can this medicine be used together? It's a bad combination. It would only aggravate Ms. Jasmine's condition. The head of the department seemed to think that the prescription was an insult to Chinese medicine. Infuriated, he pushed the prescription back to Robert. I can't fill this prescription. You should go somewhere else. Robert pursed his lips. He looked down at the sticky note in his hand. It'll make it worse. Yes, the department head said loudly. Department Chief Turner, if the person who gave the prescription is your friend, you'd better tell him to stop cheating people. How can he make such irresponsible prescriptions? Robert walked out of the department head's office holding his cell phone. Standing in the hospital's emergency exit corridor, he waited to call Shirley during her recess. Just as the ringing was about to stop, Shirley answered the call. Ms. Mayor, it's me, Robert, he said urgently. It was a little noisy on Shirley's end. He could hear the boisterous students who were making a ruckus during break. Her voice was languid and it seemed like she had just woken up. What's the matter? Robert said, I'm at the top hospital with the prescription you gave me. They said that the medicine in the prescription would work against each other, so they refused to fill the prescription. Shirley sighed impatiently. Robert, do I have to teach you about abuses of power? Robert said nothing in response. Do you believe the physician and think that my prescription is problematic? Shirley's low, raspy voice seemed bewitching and dangerous as it faded out. Robert was silent. The unspeakable pride in her voice could even be heard over the phone. Shirley lay on the table, her long legs straightened out as she replied nonchalantly, I've performed the diagnosis and made the prescription. Whether she takes it or not is up to you. She hung up afterwards. Robert was confused and couldn't stop himself from swearing. What the F? Robert laughed, put away the cell phone, and opened the emergency access door. The department head saw Robert walking back. Sighing, he urged him kindly, Department Chief Turner, Ms. Jasmine's condition should be treated slowly. The Research Institute is already preparing a specialist for consultation. There is definitely a way to help her. Robert slapped the prescription on the table, his face stern. Feeling pressured, he said solemnly, prescribe the medicine. Chapter 131, Being Humble Online. The department head had never seen Robert angry. Robert was well known as a refined person amongst the young masters of the powerful families. He was always warm and courteous to people, and he was willing to talk problems out. But they overlooked one point. It had taken skill for him to reach his current high post. Looking at Robert's cold expression, the department head was stunned. Realizing that Robert wouldn't heed his advice, his face turned grim. Department Chief Turner, Ms. Jasmine is your sister. This isn't the responsible thing to do. Think about your sister's health. The department head said angrily. I'm not being responsible. Who's being responsible? You guys. Robert laughed. His tone was still gentle, but there was a hint of coldness to it. Department Head Taylor, my sister is 1.67 meters tall, and weighs less than 70 jin. She has lost a lot of weight over the course of treatment. Over the past 6 months your team has used countless methods and failed to cure her. She didn't even notice that she had a slight tendency to self-harm. How are you guys being responsible? Department Head Taylor's face flushed red. Jasmine had tendencies of self-harm. They hadn't realized. Losing confidence, he said, we've never seen someone in Ms. Jasmine's condition, so it is a little more problematic. Robert stuffed a hand in his pocket as his aura grew more powerful. Since your team is unable to help, prescribe the medicine. Department Head Taylor stood up and glared at Robert. Department Chief Turner, this medicine will really be the death of Ms. Jasmine. Robert narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy and dangerous. I'm only going to say it one more time. Prescribe the medicine. Department Head Taylor breathed heavily. In the end, he couldn't dare to offend Robert and forwarded the prescription to the hospital's pharmacy. Pack the medicine. The pharmacy replied, okay Department Head Taylor, he can pick it up in 5 minutes. Robert turned and walked out of the office. Department Head Taylor looked solemn and couldn't help but say, Department Chief Turner, you will regret this. Ms. Jasmine's health can't take any more damage. Robert didn't turn back as he left. At the Turner residence. Mrs. Turner decocted the medicine, put it in a cup, and brought it to Robert in the living room. She placed the medicine before Robert and he was slightly stunned. Ma, what's this? Mrs. Turner pursed her lips, her face pale and feeble looking. Go bring it up to your sister. Robert looked at her and stood up a few seconds later, putting his arm around Mrs. Turner's shoulder. He shook Mrs. Turner's arm and took the medicine upstairs. Jasmine hadn't been playing games recently because she had been pestering Shirley on WeChat. Sister, be my teacher. I want to learn to dance. You're too awesome. Sister, I know who you are. God Shirley, Liam's former choreographer. Fuck, you're too low profile. Accept me as a disciple, sis. Sis. Jasmine sent dozens of messages in earnest but Shirley ignored them. Robert knocked on the door as usual and waited a few seconds before opening it. He saw that Jasmine was still sitting cross-legged in the middle of the big bed holding her cell phone, looking as though she were texting someone. The Chinese medicine had a strong, bitter smell. The smell filled the room almost as soon as Robert came in. Jasmine furrowed her eyebrows and looked up. Robert smiled. Jasmine, this is medicine from Ems Mayer. It's just a bowl, come drink it. Jasmine looked up and then down. Her fingers moved quickly. Sister, my brother has gotten the medicine you prescribed and decocted it. All she got in reply was a lazy, yeah. Jasmine raised her eyebrows in delight seeing that she replied. Robert saw that Jasmine was quite focused on playing with her phone, but her expression was brighter than ever before. He smiled and asked, who are you chatting with? You look so happy. Chapter 132, you will have the Turner family's backing. Surely. The girl's two simple words were enough to surprise Robert. Over the past year Jasmine had rarely spoken to them. She would stay in her room for the whole day to play games and barely said a few words a day. But now she was taking the initiative to reply to him. Without revealing any feelings, he passed her the medicine. Jasmine, finish the medicine. The bitter smell was enough to make her frown. However, thinking that Shirley had prescribed it, she pursed her lips and took it. Staring at the dark concoction, she held her breath and gulped it at one go. After drinking, she placed the bowl back in Robert's hands and sent a message to Shirley. Sis, I finished the medicine. She sounded like she was asking for praise from the teacher. On the other end, Shirley replied, be careful at night. Jasmine's mind was filled with excitement now that the big boss was talking to her again. I got it and will prepare the pads. Sis, please consider taking me on as a disciple. In the classroom, Shirley supported her face with her hand as she furrowed her eyebrows. She typed nonchalantly, "We'll talk about that again." Seeing that there was a chance, Jasmine's face lit up as she swiftly typed, "Sis, because I am the Turner family's only daughter, I am viewed very highly. If you become my teacher, you'll have the Turner family backing you. I'll always be at your beck and call." Robert was still standing in front of Jasmine, but his eyesight was so good that he managed to see their texts clearly. The corner of his lips twitched. He did not see Jasmine type. Choreographer God Shirley, hence he was confused as to why Jasmine would suddenly want Shirley to be her teacher. Jasmine sent a long text, but after 2 minutes there was no reply. The girl was unbothered as determination filled her eyes. She looked up at Robert. "Brother, I want to go school. See City High School's Year 3 Class 20. She was going to harass Shirley and get the god of choreography to teach her how to dance. Robert was shocked. "What did you say?" Jasmine repeated word by word. "I said I want to go to school. I'm not going back to the capital. I want to attend City High School's Year 3 Class 20. After Shirley had sent her the MV that night, she got her friends in the capital to find out who Shirley was. The findings turned out to be very surprising. She had to get Shirley to be her teacher and teach her how to dance. Upon hearing this, Robert was very agitated but appeared calm. He smiled as he caressed his sister's hair. "I'll let you go once you've recovered and gained some weight." Jasmine's grades were excellent. She skipped several years and attended Year 3 at just 15-year-old. However, she dropped out of school to stay at home and had not been back for over a year and a half. Upon hearing his reply, Jasmine nodded her head in excitement, but suddenly, she became vigilant as she stared at her brother. "Don't lie to me." She was afraid that her brother and mother would not agree to a class like Class 20. Robert poked her head. "What's wrong? Do you not trust your own brother now?" She still had faith in her brother, but her mother would not agree. Her face turned cold as she lowered her head. "Forget it, I'm not going." Robert raised his eyebrows. "Why don't you want to go anymore? Class 20 is not bad. Arya, who is the top of her cohort, is in that class." Jasmine looked at him and was hesitant to speak. "Don't worry, I'll persuade Mom." Robert smiled warmly. A faint smile appeared on Jasmine's lips. In the middle of the night, Jasmine began tossing and turning in bed due to lower back pain. Feeling frustrated, she opened her eyes. As though she had suddenly remembered something, she got out of bed immediately and rushed to the washroom. She was shocked to see that her period had stained her pants for the first time in ages. Chapter 133, Liam's new album is released today. Although her tummy hurt, she was at ease the very second she saw her period. It felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from her mind. She was having her period. Shirley was way too formidable. Other doctors could not cure her over the past 6 months, but she managed to in just 2 days. Her medical skills. Jasmine was confused, but her eyes were filled with astonishment. Early next morning, Jasmine was brushing her teeth. The servant came into Jasmine's room to take away her rubbish and was surprised to see tissues with blood stains on them in the washroom's bin. After half a year of delayed periods, the stains appeared slightly darker. The servant was beyond excited. "Young lady, you're on your period." Jasmine was brushing her teeth, so she acknowledged unclearly, but her tone sounded relieved. After collecting the trash, the servant rushed downstairs in excitement to Mrs. Turner. The news brought tears to Mrs. Turner's eyes. Her daughter had been consuming medication for half a year, including progesterone and contraceptive pills, just to stimulate her estrogen levels. She had been tortured by those medicines and grew skinnier over time, but they did nothing to help her. She had finally recovered. Shirley's skills were truly formidable, yet she was merely 17 years old. Robert was amazed too. Thinking back to the director of the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine's comments on Shirley's prescription, he smiled. "Mom, I have something to discuss with you," Robert said as he looked at his mother. Mrs. Turner was taken aback. "What's the matter?" Robert gave it a thought and said, "I'm hoping to send Jasmine to City High School so she can join Shirley's class." "Sounds good." Mrs. Turner agreed to it readily. Robert was dumbstruck. Mrs. Turner smiled. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm all right with it." Robert was bewildered. "You are." Mrs. Turner sat on the sofa and sipped her fruit tea. "I pondered over it for the past 2 days. Jasmine has truly grown up, and I shouldn't keep forcing my ideas on her. She should have her freedom at this age. Although the Turner family's roots were not as complicated as the Brown family's, they were not any better. Her husband had passed away at a young age and their family's honor all fell on Jasmine, the most favored person in the family. She had always tried to make Jasmine much more outstanding to protect their status, but in the end it pushed her daughter away. When Shirley said that Jasmine had suicide tendencies, she felt herself falling into an ice chamber. Her blood clotted as she shuddered from her fear. She was terrified of killing her daughter with her own two hands without realizing it. George was still investigating Robert and Shirley's relationship, but to no avail. It seemed like they had only crossed paths recently. However, if they were only recently acquainted, why would Shirley go to Robert's house? Continue to investigate, George instructed his secretary over the phone. After hanging up, he looked at the time. It was close to 12 p.m. He stood up and changed out of his uniform as he left the office. On his way home, he passed by Starlight Plaza. The crowd in Starlight Plaza was so large that it even spilled out onto the main road. All of the cars on the road had come to a stop. Looking at the plaza, he asked the chauffeur, "Is Starlight Plaza having some kind of event today?" The latter replied, "I heard that Liam's new album was released today and the news conference is being held at Starlight Plaza. Liam will make an appearance and the university students who don't have classes are probably all here. Liam only released one song every year and yet every piece was a classic among classics. The moment he released a song it rose to the top of the charts. He was the top in the music industry and nobody else could match his popularity." Someone even commented that there would not be another singer like Liam for at least 100 more years. Not only were his songs classics, even his MVs were marvels of artistry. The person who had commented said his girlfriend worked overtime last weekend in order to take a day off to watch Liam today. Chapter 134, Identity Exposed. George had heard of Liam in the past. He was a singer who put his heart into making music and he had appeared at CCTV's New Year Gala several times. A countdown started at Starlight Plaza. 10, 9, 8. It was almost 12 p.m. The enormous screen at Starlight Plaza would play Liam's MV at 12 p.m. sharp. 1. The cover of Liam's new MV appeared on the screen. A man and woman stood back to back. Both were in Chinese-style outfits and while the man's style was leisurely, the woman's tattered red dress exuded traditional beauty. Liam had distinctive facial features. His sparkling peach eyes seemed to hold the entire Milky Way in them and the traditional style outfit made him look much more dazzling than ever before. However, everyone's attention was not on him. They were on the MV's female lead. The female lead was very young but her face was stunning. Her eyebrows were outrageously exquisite and her red eyeliner highlighted her cat eyes, making her appear sharp, brash and a little bit indifferent. She had an enchanting and yet unapproachable face with smooth contours. She had all the good qualities: chilliness, brashness, elegance, and nonchalance. Damn, who is she? Is she a newbie of some company? Her looks are outstanding. No idea, there's no news on the female lead on the internet. Everyone is seeing her for the first time. The MV started playing before they could say anything more. The moment Liam opened his mouth he stunned all his fans with his exceptional voice. His vocals had different depths to it, his bass was extremely stable while his tenor was clear, sharp, and penetrative. It captivated everyone's heart and they all enjoyed his singing. When the song reached its climax, the music stopped all of a sudden. A suddenly shone on the side door. Shirley opened the door and strode in with a powerful aura. The song began once again and both their silhouettes complemented each other extremely well. Every action was harmonized and their moves were wild, passionate, and explosive. The old Liam, the Liam who at his zenith had gained wide popularity for his dances and vocals, was back. Everyone was stunned. Starlight Plaza's main screen was so enormous that George could clearly see Shirley's face from inside the car. The chauffeur saw it too and was too stupefied to come up with any words. Isn't that Division Chief Davis's unaccomplished niece? George's eyes were filled with astonishment. He could not snap out of his trance as he stared at the screen in a daze. His mind was in a mess. He had tapped on several connections to send Wendy to City High School but Shirley had brought Aria to school with her. He had met Shirley at World Restaurant's entrance and a man with a powerful aura threatened him not to reprimand her. The Turner family warned him not to offend people. Robert personally brought Shirley into his home and she had turned out to be the female lead in Liam's MV. George sat frozen in his seat, his mind adrift. At almost the same time, a Weibo post by Liam's studio was on the trending charts. #welcome the return of my choreographer, Shirley. Thanks for appearing in my MV #. Weibo exploded. C City High School exploded as well. The last class for Class 20 was physical education. After running around the field, some of the students head back to the classroom. When Shirley got back to the classroom, she lay on her table and slept. Arya was sitting with Tyler as she explained a question to him. Fatty was excitedly surfing Weibo, waiting for Liam's new song to release at 12 p.m. With one more minute left, Fatty gathered Tyler and the rest to watch Liam's MV. He dared not ask Shirley who was sleeping. Several others in the class were also waiting for it as well. After finishing the MV, everyone turned their heads stiffly to look at Shirley, looking as dumb as a piece of wood. They had even forgotten that they had finished watching the MV. The big boss was lying on the table and sleeping with her earphones on as if nothing had happened. Chapter 135, C City High School's Poster Girl. Fatty gulped. I swear I'll believe everything that Sister Shirley says from now on. Fuck. The real deal had been beside them the whole time. Many people became crazy about Liam because of his dances, but it turned out that the choreographer had been right in front of them the whole time. Charlie nodded with a very complicated expression. Me too. Reminded of how he had said that Shirley being involved in Liam's MV was just a dream, the corner of Tyler's mouth twitched. Sydney was visibly moved. I'm connected with Liam's friend. Does that mean that Liam and I are friends too? Arya couldn't hold in her laughter as she looked at Shirley, feeling oddly proud of her. An awkward atmosphere came over Class 20 and other classes as well. No one could have imagined that the female lead actress in Liam's MV would be Shirley, the lowest scorer from their school. It triggered lots of commentary in every major student forum. Screenshots of Shirley from the MV flooded the forums. Damn, this is too cool. Totally badass. Ah, I'm a fan now. This is C City High School's poster girl. I love this dance so much. Was the dance choreographed by Shirley? Was the big boss keeping such a low profile? In Class 1, several boys beside Wendy were watching Shirley on the phone with eyes wide in amazement. Her facial features were absolutely beautiful. The raised end of her eyes were so bewitchingly cool, exuding unaffected wildness. Every action was so wild and moving with great explosiveness like fire, so angelic and devilishly enchanting at the same time. Little Wendy, is Shirley that good at dancing? She's Liam's choreographer. How old is she? The boys couldn't believe that Shirley, the lowest scorer in their grade, turned out to be Liam's choreographer. Wendy's lips pursed and they twitched slightly. Then she smiled. I didn't know my sister was so good. The boys said nothing more. In their minds were images of Shirley looking cold and prideful in her uniform. They couldn't reconcile that with the stunning woman in the MV. They were dazed. Seeing them staring fixedly at Shirley on the screen, Wendy looked down, her eyes dark. Shirley could dance. She never mentioned that before. Shirley was the top choreographer in the entertainment industry. Wendy clutched her hands tightly. Uncle must have found out about it too. Would he regret not taking Shirley in? But no matter how well she could dance, Shirley was still the last in her grade. Someone like Shirley had no choice but to go into the entertainment industry. Wendy, on the other hand, had to improve her grades to gain admission to Beijing University's School of Medicine. That was her goal. Tina often listened to Liam's songs. During breaks, her friends would occasionally gossip. She was stunned to find out that Shirley was the female lead in Liam's new MV. Shirley was God Shirley, the talented choreographer. Impressive. At the Capitol, Jasper had just ended a business meeting. Philip came up to him with a cell phone. Brother Jasper, I have something to show you. He clicked the pause button and fast-forwarded to the scene of Shirley and Liam were dancing. Jasper took a quick look and walked away, expressionless. Brother Jasper, don't you want to see it? Philip couldn't understand the way he reacted. He thought he would get to see the big boss when he was jealous. Looking disappointed, he followed Jasper into the elevator. Jasper's eyelids opened as he said calmly, I was there when they shot the MV. Philip looked at him in disbelief, his expression saying, how did you manage to tolerate that? If it were him, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Jasper took out his cell phone and made a call. The ringing was about to end when the person on the other end picked up. Jasper stuffed a hand in his pocket and said softly, were you sleeping? Yeah, said a sleepy voice from the other end. Chapter 136, Becoming a Sensation in School. She was sleeping in the classroom at this time. It seemed that she could sleep anywhere. Jasper asked, have you eaten? Shirley stretched her legs lazily and changed to a comfortable sitting position, her cool, fair hand propping up her face, and her pretty eyes half closed. No. Go eat something and go back to the dormitory to sleep. As soon as the elevator door opened, he walked out casually. Shirley nonchalantly flipped through the homework that Arya did for her. After a while, she grunted in acknowledgement. Jasper opened the car door, bent down, and got into the car. Do you still want to eat chocolate? Shirley remembered the box of chocolates that cost 37,000 yuan and raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Hearing that, his eyes smiled faintly. I'm a little busy these days. I'll send it over to you. Okay. Shirley stood up, her legs long and straight. She put a baseball cap on her head, stuffed her hand in her pocket, and turned a corner after exiting from the back door. I'm going to eat. She hung up the phone and walked to the cafeteria. Along the way, Shirley ran into some students from a lower grade who were going back to their classroom. Their eyes filled with excitement when they saw her. Is she senior Shirley from year 3? It seems she's not very photogenic. She looks much better in person. I thought that she was already good looking in pictures. I never thought that she would look so good in. She's the one who produced the MV together with Liam. I'm so envious. I want that too, but I don't deserve it. I'm crying. Liam even made a post on Weibo about her. I heard that she was already a genius choreographer at 14. What was I doing when I was 14? How distressing. Countless eyes stared at Shirley. She remained expressionless. Her cap was low over her face and her hands were in her pockets as she walked into the cafeteria like nothing happened. Arya was eating with the group. Seeing that Shirley was coming, they all looked up. Sister Shirley, what brings you here? Tyler asked curiously, wondering why she came when she was supposed to be sleeping. They were supposed to bring back food for her. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something. He looked around the cafeteria and realized that almost everyone was watching Shirley. She was the big boss who had quickly become a sensation at school. Arya looked up. Shirley, have you ordered anything to eat? She took off her cap to put it aside, sat down casually, and said in an insipid manner, yeah. Fatty looked at the big boss sitting across from him, grappling with a mix of emotions. It was the first time that the group had such a quiet meal. After that, they went to the supermarket to buy some snacks and returned to the classroom. The whole time, students stared at them. During the afternoon lesson, the teacher stared at Shirley when she came in. Shirley's face was propped up on her wrist. She stared back at her, her black, bright eyes filled with coldness as she exuded a strong aura. The teacher felt anxious being stared at like that as she blinked and looked away. The same thing happened for every lesson. Tyler and Fatty wanted to do some things stealthily and play games on their phones, but the teacher kept looking over so they didn't dare to move. On the other hand, the big boss was quite composed as she paid attention in class. Tyler admired that greatly. The next day. When Fatty came to the classroom and saw Liam's album on his desk, he cursed out loud, dropped his school bag, and held the album with both hands. The red exterior of the album with a gold totem printed on it seemed even more dazzling in person. There was even a personalized signature on it. Arya put an album on each of their desks. The other class members were so envious. It was only when Harmony came into the classroom that the students started opening their books to start their morning reading absent-mindedly. As she walked along the aisles and past Shirley, the girl offered something to her. Harmony was stunned for a moment as she looked down. The signature on the album read, "To Harmony." Shirley gestured with her chin. Harmony was speechless. Liam's personalized signature. It was for her. How did Shirley know that she also liked Liam? Chapter 137, The Big Boss. Leaving a lifeline. After some night self-study, the day students went home. Wendy looked down at the album in her hand coldly, forcefully folded it, and threw it into the wastebasket. The Davis family's car was parked in front of the school. Wendy pulled open the car door and heard Julian's excited voice. "Pa, is Sister Shirley coming for my birthday on the weekend?" Wendy froze, instinctively pressing her lips together as she lowered her gaze and got into the car. She put her school bag aside and smiled lovably. "Uncle, what brings you to pick us up today?" George took a peek inside the school before slowly starting the car. "Let Shirley know tomorrow that your grandparents will be coming over on the weekend. She better not be absent." The two elders of the Davis family were sticklers for propriety, especially during their only grandson's birthday. Everyone in the family had to be present, otherwise the two elders would not let the matter rest. George's tone of voice was obviously much more pleasant than before. Hearing that, Wendy's eyes became slightly solemn. She smiled gently and said, "I got it, Uncle." Hearing that, Julian was glad. He leaned forward against the driver's chair. "Pa, do you know how popular Sis is getting at school? There is no one who doesn't know her." George didn't reply and asked Wendy, "Do you know where Richard is?" Wendy shook her head. I don't know. Sis said that she was taking care of brother. Could he be at one of the full-time care schools in Sea City? George said, tell her to bring Richard with her. Your grandparents miss Richard. Wendy responded obediently, but her eyes were chilly. In the year 3 girls' dormitory. Shirley came out of the shower, holding a towel in her hand and drying her hair. With a back flip, she landed gracefully on the bed. The people in the dormitory were used to the big boss's routine. She pulled the curtains around her and turned on the computer. In the Shadow League internal chat room, both Felix and Sabrina were present. Shadow League was conducting tests on the new firewall. Big boss, you're here, Sabrina greeted her. Shirley put the towel on her head and typed with one hand. How's the test? Felix replied, there is still a little problem that we're working on. Shirley took a piece of candy from the bedside table, put in her mouth, and said, let me try. Felix and Sabrina were happy to let her do it. The big boss hadn't been online very much lately, so they didn't disturb her. Shirley switched to another page. Her slim, fair fingers were so fast it was dazzling. On the black screen rows of green code flew by. 3 minutes later, at the Shadow League base, all the computers sounded intrusion alarms. The red exclamation marks accompanying the warning messages made one feel despair. Felix was speechless. The corner of Sabrina's mouth twitched. Give us a break. We've been working on this firewall for several days. Felix calmed down to ease her thoughts of wanting to die. The big boss can invade the defense system of Country K without leaving a trace. She even extracted the president's data. What's the point of letting her test the firewalls? They didn't stop her. Shirley thought for a few seconds, all right, next person. At a certain military area in the countryside. Richard was sitting on the stairs, his legs raised, and his little hand propping up his bun-like face. He watched uninterestedly at the guys before him sparring with each other. The clamshell phone in his pocket rang and he took it out. Seeing that his sister was coming, Richard jumped up excitedly. His sister finally remembered that she had a younger brother. He was excited even though she had only sent him a short text. Go hack into Shadow League's system. All right, sis, right away. Richard replied to the message, jumped off the steps, and quickly ran back to his room. Chapter 138, The Ultimate Existence. Sitting before the computer, he began typing swiftly. 10 minutes later, interception signals appeared on Richard's computer. He was one step away from hacking in. Unwilling to give up, he gave it another try but still failed. Richard rolled up his sleeves. I don't believe this. He kept a straight face and tried hacking a few more times but to no avail. In the Shadow League headquarters, Sabrina and Felix finally felt some comfort in their hearts. Even though they were outperformed by Shirley, it was not that embarrassing. Richard abashedly went to look for Shirley. Sis, I couldn't hack into it. Shirley raised her eyebrows. If Richard had hacked into it, the other two's careers could come to an end. She responded with nonchalance, how is it at the field operations zone? Richard was initially reflecting on his failure, but upon hearing her question, his unhappiness, which had been accumulating for a month, exploded. Sis, you have no idea. It was really tough on me. Those nutritionists only let me eat a little meat every day. I've gotten skinnier from starving. The girl smiled sinisterly. Meat is expensive. Our field operations camp has 10 pigs. Whenever it was his turn to feed the pigs, he would always think of whether he should stir-fry them or braise them in soy sauce. It was too difficult for him to be able to see but not eat them. A faint smile appeared in Shirley's eyes. Richard sat on the chair with his legs in the air as he touched his flattened tummy. I want to eat meat. Do you have breaks? Asked Shirley. When he heard her words, he instantly knew that his sister was bringing him to eat meat. He replied instantly, yes, yes, yes. I still have 2 days of break this month. Sis, I want to eat at World Restaurant. Shirley narrowed her eyes. He was quite demanding. Let's go this weekend. It's Julian's birthday. Richard counted the days and frowned in frustration. After his parents passed away, his maternal grandparents began looking after their tombs. Julian always celebrated his birthdays grandly, and his grandparents had set the rule that all family members had to be present a long time ago. That uncle of his had 7 older daughters. He had 8 children just to have 1 son. It was evident that Julian, as the only grandson, was valued very highly. Everybody's birthday could be forgotten except for Julian's. Furthermore, his grandmother's extended family had many members and the different families loved to compete with each other. How annoying. He rolled his eyes. Sis, to tell the truth, I don't want to go, but it seems like that won't work. The girl replied lazily, She threw her phone casually on the bed and opened the English Medical Dictionary. She flipped to where the bookmark was and continued reading. Since she started having memories at a young age, she noticed that she was gifted with an extraordinary retentive memory and could pick things up very fast. She excelled at whatever she learned. Richard was just like her. The next afternoon, Shirley met Wendy while returning cutleries, and the latter mentioned Julian's birthday this weekend. Sister, which school is Richard at? Richard smiled gently as she asked. Shirley was taller than her. She shot Richard a tepid glance and her eyes were cold. Don't be a busybody, I'll bring him there. Wendy's smile froze. Shirley put her hands in her pocket and left unhurriedly. Her phone rang and she fished it out. Liam had sent her a message. Several agencies are trying to get your contact info from me. I think they're trying to sign you. Sea City High School was a semi-enclosed, old aristocratic school. Police officers regularly patrolled outside the school and the agents dared not look for her. He predicted that once the MV was released, the agencies would fight to sign Shirley. Even his boss tried to utilize his connections to sign Shirley. Her stunning beauty and her skills as a choreographer made her the ultimate existence in the entertainment industry. They were all rich and powerful, but for some unknown reason, they could not get Shirley's contact information. Chapter 139. Just how many people is the big boss acquainted with? Shirley pulled aside the cafeteria doorway curtain and left. Arya and the others were already waiting for her, holding milk tea in their hands. I'm not signing with agencies, said Shirley briefly. Putting her phone into her pocket, she accepted the milk tea that Arya handed her, and the group walked in the direction of the classroom. The first class in the afternoon was chemistry. Harmony walked in with the lesson plan, placed it on the lectern, and smiled mildly. I want to share good news with everyone. We have another transfer student entering our class. Let's welcome her. Tyler was busy copying his homework with his head lowered, and he heard the others breaking out into discussions. Why is our class so popular this year? The transfer students are all coming here. I don't know, but I don't think everyone is like Arya and Shirley. One was the top scorer of the grade and the other was a super troublemaker. The transfer student walked in. She was quite tall and her face was a little sickly yellow. She smiled and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Jasmine." Her voice reached Tyler's ears and, shaking, he drew a line across his notebook with his pen. He raised his head in shock and saw Jasmine's face, his eyes filled with astonishment. Why had this girl come to Sea City High School? Shirley propped her face up with her hand, her eyes slightly wider. Jasmine saw her the moment she entered the classroom. She was so excited that she was blinking in her direction. Shirley was quite expressionless. She lowered her head and continued to copy the homework. As she looked down, the tail of her eyes pointed upward, exuding a wild aura. Jasmine was speechless. The big boss was really cool. Tyler had a complicated expression on his face. Wasn't this rich Missy ill and recuperating? Why did she come to their school? Harmony pointed to the last empty seat in the classroom. Jasmine, you'll be sitting next to Hantiantian. Her seat was in front of Charlie's. After allocating Jasmine's seat, Harmony started the class. The topic was the conversion of chemical energy to electrical energy primary cells. It was a difficult topic and most people had a hard time understanding it. After class, Jasmine ran up to Shirley and smiled. Sister Shirley, are you surprised? Shirley raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Tyler was startled. What's this about? How do you two know each other? The little princess of the Turner family was acquainted with Sister Shirley. Just how many people was the big boss acquainted with? Jasmine smiled lightly at Tyler and said, guess. Tyler was speechless. Seeing that Jasmine and Shirley knew each other, the other students looked over. Jasmine took out some snacks from her pocket, put them on the table, and gestured with her chin. Have some. She was determined to have Shirley as her teacher. She had already asked her older cousin Philip to tell her what Shirley liked. She likes sweets, her cousin had told her. Seeing the potato chips that cost 56 yuan a piece on the table, Fatty cursed. Missy, you're really rich. Ignoring pleasantries, Tyler picked up some potato chips and ate them as he pushed a dried mango to Shirley. When Arya and Sydney came over, they were also invited to share in the snacks. They became acquainted very quickly. Tyler curled his lips. I think the old witch of class 1 is going to be infuriated when the results for the next exam are released. Sydney looked at him uncomprehendingly. Why? Tyler pointed to Jasmine. She's the top scorer in year 3 of the Capital University affiliated high school. Even Tina is beneath her. The group was stunned. Sydney fell silent. She suddenly felt that class 20 was a gem of a place with great feng shui. On Friday afternoon, Shirley exited the school gate and saw that a black SUV was parked across the road. She pushed up the brim of her cap with a finger and squinted as she looked over. The door opened and Jasper got out of the car. He walked up to her with one hand in his pocket. You came out without calling. Are you going somewhere? Shirley nodded. I'm going to the airport to pick up Richard. Chapter 140, Studying How to Fight Civilly. Shirley's pretty face was half obscured in shadow. She stuffed her hands in her pockets as she stood casually. Seeing her nonchalant posture, amusement flitted across Jasper's eyes. He gestured with his chin. Come on, I'll take you there. Shirley nodded. The two walked to the car. Jasper pulled open the car door and Shirley stepped inside. Seeing the set of papers and notebooks in the storage compartment between the two seats, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Jasper got in the car from the other side and saw her turn to look at the notebooks. I prepared this for you. I'll personally help you with it. Shirley's pretty eyebrow was raised as she looked at him solemnly. I'm quite fine in my studies. James couldn't hold back his laughter. She was the worst scorer of her grade. How could she call that fine? Shirley looked at him languidly and they exchanged glances through the rearview mirror. The girl's gaze was cold and serious. Her aura was very strong. James froze for a moment and started the car with an emotionless expression. Shirley looked away languidly. She took out her cell phone casually, got into a comfortable position, and started playing a game. Stay at Seal Palace tonight to do a mathematics paper. Jasper's voice was deep and raspy as he spoke patiently. Shirley's eyes opened wider and she replied with a murmur. James carefully glanced in the rearview mirror. He really wanted to know how the big boss managed to get a 0 on her test. At the airport entrance, Richard rushed out from the car. His face was darker than before and he seemed a little slimmer. His facial features were still very good looking. He exuded an air of cool nonchalance. He wore black camouflage clothing and small black leather boots. Over his shirt he wore an unzipped jacket. On his head was a backwards children's black baseball cap. He looked cool and cute. Seeing Shirley, he shouted from a distance, Sis. Shirley looked up and saw Richard rushing over. Her gaze fell upon his face and her eyes narrowed. He seemed to have changed quite a bit. Richard glanced at Jasper beside her. The man had his hand in his pocket. His clear eyes had a gaze that seemed like it belonged to a person of a different age. The man looked at him insipidly, the hazy mist in his eyes exuded an intimidating pressure. Shirley pressed down on his head with one hand. You've grown taller again. Children of his age grew up fast. Hearing this, Richard's eyes lit up. Really, sis? Does this mean I can help you fight soon? Shirley tutted. Fight. Be civil. Okay, I will study how to fight civilly. Richard kept a serious expression on his face. Shirley raised her pretty eyebrow and she gave him a faint smirk. Come on. We're taking you out to eat. Richard immediately replied, I want to eat at World Restaurant. Yeah. Shirley's voice was deep. She paused for a moment and looked at Jasper. Are you going? The man nodded. On Friday night Starlight Mall was packed with people. Lots of people were meeting at World Restaurant. James called on the road to book a private room. He ordered a table full of seafood, beef, mutton, and only a few dishes of vegetables. Richard ate like he was never going to eat again, frantically stuffing food into his mouth. Sister, life is too bitter. This is good. It was as though he had just escaped a famine. Jasper and Shirley sat off to the side. He leaned closer to her and whispered, Where did you send him? Shirley picked up a piece of brown sugar glutinous rice and fiddled with it. The Beast Camp. It was the cruelest field operations camp in the military district. Jasper raised an eyebrow as he looked at Richard. He had heard from his father some time ago that a 7-year-old child, perhaps some commanding officer's grandson, had arrived at the Beast Camp in Sea City's military district. Was that kid Richard? Had sixth uncle helped arrange it? Chapter 141, George eating his words. After eating, the three left the private room. Richard was a little uncomfortable with Jasper paying the bill. It seemed as though someone had suddenly appeared to steal her sister from him. He was quite annoyed. He glanced at his sister who was making a call while sitting off to the side. Then he said to Jasper politely, Thank you, I'll go buy macarons and milk tea for my sister. With that said, he turned around with his hands in his pockets and walked away. From behind he looked cool and prideful. He looked like Shirley. Shirley left the private room to answer a call. The caller ID stated, Grandpa. She stood casually to one side, her eyelids drooping. She tapped the ground impatiently. Richard is here with me. I'll bring him to see you tomorrow afternoon. Her voice was low. I know, Grandpa. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'm outside now. Seeing her hang up the call, Jasper said softly, his voice oozing magnetism, what's going on tomorrow? Shirley looked quite irritable. She pursed her thin lips, looking disagreeable and ruthless. My cousin is celebrating his birthday. I have to be there tomorrow with Richard. How annoying. The two continued to talk as they left World Restaurant. They bumped into Emmett and Robert at the entrance. George was also there. Seeing Jasper's chiseled face, he frowned. He had thought that after filming Liam's MV, Shirley would learn to cherish her fortune, but now she was mixing with shady people. Out of habit, he felt like lecturing her. Young Master Brown, Robert suddenly called out respectfully. Hearing that, George paused. Who was Robert calling? Jasper nodded mildly. He looked at Emmett and said in a low, solemn voice, "Sixth uncle." The look on George's face changed drastically. Everyone knew that although Emmett had broken off his relationship with the capital's Brown family for some unknown reason, he was still a member of the Brown family, so no one dared to mess with him. The man had called Emmett, sixth uncle. It was the same man that Robert had so respectfully called, young Master Brown. The man with Shirley was from the Brown family. Robert greeted Jasper, then looked to Shirley and smiled politely. Ms. Mayor. Although his attitude wasn't as respectful towards her as he had been toward Jasper, he still humbled himself when greeting her. Robert's status was well respected across the whole of Sea City. He was well loved by the Turner family, and yet he was treating this young girl so respectfully. George received consecutive shocks. He felt even more terrified than before. A chill ran throughout his body. His blood froze in his veins. What kind of relationship did Shirley have with the Turner family? Had he been passed over for promotion because he had offended Shirley? Emmett nodded to Jasper and looked at Shirley. Where is Richard? Old Colin said that Richard came back from vacation, so why wasn't he here? Ah, I'm here, Uncle Brown. Richard came over holding milk tea, macarons and 1,000-layered cake. He had also kindly bought a drink for Jasper. Suddenly seeing George in the crowd, he was stunned for a moment and called out to him. Uncle. Hearing Richard call him, he stiffened for a few seconds, looked over, and forced a smile. Richard. Richard hadn't changed much. His face looked similar to Shirley's. Their aura seemed very alike. Richard walked up to Shirley and handed her the milk tea. 1 mango-flavored cup and 1 strawberry-flavored cup. Pick one, sis. Jasper took the strawberry-flavored cup and poked the straw through the lid before passing it over to Shirley. He took the mango-flavored one for himself. Seeing Jasper help his sister with the straw, Richard quietly rolled his eyes at him. He was stealing his job again. The high officials surrounding Emmett were all good at reading people. Seeing how one of the siblings was acquainted with the young master of the Brown family and how the other called Emmett uncle, they understood the situation. Chapter 142, Seal Palace, A. Little Sweet. Brandon was George's boss. Doubt flashed in his eyes. George's niece knew the Brown family and the Turner family. Robert's attitude made it obvious that he respected George's niece, so why was George's position taken away from him? The others did not know about this, and upon seeing that George had strong backers, they smiled obsequiously. So you're actually M's mayor's uncle. George said nothing, the smile on his face a little stiff as the thoughts in his head ran wild. How did Shirley and Richard know influential families from the capital? Jasper swept a glance across George's expression and scoffed disdainfully. He said coldly, I'll be going. I'm busy. Emmett nodded. He called over the official behind him. Let's go in too. The group walked into World Restaurant. George was frightened out of his mind. He kept looking back every few steps as he followed the group. Robert was at the tail end of the group. Once everyone else had gone in, he looked at Shirley and said, Ms. Mayor, will Jasmine's body recover naturally with food therapy, or does she need Chinese medicine to recuperate? Jasper turned and looked behind him. Philip had said that he had spent half a year looking all over for expert doctors but had not found any who could cure the girl. Yet, Shirley was the one who cured her, and with only 1 dose of medicine no less. She knew Chinese medicine inside and out, and had even mastered acupuncture. Yet she scored 0 on all of her exams. A flash of interest flashed across the man's eyes. Shirley stood lazily with one hand in her pocket. She held the milk tea by the lid with only 3 of her fingers. Her wrist was completely relaxed. She said nonchalantly, food therapy. I will prescribe a diet for Jasmine tomorrow and perform acupuncture on her once more next week. Upon hearing this, Philip's worries disappeared. He bowed slightly. Thank you, M's mayor. Shirley grunted expressionlessly and turned to leave. The car stopped outside Seal Palace. Richard jumped out from the passenger seat. He saw Jasper carrying a bunch of documents with him and, curious, he asked, "What are you carrying?" The man cocked an eyebrow. "Year 3 revision materials for your sister." Richard narrowed his eyes in disbelief. "What did you say? Did this guy get something wrong? His sister, needing Year 3 revision materials." With a single hand in her pocket, Shirley pinched the corner of her eyes. With an indifferent expression, she said, "I'm tired. I'll finish the revision papers quickly and go to sleep." She walked carelessly to the lift as she spoke. Richard said nothing. He didn't know what his sister wanted to do, but he figured he should just stay silent and watch. At Jasper's condominium, Richard took off his shoes. "Where's the washroom?" Jasper pointed his chin to his left and a barefoot Richard ran off to use the washroom. "Will you be taking a shower first?" Jasper asked in a low voice, looking at Shirley. Shirley took off her cap and hung it on a hook on the wall as she cocked an eyebrow and nodded. "Make me a cup of honey water, thank you." Jasper chuckled lightly as he watched her command him so naturally. I have clothes in the wardrobe. They're clean." "Got it," said Shirley as she walked to his bedroom. She pulled open the wardrobe. Half of the clothes inside were black and white women's clothes. They were exactly what she liked. All of the clothes were custom made by a luxury brand. They had all been matched into sets. There were even pajamas. Shirley paused and crossed her arms. She took a step back nonchalantly and looked over at the clothes in the wardrobe and her lips curled into a wicked smirk. The clothes had not been there last week but he had made ample preparations this time. How did he know that she would come? After thinking for a moment she restrained her smile, took a white long-sleeved shirt from the closet, and walked out. Jasper was making honey water. Richard had already come back from the washroom and was cozied up on the sofa playing with his phone. Chapter 143, 0 points. Was the goal. Shirley threw the white long-sleeve shirt at Richard as she said in a deep, hoarse voice, "Go shower in the other room." Richard caught the shirt steadily and his eyes widened in shock. He had never worn such a high-quality shirt. However, he did not wish to embarrass himself in front of Jasper. He was expressionless and calmly threw the shirt over his shoulder. "All right, sis. I'll go shower now." He whistled as he headed to the other room and closed the door using his leg. Jasper passed a glass of honey water to Shirley. "Drink some before showering." She hummed in response and drank half the cup slowly. Returning the glass to him, she said, "Which paper should I do? Prepare it for me." Jasper raised his eyebrows. "Sure." Shirley turned around and walked leisurely to the master bedroom to shower. Jasper held onto the half cup of honey water. His beautiful eyes were lowered in a languid manner. The corner of lips curled upwards in a sinister manner. He finished the remaining honey water and put the glass away. 20 minutes later, Shirley came out in a white sleeping robe. There was a towel in her hand which she used to dry her hair. Jasper stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and was taking a call. "What a huge appetite. Ask them if they have the ability to swallow it. Get Eric to settle it." Shirley shot him a glance and sat down on the sofa with her legs crossed. There was a mathematics paper on the coffee table. Shirley scanned a few questions and narrowed her eyes. A teacher from the university entrance exam setter team. Every teacher had their own preferred way of asking questions and their own perspective. One could notice if they paid attention. The accomplished teachers from the university entrance exam setter team had made these papers for her sake. After hanging up, Jasper sat down beside her and looked at the paper in her hands. "How many do you know?" She did not respond. Pressing the towel on her head, she shifted and sat on the carpet. Her straight, slender legs were folded as she took a pen and started doing the questions while laying on the coffee table. The man narrowed his eyes and stared at the paper. She was doing her calculations on the rough paper with a serious look on her face and her answer was square root of 2. Excellent. Next were 4 multiple choice questions. She proceeded to pick answers that looked nice and got them all incorrect. Jasper was speechless. This process repeated until she finished the last question. Jasper had finished the papers a few days ago and planned to go through the questions with her. Seeing Shirley score a 0 with his own 2 eyes, he remained silent for a long while. "I'm done." Shirley put down the pen and pressed the corners of her eyes as she stood up. "I'm tired. Which room do I sleep in?" Jasper held her hand and made her sit down again. He was expressionless. "You aren't done yet. 0 points. I'll help you go over the paper before you sleep." Shirley frowned as she blinked her bloodshot eyes at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mist. They were dark yet brilliant, mixed with a hint of innocence. Seeing how she was staring at him, Jasper felt helpless for the first time in his life. He did not know what to do with her and could only sigh. Sleep in the master bedroom with Richard. Shirley raised her eyebrows. Without using her hands to support herself, she used her leg's strength to stand up. She then slowly headed to the other bedroom to call Richard. Looking at the pair of siblings heading to the master bedroom, Jasper closed his eyes and pressed the corners of his eyes. Forget it, if she doesn't want to learn, let her be. He would arrange something with the school when the time came. Richard had observed the whole thing from the other room by cracking open the door slightly. Once he entered the master bedroom, he looked at Shirley with radiating eyes as he exclaimed softly, "Sis, you're really cool. Even I have difficulty trying to get 0. Shirley said nothing. Scoring 0 points was the goal. Chapter 144. The Davis family was trying to play up to us. The next day, in the afternoon, the old Fawn couple gave Shirley another call when it was not even 2 p.m. They were pressing her to bring Richard to the Davis residence immediately. "Grandpa, we're on the way." Richard picked up the call while both of them were in the cab. Shirley could not be bothered to pick up. She pulled her cap low and rolled up her sleeves to her elbows. Placing her arm leisurely on the car window, her black jacket made her appear paler. She watched the passers-by on the street with disinterest. After hanging up, Richard's face was filled with impatience. "Sis, they didn't rush us like this in the past. I find it odd." "Never mind," Shirley replied in a nonchalant manner. There was some chilliness to her voice. Richard raised his eyebrow slightly. It did not matter because the Davis family was not worth fretting over. It was 2:40 p.m. when the siblings arrived at the Davis residence. They could see George, Julian, and Wendy standing at the entrance of the small Western-style house. It was normal for Wendy to wait for them. Politeness and obedience had been carved into her, and all the elders in the family regarded her as the model child. George and Julian were at the entrance too. They had never enjoyed this treatment in the past. Shirley narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze for a few seconds before a faint sinister smile appeared on her lips. Richard chuckled, his childish voice cynical. "Sis, the Davis family is trying to play up to us." "How interesting. Sister Shirley." Julian ran towards her with excitement when he saw her. Shirley curled her lips and passed him his gift. "For you." "Thanks, Sister Shirley." Julian took it with joy. Her face was especially eye-catching. Her eyes were outrageously exquisite. They carried a hint of brashness while the smile on her lips seemed to exude some wickedness. Looking at her, George found her not as unlikable as before. "Let's go. Continue to chat in the house. Your grandparents are waiting." He sounded very gentle. Shirley hummed a low, Wendy smiled gently. "Sister, did you know? Seeing how great you are at dancing, the cousins all want you to teach them." Shirley did not reply as she headed into the house with her hands in the pocket. Wendy did not feel awkward and continued to smile obediently. Richard, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and could not help but curse internally. Idiot. The sofas in the living room were filled with people. Everyone looked at Shirley when she entered. "Shirley, Richard, you guys are here." The Davis family's old grandmother smiled dotingly. The wrinkles on her face were deep, and although she was almost 80-year-old, she still looked energetic. Sitting in the middle of the sofa, she was surrounded by her daughters, son-in-laws, and grandchildren. Shirley and her brother walked over and addressed them. "Grandpa, Grandma, good." The old grandmother smiled and pointed at the sofa on the side. "Quickly take a seat and have some food. Your uncle brought them specially for you." Shirley raised her eyebrows and sat down languidly, her posture brash. Richard and his sister were just like each other. The other relatives kept up their smiles and greeted the siblings. Looking at Shirley with shrewdness in his eyes, the Davis family's old master spoke. "Why didn't you bring the Moore family's daughter here too? She is quite pitiful, but it is tough for her parents too. They tried their best." Richard frowned. What did they mean? Sister Arya was abandoned on the streets by her parents. It was tough for her parents. When his sister found Sister Arya, the latter was picking food from a rubbish pile. Was he being humane? Upon hearing that, chilliness flashed across Shirley's eyes. Lifting her eyes, she said coldly and succinctly, "She isn't a part of the Davis family." The old master remained silent for a few seconds and nodded. "That's true. Everyone wouldn't be at ease if there was an outsider at our family gathering." He seemed to put extra emphasis on the word, outsider. Shirley smiled lightly. If one looked closely, they could see the iciness in her expression. Chapter 145. The ruthlessness that sent shivers down their spines. "I heard that you borrowed money for the girls' treatment." The old master rubbed the teacup with his fingers. "The Moore family said you borrowed quite a huge sum. You entered the entertainment industry to do choreography when you were 14-year-old for her sake, right?" Shirley remained silent. The old master sounded lovable. Shirley, it's nice to be compassionate, but you're biting off more than you can chew. That girl is, after all, an outsider. We're your family. You have so many connections and you shouldn't have used them on matters like that. Shirley stared at the old man the whole time, and after hearing his words the corners of her lips twitched. Grandpa, we all have a part to play in Arya's current predicament. Everyone turned to look at each other in shock. What did this have to do with them? Shirley crossed her legs and got comfortable. Her eyes were cold and untamed. When I was 5 years old, Uncle did not live as comfortably as now, and Julian's birthday was celebrated in my house. It was pouring heavily that afternoon and everyone was celebrating and taking family photos. Nobody picked me up. Arya came to give me an umbrella and met that piece of shit on the way. Arya's family was not well to do, so Arya did not attend kindergarten. Her family thought that she would just attend preschool for a year at 6 years old and head straight to primary school when she was 7 years old. Shirley would pass by Arya's house on her way to kindergarten. Arya would stand on her doorstep every morning to watch her go to school. It was raining that day and she knew that Shirley did not bring her umbrella, so she went to fetch one for her. The old master's eyes froze and it seemed like he did not know the story behind it. Breaking into a smile that was not quite a smile, Shirley's slanted eyes appeared wicked. Everyone present feared Shirley's expression. It carried an unspeakable sense of evil, as though she would punch them at any moment. They would never forget Shirley's expression while she smashed the middle-aged man's head repeatedly with a brick. The ruthlessness sent shivers down their spines. Although Shirley appeared cold when she entered earlier, she had not been that terrifying. The atmosphere changed all of a sudden. The living room experienced moments of stillness. The old master broke the silence. Grandpa knows that you value friendship and that you did the right thing. However, you shouldn't hide a huge matter like this from the family. She scanned everyone in the living room and laughed. All of you know now. I'm not referring to this. The old master looked at her. Shirley raised her eyebrow and responded nonchalantly, "Go ahead." The old man tapped his finger on his dragon's head walking cane. "Since you know Judith, why didn't you help when your fourth auntie was dealing with a lawsuit?" Richard frowned. Indeed, they were here to take his sister down a notch. Feeling wildly infuriated, he pursed his lips and remained silent. "That's right, Shirley. Someone fell at your fourth uncle's work site and they sued him for 1,000,000 yuan in compensation." Recalling this matter, Lei Ping found it unfair. "He fell on his own, so why should we be responsible? If you had helped us, we wouldn't have lost the lawsuit and had to pay 1,000,000 yuan. Shirley insipidly cocked her head to the side and sat on the sofa sloppily as she looked at them. "Fourth auntie, do you think you make the law, or do you think that you're on close terms with the judge?" Unable to comprehend her, Lei Ping responded, "What are you talking about? Why would I know the judge? You didn't eliminate the safety risks and nobody checked the screws on the barriers. That was your responsibility, and the judge isn't a fool." Shirley smiled and took 2 tangerines. Throwing one to Richard, she began to peel it leisurely and said with indifference, "Judith is Arya's friend. We're not close." Lei Ping was silenced by her words. Chapter 146, Your uncle's family is related to you by blood. Richard peeled the orange rapidly and handed it to Shirley, taking the half-peeled orange off her hands. Shirley raised her eyebrows. "Are you close to Judith?" The old master mulled over his words as he looked at Shirley with his sharp eyes. "Do you know the Brown family and the Turner family from the capital, then?" Richard narrowed his eyes. This guy took forever to get to his main point. Shirley's eyes were a deep black as she separated a piece of orange and threw it into her mouth. "I do." The other people did not know who the Brown family and Turner family were. However, the old master had specially mentioned that they were from the capital, so they were likely influential people. Was Shirley mixing with an influential crowd now? She even appeared in Liam's MV. Previously, they had thought that Shirley was a difficult person, whom, without the protection of her parents, would one day commit an offense and be sent away to some facility. They had never expected her to climb up and get acquainted with the bigwigs in the capital. Seeing that she admitted to it, the old master was secretly relieved. He said in an even more gentle voice, "Shirley, the Brown family and the Turner family are influential families. You helped that girl from the Moore family, so you should be helping your uncle. Your uncle's family is related to you by blood, so you should be helping each other mutually and financially. With the Brown and Turner families backing them, the Leys after George's generation would have unlimited futures and bring honor to their ancestors." Shirley lifted her eyelids. Her eyes looked dark and bright, but cold as well. She repeated slowly, "Related by blood, helping each other mutually and financially." Her tone was so calm that there could be no other meaning to her words. However, the old master's face mysteriously burned under her gaze. He said unconfidently, "Richard, don't blame your uncle for only taking Wendy in. Your uncle doesn't have a high salary and he already did his best by providing for Wendy." Shirley hummed mildly, her face expressionless. The old master's words were like a punch to fluffy cotton. He was in a fix because of her attitude and anger boiled in his chest. George understood as well. With Shirley's temper being the way it was, the relationship between them could not be thought easily. It would take many steps. They could absolutely not lose the Brown and Turner family's support. He said, "Dad, it's Julian's birthday today, so let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something else. Julian likes Liam a lot. Shirley, get an autograph for your cousin." "Sister Shirley, I want one too." Several cousins crowded around Shirley. "Sister Shirley, can you teach us how to dance? I told my classmates that the female lead in Liam's MV is my cousin, but they didn't believe me. Cousin, I want to take a photo with you to show them." A few relatives also followed suit and praised Shirley, saying that her dancing was great. Wendy sat on the side in silence. Her eyelids were lowered and there was a terrifying coldness in her gaze. The Brown family, the Turner family. Were they referring to Tyler and Jasmine? The bigwigs from influential families like them would never do anything for Shirley over those two inconsequential descendants. In the evening, the domestic helpers finished preparing their food. Patricia walked into the house carrying a cake. "Hubby." She walked up to George. George reached out to take the cake and called everyone to the dining room to eat. At the dining table, old Madam Davis smiled amiably. "Shirley, have more food. Oh right, Grandma hasn't heard you talk about how you have been at your new school. You didn't anger your teachers, did you?" The old madam was tactful in her speech. Shirley picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and pushed it around her bowl distractedly. "It's still okay. Shirley is much improved from before. She's good at dancing and is even trending online. She's very pretty." "That's right." The daughters in the Davis family took turns praising her. An uncle looked at her with a smile. "Shirley, how are your studies? How are your results? Sea City High School is a good school. Your cousin wanted to get in previously, but didn't manage to." Chapter 147. The best relatives got slapped in the face. Results. Shirley scoffed. "They're quite bad. I always come last in my cohort." Her elbow was propped up on the table with a pair of chopsticks in her hand. Her wrist drooped down in a natural pose as she watched them with her pitch-black eyes that were cold and wicked. There was an awkward silence. Upon hearing about Shirley's results, Wendy's face became less sour. She smiled and said, "Even though sister always gets zeros on all her papers, she's very popular in our school and is even Liam's choreographer. She doesn't need to rely on her results, unlike the rest of us." A few relatives forced out a smile, yet there was an unconcealed disdain in their eyes. Being good at studying, obtaining good results at the university entrance exams, and getting into a recognized university was the best path to take. Shirley did not do proper things and squandered her life away with no purpose. How did Wendy, who was so good at studying, have a sister who always got zeros? They thought that Shirley had finally grown up. They did not expect that she was still no match for Wendy. No wonder the Mayer family was biased and left all their assets to Wendy. However, why was Shirley not expelled despite scoring straight zeros? Why did Sea City High School accept a person with such poor academic abilities? The uncle that asked said, "Shirley, how did you get into Sea City High School with your results? Could you arrange for your cousin Chi-Chi to get in too?" The Brown and Turner families were such influential families. It would be easy to obtain a spot in a school if they simply asked for it. Every pair of eyes was on Shirley. George and Wendy had also been curious about this. How did Shirley manage to bring Arya into the school? Shirley smiled lightly and cupped her face with a pretty, pale hand. She said carelessly, "I am impoverished and an orphan. I am a beneficiary of the country's poverty aid. The government arranged it." The chopsticks in everyone's hands shook slightly. Her words felt like a slap to their face, delivering a burning pain. Previously, not one of their families wanted to take in Shirley and Richard, but they all fought to get Wendy. However, the old master and madam of the Davis family had put pressure on them. In the end, Wendy was taken by George, and the Mayer family's liquid assets, apart from the house, all went into George's pockets. If Shirley had not earned money to support herself, what kind of life would she be living now? Now they all wanted Shirley to help them. Richard looked around the dining table and restrained a smile from seeing the uncomfortable expressions on everyone's faces. After the meal, Shirley stood languidly in front of the old master and madam of the Davis family with her hands in her pockets. Grandpa, Grandma, I have stuff to attend to. I'll be leaving now. The old master of the Davis family stood up. Grandpa will send you off. They walked to the door. The old master stopped and turned around to look at Shirley. He said unhurriedly, Grandpa knows that you have some grievances, but you can't blame your uncle. You and Richard have never been obedient since you were kids, and your uncle was finally starting his career as an official after working so hard. He couldn't risk taking you in. Richard was standing to the side with a phone in his hand, playing a game. He suddenly burst out laughing and said, Sis, look at this stupid person banging into the wall while trying to dodge. Grandpa was speaking so sincerely that it could make him think that he and his sister were the unreasonable ones. Richard, study hard and don't play with your phone so often. It's bad for your eyes. The old master looked benevolent and gentle. He then looked at Shirley and continued, Since you know the Brown and Turner families, speak well of our uncle to them. If your uncle gets promoted, all of us will benefit from it. There was no expression on Shirley's face. Her eyelids hung low and there seemed to be a wicked smirk on the edge of her lips. The old master didn't know if she was listening to him and wanted to say more things. Shirley's phone rang. She took it out of her pocket and answered. After pausing for a few seconds, she said in a low voice, I will come out right now. She hung up right after. The old master looked at her. Your friend is picking you up. Shirley nodded, put her phone back into her pocket, and looked up. I'll be leaving, Grandpa. Wait. The old master drew out $1,000 from the pocket of his tang suit. This is for you and Richard to buy things. Chapter 148. He touched his sister's hand. Shirley swept her gaze across the money indifferently and smirked. Her cold eyes were crescent-shaped as she smiled mysteriously. There's no need for that. She turned around, pushed the brim of her cap down, and walked down the stairs casually, her aura cold and arrogant. Richard followed her. The old master narrowed his aged eyes. The hand holding the money froze in midair and his expression grew slightly grave. George walked out into the living room when he saw Shirley walk away. Dad, how was her attitude? The old master pocketed the money and put both his hands atop the dragon head staff. You were right. The girl has been recalcitrant since she was little and has no regard for family. She's a thankless wretch. What kind of attitude can we expect her to have? George frowned. Impatiently, he asked, What do we do, then? Dad, Shirley might be behind the fact that I didn't get my promotion. The old master's gaze was thoughtful. Robert might have come to Sea City to gain experience, which means he might be transferred back to the capital after some political achievements. Maintain yourself. You will definitely have another chance at promotion. George said nothing. The haze in his heart was not quelled and he kept feeling like he had taken the wrong path. The old master turned to walk into the house. Nurture Wendy properly. Your sister still has some connections that can help Wendy. Once she becomes William's student, the capital circles will be open to us. A dazed George stared blankly at the old master. Shirley and Richard walked out of the neighborhood and saw Jasper's car waiting by the road. He was standing by the car, leaning on it. His black shirt made him appear cold and aloof. The slender fingers of one of his hands held a cigarette while his other hand seemed to be typing out replies to messages on his phone. He looked up, saw Shirley, pocketed his phone, and walked up to her. He looked at her thin black jacket and asked, Are you cold? There was a large temperature difference between today and yesterday and the current temperature was close to 0. Shirley adjusted her cap. I'm all right. Jasper held her hand. It was quite cold. You call this all right? He asked. Richard was speechless. He touched his sister's hand. Jasper's palms were warm. Shirley narrowed her eyes. Jasper opened the door and gestured inside with his head. Get in. Shirley looked at him with a slightly deep gaze. She cocked an eyebrow and bent down to get into the car. Richard glared at Jasper. He climbed into the shotgun seat with a huff. Jasper smirked and sat beside Shirley. He instructed James, turn the heating on. James was stunned. It wasn't cold, so why should he turn the heating on? An indifferent Jasper gave him a look and James immediately felt an immense pressure pushing down on him. He looked down and turned on the heating immediately. At Seal Palace. Shirley went to shower immediately after getting back. Jasper and Richard were the only ones left in the living room. Jasper was calling someone by the French windows. Richard flopped on the sofa and crossed his legs in the air as he played games. After Jasper finished his call, he walked over, sat down, and poured 3 glasses of water. He then added a spoonful of honey to one of the glasses. Richard watched him through his peripheral vision and lifted his eyelids. His clear eyes paused slightly. He put his phone down as his character in the game jumped into a river and died. He placed his feet on the sofa and cupped his face with his hands. Let's talk. Upon hearing this, Jasper looked up. The kid cocked his light eyebrows, exuding the same wickedness Shirley did. What do you want to talk about? Jasper smirked lightly as he leaned back and rested his arms on the sofa languidly. My sister. Richard smiled slightly. In a childish voice, he said, I may be young, but when I'm around, I never let my sister's hands or shoulders carry anything. She can have all the fun she wants. She can eat, buy, and do whatever she wants while I do everything else. Jasper nodded. So, chapter 149, he would be able to retaliate, he meant it. If you want to be with my sister, you'll have to treat her better than I do. Richard restrained a smile as he fixed his clear eyes on him, his eyes cold. You cannot make her angry and you cannot bully her. Jasper hummed in assent and his cool features did not betray any of his thoughts. He said in a low voice, got it. Don't just, get it. Richard was still staring at him with a grave expression. I'm in training and I will be leaving tomorrow. I know you're an influential person and that you've been appointed as the successor of the Brown family. However, the Brown family is nothing in my eyes. If I find that you've bullied my sister, I will definitely not let you go. Jasper looked at him. The kid spoke slowly and forcefully. His eyes were quite fierce and he looked like a stubborn and unruly wolf. He was very similar to Shirley, certainly as arrogant as her. This was the first time he heard someone say that the Brown family was nothing. Shirley's brother was not bad at all. The man smirked. Sure, I will take care of the things you used to do. It was only at this moment that Richard dropped his hostility, but he was still unhappy as though his sister had been defiled by a bad boy. Also, my sister really likes sweet stuff. Just give her some sweets when she is in a bad mood. Jasper knew this. The little lady was easy to cajole. Richard was both a little angry and reluctant as he hugged his knees and grumbled, if not for my sister's tacit agreement to let you touch her, you would have had to answer to my gun when you touched her hand earlier. Jasper didn't hear what he said, but judging by the kid's eye roll, it probably wasn't something nice. He raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Richard grabbed a glass of water that he poured and drank a large gulp to calm his anger. Jasper looked towards the bedroom. Shirley was not out yet. His gaze fell upon Richard and he asked carelessly, do you like how Beast Camp training is going? At the mention of the Beast Camp, Richard's gaze turned disdainful. It's okay. Other than his limited strength, there was nothing at the Beast Camp that fazed him. Do you want to switch camps? Beside him, Jasper's phone buzzed and he picked it up to reply to a message. Richard thought about it for a few seconds and then asked, where to? Jasper didn't look up as he replied, the Red Scorpions training base. Are you up to it? Having been in Beast Camp for more than a month, Richard would have definitely heard of it. Upon hearing this, Richard's eyes widened in disbelief and there was excitement in his gaze. Are you going to send me there? The Red Scorpions were the Brown family's most mysterious special forces team. The team consisted of a bunch of real monsters. Anyone who faced them said that running was the only option. One could scarcely see their own shadows before being killed by them. Jasper hummed a low note of assent. He replied to Cyrus's message before he placed his phone down and looked up. You don't have to go to Beast Camp anymore. I'll get someone to send you to Red Scorpion. Red Scorpion. Shirley's clear and indifferent voice rang out suddenly. The pair glanced over. Shirley walked out of the room wearing a black oversized shirt. Its collar was loose, unlike the tight nightgown she wore the day before. She was holding a towel and drying her hair, her eyes a mild black. Her skin was very pale and her features seemed to be shrouded in mist. It was very attractive. Even the light green veins on her neck were visible. Jasper looked at her with his eyes half narrowed. Beautiful. Richard nodded. Sis, I've heard of Red Scorpion in Beast Camp and they're really powerful. Beast Camp isn't difficult for me at all and I'm only wasting my time staying there. Shirley sat down on the sofa and crossed her legs carelessly and said concisely, don't show off when you get there. Got it, sis. Richard was even more excited now that his sister agreed. When he became powerful, he would definitely be able to retaliate if Jasper bullied his sister and he meant it. Chapter 150. His young master brought his wife and son back. The next day, Richard had his last meal with his sister before they left for the clubhouse. In a premium clubhouse with low-profile decor in the suburbs. Shirley placed her hands in her pocket and stood at its entrance. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze was indifferent. She had been here before. Last time she had stolen a picture and she ended up beating Jasper's subordinates to a pulp. Shirley's arched eyebrow looked sinister while the faint smirk on her lips appeared wild and feral. Jasper brought the siblings inside. When Daniel saw that his young master brought a woman and child, he was too stupefied to say anything. When did his young master have such a grown son? He even brought his wife back. The child had to be at least 6 or 7 years old. His young master was really good at setting the Thames on fire quietly. Daniel blinked and snapped out of his trance as he politely greeted Jasper. Young Master Brown. Jasper sat down in a black leather upholstered sofa. He casually placed his arms on the armrests and succinctly introduced his guests. Ms. Mayer and her brother, Richard. Daniel heaved a sigh of relief. So they were not his wife and son. He bowed slightly. Ms. Mayer, young Master Richard. Jasper lit a cigarette and held it between his well-defined fingers. Bring Richard to Red Scorpion later and arrange a coach for him. Make sure they train him well. Hearing his words, Daniel and James were taken aback as they looked at Richard. Sending him to the Red Scorpions at such a young age. Could his small body take it? Daniel quickly retracted his gaze and asked, if the general asks about it, what should I say? Young Master Brown's father was the one in charge of the Red Scorpions training base. Jasper looked insipid as smoke lingered around his finger. His voice rang deeply. Anything. Daniel responded in a respectful tone, yes. He would say anything that came to his mind. Daniel was swift in his actions. After settling the matters at the clubhouse, he personally sent Richard to the Red Scorpions. Before getting in the car, Richard hugged his sister and said softly, Sis, I'm leaving. Take care. Shirley pressed his head. Go. The two looked at the specially refurbished Jeep as it drove off. Jasper looked at her. I'll send you to school. Shirley nodded. Let's head to the Starlight Plaza first. I'm getting food for Arya. All of a sudden, Jasper was slightly jealous of Arya. Holding Shirley's hand, he took his time walking to the car. Shirley raised her eyebrows at the sight of them holding hands. It was getting more comfortable. Jasper was good at probing and he was advancing fast. Sabrina had told her in the past to be careful when dealing with Jasper to avoid being taken advantage of. It was close to 4 p.m. by the time she arrived at Sea City High School. Jasper dropped Shirley off at the entrance and passed her backpack and food. I'll come visit you next weekend. Shirley did not respond and merely said, after a few seconds. Jasper chuckled and watched her enter the school before leaving. Shirley walked leisurely to her dormitory and when she was downstairs, her phone rang suddenly. Stopping in her tracks, she took out her phone and it showed an unknown number calling from the capital. She paused for a moment before accepting the call but did not speak. Hello, is this Ms. Shirley? A cheery female voice came from the other end. Shirley replied hoarsely in a chilly tone, Where did you get this number from? The woman was taken aback by her question before continuing, Hi Ms. Mayer, I'm a manager from Eastern Brilliance Entertainment Company. I'm asking if you'd be interested in signing to our company. Eastern Brilliance Entertainment Company was the agency that Liam belonged to. It was a powerful agency in the entertainment industry. Her number must have been leaked by Liam. Not interested, responded Shirley calmly before hanging up. Thanks for watching. Join our Ko-Fi account for full episode. Don't forget to like and share the video. See you in the next audiobook.